Punks vs. Zombies by John Cronshaw. Chapter 1. The buzz vibrated through Tommy's fingertips as he struck the opening E string, tuning his guitar one last time before the chaos. Mickey paced behind him, tapping each drumstick methodically against his thigh to the beat of some internal metronome. Layla stood off to the side, eyes closed, plucking a bass line and mouthing the words to herself. This was it. 924 Gilman Street, the Gilman. A rite of passage for any punk band worth their weight in spit and safety pins. The chance they'd been waiting for, a make-or-break gig that could launch them from a no-name trio with a couple of DIY singles under their belt to becoming the real deal, keeping company with the greats who'd graced this stage before them. No pressure. Tommy plucked the A string, listening to it ring out. Too sharp. He tweaked the tuning peg until the note sang true. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Layla glancing at something on the wall. Sick, she muttered. His gaze followed hers to a faded flyer tacked up backstage. It was an original promo poster for a show here, featuring one of their biggest influences, the legendary punk band Discharge. Seeing that relic of punk history in this sacred space, it really hit him. They were about to stand on the same stage where their heroes had shredded. Can you believe we're actually playing Gilman? Layla turned from the poster. This is where it all started. We're part of history here. He nodded, feeling that weight on his shoulders, but it was a good weight. They had a duty tonight, to live up to the legacy of this stage and give the crowd a show worthy of Gilman lore. No time to get sentimental, though. Mickey's drumstick taps accelerated, his dark eyes blazing with that manic intensity Tommy had come to expect before a show. Let's do this. Layla opened her eyes, letting her bass guitar hang at her side. We've got this. Tommy nodded, fingers gliding over the strings, riffing a quick warm-up. This is it. Our shot. We give it everything we've got tonight. No holding back. Right? Hell yeah, Mickey said, spinning a drumstick in the air before catching it in his fist. Layla raised her chin. Punk means no compromise. We do this on our own terms. That's right. Tommy slung his guitar over his shoulder. Let's show these West Coast bums what Philly's made of. They bumped fists, the three of them coming together in a tight huddle. Then Layla turned and stepped through the curtain, her bass thrumming as she took the stage. Mickey twirled his sticks one last time and followed. Tommy took a deep breath, psyched himself up with a few furious strums across the strings, and went to join them. Showtime. Chapter 2. The crowd's roar hit Tommy as he strode on stage. Blinding white lights shone down from above, illuminating the dark sea of faces. He blinked a few times, letting his eyes adjust. The venue was packed, not an empty spot in sight. Hardcore fans crushed up against the stage, staring up as he took his place at the mic. Layla stood to his right, decked out in torn fishnets and a studded denim vest, her natural afro adding an extra foot to her height. Her fingers flew over the fretboard, laying down a driving bass line that reverberated through the floor. Behind him, Mickey was a blur of motion, twirling and bouncing on his stool as he assaulted the drums. His tatted arms glistened with sweat under the hot stage lights. Tommy stepped up to the mic, guitar pick pinched tight between his fingers. Looking out at the faces, he was reminded why they did this. These people were here for the music, for the message, for the shared experience of being part of something real. We're crab versus lion, his voice boomed through the venue. And this is lies, lies, lies. Layla and he locked eyes, nodding in unison. On the downbeat, they launched into the opening riff, guitars roaring in sync, the crowd surging forward in a tsunami of flailing limbs and pumping fists. They powered through the end of the song, the last note still ringing out as he stepped back to address the riled-up fans. How's it going, Gilman? 100 middle fingers shot up in response, making him grin. We've got a lot more in store for you crazy mofos tonight. But first, I want to talk to you about something that matters. He took a breath, ready to launch into the speech he'd prepared. This was their chance to speak on the issues they cared about, to really connect with the fans. He wanted to make the most of it. But just then, Layla's bass cut back in, rumbling through the floor. He glanced back to see Mickey clicking his sticks together 4 times. The speech would have to wait. Tommy turned back to the crowd and let loose a primal scream into the mic, feeding off the energy as the music transported them to somewhere beyond words. He launched into the frenetic opening riff of Sucker Punch, his fingers flying over the frets. The crowd surged forward as Mickey's drums kicked in right on cue. He stole a glance at Mickey. Something still seemed off. The timing was on point, but the playing lacked its usual fire. Worried Mickey might be slipping, Tommy tried to catch his eye. But Mickey's gaze stayed locked on his snare. Tommy looked to Layla instead, hoping she'd picked up on it too. Her brow was furrowed, her head nodding along to the beat. They were only one song in, but cracks were starting to show in Mickey's facade. Tommy knew he had to snap him out of it. As they moved into the bridge, he broke script and ripped into a blistering solo. The crowd went nuts. Perfect. Tommy got right in Mickey's face, leaning over his drum kit and shredding with everything he had. Mickey finally looked up, and Tommy could tell he wanted to one-up him. Mickey dug his sticks in hard when the chorus hit, pounding the drums with newfound intensity. By the last few notes, Mickey was back, playing like a man possessed. When they finally crashed into the outro, the pure joy was back on Mickey's face. Tommy shot Layla a relieved look, and she just smiled, her fingers still working her bass with ease. They powered through the rest of the set. The mosh pit raged, bodies slamming in chaotic unison. Tommy fed off the energy, matching the crowd's fever pitch. This was it, their chance to prove they deserved to stand where so many punk legends had stood before. No more playing tiny clubs or house parties. Tonight, they showed Gilman what they could do. Tommy glanced over at Layla and Mickey. Layla's face was stoic, her eyes scanning the crowd intently as she bounced on the balls of her feet. The neon lights glinted off Mickey's piercings as he twirled a drumstick, amped up adrenaline radiating off him. Tommy strummed out the opening chords to their new song, No More, his pick scraping across the strings. The crowd exploded, the floor vibrating beneath his boots from the sheer force. Layla's bass kicked in, the deep throbbing notes syncing up with the frantic downstrokes of Tommy's guitar. Mickey clicked his sticks together, then unleashed a barrage of machine gun drumming that whipped the crowd into a frenzy. They were off and running. The music took over, instinct and muscle memory guiding Tommy. He was only dimly aware of his surroundings now. Only the band and the crowd existed. This was their purpose, why they sacrificed so much. It was for these moments. Tommy honed in on a girl in the front row, her eyes blazing with passion as she screamed the words back at the band. She understood. They all did. Tommy leaned into the mic, pouring everything he had into the vocals. The lyrics spoke of disillusionment and defiance. Behind him, Mickey was a whirlwind, his sticks bouncing off the drums with reckless power. Layla anchored them, her bass line steady and hypnotic. She was their guide, keeping them true to their ideals even when the world collapsed around them. Her eyes were closed, lost in the music, but her righteous spirit shone through. The crowd had lost any sense of separation. They were one swirling mass united by sound. Bodies crashed against each other, carried by the current of distortion and drums. It was violent but not malicious. This was how they exorcised their demons. One kid couldn't have been older than 14, his spiked denim vest hanging loosely on a skinny frame. But his eyes were shut tight, lost in some transcendent headspace as he thrashed about. Tommy hoped the music spoke to his soul, that it offered him some temporary refuge from whatever turmoil awaited back home. A girl with a half-shaved head had tears streaming down her face, streaking her black mascara. She sang along to every word, matching the band lyric for lyric. Then there was the older punk with a weathered face, his leather jacket covered in patches from decades past. He watched them intently, nodding along in approval. Tommy lived for these connections, even if fleeting. To reach someone, to have the music resonate in their core. That's what gave him purpose. Punk had saved him once, and now he hoped to pay that gift forward. Mickey counted them in, and his sticks clicked together. Then the thundering blast of his drums filled the venue as he launched into a solo. Arms flailing, hair flying, he attacked the kit with precision and power. But as Tommy watched him closely, he noticed a few hesitations, subtle flubs that the untrained ear wouldn't catch. Layla glanced his way, her eyebrows raised. She had noticed it too. The crowd ate it up regardless, heads banging in time with Mickey's manic tempo. He rallied after those initial missteps, his solo building to an impressive climax. When he finished, the audience erupted in cheers. Mickey stood, breathing heavily, and flashed his signature grin, but Tommy sensed the smile was just for show. As they huddled to discuss the next song, Tommy put his hand on Mickey's shoulder. "You good, man?" He avoided Tommy's eyes. Yeah, just first gig jitters." Layla and Tommy shared a knowing look. First gig jitters? They'd been touring for months now. Something wasn't right, but the show had to go on. "All right." Tommy gave Mickey's shoulder a squeeze. "Let's finish this thing off strong." He hoped whatever plagued Mickey could wait until after the gig. They had come too far for distractions now. As Tommy turned back to the mic, the crowd's expectant roar fueled him. It was time. Layla and he locked in, ready to carry Mickey through this final stretch. Layla launched into the punchy bass line of their second single, "No Surrender." She owned that intro, her fingers flying over the frets, her afro swaying as she grooved. The audience ate it up, surging forward, their hands reaching up towards her. In that moment, she was their punk goddess. Their screams washed over her. Tommy looked over to Mickey, who nodded, the music starting to swell within him. Tommy stepped up to the mic, his fingers wrapping tightly around its cool metal frame. His words sliced through the air, lashing the crowd with their bitter anger and existential yearning. They were an army now, fueled by the merciless energy coursing through the venue. And as they launched into the chorus, Tommy felt it. The indescribable sensation of losing oneself in the music, the lyrics, the moment. It was an intoxicating blend of power and vulnerability, where everything and nothing mattered. By the time they wrapped up their final song, the audience was in a feverish state, chanting for an encore. Tommy glanced back at Mickey and Layla, both soaked in sweat but exhilarated. He nodded, a silent agreement passing between them. One more song, for the fans, for themselves, for the sacred halls of Gilman that had nurtured countless punk icons. As Tommy strummed the opening chords to their finale, Revolution's End, he looked out at the sea of faces. Young, old, broken, hopeful. They were the living testament to punk's enduring relevance. And tonight, they were one. Chapter 3. As they stepped off stage, the roar of the crowd still rang in Tommy's ears. The final screech of feedback fading to nothing. They headed down the cramped hallway to the green room. "That was insane!" Mickey clapped a hand on Tommy's back. "Did you see how nuts they were going out there?" Tommy felt the adrenaline still pumping through his veins. "For real, I don't think we've ever had a crowd that hyped." Layla grinned at him. "Well, it is the Gilman. We just became part of punk history tonight." She gave Tommy a friendly shove. "And when you called out no gods, no masters, perfection. Really drove home our message." Tommy smiled back. "Thanks, just speaking the truth, you know?" They filed into their backstage room, the others settling onto the grimy couch. Tommy stood in the doorway, noticing an old punk flyer hanging lopsided on the wall, remnants from another era. Mickey leaned forward, his tone turning serious. "I've got to be real, though. I was struggling tonight. My timing got all messed up." "We've got your back, man." Tommy held his gaze. "That's what bandmates do. We carry each other through the rough patches." Layla nodded. "Nobody's perfect, but we killed it out there." Mickey sank back into the couch. "You guys are the best. I don't know what I'd do without you." Layla grinned. "Probably play drums for some corporate pop band." They all laughed, the tension from earlier dissipating. Mickey looked up at Tommy with watery eyes and patted the seat next to him. "You sitting down?" Tommy shook his head. "I'll catch up with you guys later. Need to make a call." Tommy headed down the graffiti-lined hallway, the shouts and thrashing guitars of the other bands fading behind him. As he settled into an alcove, he took out his phone and called Neve. After 2 rings, her voice soothing and familiar filled his ears. "Hey, how was it?" "Killed it. The pit was insane." The video clicked on, revealing Neve with her auburn hair falling over a Ramones tee. Beside her, their son Sean banged on a tiny plastic guitar. "He's been shredding all day. Little guy misses his dad." Something twisted in Tommy's gut. "I miss you both too." As they said their good nights and Tommy slid the phone back into his pocket, He took a moment to breathe. But first, they had to finish this tour. Pushing off the wall, he headed back down the graffiti-lined hallway. The thrum of guitars grew louder as he wove through the maze of band members and fans until he spotted Mickey and Layla chatting by the bar. "There he is," Mickey greeted him, clapping him on the back. "How's the family?" "They're good, man. Sean's getting so big already." Tommy twisted off the cap of a water bottle. Layla sidled up next to him and gestured to the bottle. "Aw, cute. You're still sticking to the straight edge thing then?" Tommy shrugged. "You know I don't mess around with that stuff anymore." Layla rolled her eyes. "We're not asking you to get messed up with us. But you've got to loosen up a little. We just played the Gilman, damn it." Tommy sighed, aware of the tightrope he was walking. I know. It's your lives. Do what you want. I just don't want us to lose focus out here. We came to play music, not to party." Mickey slung an arm around Tommy and Layla's shoulders. "We get it, man. And we appreciate you keeping in line. But you've got to let loose every now and then, too. What happens on tour stays on tour, right?" Tommy managed a small smile. All right. I'll try to chill out a bit, but no promises once we're back in Philly." Chapter 4. The stench of stale sweat tinged with old vomit hit Tommy as he paused in the green room's doorway, his eyes adjusting to the dim lighting. Shadowy figures slouched on ratty couches and leaned against graffiti-tagged walls. Mickey shuffled in behind him, fingers twitching at his sides. Tommy knew Mickey was jonesing for a fix. He needed to learn to resist it or he'd drag them all down with him. Tommy threaded through the crush of bodies, ending up near the cooler of drinks in the corner. But the sight of all those beer cans made his stomach turn. He couldn't touch that poison, not if he wanted to make it through the rest of the tour with a clear head. This was going to be a long night. He took a long swig of water. The lukewarm liquid soothed his dry throat. A woman with pink hair and sleeve tattoos joined them, her eyes on Mickey. "You're the drummer from the last band, right?" She bumped his fist. "I'm Roxy. You guys slayed up there." Mickey blinked. Yeah, thanks." "That drum solo was sick," Roxy said. "You've got some serious skills." Tommy watched as the compliment seemed to diffuse some of the tension in Mickey's shoulders. "I'm Tommy." He offered a hand to Roxy. "Vocals and guitar. This is Layla on bass." "The Furious Minks are up next," Roxy said. "You should stick around, check us out. I'd love to pick your brains about some collaborations too. It's not often we find bands we vibe with around here." "Sounds great," Tommy said. "We'll be right up front for your set." Roxy smiled, then disappeared into the crowd. Tommy nodded at Mickey, hoping the encouragement from Roxy would be enough to keep him steady. Layla must have noticed too. She slid up beside him, slinging an arm around his shoulders. "You reckon their bassist is as good as she thinks she is?" Mickey gave a weak smile. "I hope so." Chapter 5. Layla and Mickey weaved through the green room, Tommy close behind. The air was thick with sweat and ambition. Each band thought they could make it big, take the underground scene mainstream. But the odds were stacked high against them. Most would crash and burn. Tommy glanced over to see Zero, guitarist for Anarchy's Child, sneering in their direction. They'd crossed paths a few times. His band rocked, but the man was a prick. Well, if it isn't the Junior League punks. Before Tommy could reply, Layla wheeled around, eyes blazing. "You got something to say, Zero?" The room seemed to freeze, everyone waiting to see if this would escalate. Layla didn't back down easily, but tonight, they couldn't afford the trouble. "Forget it," Tommy said softly. "He's just trying to get a rise out of us." Layla hesitated, then finally turned away, shaking her head. Zero chuckled. "That's what I thought." Tommy bit his tongue and kept moving. Roxy leaned against the wall laughing. A tall guy with a blue mohawk cracked open a beer while regaling the others with some wild story. Tommy's eyes lingered on the beer. He drew his attention to Mickey. "You good, man?" Mickey met his eyes, then nodded. "All good." Tommy clapped Mickey on the shoulder and kept moving, wending towards the small, grimy bathroom. As he passed, conversations blurred together, words like quarantine and reports from LA rising above the din. He leaned against the sink, staring at his reflection. His mind wandered home, to Neve and Sean. Just 2 more weeks on the road. He just had to hold it together until then. Then he could go back to what really mattered. He took a deep breath and steeled himself before stepping back out into the green room. The other bands buzzed with pre-show energy. As he made his way towards Mickey and Layla, a grating voice cut through the din. "What's it feel like performing sober?" Zero asked, voice dripping with contempt. "Bet you can't even loosen up enough to get into the music." Tommy met his glare evenly, refusing to take the bait. But out of the corner of his eye, he saw Mickey's hands curl into fists. He put a hand on Mickey's arm. "Leave it." Zero smirked, raising his beer in mock salute. "Righteous dudes, keep fighting the good fight." As he sauntered off, Mickey shook his head. "Asshole." Tommy nodded, trying to push Zero's dig out of his mind. Layla appeared, an old friend in tow. "Guys, you remember D, right? Used to be in Bleeding Eardrums?" Tommy smiled. "Course. How's it going, man?" "Good." D bumped their fists. "Long time no see. Layla was just catching me up on life with you lunatics." He pointed to a woman with black cropped hair standing next to him. "You met Kim?" Tommy grinned. "Let me guess, bass player, right? Let me guess, cocky frontman looking for a kick in the nuts?" He dipped his head. "Maybe right about the first part. Could do without the kick in the nuts, though." She cocked a pierced eyebrow and turned to someone else. They made small talk with D, reminiscing about past gigs at smaller venues, before everything blew up with the second single. Soon, D left to rejoin his bandmates. Across the room, Mickey leaned against the wall, his face half hidden in shadow. Even from here, Tommy could see the sheen of sweat on his skin, the restless tapping of his foot. Part of him ached to go to him, but a larger part held back, uncertain. They'd been down this road before. Layla followed his gaze. She stiffened, her eyes narrowing. "Hey, did Mickey seem off to you tonight?" "I don't know. Maybe he was just amped up like the rest of us." "Tommy, you know we love Mickey, but we gotta talk about whatever he's going through. The band comes first, right?" He exhaled, his shoulders slumping. She was right. Mickey was family, but if he kept this up, everything they'd built would come crashing down. "It's just complicated, you know." He leaned back against the wall. "Mickey's been battling some demons. I want to help him, but he's got to meet us halfway." Layla folded her arms, her brow furrowed. "Look, I get it, but we took a stand. No more messing around with that junk. It goes against everything we are." He ran a hand through his hair. "I know. But it feels cold to just cut him loose. He's family." "Of course he is." She let out a sigh. "But we've got to draw the line somewhere." He nodded, even as his gut twisted. She put a hand on his shoulder. "We're in this together, okay? Whatever happens." He managed a small smile. "You crushed it tonight," Lila said, breaking the silence. The crowd was eating up every note. "Yeah, we were really locking in, especially on that last song." He smiled to himself. "Remember when we first started going to gigs? We were just a couple of kids then, barely old enough to sneak out at night." Layla chuckled. "Barely tall enough to see the bands. Never thought we'd end up on this side of the stage. It's like we're actually doing it. We've worked hard. It's crazy to think we just played on the same stage as Rancid, AFI, Jawbreaker." Layla smirked. "Don't forget Operation Ivy. They changed everything back in the day. Hell yeah. Op Ivy took punk and made it their own thing. Made me want to start a band the first time I heard Energy. You know Green Day got their start here?" It was his turn to smirk. "Those sellouts? Who gives a crap if they sold out? I bet most bands here got into them and blink before the proper stuff. Bit like a gateway drug to punk, you know." He shrugged. "I guess. But it's insane that we're a part of the Gilman's legacy now, too. It really is surreal. Our band name will be etched in this wall soon." Her smile sagged. "But we can't keep turning a blind eye when it comes to Mickey. I feel like we're on the edge of something here." "You're right. We should speak to him." Layla squeezed his arm. He nodded. This could go either way. Chapter 6. Mickey stood across the green room, knocking back a shot with some guys Tommy didn't recognize. Mickey's glazed eyes and sloppy grin told Tommy everything he needed to know. Layla tensed up. "Let's get this over with." As they made their way over, Mickey caught sight of them. "Hey, there's my bandmates. Come do a shot with your boy." "We need to talk, Mickey." Tommy lowered his voice. "Alone." Mickey's face fell for a split second before he forced another grin. "Whatever you say, boss man, let's powwow." He threw an arm around Tommy's shoulder and steered him out the door, Layla close behind. The sounds of the party faded as Mickey led them down the hallway. Leaning against the wall, Mickey's eyes were bloodshot and unfocused. "So what's up, compadres?" He looked between them and tilted his head. "Don't tell me this is an intervention." Tommy rubbed the back of his neck. "We're worried about you, Mickey. This isn't you." Mickey scowled. "Oh, so now you know me better than I know myself. I'm just having fun, living a little." "Mickey, you're our brother," Layla said. "But this can't go on. The band, the music, it has to come first." Mickey slammed his fist against the wall, causing Layla and Tommy to jump. "The band? It's always about the goddamn band with you two. What about me, huh? What about what I need?" Tommy thought about the nights he'd stayed up with Mickey, talking him through the darkness, the times he'd cleaned him up and lied to cover for him. "We know you're hurting, man," Tommy said. "But the partying, the drugs, this road won't end well." Mickey looked at him, his eyes brimming with tears. In that moment, Tommy saw the friend he'd grown up with peering back at him from behind the fog. "I don't know how to stop, man. I'm not as strong as you. I can't just go straight edge like you." Tommy pulled him into an embrace. "You've got us, brother. We're in this together." He felt Mickey's body shaking with quiet sobs. Layla put a hand on Mickey's shoulder, her eyes misty. Layla was the first to break the silence. She pulled back, looking at Mickey with a mix of sadness and resolve. "Things can't stay the way they are. The band, the music, it means nothing if we lose you." Mickey wiped his eyes, sniffling. "I know. I'm sorry. I feel so lost sometimes." "You don't have to go through this alone," Tommy said. "But you've got to want to get clean. No more lies or excuses." Mickey nodded. "I'll do it. For real this time. I don't want to be that person anymore." Layla took his hand. "One day at a time. We'll be with you every step." Tommy put his hand on top of theirs. Mickey managed a small smile. "It'll be tough," Tommy said, his voice strained. "But we'll get you help. There are places you can go, people you can talk to." Mickey shook his head. "I can't leave the band, the tour, the album." Tommy gripped his shoulder. "None of that matters if we lose you. Your health comes first." Layla stepped closer. "Take the time you need to get better. When you're ready, your spot will be waiting." Mickey's arms trembled, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he fought back sobs. He wiped his eyes and gave them a shaky smile. "I don't deserve friends like you, but I promise, I'm gonna fix this." Tommy clapped him on the back. "Damn right. We're family, no matter what." As Tommy stepped back into the green room, the PA crackled. "Attention, please remain inside the building. We have an emergency situation." Silence descended, thick and heavy. Eyes darted around, questions hovering on lips. Layla edged closer, her brow furrowed. "An emergency situation?" Mickey frowned. "What the hell's that mean?" Voices bubbled up, sharp with worry. Bands clustered together, arguing about what to do. Mickey swayed on his feet, his face drained of color. His eyes met Tommy's, round with fear. Tommy jumped up on a chair. "Yo, listen up." His voice rang out sharp, cutting through the clamor. All eyes turned to him. "We've got to keep our heads, all right? Freaking out won't solve nothing." Layla nodded, arms crossed. The others quieted. "What's going on, Tommy?" Roxy asked. "You know something?" He shook his head. "No clue, but we'll get answers. Whatever this is, we'll handle it." He nodded to the others as he stepped down from the chair, trying to project a confidence he didn't feel. Mickey swayed again, his face now tinged green. Before Tommy could reach him, Mickey stumbled out of the room. Lila shot him a worried look. "I'll check on him," Tommy said, following Mickey out. The hallway stood empty, the silence heavy after the buzz of the green room. He hurried past peeling posters and graffiti-tagged walls. As he neared the bathroom, retching echoed from within. He pushed open the stall to find Mickey, hunched over a toilet bowl, vomiting violently. Mickey looked up at him with bloodshot eyes, his face dripping with sweat. Tommy grabbed some paper towels and helped clean Mickey up. His skin felt hot to the touch. "Let's get you back to the others." Mickey leaned heavily against him as they shuffled forward. They returned to the green room and Tommy set Mickey down on the couch. The cacophony of ringtones sliced through the chatter, dozens of different notifications, bleeding out in unison. Around him, people froze mid-sentence, hands diving into pockets and bags to retrieve their phones. He fished his out, his pulse quickening when he glimpsed the lock screen. 20 missed calls, too many texts and news alerts to even count. With a sense of dread, he opened one of the news apps. Chaos in West Berkeley as infection spreads. Zombie outbreak. Residents urged to stay inside. Every headline was more alarming than the last. He scrolled through frantically, bile rising in his throat as shaky videos loaded, scenes of bloody violence straight out of a Romero film. This wasn't a prank or some kind of hoax. This was the goddamn zombie apocalypse. Chapter 7. Tommy looked up, meeting Layla's wide eyes. Without a word, he tilted the screen her way, watching the color drain from her face. She gave a tiny nod, her jaw set with grim determination. Soon, everyone was glued to their phones, sharing panicked whispers and pointed looks. A few people made a beeline for the exit, only to be held back by their bandmates. The urge to flee pulsed through Tommy's veins. "Guys, hang on." He stepped into the center of the chaos. "We can't just run out into the streets blind. We need a plan." Layla appeared at his side. "Tommy's right, it's not safe out there." Her eyes flicked to Mickey, who was staring into space, disconnected from the panic around him. "We should barricade the place," Tommy said. "Turn it into a stronghold, block the doors and windows with anything we can move." There were nods and murmurs of assent. People sprang into action, shifting amps and drum kits, piling up chairs and tables. The doors were sealed off with finality, but it did little to shut out the harsh reality now crashing down upon them. Someone pulled up a live news feed on their phone. Men and women huddled around the tiny screen, a dozen heads craned together. On the cracked display, scenes of unthinkable violence played out in real time, just miles away. Berkeley was burning. Tommy stood transfixed on the images, the weight of responsibility bowing his shoulders. He thought of Neve, of the 2-year-old son awaiting his return. He might never see their faces again. Swallowing hard, he steeled himself. What came next? He didn't know. But he'd be damned if he didn't do everything in his power to get back to them. He took a deep breath and turned to face the group, his bandmates and the others looking to him expectantly. "All right, listen up. I know everyone's scared. Believe me, I am too." He met their eyes one by one, his own fear reflected back. "We've got to stick together, watch each other's backs, conserve food and water, take shifts keeping watch. We've got the numbers and resources to ride this out for a while." He glanced at the barricaded entrance. "As long as we lay low, don't draw attention, we might just be okay." A petite girl with a ruby-red mohawk spoke up. "But for how long? We can't stay cooped up here forever." He raked a hand through his hair. "I don't know. All I know is we need to be smart, make a plan. We'll figure the rest out as we go." A tense silence settled over the room. Then Layla stepped forward. "Tommy's right. We look out for each other now, y'all hear? Ain't no zombies gonna mess with a bunch of punks like us." A ripple of laughter broke the tension. As the group dispersed, Layla sidled up beside Tommy, worry etching her face. "Where's Mickey?" "I'll find him. You help the others divvy up supplies and take guard duty." Layla gave his arm a squeeze. As he moved through the room, he caught glimpses of the news footage still playing on various phones. Each image was like a punch to the gut. This was really happening. He found Mickey huddled behind a stack of amps, pale and trembling. His pupils were dilated, hands scratching at his arms. Tommy crouched down beside him. "Mickey, hey, look at me." Mickey lifted his head slowly. "I ain't gonna make it, man. I need some plez like now." Tommy gripped his shoulder. "You're stronger than your cravings. We're gonna get you through this." Even as he said the words, he wondered if he was telling the truth. He helped Mickey to his feet, keeping a firm hold on his arm as he swayed. His skin was cold and clammy. "Come on, let's get you some water and something to eat." As they made their way across the room, he noticed Layla and the others hauling furniture and equipment to block the doors and windows. An amp crashed to the floor, the discordant twang of an unplugged electric guitar following it. Tommy sat Mickey down against the wall and grabbed a bottle of water from the green room mini fridge. Mickey gulped it so fast some dribbled down his chin. He looked up at Tommy. "We're all gonna die, ain't we?" "No one's dying on my watch." Tommy tried to sound firm, confident. But inside, doubt gnawed at him. He didn't know if he could protect anyone. Not from this. He squeezed Mickey's shoulder, then headed over to help Layla and the others barricade the entrance. They had to hold this place down, for as long as they could. It was all they could do. Tommy nodded at Layla as he joined her and some of the other bands barricading the front entrance. They pushed a couple of heavy amps up against the doors, then stacked chairs and mic stands on top. It wouldn't stop a horde of zombies, but it might slow them down. "How's Mickey holding up?" Layla asked, her voice strained as she shoved an amp into place. "He's freaked out. We all are." Tommy rubbed his chin. "Once we get this barricaded, we should do a supply check. Take inventory of what we've got here to survive on." Layla opened her mouth to respond when a shriek pierced the air. They both snapped their heads towards the sound. On the small backstage TV, a shaky video showed absolute chaos on the streets of San Francisco. People running, screaming, dark shapes lumbering after them, blood splattering the pavement. A hush fell over the room as they all stared, frozen. This was real. It was here. The video kept playing as they all stood in horrified silence. More scenes of carnage and panic flashed by. A mob smashing store windows, soldiers opening fire on infected civilians, bodies littering the streets. Tommy tore his eyes away and scanned the room. Mickey sat hugging his knees in the corner, eyes glazed over. Roxy was pacing back and forth, chewing on her lip, muttering under her breath. The other bands looked various stages of freaked out and shell-shocked. He grabbed a hammer and some boards, securing the back door while trying not to think about Neve and Sean back home. Were they safe? Had the infection spread to Philly yet? His stomach churned with worry, but he forced himself to focus on the task at hand. Barricade now, freak out later. Once the back was secured, he moved to help Layla reinforce the front. They worked in silence, the weight of their new reality hanging thick in the air. "You really think we can make it through this?" Layla asked. "Honestly, I have no idea, but we have to try. Staying together here, keeping our wits about us. It's the best chance we've got." Layla nodded, hammering another board across the door. "Well, I'm with you either way. You know that. We'll get through this, however we can." Tommy stepped back as they finished the barricade, sweat beading on his forehead. The gravity of their situation sat like a stone in his gut, but the work gave him purpose, kept the panic at bay. He almost laughed at the absurdity of it all, but one look at Mickey's pale, sweaty face killed any humor he felt. The bloke was in bad shape already, and this chaos wasn't helping. "Hey," Tommy said, gripping Mickey's shoulder. "Just stay close to me, all right? We're gonna be okay." Mickey nodded, eyes wide and fearful. Chapter 8. The stale air clung to Tommy like a second skin as he scanned the crowded green room. Fear and desperation charged the atmosphere, making the hairs on his arms stand on end. They were sitting ducks here at the Gilman. That much was clear. The barricades wouldn't hold forever against the undead. Roxy shoved through the crowd. "We gotta get the hell out of Dodge." She jabbed a finger at the boarded-up windows. "Let's grab the vans and get on the road. The Bay Area's swarming with those things, and it's only gonna get worse if we stick around." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the room. Even Zero nodded, his face grim. "You sure that's smart?" Tommy asked. "We got no idea what it's like out there. Maybe better to stay put." Layla moved to his side, uncertainty clouding her eyes. "Time's wasting, Tommy boy," Mickey said, with a hollow laugh. He looked dreadful, face gaunt and pale, dark circles under his eyes. Tommy wanted to argue, to make them see reason, but the tide had already turned against him. With a sigh, he hoisted his guitar case. His fingers hesitated on the door handle. Guitars, amps, merch boxes, and duffel bags cluttered the hallway as everyone scrambled to pack up their belongings. Tommy caught Zero's eye as the latter heaved a couple of bass drums toward the back door. Zero shot him a tense grin that didn't reach his eyes. Grab anything useful, yeah. No telling when we'll restock. Tommy scanned the room for anything that might increase their chances of survival out there. A glint from the corner bar caught his attention. An untouched bottle of Jameson. He quickly snatched it up, feeling the weight of the full liter in his hand. Closing his eyes, he set the whiskey back down and crammed a couple of water bottles into his backpack, along with some t-shirts and a dog-eared copy of Kerouac's On the Road. If these were his last hours on Earth, he wanted a few familiar comforts close by. He swung his pack over his shoulder and headed outside to where the vans were parked. Most of the gear was already loaded up, although a few band members were still scrambling with last-minute items. A drumstick clattered to the pavement. Mickey's fingers trembled as he tried grabbing it, the stick jittering just out of reach. "Need a hand?" Tommy asked. Mickey's bloodshot eyes flicked up at him, dark circles pooled beneath them. "I got it." Tommy watched him fumble for the stick, his hands shaking badly. "We've got a roll," Tommy said. "Just let me help you with that kit." Mickey grimaced, his jaw clenched. Behind him, Layla shot Tommy a worried glance as she loaded up the van. He reached for the bass drum. Mickey's hand snapped out, grabbing his wrist. "I said, I got it!" His fingers dug into Tommy's skin. He met Mickey's eyes. "When's the last time you slept, Mickey?" He dropped Tommy's wrist, turning away. "Leave it, man." "Or shut up? How bad are the cravings?" Mickey whirled, face twisted in anger. "You don't know." "Guys," Layla appeared between them. "Fight later, survive now, we need to move." Mickey scowled but stayed silent. They finished packing up, the drums thudding heavily into the van. Layla slammed the back doors shut. Tommy sidled up next to her. "You doing okay?" She glanced at him, lips pursed. "As okay as any of us can be right now. I just hope we have enough fuel and food to get us far from here." He nodded. "Me too." She offered him a weak smile. "Well, guess we're committed now." He smiled back. "Let's get this show on the road." Roxy hopped into the driver's seat of the lead van. Tommy slid open the side door of their van and climbed in next to Layla. Mickey was already sprawled across the back seat, eyes closed. "You good?" Tommy asked. Mickey mumbled something incoherent. Layla gave him a knowing look as she started the engine. "Here we go." The van lurched forward, following the others. As they pulled out of the parking lot, he took one last look at 924 Gilman Street. Who knew if they'd ever be back here? Where they were even going now was still uncertain. Chapter 9. They drove in tense silence for a while, trailing behind Roxy and Zero's vans in the dark. Tommy fiddled with the radio, but got nothing but static. Layla passed him her phone and gestured for him to plug it in and secure it on the dashboard. "Call Roxy." The ringing tone pulsed through the van's speakers. "Yeah," Roxy said. "So what's the plan?" "We'll take the 580 towards the Central Valley. Should be safer out there." Tommy wasn't convinced. The highway was sure to be a nightmare. But before he could object, Layla shot him a look that said, "Not now." He slumped back with a sigh, bracing himself for the long road ahead. Running off into the unknown seemed reckless, but Roxy was right about one thing. Staying put was getting riskier by the minute. Layla ended the call and turned to him. "You think this is the right call?" He shook his head. "No, not at all. But it's not like we had much choice." Up ahead, the street was vacant, save for the occasional shambling figure in the distance. A toppled streetlight jutted across the asphalt like a felled tree. "Any idea where we're even headed?" Layla shrugged one shoulder. "Your guess is as good as mine, but we stick together and I guess we'll figure the rest out on the go." He knew she hated acting without a plan. But for now, aimless momentum was all they had to go on. He kept his eyes glued to the road, trying to ignore the creeping dread in his gut. Tommy took a deep breath and focused on the dark stretch of road ahead, illuminated only by the van's dim headlights. Just yesterday, They were gearing up for a show at 924 Gilman Street, high on the pre-gig rush that comes before taking the stage. Now they were fleeing from the place they'd dreamed of playing for years. He knew they didn't have a choice. Berkeley had become increasingly dangerous by the hour, those things swarming everywhere, drawn by the chaos. Perhaps Roxy was right. Staying put at the venue would have been suicidal. Yet, part of him questioned the decision. Were they just delaying the inevitable? Tommy glanced over at Layla. Her forehead was creased with worry, her eyes fixed on the road. "You hanging in there?" Layla exhaled shakily. "Trying to. This is insane," he finished for her. She nodded. "What if we've made a mistake? What if it's not better out here?" "It's too late to turn back now. We'll figure this out, we have to." Layla didn't look convinced, but didn't argue. They drove on in tense silence, the van's rumbling engine, and the occasional moan from Mickey in the back, the only sounds. "How's the gear holding up back there?" Layla sniffed. "The way things are going, I'm not sure how useful guitars and a drum kit will be in the goddamn zombie apocalypse." "Hey, you never know. Nothing like a protest song to lift spirits during the end times, eh?" "If you break into Kumbaya, I'm throwing you and your guitar out the window." Mickey twisted around, his eyes ablaze. "Would you two shut up already? In case you haven't noticed, the world is ending here. Have some goddamn respect." "We know, man." Tommy raised his hands. "And we're going to get through this, okay? All of us. But we're just having a joke. Keep the spirits up." They drove on in silence. The streets were choked with abandoned cars, smoke rising in the distance. Screams and gunshots echoed through the empty buildings looming around them. Tommy's eyes stayed fixed on the road, but his mind wandered. He thought back to the early days when it was just him and Mickey playing in his mom's garage. Mickey had been a force of nature behind the kit, and Tommy had fed off that energy. Then drugs came into the picture, pulling Mickey down a rabbit hole. Tommy glanced at Mickey, his pale, clammy skin and bloodshot eyes revealing the extent of his troubles. "How you holding up?" I'm okay, man." "Bull crap," Layla snapped. "You're not okay, talk to us." Tommy watched as Mickey groaned, his face glistening with sweat. "What do you want me to say? I messed up, but I'm gonna get clean. Just please don't kick me out of the band." "We're not kicking you out," Tommy said, "but you need professional help." "No clinics, they'll lock me up." "That's not an option anymore," Layla said. "Your habit has gone too far." Tommy nodded. "We'll find a way that keeps us together, but you can't do this alone, and you can't do it on the road." Mickey looked down, shaking. After a long pause, he looked up. "Okay, if we get back to Philly, I'll do whatever it takes." Layla dodged abandoned cars and panicked pedestrians. She winced when a mob spilled across an intersection ahead. A cyclist swerved suddenly in front of the van. Layla slammed the brakes, the tires screeching as they slid to a halt, just inches away from a collision. "Get off the road, dickhead." Layla shoved the van back into gear. They continued, one intersection at a time. All they could do was keep moving. Reaching the outskirts of Berkeley, the knot in Tommy's chest loosened slightly. The streets were clearer, but the path ahead was filled with unknowns. The van's engine roared as they hurtled down the streets. Mickey's cries of pain echoed through the vehicle, and Tommy's heart ached, knowing he could do little to alleviate his friend's suffering. "Talk to me, Mickey," Tommy said. "Tell me about playing your first show. Remember how pumped we were?" A flicker of recognition crossed Mickey's feverish eyes. Yeah, the place was... I smashed the drums. So hard." He chuckled weakly. "Thought my hands would bleed." "But you kept playing," Layla said. "You were amazing. The crowd loved you." Mickey managed a weak smile. "Hell yeah, we killed it." His energy soon faded, his face twisting in pain once again. Tommy gripped the arm of his seat as they zoomed through the streets. The van fishtailed around another overturned car, its alarm blaring, its lights still flashing. The clock tower loomed ahead, resembling a massive tombstone. "Zombies," Layla pointed as a mob of stumbling figures emerged from behind the stone columns. "How are we supposed to get through that?" Tommy sat straight. "We'll wreck the van." Layla slammed the brakes, causing Mickey to tumble off the back seat. "We make a path." Tommy blinked. We do what? Get weapons. They scrambled, grabbing whatever they could swing or stab with. Drumsticks, microphone stands, a tire iron. Tommy tossed Layla a heavy wrench and she caught it one-handed, her jaw set. Ready? Layla met his eyes. He nodded. Let's do this. Layla flung open the side door and leapt out, tire iron arcing through the air to crush the first zombie's skull. Tommy was right behind her, taking down two more with a guitar stand used as a bat. Mickey dropped his weapon, a drumstick, which clattered to the asphalt. He stared at it as the zombies closed in. Zero from Anarchy's Child appeared beside Tommy, wielding a bass guitar like a battle axe, his bandmates helping to push back the undead. Members of the Furious Minx joined in, clearing a path through the mob. Back inside, everyone, Roxy pointed to the vans. Go, go, go. Tommy clambered back inside. Layla slammed her foot down on the gas, speeding away. Her hands clenched the wheel tight. Mickey sat slumped in the back, staring at his shaking hands. That was too close, Layla said. You nearly died out there. Sorry, Mickey said. We can't have weak links. You need to focus. I know, Mickey said. I'll do better. Layla glanced back at him. Make sure you do. There's no room for any more screw-ups, you understand me? Mickey nodded. I said I'm sorry. Geez. Chapter 10. Crashed cars and wandering zombies clogged the streets ahead. Layla swerved to avoid them, jerking the wheel sharply to miss a zombie lunging into their path. It thudded against the side of the van before staggering away. Too close, she muttered. Tommy nodded, his hands pressed firmly against the dashboard. They drove in tense silence for a few more minutes. When Tommy spotted a store up ahead, he cleared his throat. We should pull in and stock up. Let's make it quick. Layla signaled to the other vans and came to a stop. They stepped into the cold night air. The area looked deserted. Tommy tried the door. Locked. Step aside, children. Zero approached with a tire iron, smashing the window. Layla rolled her eyes. Subtle. Tommy climbed through the broken window into the mess inside. While Layla gathered snacks and lighters, Tommy grabbed water bottles and maps. Where you headed? Zero asked. Philly, Tommy said. We're headed back to Pittsburgh. Should stick together, strengthen numbers. Yeah. Returning to the van, Tommy jumped into the passenger seat, Layla taking the wheel. Tommy glanced back at Mickey, his eyes glazed, his body still shaking. Navigating the empty streets towards the highway, Layla swerved around a lone, staggering zombie. She gunned the engine as she weaved between abandoned cars and debris, the van's worn shocks bouncing them around like pinballs. Layla sighed. We need to find more weapons at the next stop. Maybe a gun store? She shook her head. No guns. We can't afford to attract more of those things with noise. And if we've got guns, we'll need bullets. That'll be a lot of weight to carry around. Tommy nodded. She was right, of course. They'd have to get creative. What about a sporting goods store? Baseball bats, golf clubs? That could work. Anything silent but deadly. She paused, biting her lip. Do you think Mickey is up for this, for any of it? Mickey sat curled against the window now, eyes closed. I don't know. But what can we do? We've survived worse. She turned to him, eyebrows raised. Worse? Worse than a goddamn zombie apocalypse? He grinned. What about those late-night van breakdowns? That club owner in Chicago where the promoter did a runner and we had to beg for gas? Or that dive in Newark that ended up being full of Nazis? She laughed. When you put it like that. After a while, they approached a small town. An old-fashioned main street. Brick storefronts. Tommy caught Layla's eye and nodded. Time to gear up and face whatever came next. She pulled the van up onto the sidewalk and cut the engine. No signs of zombies. The other bands parked up behind them. They slipped out, weapons in hand. Layla with her bass guitar, Tommy clutching a busted drum stand. Mickey trailed behind, holding a single drumstick. Zero stepped in and jimmied the lock on the nearest shop, a mom-and-pop sporting goods store called Frank's. A bell jangled as they entered the dark space. Tommy hurried to the back wall, grabbing the biggest baseball bat he saw. Lila found the golf clubs and shoved some into her bag. Tommy's eyes lit up. Hey, an axe section. Layla joined him as he selected a small fireman's axe. perfect for lopping off zombie heads. He also grabbed a hunting knife to strap to his belt. They gathered up rope, flashlights, and other gear before slipping back out of the shop. Layla held up a hand, gesturing for quiet. Distant moans reached them, echoing through the empty streets. The zombies were coming. Tommy rushed back to the van. As the noises grew louder, Layla slammed the van door shut. "Let's get out of here," she said. "We're as ready as we're going to be." She slammed her foot down on the gas, speeding off down the street. The moans faded behind them. After a few minutes, Mickey spoke up. "So what's the plan? We can't just drive forever." Layla turned around to face him. "We need to get out of the cities. Find an isolated place we can fortify and wait this out. Somewhere rural. A farm, maybe." "A farm?" Mickey scoffed. "Seriously? We're a punk band, not farmers." Layla rolled her eyes. "It was just a suggestion. We need self-sufficiency right now." Tommy shook his head. "We're heading back to Philly. That's the beginning and end of the plan for me." He thought about Neve and Sean. Were they safe? He had to get back to them. A scraping sound came from above. All three of them looked up. A zombie crawled across the van's roof, peering down through the front windshield. Its milky eyes locked with Tommy's. Layla screamed and slammed the brakes. The zombie slid off the hood with a thud. Mickey sat up straight. "What the hell?" More zombies emerged ahead. Layla threw the van in reverse, narrowly missing the Minx van behind them. "Brace yourselves." Tires squealing, she whipped the van around in a chaotic three-point turn. The zombies lurched towards them. Layla sped off in the other direction, gripping the steering wheel tight as they sped away. The image of the zombies' milky eyes etched into Tommy's mind. What the hell were those things? "That was too close for comfort," Layla said. "We need to be more careful." "No more main roads," Tommy said. "We'll stick to the side streets from here on out." Layla gave a terse nod. They drove in tense silence, each lost in their own thoughts. After a while, the glowing vacancy sign of a roadside motel beckoned. Good enough for a few hours' sleep at least. If open. Layla pulled into the empty parking lot and killed the engine. "Let's get a room and try to rest." Tommy nodded. "Good call. We can figure out our next moves in the morning." Layla and Mickey both looked dead on their feet. They grabbed their meager supplies and headed for the motel office, hoping for a few precious hours of safety. Tommy was surprised when a woman greeted them at the front desk. She didn't seem fazed by 3 punk bands turning up after midnight. None of them mentioned the zombies. Room key in hand, Tommy unlocked the door to their dingy motel room, and they shuffled inside. Mickey collapsed onto one of the twin beds, not even bothering to take his boots off. Layla set her bag on the other bed. "At least someone's gonna sleep tonight. Let him rest for now. We'll figure this out." Tommy did a quick sweep of the room to make sure it was secure. They'd stayed in worse places. He grabbed a couple of sodas from the mini-fridge and handed one to Layla. They sat at the small table by the window, looking out at the parking lot bathed in the red glow of the vacancy sign. Layla tapped a rhythm on the table. "So what's next? It's a long drive back to Philly." Tommy took a deep breath. "I think we need to find him some help. Get him to a doctor, maybe get some methadone or something." Layla nodded. "That could work. But where? Everything's chaos out there." "We'll figure it out." He finished his soda and tossed the can into the trash. "Let's get some rest. We can talk to Mickey in the morning." Layla agreed. They did one more check of the room, then finally laid down to sleep. Chapter 11. A loud knock jolted Tommy awake. He got up and moved to the door. "Who is it?" "It's Roxy." He opened the door and met her fear-filled eyes. "Hey, what's up?" "We've got a situation, Tommy." Her usually melodic voice was tight, clipped. "It's Kim." Tommy and Layla gathered their things and roused Mickey awake to follow Roxy out to the parking lot. Members of her band stood near their van in the gray morning light. "Show them," Roxy said to Kim. Kim jutted out her chin and yanked up her sleeve. The wound was unmistakable, a savage crescent-shaped bite mark, flesh ragged and oozing, the telltale sign of infection. "Damn." Mickey took a step back. "How'd it happen?" Tommy asked. "Back at the clock tower, Roxy said. But she says she feels fine. No fever, nothing. She held up her hands. We don't know what to do. There's a lot we don't understand about this virus, Tommy said. Maybe she can fight it off. We shouldn't make any rash decisions. Layla's eyes blazed, her mouth a hard line. She needs to leave. Now. If that thing spreads, it's the only responsible thing to do. Let's think this through. Tommy rubbed the back of his neck. We can't just abandon her. Layla glared at him. What if she turns into one of those freaks and kills us all? We don't know if that's how this stuff works. Roxy shook her head. We do. News says it spreads through bodily fluids, bites, scratches, and then it takes over. The words hung in the air, heavy as lead. Tommy glanced at Kim, at the fear lurking in her eyes beneath the defiance. I think Layla's right. Roxy wrung her wrists. We have to contain this. No. They all turned as the Minx drummer stepped forward, his gravelly voice low but firm. We don't abandon bandmates on the road. Roxy glowered at him. But she might have it. Spike shrugged. And she might not. Tommy raised a hand. How about this? The back of your van's separate from the cabin, right? Roxy nodded. You mean like quarantine her in there? Exactly. It's gonna be a squeeze. Tommy jerked a thumb behind him. Split a few of your guys between the vans if you have to. Just keep Kim separate. Spike nodded. Yeah. Isolated, but not abandoned. Roxy let out a sigh. I guess we can keep an eye on her. Reassess once we know more. Without protest, Kim climbed into the back of the furious Minx van, her eyes meeting Tommy's for a brief moment before the door slammed shut. Spike came over and seemed to force a smile. All right if I ride with you guys? Tommy nodded. Sure. They climbed back into their vehicles, engines rumbling to life. Tommy took a deep breath as he watched the Minx van pull away, Kim's face peering from the back window. Layla sat next to him, arms crossed. This is a mistake. You know what needs to be done, you're just too soft to do it. He bristled at her words. There's no need to be so extreme. Kim's still human. We owe it to her to at least try. Layla scoffed. She's not human anymore, and the longer we pretend she is, the more danger we're in. She turned to the window. Maybe Layla was right, but he couldn't accept it. Not yet. Mickey leaned between the seats and clapped a hand on his shoulder. You did good, man. We'll figure this out. He nodded, hoping Mickey was right. As Layla pulled away from the motel, Tommy couldn't shake the feeling that the hard choices were just beginning. Spike stared from the window, air whistling through his nose. He told them about Kim, how they'd grown up together, been best friends since grade school. If anyone had the right to an opinion here, it was him. What do you think, Spike? Tommy asked. About all this? Spike remained silent so long Tommy didn't think he'd respond. This whole thing is bullcrap. She's still Kim, still family. We don't turn our backs on family. Tommy let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. We can't abandon her when she needs us most. Layla's head whipped around. So that's it then? We just ignore the very real danger and pretend everything's fine? He held up a hand. No one's suggesting that, but we need to be smart, take precautions without being cruel. Layla opened her mouth to argue, but Mickey interrupted. Look, we're all on edge here. It's been a mess since the Gilman, but we've got to stick together or we don't stand a chance. Kim's one of us. We look out for our own. Layla sighed but didn't push back. An uneasy silence settled over the van as they continued down the deserted highway. All right, Tommy said. The best we can do is keep an eye on her condition. At the first sign things are taking a turn, we deal with it. You saw those eyes, right? That's how we'll know. Layla's lips pressed into a thin line, but she gave a curt nod. Over the next few hours, the atmosphere in the van was subdued. Tommy kept glancing in the side mirror, watching the Minx van following close behind. Kim was in there, alone and dealing with whatever was happening to her. Part of him wondered if they'd made the right choice. Were they helping her, or just delaying the inevitable? There were no easy answers anymore. All they could do was take it 1 mile at a time and hope they'd make the right turns. For the next hour or so, Tommy stared out the passenger window. his forehead creased with worry. In the back, Mickey jiggled his leg relentlessly, while Spike just sat there. Tommy wanted to say something to lighten the mood, but nothing came. Roxy flashed her van's lights. Layla slowed and pulled over to the shoulder. Mickey groaned. What now? They climbed out and gathered around the Minx van. Kim lay inside, looking paler than before. It's getting worse, Roxy said. She needs help. Help we can't give her, Layla said. We need to do something. A war raged in Tommy between sympathy and uncertainty. Let's give it a little more time. We can keep monitoring her, try to make her comfortable. Roxy narrowed her eyes. We need to do something. What if she attacks? We need to make the tough choice here. All eyes turned to Tommy. He took a deep breath. I'll keep an eye on her. Layla shot him a glare. You'll do what? We'll still isolate her in the van for now, but I'll stay back there too, keep an eye on things. He raised a hand to silence Layla's protest. It's the best compromise we've got. He looked down at his hunting knife. And if things take a turn? Chapter 12. Tommy climbed into the back of the van with Kim while the others returned to their vehicles. She gave him a smile, but her skin had a grayish pallor that turned his stomach. He tried to make small talk, to keep things light, but the specter of her worsening condition hung over them. They drove on through the day, his gaze switching between Kim's occasional dozing and the road retreating behind them. This whole zombie business had escalated so quickly. Just yesterday, their biggest concern was making it to their next gig on time. Now they were literally fighting for their lives. He glanced over at Kim. She was curled up on the floor, clutching her injured arm. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead even as she shivered. How are you holding up? She blinked up at him. Oh, just casually turning into a brain-eating monster. He laughed awkwardly. Really thought I'd at least make it to 30 before that happened. He gave a sad smile. Try to get some rest. I bet we'll be stopping soon to gas up and figure out our next move. Yeah. She closed her eyes, her head rocking in time with the van. They sat in silence for a long time, the stench of death cloying in the back of Tommy's throat. She stirred, her face tightening as she clutched her arm. The wound seemed more inflamed now, an angry red mark snaking its way up her forearm. You pissed me off when we first met, you know? Tommy frowned. Huh? That thing you said about me being a bassist because I'm a woman. Tommy blinked, taken aback. No, it's not like that. I was just thinking, some of the most kick-ass bassists I've ever known were named Kim. Kim Deal from the Pixies, Kim Gordon from Sonic Youth. Kims have a reputation, A corner of Kim's mouth twitched into a half smile. That's a relief. Thought you were going down the women should stick to bass route. No way. Tommy shook his head and grinned. There's Key, too. The pair laughed and Tommy opened his palms. That was a joke, by the way. I know. I'd never underestimate anyone based on anything like, especially in this scene. We're all fighters here. Good to know. For a moment, Tommy almost forgot the unspoken dread that occupied the back of the van. As Kim shifted, she winced, gripping her arm tighter, and Tommy felt his stomach churn. What if her condition worsened? What if she turned? What if she attacked? Tommy, Kim's voice broke through his spiraling thoughts. You're looking at me like I'm about to eat you. He forced a smile. Sorry, just a bit tense, It's all so crazy. Yeah. She looked down at her festering wound, her eyes closing. Crazy. Tommy leaned back and watched the broken landscape roll past, willing the miles to go by faster. The isolation and uncertainty were almost worse than the smell of Kim's wound. A sudden thump from the front of the van made him jump. Roxy's voice filtered through the window, separating them. Got trouble up ahead. Big accident. Cars overturned. There's crap everywhere. We're going to have to go around. As they slowed, hulking shapes of wrecked vehicles lined the highway. I'm telling the others we're going off-road. Hold tight. Gripping a strap that hung from the ceiling, Tommy braced himself. With a lurch, the van veered off the asphalt. His grip tightened as they jolted onto an unpaved road. Thumps and groans resonated from below as the wheels skidded over ruts and loose gravel. Trees blurred past the back window, their skeletal branches swiping at the sky. He clenched his jaw, fighting the rising tide of nausea. His stomach twisted, roiling with the sensation of being in a shaker. He didn't want to imagine how Kim felt. Amp stacks and drum cases slid across the floor. A guitar case teetered on a ledge. Just as it seemed about to fall, Tommy lunged forward, grappling it back into position. His hand brushed against Kim's leg. Instinctively, he recoiled. The virus, he couldn't afford to forget that even for a second. The van dipped suddenly, descending into what felt like a shallow ditch before jolting upwards again, tires finding purchase on the uneven terrain. Drumsticks and leads became airborne missiles. He threw himself over Kim, shielding her from the cascade of falling equipment. Cymbals clashed in dissonance, almost drowned out by the roar of the engine. Kim screamed. A high-pitched screech tore through the van as Roxy accelerated, metal scraping rock below them. The van burst out of the makeshift road, tires skimming over soft earth, and then back onto smooth asphalt. Geez. Kim was visibly shaken, her eyes darting back and forth. Are you all right? She nodded, wrapping her arms around herself as though hugging away the last few minutes. I think so. The van slowed, and Roxy's voice piped up again. We're back on track. How's everything back there? Tommy looked around at the chaotic mess of musical equipment, at Kim's ashen face, at his own trembling hands. We're still alive. Good. Let's keep it that way. A few minutes later, Roxy slammed the brakes. Tommy's head crashed into an amp while his posterior found itself nestled between some drums. The metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. Geez, Roxy, what's the big idea? Looks like the military or something. Damn it. Tommy rubbed the sore spot on his head. This can't be good. Understatement of the year, Kim mumbled, her voice barely audible. What do we do? Stay cool, I guess. We haven't done anything wrong. Right. Her voice quivered. No big deal. Exactly. Tommy turned to the front. Roxy, anything new? I think it's the National Guard. Peering through the back window, he saw the other vans in their convoy screech to a halt. Soldiers already aiming their rifles at them. He turned to Kim. You should probably hide. Without protest, Kim scrambled behind one of the larger amps, her face pale and terrified. Out of the vehicle, now! A stern-looking soldier tapped his rifle against the back window. Taking a deep breath, Tommy tried to keep his cool as he stepped out of the van. The tension weighed heavy. His heart thumped in his chest. Morning, officer. Tommy forced a smile. Nice weather for an apocalypse, huh? Cut the wisecracks, the soldier snapped. What are you doing here? Us. We're just some punk bands trying to get home. He gestured towards the vans. Had to cut the tour short. All right, punk, the soldier sneered, eyeing him like he was something he'd stepped in. Where are you lot from and what the hell are you doing out here? My lot are from Philly. Those lot are from Pittsburgh, and these guys, Columbus, Ohio. Tommy tried to keep his voice steady despite the icy grip of fear twisting his gut. You're in a rock band? Punk rock, yeah. Maybe you've heard of us? I'm from Crab vs. Lion. We've got Anarchy's Child and the Furious Minx, just made our debut at the Gilman. Never heard of any of you. His lip curled. And I don't care for your kind of noise anyway. You punks are all the same. Nothing but trouble. Tommy raised his hands. We're just making music. No, Billy Joel makes music. I wouldn't call screaming and smashing stuff music. Tommy shrugged. Guess it depends on what you're aiming for. Still doesn't answer what you're doing on the roads. There's a stay-at-home order in effect. And we're just trying to make it back home now. The soldier raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. To Philadelphia? Yep. And how are you planning to do that? Driving, mostly. He motioned towards the vans. Just follow the road and hope for the best, right? Hope won't get you far, kid. But I guess it's all you've got. Just remember, there are worse things out there than zombies. Thanks for the advice. The soldier looked Tommy up and down. You know, driving across country is a bad idea right now. Look, man, I just want to get back home. I need to get back to them. Uh-huh. And how do we know you're not infected? Tommy raised his hands in mock surrender. We've all got our problems, but turning into zombies ain't one of them. Keep your hands still, and don't try anything funny. We're not here to play games. Neither are we. Tommy held his voice steady. We just want to get back home safe to our families, same as you, I'm guessing. The soldier studied Tommy for a moment, his eyes searching. His gaze shifted to Mickey, slumped against the van. Hey man, don't worry about him. Tommy gestured to Mickey. He's not infected or anything, just going through some withdrawal. The soldier narrowed his eyes. What kind of withdrawal? Plez, Mickey said. But I'm kicking it. Fantastic. The soldier sneered, rolling his eyes. Just what we need, more junky scumbags to deal with. Hey, we're all just trying to survive here, Tommy said. The soldier shook his head at Mickey. Pathetic. Any chance you've got some methadone on you? Tommy asked. It'd sure make our journey a hell of a lot smoother. Sorry, kid, we're fresh out, the soldier said. Right, of course. Have any of your party been bitten? The soldier's eyes scanned their faces. Party? Tommy grinned at the others. This your idea of a party? The soldier raised his rifle. Answer the question. Have any of your group been infected? Bites, scratches, any sustained bodily contact? Tommy glanced towards the Minx van, praying the soldier wouldn't notice. I think we're all good. Hey Tommy, Zero called out, phone in hand, capturing the entire scene. Gotta document harassment like this, right? Tommy sighed. Zero, don't antagonize them. Hey, another soldier barked at Zero. Put that away and let us search your vehicle. Oh, no can do, buddy, Zero said. Fourth Amendment. You need a warrant or probable cause, and you've got neither. Are you really going to pull that card now? The first soldier snapped. Zero smirked. Damn straight I am. You know this is part of the globalists' plan, right? You even know who your true masters are? Look, another soldier said. You should all just go back to your homes. It's safer there. Do you think we're out here joyriding through Zombieville, USA because we like the scenery? Tommy said. We're trying to get home. Tommy, Roxy glared at him. Chill out, yeah? Right, Tommy agreed. Sorry, officer, it's been a rough couple of days. Understandable, the soldier's expression softened. But seriously, go home. Thanks, Tommy said through gritted teeth. The soldier leaned closer. I shouldn't be telling you this, but if you're looking for somewhere relatively secure, Lake Tahoe has been cleared. It's probably your best bet right now. Tommy nodded. Thanks for the tip. I'll let the others know. It's about as safe as anywhere can be these days, the soldier said before walking away. Tommy relayed the information as they returned to their vans. Great, a vacation spot, Roxy muttered. Maybe we'll find some jet skis and have a little fun while we're running from the zombies. Or maybe we'll find some peace and quiet, away from all this crap, Layla said. Either way, Tommy said, we've got to keep moving forward. All right, everyone back in the vans, Roxy said. We've got a long drive ahead and we're burning daylight. Damn pigs, Zero said. Always gotta flex their muscle even when the world's going to hell. Shut up, Zero, Layla said. Just be thankful we got through. They could have made things a lot more difficult for us. By what, trampling on our rights? You see that as a difficulty? Zero shot her a condescending look. Rights? You think this is the time to be having a debate on civil liberties? We're dealing with an apocalypse, for God's sake. Well, you never know when tyranny starts to sneak in, do you? Gotta keep an eye out, Zero said, raising an eyebrow. This is all part of the plan. Zero, in case you haven't noticed, we're slightly more concerned with zombies ripping us to shreds than some dystopian fantasy. Ah, the zombies, Zero sneered at the roadblock. The perfect distraction, aren't they? Keep the sheeple scared and they won't even notice their freedom slipping away. Layla blinked at him. Are you even listening to yourself? People are dying, Zero. We've probably lost friends, family. This is not some conspiracy theory. This is real life. And that makes it even more important to question the reality we're given, Layla. Layla took a deep breath. You know what, Zero? You're right. Let's just let anarchy reign while the world burns. Happy now. We're supposed to be punks, remember? He grinned and clapped his hands. Always had you lot down for a bunch of cosplayers. You know what I mean. Not everything has to be a battle against the man. Better than blind obedience. Right. Because anarchy has worked out so well for us so far. Before Zero could respond, Tommy stepped in. Guys, enough. We've got bigger problems. Like how we're going to survive the next few days. Zero shrugged and sauntered to join his bandmates. Spike from the Furious Minx approached Tommy as everyone shuffled back towards their respective vans. Hey man, thanks for looking out for Kim back there. Really appreciate it. Tommy nodded. Of course. We've got to stick together, don't we? Listen. A serious expression settled on Spike's face. Why don't we swap places for a bit? You've been running point with those soldiers and keeping things steady. I should be there for Kim. You sure? Yeah, be better having someone she knows with her, you know? Nothing personal. Of course, man. Do what you need to. I'll head back over to our van and you can join Kim. Cheers, Tommy. Means a lot. Take care of her. Tommy patted Spike's shoulder before making his way back towards the van. Tommy settled back into the passenger seat and smiled at Layla. Hey. Hey yourself. How's Kim? Not great. Spike's going to look out for her. Makes sense. She looked Tommy up and down. She didn't. I'm fine. You think she'll, you know. Tommy shrugged. We'll deal with that if and when it comes. He glanced back at Mickey, who managed a weak grin. The door slid open, and Jimbo from Anarchy's Child hopped in. Mind if I join the party? What are you doing here? Layla asked. Needed a break from Zero's crap, didn't I? Dude's doing my head in. Welcome aboard, Tommy said, offering a smile. Jimbo settled in, crossing his arms. So, Lake Tahoe, yeah? That's the plan, apparently. Soldiers say it's cleared out. Could be a safe haven for us. Or a trap, Mickey said. Either way, we've got to keep moving forward, Tommy said. We don't have many options left. All right, let's do this. Layla started the engine. Lake Tahoe, here we come. Chapter 13. Layla turned the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life. Vibrations pulsed through Tommy's skull as he leaned back against the headrest. Behind him, Mickey stared from the window, his eyes vacant, his skin pale and slick with sweat. Tommy turned to him. You good? Mickey jolted, eyes darting around the van before settling back on the road. Yeah. Fine. In the side mirror, Tommy saw Roxy slam the back doors of their van shut, trapping Kim inside. She barked orders at the rest of the minx, her expression twisting into a scowl. Tommy turned on the stereo, filling the van with the sounds of Rancid through the blown-out speakers. Mickey's fingers tapped against his thigh, still avoiding eye contact. Jimbo cracked open a can. Road trip, Layla revved the engine once more. In the side mirror, the other vans started to move. Layla pulled onto the street, leading the way. The van's engine hummed under Layla's steady hand, the wheels eating up mile after mile of uncertain road. Tommy's fingers drummed on the dashboard. Hey, lighten up, folks, Jimbo grinned. We're punks on tour, remember? He knocked back his beer. Next stop, Zombie Palooza. Mickey snorted, a sound more like a grimace than a laugh. Yeah, headlined by the undead, I suppose. Jimbo chuckled. Ah, they always kill it on stage. The word kill hung heavy in the air for a moment. So, how's the tour been for you lot? Jimbo leaned between the front seats, looking between Layla and Tommy. Any memorable gigs before the world decided to end? Had it only been yesterday that they'd played to a packed house at 924 Gilman Street? God, it felt like a lifetime ago. We've played some decent venues, Tommy said. Last single got us a lot of attention on some of the bigger sites. It's like people are starting to pay attention. Enjoy it, dude. That first push is the best. We're about to record our third album. Jimbo sighed. Mind you, with the way things were going, it was a coin toss whether we'd make it through as a band. Mickey inclined his head. Trouble at mill, huh? Jimbo shrugged, his gaze fixed somewhere on the van's peeling ceiling liner. Let's just say creative differences had turned into creative warfare, almost made the actual apocalypse seem like a good team-building exercise. He threw himself back into his seat. I don't want to keep doing retreads, you know? We need to rip it up, start again. Do what Fugazi did, really push the possibilities. Tommy raised an eyebrow. So, you're bored of punk? I'm bored of stock punk. I'm bored of all these wannabes who fall into some nicely structured rebellion. They're conformists, dude, and they don't even see it. They think they're punk, but they're still dressing like it's 1977. Punk's supposed to be more than just a label, more than just a framework you can slot yourself into. It's about breaking down the walls. So, what? You gonna start doing a post-punk thing or something? Throw in some jazz, a bit of beatboxing? Anything's better than rinse and repeat, you know, Layla sniffed. And let me guess, Zero's not into that? Jimbo shook his head. I tried playing him some other music, experimental stuff, electronica, shoegaze, grime. It's like, if it's not punk or hardcore, he doesn't want to know. He calls himself a purist, but it's falling back on the same old, same old. So limiting. Layla nodded. Well, if you survive this, you'll probably survive anything as a band. Survive? I plan to thrive, dude. Jimbo drummed his fingers on the back of Tommy's seat. First band to tour Post-Apocalypse? Imagine the cred. Could launch a new type of punk rock. Call it zombiecore. Tommy grinned. Yeah, you could have some zombies growling on backing vocals. Jimbo chuckled. Yeah, probably have to keep them on leashes though. Oh crap, our backing guy's just bitten another kid on the front row. Urgh. Jimbo's laughter filled the van, brightening the gloom if only for a moment. They'd have to sign waivers to see us. That's real hardcore. Tommy nodded along to the music as the empty highway slid by. Abandoned cars lay scattered along the shoulders, some with doors ajar, others marred with dark stains. Mickey shifted in his seat, casting a glance Tommy's way. So what's the plan, once we hit Lake Tahoe? Tommy shrugged. Regroup. Get supplies. And then what? I don't know if you've noticed, but we're a long way from Philly. We need to take it one day at a time, man. We'll get there. We just need to keep focused on the now. A bitter laugh escaped Mickey. We're so screwed. Maybe. Tommy frowned. But we've got each other. We'll figure this out. Mickey shook his head, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. Tommy cranked up the volume, allowing Tim Armstrong's gritty vocals to drown out the uncertain future looming before them. He watched Mickey from the corner of his eye as they drove, taking in his twitchy movements. There was no doubt that withdrawal was hitting Mickey hard. Though he had his demons, he always came through for the band when it mattered. But if Mickey derailed now, they were all in trouble. Lila's phone rang and she pressed to answer. Yeah? Hey you. A gravelly voice came through the van's speakers. Layla smiled at Tommy. It's D. Damn right it's D. How you guys holding up in there? Oh, living the dream, as always. You know me, cool as a cucumber. D laughed. I'll believe that when I see it. We've got to do something to lighten the mood around here. I'm starting a game of I Spy. Roxy's already playing along. Sure, knock yourself out. All right, I spy with my little eye something beginning with S. Layla looked down at her hands. Steering wheel? Nope. Try again. Tommy smirked and scanned the area. Sky? Getting warmer, but no cigar. Mickey blinked and glanced around the van. Something. Dee burst out laughing over the speakers. That's almost too clever. But no, it's not something. I mean, it is something. But it's not the word something. So it is something? Mickey asked. Yeah, it's something, but it's not something something. Layla snorted. I'm confused. Tommy glanced back at Mickey and grinned. We all are. All right, my turn, said Jimbo, leaning between the seats. Is it a sentient sausage? What? Layla almost swerved the van. Tommy chuckled. Jimbo, what kind of world do you live in, man? A world where sentient sausages could absolutely be a thing, given everything else that's going on. I mean, you're completely fine with zombies shambling among us, but the idea that a sausage might have an opinion about the drapes is somehow odd to you? Mickey laughed. I mean, Dee hasn't said it's not. It's not, Dee said, but his logic is flawless. Tommy gazed from the window. Is stereo? Nope. Layla sighed. Just tell us what it is, Dee. I'm bored now. A street lamp, Dee said. But I've got to say, the sentient sausage was a close second. Thanks for the distraction. Speak soon. Layla ended the call and Rancid came back through the speakers, the laughter subsiding as a blood-soaked zombie staggered into the road ahead. Layla slammed her foot on the brake pedal, the van screeching to a halt just inches from the thing. The zombie let out a guttural moan and lurched towards them, its fingers clawing at the windshield. Tommy grabbed his guitar from the back, shoved the door open, and leapt outside. He swung with all his might, bashing the zombie's head in, with a sickening crunch. Dark blood and brain matter splattered across the asphalt. Layla jumped out and smashed the zombie off the road with her tire iron. Tommy turned to Layla. You good? I'm good. Why aren't you using your bat? Tommy glanced down at his guitar and flicked gore off its body. I forgot. Old habits. She nodded, breathing hard. Barely scratched the paint, at least. Lucky. Yeah, real lucky. He peered down the highway, spotting more zombies in the distance. They needed to get moving. Layla fired up the engine and Tommy hopped back inside, grabbing a rag to wipe his hands. Mickey groaned, pressing his forehead against the window. Wow, Jimbo said. You two make zombie slaying look like a punk show. Headbanging has never been so literal. Layla chuckled. You didn't fancy joining in the melee? Jimbo raised his eyebrows. You see, I was providing moral support. Very important, that is. Someone has to be the cheerleader, and I was waving my metaphorical pom-poms from the back seat. Tommy grinned. Pom-poms, huh? I didn't know you were so multi-talented. Maybe when this thing's over, we can have you as a dancer at Zombie-Palooza. Jimbo sucked his teeth. Don't underestimate the power of morale in the apocalypse. Also, someone had to keep an eye on Mickey here. Make sure he didn't make a meal for our dead friend. Mickey groaned, but managed a weak smile. You're too kind. Jimbo nodded. I'm selfless like that. You go out, smash some zombie skulls, and I make sure the home front is secure. Tommy glanced at Mickey, his face a pallid mask. Here. Tommy fished an unopened bottle of water out and handed it back to him. Stay hydrated, man. Mickey took a few sips and leaned back, closing his eyes. Layla's phone interrupted the music. Who is it? It's Roxy. Tommy gestured to the screen. Probably checking we haven't been zombified, Layla said. Tommy answered the call. Hey, Rox, what's up? You've got to stop getting out every time there's a deadhead in the way. We'll never make it to Tahoe at this rate. Layla narrowed her eyes, her jaw twitching. Tommy shifted in his seat. How's Kim? She's still with us. Spike doing okay? Yep. All right then. Layla slammed the brakes again. Up ahead, Zero stood at the roadside, his phone aimed at a pack of zombies tearing into a corpse. Layla leaned forward, her mouth gaping. What the hell's he doing? Before Tommy could stop her, she jumped out and stormed over to him. Tommy grabbed his guitar and caught up to her. You got a death wish, dumbass? Layla snatched Zero's phone away. Zero shrugged. Thought the footage might be useful. Useful for what? Tommy snapped. Freaking TikTok? Zero didn't respond. After a silent stare down, Zero swiped his phone, climbed back into his van, and took off. Layla and Tommy exchanged frustrated looks. Tommy slid back into the passenger seat, his nerves on edge. Jimbo leaned forward. Zero, ever the aspiring filmmaker. Probably thinks he's going to make zombies go viral. Again. Tommy shook his head. Going viral isn't much use if you get eaten. It's pointless and dangerous. Jimbo grinned. Well, you've got to admit, if it gives Zero something productive to do, then it can't be all bad. The last thing any of us want is for Zero to get bored and start thinking. Thinking about what? Layla asked as she shifted gears. Connecting dots. Jimbo made exaggerated air quotes. But not just any dots, mind you. These are the kinds of dots that only Zero can see. The flimsiest of details becoming a full-fledged conspiracy theory. Tommy laughed. Oh, so you think he's cooking up some kind of story in that brain of his? You bet. Probably something to do with the globalists, or chemtrails, or how the zombies are actually a false flag operation set up by Big Pharma to bring in martial law. The guy's a gold mine of bullcrap. Tommy frowned. I didn't know you could mine bullcrap. Jimbo sat back and gazed from the window. You'd be surprised what crap you can dig up if you know where to look. Still though, Tommy said, someone needs to keep an eye on him before he gets us all killed for the sake of his art. He watched Zero's van in the side mirror. We can't afford to take stupid risks. Jimbo sighed. It's a far cry from worrying about who drank the last beer in the dressing room, eh? Layla laughed. Yeah, those were the days. As they sped down the road, Tommy tried to call Neve, but couldn't connect to the network. Layla reached over and gave his hand a squeeze. We're gonna make it. Tommy nodded. I hope you're right. There's no hope about it. We're gonna make it. From the back seat, Mickey groaned. Tommy met his eyes. Hey man, you doing okay? Been better. Mickey seemed to force a smile. Got any plez on you? Layla shot Mickey a look. You know, we don't. Yeah, well, maybe you should start. Layla's phone rang. It's Dee, Tommy answered. Yeah? Knock knock. Huh? Knock knock. Tommy frowned. What are you talking about, Dee? Who's there? Layla said, her tone flat. Zombies. Zombies who? Zombies gonna eat your brains if you don't drive faster. Dee cackled and ended the call. Layla and Tommy both shook their heads. Jimbo leaned forward from the back seat. Well, that was crap. Didn't even make sense. He raised a finger. Knock knock. Layla rolled her eyes. Who's there? Zombie Chew. Zombie Chew who? Tommy asked. Zombie chewed my arm off, but I'm all right now. Got a spare one in the back. Layla's brow furrowed. That's worse than Dee's. Wait, I've got another. Knock knock. Tommy groaned. Who's there? Dead. Dead who? Dead tired of all these zombies. Anyone up for a nap? Mickey gave a brief chuckle. Layla shook her head. Don't encourage him, Mickey. The shimmering blue waters of Lake Tahoe eventually came into view, stretching out to the horizon. For a brief moment, all Tommy's worries seemed to fade away. The lake was untouched, pristine. Part of him wanted to pretend just for a second that everything was normal, that they were a band on a road trip, taking in the natural beauty of the high Sierras. No zombies, no chaos, no constant gnawing fear that every moment might be their last. But the images flashing by the van's windows, reflected in the side mirror, made the harsh reality impossible to ignore. Overturned cars, shattered storefronts, dried blood staining the broken asphalt. He glanced over at Layla. Her dark eyes were fixed on the road ahead. Wordlessly, he reached over and put his hand on Layla's shoulder. She met his eyes and gave a slight nod. The van shuddered to a stop. Tommy peered through the grimy window at the still waters of Lake Tahoe, glimmering under the setting sun. A sheen of sweat coated his skin. He prodded Mickey's knee. We're here, man. You comin'? Mickey wiped a shaky hand across his forehead. Nah, I'll catch up. With a sigh, Tommy slid open the van door. The fresh air hit him like a punch in the face. He took a deep breath, the scent of pine doing little to hide the stench from his armpits. Layla and Jimbo stood lakeside, gazing across the water. Tommy's boots crunched on the gravel shore as he approached. It's so calm, Layla said, like nothing's changed. Do you reckon zombies can swim? Jimbo squinted, as if expecting one to pop out of the water at any moment. Tommy glanced at Layla, then shrugged. I doubt it. Most can barely walk straight, let alone perform the breaststroke. Jimbo chuckled. Right, but what if they just sort of sunk to the bottom and did a zombie walk along the lake bed? That's... Layla paused. Actually, not a bad question. Dude, think about it. If they're supposed to be undead, why would they need oxygen? I've seen some of these things climb fences, Tommy said, so it wouldn't surprise me if they adapted somehow. But are they adapting? Layla asked. Or are they just operating on some kind of instinct? Tommy pondered this for a moment. It seems more like instinct. If they were sentient, we'd be in much deeper trouble than we already are. Jimbo nodded. Do we think there's any sort of, cure? Or a way to recover someone who's been zombified? Layla sighed. I think that's beyond our capacity to answer. We're musicians, not scientists. Yeah, but think about it, Jimbo said. What if the solution is musical? What if we find out that a specific chord or rhythm can snap them out of it? Tommy laughed. A resurrection by rock theory, huh? Exactly. Jimbo's grin fell. But it raises questions, you know? Tommy frowned. What do you mean? Jimbo's shoulder jerked. Like if they find a cure and, we've maybe smashed in a few hundred zombie skulls. What's that make us? Tommy's jaw tightened. This wasn't a question he was willing to dwell upon. It makes us survivors. Chapter 14. Roxy and Zero's van sputtered to a stop. Lake Tahoe stretched out before them, its surface a mirror reflecting the early evening sky. One by one, the members of the Furious Minx and Anarchy's Child climbed out of their vans. Tommy, Layla, Jimbo, and Mickey were joined by Roxy, Dee, Zero, and Nix. Look at this view, Roxy said. Isn't it something? Spike climbed down from the back of the Minx van, his face pale, and headed over to join the group. How's Kim? Tommy asked. She's in a bad way, but she hasn't turned yet. Christ, it reeked in there. Dee stretched his legs and rubbed his backside, flashing a grin. I've lost all feeling in my ass sitting for so long. Jimbo spread his arms wide as if embracing the landscape. This would be a stellar location for Zombie Palooza. Can you imagine? A punk festival right here? Zero snorted. Doesn't surprise me it's so quiet here. Probably the globalists using the zombie virus to clear out the cities. Ever heard of the Georgia Guidestones? It's all there. Nix shook his head at Zero. Always chasing ghosts. Got no time for that crap now. We need to find a safe spot to sleep and figure out how to get supplies. Tommy nodded at Nix. He's got a point. As fascinating as it would be to talk about zombie palooza or globalist agendas, we've got immediate issues to handle. Lila pursed her lips, her gaze meeting each of theirs in turn. We're all tired, we're all stressed, but we've got each other, and right now that's what counts. Roxy chuckled. Look at us, getting all sentimental by the lakeside. Who would have thought? She skimmed a stone across the lake's surface, ripples spreading out in concentric circles, disrupting the stillness. Layla sidled up to Tommy. It's getting dark. We need to find somewhere to stay. Tommy consulted the map. There's a campsite not too far from here. We can make it before nightfall if we haul ass. Tommy turned to check on Mickey. He stood slumped against the van, his forehead dripping with sweat. His skin had taken on a grayish pallor that set Tommy's nerves on edge. Mick, you good? Mickey flinched at Tommy's voice and made a weak smile. Yeah, just needed a quick break. I'll be right behind you. Tommy clapped his hand. All right, let's move out, people. We're almost there. The others drifted back towards their vans. Tommy paused by Mickey on his way to the driver's seat. You sure you're good to go, man? Mickey avoided his eyes. Yeah. Like I said, right behind you. Tommy studied him for another moment, then climbed behind the wheel. He turned the key in the ignition, and the van rumbled to life. Layla sank onto the passenger seat as Jimbo clambered into the back. Tommy tapped on the steering wheel as Mickey remained standing outside, leaning on the van. Killing the engine, Tommy hopped out and crossed over to Mickey. Mick, time to go, brother. No response. He grabbed Mickey's shoulder and gave him a shake. Mickey. Mickey's eyes fluttered open, glazed, and unfocused. Huh. Oh, yeah, I'm coming. As Mickey fumbled for the door handle, his legs gave out. Tommy caught him before he face-planted the asphalt. Whoa, 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 easy there. Sliding Mickey's arm over his shoulder, he supported most of his weight as he guided him to the van. Layla opened the side door, concern etched on her brow as she helped Mickey inside. What's wrong with him now? Just the withdrawal. Let's get moving. We'll figure this out on the road. Layla nodded and slid the door closed once Mickey was settled. Tommy jumped back behind the wheel, his pulse quickening as he calculated the dwindling daylight against the distance remaining. Foot on the gas pedal, the van rolled out. Tommy kept his eyes locked on the road while the van tore down the empty highway, the sky darkening. Beside him, Layla fidgeted with the radio, static cut in and out between bursts of faint classical music. Tommy's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his pulse a rapid drumbeat. After a few long minutes, the van's tires crunched on gravel as Tommy pulled into the lakeside campground. He cut the engine, letting the sudden silence fill the air. He swept his gaze across the clearing framed by towering pines and the glassy lake beyond. No signs of life, nor of death. So far, so good. He gestured to Mickey, slumped in the back seat. Let's get him out first. Careful, though. Go slow. Together, he and Layla eased Mickey from the van. Tommy exchanged a worried look with Layla as they half-carried, half-dragged Mickey towards the fire pit. Once they had Mickey settled, Layla kept watch over him. Roxy hopped out of her van, stretching her arms overhead. How's it looking? Tommy hesitated. Not great. Mickey's really out of it. Roxy glanced over at Layla, who was crouched next to Mickey's inert form. Is it, you know? Withdrawal. Damn. You've got to keep an eye on him. Could get bad quick. The bassist in our old band got into Plez. Let's just say it didn't end well. Tommy swallowed hard and nodded. Shadows stretched long across the ground. And what about your current one? Roxy glanced towards the van and shrugged. Not checked since we last stopped. She shook her head. I don't know, man. We're getting like Spinal Tap with drummers. Tommy laughed despite himself. He spun at the sound of boots crunching on gravel behind him. Jimbo ambled over, guitar case slung across his back. Who wants to go for a swim? A half-smile almost formed on Tommy's face, but his gaze involuntarily shifted back to Mickey. Jimbo followed the line of sight, his own smile dimming. He's not doing so hot, huh? No. Tommy exhaled. Setting his guitar aside, Jimbo placed a hand on Tommy's shoulder. He'll get through this. We'll make sure of it, yeah? For a long moment, they stood together in silence, the dying rays of the setting sun casting its glow through the trees. All right, enough moping. We need to lighten the atmosphere around here. Jimbo cupped his hands around his mouth. Who wants to help me set up the first annual Zombie Palooza? Layla let out a laugh. Tommy found himself chuckling, too. I'm in, Dee called out, springing to his feet from his spot by the water's edge. Layla rolled her eyes. You're ridiculous, both of you. Oh, come on. It'll be fun. Jimbo swung his guitar back over his shoulder. We've got an entire lakefront stage here. I'm envisioning pyrotechnics, perhaps some hydraulic lifts. Screw punk rock, man. We can be like Kiss. Tommy shook his head, a quiet laugh escaping his lips. Even Zero managed a rare grin. Chapter 15. As the sun dipped below the trees, Tommy turned to the others. Let's get a fire started. Nix, can you take first watch? Sure thing. As Jimbo and Zero dragged logs over to the fire pit, Layla scrounged up some kindling. The ensuing crackle and warmth of the flames loosened the tension knotting Tommy's shoulders. They passed around cans of lukewarm beans, eating without conversation. After they finished, Tommy took over the watch, keeping his bat close at hand. One by one, the others' breaths transitioned from wakefulness to sleep as they nestled into their sleeping bags near the fire. Tommy's eyes remained fixed on the dark outline of the forest, his ears straining for any telltale sounds. A distant howl sliced through the silence, jolting him upright, his hands gripping his bat. He strained his eyes, trying to pierce the inky blackness that enveloped their makeshift camp. The howl echoed again, this time from a different direction. Were they wolves, coyotes, or something far worse? He debated waking the others, but they needed their rest, and raising a false alarm could only serve to deplete and demoralize them further. He paced the perimeter of their camp, scrutinizing the darkness for any signs of movement. A twig snapped in the trees to his left and he whirled around. A minute stretched out in tense silence. A groan reverberated from the woods. No animal produced a sound like that. Guys, up now! Mickey sprang to life, scrambling to his feet, while the others roused, bleary and disoriented. We've got company. Zero nodded, marching off with his rifle at the ready. I told you we couldn't trust those pigs. Tommy took his position, facing the narrow path that led up to their camp. Quiet descended upon them. Even the nocturnal choir of crickets and frogs had ceased their noise. The sound of shifting debris came through the trees. Steeling himself, Tommy tightened his grip on the bat, ready to swing at the first hint of movement. His muscles coiled, ready to strike as a zombie staggered from the trees. Its eyes, milky and vacant, locked onto him. It emitted a guttural moan as it shambled forward. With a surge of adrenaline, Tommy swung his bat, the impact resonating with a sickening crack against the zombie's skull. It crumpled to the ground, lifeless once more. 2 more burst from the trees. Zombies! Tommy's call echoed around him, his nerves tingling with adrenaline. He swung again, catching another undead square in the face, sending it careening into a bush. His comrades were on their feet now, hastily arming themselves. Lila, wielding a tire iron, joined Tommy in the fray, each swing a brutal dance. Behind them, Dee wielded a tree branch like a makeshift spear, dispatching a zombie with precision strikes to the ear or neck. "Tommy, on your left!" Tommy swiveled at Layla's warning, narrowly avoiding the snapping jaws of another assailant. A swift, brutal strike to its knees brought it down, allowing Layla to deliver the coup de grace to its skull. Gunshots cracked from high in a tree as Zero took out a dozen zombies with his rifle. They stood waiting, but only silence came. Tommy's breaths came thick and fast, his chest heaving. "Is that all of them?" Layla scanned the darkness. "I don't know." Zero let off another gunshot, and the forest fell silent again. "We're clear." After several minutes of tense vigilance, it appeared they had weathered the onslaught. They had survived. But remaining in this vulnerable position was out of the question. "We should get moving," Layla said. "No telling if more are coming, so let's get as far away from here as possible." "Agreed," Tommy said. "Let's grab what we can and get going. Any suggestions on where we head next?" "Let's just pick a direction and keep going," Dee said. "We'll find something, surely." "Dee's right," Tommy said. "We head east, along the highway. We keep our eyes peeled for shelter and supplies. We'll get through this, one day at a time." Nods and muted agreements followed his statement. As they prepared to move, Tommy locked eyes with Roxy, who offered a weak smile. Bat slung over his shoulder, Tommy cast a final glance at the scattered dead they were leaving behind. Then it came. A low, mournful groan. Everyone froze, their eyes meeting in shared alarm. The groan sounded again, undeniably closer. Grabbing a torch, Tommy gestured for Zero to accompany him. With a grunt of irritation, Zero followed as Tommy moved along a game trail. Sweeping the torch beam from side to side, Tommy sought the origin of the noise. A glint in the distance caught his attention. His body tensed, ready for flight. Torchlight shone into a pair of eyes. Tommy stared at those glowing eyes in frozen silence. "Just Bambi having a freak-out," Zero said, his voice tinged with nervous relief as the animal bolted through the trees. Whatever had alarmed that deer was still potentially lurking in the shadows. "Let's head back." Tommy met Zero's eyes. "You sure it's clear?" "Pig said it was clear, right? So it must be clear." Tommy held up his hands. "What else did we have to go on? For all we know, he could have been telling the truth. More likely leading us into a trap. Not everything's a conspiracy, you know." Zero sniffed. "No, you're right. We should do exactly what the man tells us all the time." "That's not what I said." "Nah, it's fine. You're one of the sheeple. I get that. Takes a while to undo globalist programming. You need to take the red pill, man." Tommy sighed. "Because this reality's so amazing? Did you even watch The Matrix?" "Yeah, I watched it. Predictive programming, that's why we fight. That's why we have to resist every single goddamn day." Tommy swept his torch beam through the trees. "Maybe you're right, but we need to get back to the others. Just need to make sure it's clear of those things." "Yeah, it's clear." Zero stomped off ahead. "We're good." As they returned to the campsite, all eyes turned towards them. "What was it?" Layla asked. "Just a freaked-out deer," Tommy said. "Nothing to worry about." "You sure about that, Tommy?" Roxy said. "Looks like you two saw a ghost out there." "Honestly?" Tommy shrugged. "I think that deer was running from something. Don't know what it was, but..." His voice trailed off. Silence enveloped the group, the weight of his words settling in. "So what's the plan then?" Mickey asked. "We can't just sit here waiting for whatever's out there to find us." "You're right." Tommy took a deep breath and turned to the others. "All right, everyone, listen up. We need to move now. It's not safe here anymore." Murmurs of assent rippled through the group. "Let's gather our things quickly and quietly. We'll head east on the highway like we planned. See if we can find shelter in one of the small towns on the way. The campsite erupted into motion as everyone packed up their belongings. Sleeping bags were rolled, scattered cans collected, and bags stuffed into the vans. All the while, Tommy kept his baseball bat gripped tightly, his eyes and ears strained for signs of another attack. Within a few minutes, they had loaded the last of their supplies. Tommy did a final sweep of the darkened trees surrounding them before gesturing to the group. "All right, let's move out." He climbed into the driver's seat, his fingers tapping on the cracking vinyl steering wheel as the others filed in. Layla took the passenger seat next to him and squeezed his arm. Tommy turned the key in the ignition, and the van rumbled to life. Headlights glowed in the side mirror as the other vehicles lined up behind Tommy. He took one last deep breath, then pulled the van onto the deserted rural highway, the velvet blackness of the woods enveloping them on both sides. An air of uneasy anticipation settled over the van as they drove onward into the unknown night. Chapter 16. For the first hour, they passed only dark, abandoned towns. Tommy kept the speed slow, wary of crashed cars or other hazards lurking on the road. His head throbbed, but he tried to ignore it, focused only on getting them as far away from Lake Tahoe as possible. Around the 2-hour mark, the pain was becoming hard to disregard. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead despite the chill air blowing through the open windows. Layla stirred and eyed him. "You need a break?" "No, I'm good." "Bullcrap, you look like you're about to pass out. Let me drive for a while." With a resigned sigh, he eased the van to the roadside and swapped seats with Layla. As Layla pulled the van back onto the road, Tommy struggled to keep his eyes open. Despite his best efforts, he soon slipped into restless sleep, punctuated by vivid nightmares of reaching zombie hands and milky eyes peering from the darkness. A few hours later, Tommy jolted awake with a gasp, momentarily disoriented. The van was no longer moving. He peered from the window. They were parked at an abandoned gas station. The others stood by the pumps, keeping watch with weapons ready as Dee attempted to get the fuel flowing. Tommy opened the van door, feeling somewhat recovered after his rest. He walked over to where Layla stood watching the tree line. "Any signs of trouble?" She shook her head. "All quiet. Ran into a bit of luck. These pumps still work. Once we fuel up, we should be good to keep moving." While the others filled gas cans to take with them, Tommy stepped into the small station shop in search of supplies. The place had been looted, shelves picked clean. But after rummaging around behind the counter, he unearthed a forgotten box of protein bars. It wasn't much, but every little bit helped. Back on the road, Layla once again took the driver's seat. "Get some more rest." Tommy didn't argue. As they continued their eastward journey, he alternated between fitful dozing and staring out the window at the empty, unlit towns they passed. The first faint glow of dawn broke across the horizon when Tommy awoke again. Layla looked exhausted, dark circles under her eyes as she drove on through the gray morning light. "Hey, let me take over for a while," Tommy said. "You need a break." Layla pulled over and they changed places. The sun continued to rise as they drove, revealing a landscape still devoid of any signs of life. After a while, a supermarket loomed ahead of them. Tommy signaled for the others to stop. Layla stirred. "What's going on?" "Supermarket." He pulled into the parking lot. "Let's get stocked up." Killing the engine, Tommy turned to Mickey and Jimbo in the back. "Grab anything you can use as a weapon. We do this quick and quiet, get what we need and get gone. No unnecessary risks." They nodded. Tommy picked up his baseball bat, feeling the comforting solidity of it. His eyes met Mickey's, who was slouched on the back seat. "You gonna be okay staying here?" Mickey bit down on his bottom lip. "If it's all the same, I'm coming with you." Tommy nodded. "All right, just take care, yeah?" Taking a deep breath, he turned to Layla. "Time to go." The door creaked open, and Layla stepped out. Tommy followed, stretching his back. Mickey stumbled out from the back seat, Jimbo following close behind. From the other vans, more of them emerged. Roxy climbed out and gazed at the supermarket's entrance. Zero, his rifle slung across his back, scanned the deserted parking lot, his jaw set tight. Dee popped out next, followed by Nix wielding a fire axe. Spike staggered out from the back of the Minx van, his features drawn. The group converged, casting wary glances at the supermarket. For a moment, no one spoke. Tommy broke the silence. Seems quiet, but I'm not sure what we'll find in there. Could be trouble. Stay sharp. Nods and quiet murmurs of agreement rippled through the group. Tommy pointed his bat towards the dark maw of the supermarket's entrance. Let's go in quiet. Stay together. Grab essentials only. Food, meds, batteries, no unnecessary noise. He approached the front doors ahead of the others, alert for any sound or sudden movement. Damn it. It's locked. With a deep breath, Zero shot off the lock and kicked open the door. Tommy tensed, expecting an ambush, but the place was still and silent. Zero swept inside, his rifle aimed and ready. Clear. Tommy stepped inside, sweeping his flashlight beam over chaotic aisles. Shelves lay tipped and ransacked, contents strewn across the tiled floor. The beam glinted off shattered glass and debris as he moved deeper into the cavernous interior. He motioned for the others to follow. Layla and Roxy broke right, while Dee and Spike went left. Nix and Mickey followed Tommy down the center aisles, while Zero remained on guard, near the door. Only their muted footsteps and the buzzing of freezers filled the air. They gathered what intact supplies remained, stuffing them into backpacks and duffel bags. Tommy remained on high alert, his bat clenched tight. Each small noise made him flinch, a pill bottle rattling across the floor, glass crunching underfoot. As Nix rifled through the health section, Tommy kept watch at the end of the aisle. A hint of movement caught his eye. He jerked the light towards it. Only a dangling strip of plastic. He signaled for Mickey and Nix to hurry up. Regrouping in the central aisle, they compared hauls in hushed tones. It was more than they could have hoped for, enough to sustain them for several days if rationed. Let's round up the others and get the hell out of here. They jogged towards the rear of the store. Tommy's shoe skidded on something, almost sending him flying. A dark puddle shimmered under his flashlight. Blood. Tommy's throat went dry. He swept his beam to the left, revealing more thick pools of it trailing off into the shadows. Guys, we need to go. What's up? Dee asked. Tommy shone his torch at the blood. Dee inclined his head. That looks pretty fresh. Could be from the meat section. A crash reverberated through the store. Tommy spun around and aimed his flashlight towards the noise. Dudes! Jimbo called. Deadheads! Moaning and dragging footsteps echoed around them. From the depths of the stockroom, a shuffling horde of zombies emerged. Grabbing a can of peas, Tommy hurled it at the nearest one. Looks like dinner's served, you ugly mothers. The can struck the leading zombie squarely between its milky eyes, causing it to stagger back, its arms flailing. Jimbo laughed and seized a can of beans, lobbing it into the horde. It bounced off a zombie's forehead with a hollow thunk. As more zombies shuffled forward, Layla took up her tire iron, cracking skulls with precision. Tommy grabbed a nearby shopping cart, rushing forward, and plowing into the crowd of undead, sending bodies flying. Roxy leapt forward, wielding a broken wine bottle, stabbing, slashing. From the hardware section, Zero revved up a chainsaw. The machine's roar drowned out the moans of the advancing zombies. This solo's going to bring the house down, Zero charged forward. The whirring blades made quick work of necks and limbs. Severed body parts flew through the air, trailing arcs of blood. Without a word, Mickey charged forward, brandishing a frozen turkey. One tried to grab his arm, but Mickey shook it off and swung the turkey, sending the zombie sprawling as Layla finished it off with her tire iron. Having fun over there? Tommy asked. Mickey grinned. Just keeping the beat, bro. Behind you. Starting at Tommy's warning, Mickey swung the turkey into the zombie's torso with all his might, sending it crashing into two others. Zero jumped in to finish the job with his chainsaw. In the distance, Dee's laughter echoed from the freezer aisle. Tommy jogged over as Dee slammed a freezer door shut, muffled groans emanating from within as zombies pounded against the metal. Chill out in there, you rotting freaks. Tommy shook his head. What the hell are you doing, Dee? Just having a bit of fun, Tommy boy. Lured him in here with a trail of stakes. Hansel and Gretel style. Worked like a charm. Through the small windows, Tommy saw at least 6 undead faces leering back at him, snapping jaws biting at empty air. "There's more," Spike yelled. Layla and Mickey took positions on either side of the entrance, their weapons at the ready. Tommy glanced at the baby products, a pang of sadness hitting him. Bottles, nappies, tiny clothes, all reminders of the normal life he used to have. Of his son Sean and his girlfriend Neve, waiting for him back home in Philadelphia. Were they even still alive? He closed his eyes, picturing Sean's chubby face, his giggle as he bounced him on his knee, the smell of baby shampoo in his soft hair. No, he couldn't think about them now. He had to stay focused. Tommy turned to the others. "Spike, Roxy, take either side of that aisle. Get ready to flank whatever's back there." They moved into position without argument. "Zero, you're with me. We'll go straight down the center, move fast and quiet." Zero revved his chainsaw and grinned. "Let's rock." The groans grew louder. Another moan. This one closer. Tommy clicked on his flashlight. The beam illuminated a pack of zombies feasting on one of their own. One looked up, its mouth dripping with blood, and snarled, alerting the others to their presence. Before the zombies had time to stand, Zero charged forward, his chainsaw roaring as it carved up a zombie's skull, spraying blood and flesh. Tommy swung his bat wildly, splitting a zombie's skull open, spewing rotten brain matter across the freezer cabinets. Jimbo struck out with a frying pan, each hit striking a hollow clang. Spike and Roxy appeared, stabbing and slashing with frenzied intensity. But more zombies came. "Fall back," Tommy shouted. The zombies pursued them mindlessly. Layla wielded her tire iron with lethal grace, felling zombie after zombie. Dee spilled a bottle of olive oil across the floor, causing zombies to slip and stumble. Zero shoved past, cutting the fallen zombies with his chainsaw. More zombies staggered towards them. Tommy ripped a metal bar off a shelf and swung it at the nearest zombie, its skull caving in with a thick crunch. Layla grabbed a jar of salsa and smashed it over another zombie's head. Red chunks of tomato splattered everywhere. Mickey ran by wielding his frozen turkey, yelling incoherently. Tommy bashed and crunched his way through the mob, splintering bone and pulping rotted flesh. Swinging his bat in a wide arc, he cracked 3 zombie skulls in quick succession, their bodies crumpling to the floor. Layla grabbed a fire extinguisher off the wall. As a zombie lunged at her, she pressed the lever, blasting it point blank with freezing vapor. The zombie recoiled, its face coated in frost. She slammed the canister down on the zombie's head, driving it to the ground. Tommy sprinted towards a row of propane tanks, banging on the metal shelves to lure the remaining zombies. They shuffled after him in a mindless herd. He grabbed a cloth from a nearby shelf and stuffed it into a tank's nozzle. Mickey tossed him a lighter. With shaking hands, Tommy flicked it on and held the flame to the cloth. "Get to the front door. Now." He waited for the zombies to get closer before turning to run. The tank exploded just as he dove through the entrance, the concussive force knocking him off his feet. He hit the ground hard as flames erupted behind him, swallowing the store and the zombies within it. His ears rang from the deafening blast. As the smoke cleared, silence fell over the parking lot. Mickey helped him up, clapping a hand on his shoulder. "Nice work, boss." Tommy nodded, adrenaline still pumping through his veins. Layla gestured to the doors. "Did anyone actually grab any food before blowing up the damn supermarket?" "I did," Dee said. "But, I used it as zombie bait." Man, that was intense. Jimbo tossed his dented frying pan aside. "But we kicked their rotten asses." "Hell yeah, we did," Dee said, giving Jimbo a high five. Tommy did a quick head count. They'd all made it somehow. Spike gave a thumbs up from the entrance. "All good. No stragglers." "Then let's get the hell out of here," Layla said, "before more show up." They trudged away from the burning supermarket, the acrid smoke stinging their eyes. Tommy's ears still rang from the explosion, muffling the distant crackle of flames. Layla coughed and waved her hand in front of her face. "So much for picking up supplies. Now what?" Tommy shook his head, trying to clear the haze clouding his thoughts. "We keep moving. Find a safe place to hunker down before nightfall." Beside him, Mickey shuffled. Man, that blast fried my last nerve. I need a fix bad. Tommy gripped Mickey's shoulder, locking eyes with him. Not now, Mickey. You've got to stay sharp. Mickey yanked his shoulder away. You don't get it, man. I can't just turn this off. Hey, cool it, you two. Layla eyed them both, her lip curled. We've got bigger problems, you know. Mickey sniffed and marched back towards the van. Layla lit a cigarette with shaking hands. That was too close. Tommy nodded, rubbing his eyes. The grisly scenes from the supermarket kept flashing through his mind, refusing to fade away. Taking a deep breath, he turned to help as Spike and the others began unloading their haul. They'd scraped together a better stash than he'd initially thought. Bags stuffed with canned foods and medical supplies. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Layla joined them and started sorting through it all, dividing the rations between the three groups. You should eat something. She handed Tommy a can of peaches. You haven't had anything since yesterday. Tommy shook his head. I'm fine. Save it for the others. But Layla set the can down and narrowed her eyes. Tommy, you need to keep your strength up. We need you at your best right now. Managing a tired smile, he accepted the offered can. All right, but just half, okay? Mickey likes these too. A shout rang out across the parking lot. Roxy ran towards them, almost breathless. Has anyone seen Kim? Chapter 17. Tommy approached the Minx van, the asphalt black and silent beneath his feet. As he neared, the stench hit him, a miasma of death and decay that clawed at the back of his throat. Inside, the van's guts were laid bare in disarray. Instruments lay scattered. The space where Kim had been quarantined was now a void. A pang of loss twinged in his chest, not just for Kim, but for the semblance of life the instruments once represented. He reached out to right an overturned guitar, its neck cracked, its strings limp. Smells like the grave. Roxy leaned against the van's frame, her arms folded across her chest. We should have never let her stay back here alone, not like this. Tommy nodded. We thought we were doing the best for her, for all of us. He glanced at Roxy, her features drawn tight. We need to find her. We can't just leave her out there not knowing. Roxy's eyes met his. Then we find her, she said, pushing away from the van. Let's just hope to hell she's still. Her voice trailed off, leaving the unsaid words hanging between them. She's gone. Kim's gone. It's like she evaporated, Spike said, peering into the murky glass of the van's rear window. This isn't good, Dee said. Not good at all. Tommy scanned the others' faces, their expressions tight with a dread that twisted his insides. All right, listen up. We're not splitting up, we're not getting sloppy. We move as one and we find Kim. Eyes open. Stay sharp. Bad idea. Eyes open. Bad idea. Layla's expression hardened as she stepped forward. She can't have gone far, not on her own. We should spread out in small groups. Do a quick sweep of the area. Tommy nodded. All right, but we shouldn't be alone. We need to have each other's back, all right? They branched out into two groups, feet crunching over debris. Shattered glass littered the lot, reflecting back the pallid light. Tommy let his instincts lead, Roxy and Zero close behind. The bushes at the edge of the lot bore the scars of a struggle. Branches snapped, leaves trampled. A path of disruption in the otherwise untouched foliage. The grip on his bat tightened with each step. Kim. Roxy's voice cracked the silence. Here. Tommy stopped and gestured to a discarded bandage stained with darkening blood. Boot prints staggered and swirled in disarray. Over here, Roxy said, her voice low and urgent. Tommy's pulse hammered in his ears as they stepped through the bushes. But as they emerged into the clearing, they found nothing. We'll keep looking, Tommy said. We'll find her. We owe her that much. They pressed on, and after a minute or so, Roxy stopped and held up a hand, her head tilted to one side. Tommy joined her. What is it? Shh. A soft rustling came through the trees, a collective pause, a shared intake of breath, and then the sound came again. Tommy exchanged a glance with Roxy and Zero gave a silent nod towards the movement. Amid the dense growth, a shadowy figure sat huddled, poking something on the ground. Kim? Roxy's mouth gaped as Kim turned to them, the remains of a crow hanging from her mouth. Tommy met those milky eyes and his throat turned dry. Roxy's hand flew to her mouth, and Zero's expression hardened. Kim's skin, once the color of warm life, was now a sickly pallor. She gazed emptily at the group. The change was undeniable. She was one of them. Tommy stood frozen. Zero stepped forward, his eyes hard, his rifle drawn. Tommy glared. "What are you doing, Zero?" "There ain't another way. This is it. This is what we do. What we have to do." Roxy shoved him aside. "Come on, there's gotta be something we can't just..." Zero held his rifle firm. "But we can, she's gone. What's left ain't Kim, it's a walking corpse." "She's one of us," Tommy said. "We don't just give up on our own." "No." Zero's voice came out in a flat tone. "She's one of them. We can't rush this. There's no coming back from this, Zero." "Back from what?" Layla's voice cut through the tension. Mickey, Spike, Dee, and Jimbo close behind. Tommy gestured towards Kim. "She's turned, and Zero wants to take her out." Layla looked between Zero and Kim. "Ain't no way I'm gonna let you shoot her." Zero sniffed. "You speak like she's still alive. She's gone, and that thing is a danger to us." "I'm with Zero," Spike said. "She said if she turned, this is what she wanted, for us to survive, to not end up like that." "What if it were me?" Mickey gestured to Kim. "Would you do the same? Just leave me to be that?" Zero's jaw clenched. "If it gets to that, yeah, it's what any of us would have to do." The crease on Lila's brow deepened. "What if there's a cure? Or something? Some way to what? Turn her back?" Zero shook his head. "This ain't a fairy tale. There ain't no magic kiss to wake her up." Kim rose to her feet, a groan erupting from within. The crow's remains tumbled from her mouth. She stepped forward, her movements disjointed, jerky. A single shot rang out through the trees. Kim fell, a marionette with severed strings. Time stuttered. Everyone stood motionless. Layla's eyes met Tommy's, but neither of them spoke. Roxy stared down at Kim lying face first in the dirt. "Is she..." Zero gave a single nod. "It's over." Roxy whirled on him, fury etched across her face. "You didn't have to do that. We could have helped her. We could have..." Her voice broke and tears rolled down her cheeks. Zero lowered the rifle, his jaw set. There was no helping her, she was already gone. He gestured to Kim. "That wasn't Kim anymore, and you all know it. I did what had to be done." "By murdering her?" Roxy shot back. "She deserved better than that." "Yeah? And what about what we deserve?" Zero's nostrils flared. "Or does our safety not matter anymore?" "Of course it matters," Tommy said. "But we're family. We don't just give up on each other." Zero let out a hollow laugh. "Family? Is that what you think we are?" He shook his head. "I'm looking to survive. That thing," he nudged Kim's body with his boot, "would have ripped us all apart given the chance." Tommy's hands curled into fists. He moved towards Zero, but Layla grabbed his arm, holding him back. "Arguing won't help anything now," she said. "What's done is done." Tommy wrenched his arm free. "Yeah, Zero murdered Kim. That's what's done." Zero sneered. "Get off your high horse. I did what I had to do to survive. Not all of us can afford your precious morals." "Maybe we should keep moving," Spike said. The gunshot was loud. It might attract more of them. A guttural moan echoed through the trees, followed by the sounds of snapping twigs and rustling underbrush. Everyone froze, exchanging alarmed glances. Zero hefted his rifle. "Just more to put down. I'm not afraid to do what needs doing." Spike grabbed his arm. "Don't be stupid, man. There could be dozens of them out there. Save your ammo." More moans filtered between the trees, seeming to come from multiple directions. Tommy pointed towards the parking lot. "Back to the vans, now." They took off, running, stumbling over the uneven ground. The moans grew louder behind them, mixed with the sounds of pursuit. "Go! Go!" Tommy crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping against his face. Risking a glance back, he saw the zombies shambling after them. Beside him, Roxy slipped on a mossy log and went down with a cry. Tommy skidded to a stop and hauled her to her feet, just as a zombie lurched from the bushes towards them. Gripping his bat, Tommy swung with all his might, the crack of the impact ringing through the woods. The zombie collapsed, its skull caved in. "Come on!" Tommy pulled Roxy along as they sprinted to catch up with the others. Just ahead, Spike gave a strangled shout as gnarled hands grasped at his jacket from behind a tree. Layla rushed to his aid, plunging her tire iron into the zombie's eye socket, black ichor spurting. The group ran on, the snarls of the undead horde at their heels. Tommy broke through the tree line into the parking lot, but between them and the vans staggered at least a dozen zombies, blank white eyes turning towards them. "We gotta fight through," Tommy shouted. "We get to the vans no matter what." With cries of effort and determination, they charged into the shambling mob, weapons swinging. Tommy smashed in head after head, the crunch of bone, the splatter of rot. All around him, bandmates battled for their lives. A zombie latched onto Dee's arm. Mickey slammed a shoulder into its ribs, sending it sprawling. Another grabbed Jimbo's leg. Roxy darted in and hacked at the zombie's wrist with her machete, severing its hand. But for every zombie they took down, more seemed to arrive. Tommy bashed a path to the lead van's door. "Get inside! Hurry!" One by one they scrambled in, Jimbo bleeding from his mouth. Tommy vaulted into the driver's seat last and gunned the engine. "Floor it," Layla said. The van's tires spun, kicking up gravel as they shot forward. In the side mirror, Tommy glimpsed another cluster of zombies break from the tree line. They staggered after the vehicles, but quickly fell behind, disappearing as the convoy sped away. He turned to Jimbo in the back. "What happened to your mouth? You haven't been—" "No, dude." Jimbo raised his hands. "Got smacked in the mouth by a thorn bush or something." He wiped the blood with a sleeve. "Damn it, that stings." Layla dragged a tissue from the glove box. "Here." Jimbo dabbed his mouth. "Thanks." They drove without speaking, putting as much distance between themselves and the supermarket as possible. The reality of the situation, Kim dead by Zero's hand, the group once again fleeing into the unknown, threatened to overwhelm him. He pushed it down. They needed leadership now more than ever, and there was no way he'd let Zero take charge. After 15 tense minutes, Tommy cleared his throat. "We should pull over soon, figure out our next move." Jimbo's eyes stayed fixed on the road. "Where? Those things are everywhere." "I know, it's Kim, man, I can't get her out of my head, you know?" Jimbo leaned forward. What choice did he have, Tommy? Kim was one of them. That wasn't Kim anymore. Layla sniffed. "And what if there's a cure out there? What if we just need to hold on, keep them secure until then?" Jimbo spread his hands. "I don't know, dude. There's so much we don't know about any of this. We just gotta keep on keeping on, and maybe that means we look out for the living until this whole thing's done with. But what if they're still in there somewhere, aware, feeling, trapped?" Her question hung between them. The thought twisted in Tommy's mind. He hadn't allowed himself to dwell on the possibility, the notion that each one they put down might be a prison of flesh, holding a consciousness screaming for release. Layla sighed. This isn't just about survival anymore. It's about who we are, who we become in the face of all this. The silence returned. Jimbo looked down, his hands clasped between his knees. Maybe Zero did us a mercy. Maybe he spared her from becoming a monster in her own mind. Mickey leaned back, his gaze distant. It's messed up, isn't it? We're fighting to stay alive, but what are we doing to keep hold of who we are? Tommy didn't have the answers. He stared ahead, focusing on the road. Chapter 18. The empty highway stretched before them, a gray ribbon cutting through the landscape. Tommy's fingers tapped on the steering wheel as he drove, keeping pace with the beat of his racing heart. Beside him, Layla stared from the passenger window, her forehead resting against the glass. The horrors they had witnessed that day had taken a toll on her. He could see it in the hard set of her jaw, the tension in her shoulders, the haunted look in her eyes when she thought no one was watching. In the back, Mickey slumped in his seat. Every now and then his leg would bounce with nervous energy before settling again. Jimbo kept craning his neck to peer behind them, as if expecting the nightmares to come at any moment. They were musicians, not warriors. It wasn't fair. but the universe didn't care about fair. "How much longer until we stop?" Mickey asked, breaking the tension. Tommy shrugged. "Maybe 60 miles. Mickey sighed. "I just want to rest up somewhere, man. I'm sick of having to bash in zombie skulls. Is that too much to ask?" Layla turned from the window. "We need to move forward together, not start questioning each other." "We're still a long way from Philly," Tommy said. "Yeah, dudes," Jimbo said. "Chin up and spirits high, yeah?" Mickey nodded. The van roared down the empty highway. The stench of death and decay hung thick in the air despite their speed. Looking out the window, he could see shuffling figures dotting the landscape. Lone zombies wandering aimlessly or feasting on long-dead remains. His mind drifted to images of Neve and Sean. How long had it been since he'd spoken to them? Were they still alive? He tried to push the thoughts from his mind and focus on the road ahead. Just get back to Philly. That's all that mattered. Rounding a bend, Tommy slammed the brakes as a mass of zombies swarmed the road. Rotting bodies packed together, oblivious to the van barreling towards them. "Bloody hell," Jimbo gripped Tommy's headrest. "Where'd they all come from?" There's thousands of them," Layla whispered. Mickey slumped back. "We're screwed, totally screwed." Jimbo elbowed him. "Stow it with the doom and gloom crap. We'll get out of this. Tommy knows what he's doing. Don't you, Tommy?" What could he say? The odds of fighting their way through a horde that size were 0, but giving up wasn't an option. Not yet. They had to keep trying, had to keep moving. "Hold on." Tommy slammed his foot on the accelerator and the van surged forward. The speedometer needle swept past 60 miles per hour, 70 miles per hour, 80, as the van rattled and shook violently. Jimbo whooped. "Go, baby, go!" Tommy yanked the wheel to the left, barely avoiding an overturned trailer. "There's too many of them!" Layla shrieked, her gaze sweeping across the undead horde ahead of them. "Just keep driving, don't stop," Mickey said. The horde was a churning sea of gnashing teeth and grasping arms, threatening to overwhelm them if they slowed even for a moment. Tommy jerked the wheel hard to the right, tires screeching in protest as he took the off-ramp at breakneck speed. "Hold on tight." Tommy yanked the wheel to the left and the van bumped up over the curb, rumbling back up over the grassy embankment to rejoin the highway. When the other vans appeared in the side mirror behind them, Tommy let out a breath. "How are you holding up back there?" "We're all good," Jimbo said. "Looks like everyone broke through." "Mickey?" "I'm fine, head hurts, but I'm fine." Tommy tapped Layla's arm. "You okay?" She turned towards him, her eyes bleary with exhaustion. "I'll make it. We don't have a choice." He nodded. They lapsed back into watchful silence. Eventually, Layla's head started drooping. "Get some sleep," Tommy said. "I can keep going." She mumbled in protest, but her eyes were already closing. Within minutes, she was slumped against the window, breathing slowly in deep sleep. They were alive. They were together. For now, at least, that was enough. After a while, Jimbo opened the map on his knees and traced a long route towards the east coast with a finger. "What you thinking?" Tommy asked. Jimbo gave a wry smile. "How you at blackjack?" Tommy frowned. "What do you mean?" "Looks like we're headed to Reno." Episode 9. Chapter 19. Tommy squinted against the harsh midday sun, one hand on the wheel as he guided the van along the desert highway. Beside him, Layla was dozing, her head resting against the window. In the back, Mickey fidgeted restlessly, while Jimbo stared out at the scrubby vegetation passing by. The silence hung heavy in the van, the grim events of recent days weighing on them all. "How much longer till we reach Reno?" Mickey asked. "Should be there in an hour or so," Tommy said, eyes fixed on the road ahead. Jimbo leaned forward, clapping a hand on Mickey's shoulder. "We'll be resting our weary bones soon enough." He glanced at Tommy. "Maybe even try our luck at the tables, eh?" Tommy grunted. "I'd settle for a hot meal and a warm bed right about now." "Come on, where's your sense of adventure?" "We're musicians, Tommy boy, living life on the edge and all that." "All right, 1 round of blackjack. But if I go bust, drinks are on you." "You're on." Jimbo settled back and turned to Mickey. So how'd a scrawny bloke like you get into punk anyway? Mickey brushed his shaggy hair from his eyes. When I was about 11, my big brother took me to see Green Day. I was totally blown away. The energy, the attitude, Billy Joe throwing himself all over the stage. I'd never seen anything like it. Soon as I got home, I decided I wanted to be the next Trey Cool. Asked my folks for a drum kit for Christmas, and the rest is history. Jimbo snorted. Green Day? They're barely punk, dude. More like pop rock for sulky teens, if you ask me. They were a gateway drug. Got me hooked on the sound, the ethos. After that, I dove deep into the real deal. Black Flag, Minor Threat, Bad Brains. Never looked back after finding those bands. Layla stirred, turning to look at them blearily. We giving Mickey a hard time about his questionable taste again? Just gentle ribbing, no harm done. Jimbo held up his hands in mock surrender. Mickey shook his head. Laugh all you want, but if it wasn't for Green Day, I'd probably still be playing in some top 40 cover band back home. And we'd all be the worse for it. Layla reached over and squeezed his hand. How you found punk doesn't matter. What matters is, you're here now, with us. She's right, dude. Jimbo nudged him again. It's the spirit that counts. And you've got that in spades. Yeah, cheers. Just hope we can keep that spirit alive, you know? Despite everything, we've got to believe there's something better waiting out there. Tommy nodded, eyes fixed on the horizon. We'll make it to Reno first, get some rest, see if we can find you something to help with the withdrawal. And then back to Philly. Jimbo tapped Tommy's shoulder. How about you, Tommy boy? Tommy shook his head with a small smile. Goes back to elementary school. Oh, cool. You were one of those kiddie punks? Huh, not quite. My third-grade teacher, Mrs. Thrift, she used to play Blitzkrieg Bop every day when we were tidying up the classroom. No way, Mickey said. She played punk for a bunch of 8-year-olds? She sure did. Said it was to get our energy out productively. Tommy chuckled. She'd challenge us to get the room straight before the song ended. It was always the highlight of my day, kids racing around, hopping over desks to put things away. Layla grinned. That's brilliant. What a cool teacher. Right. I loved it. The manic energy of the music just spoke to me, even then. Got my blood pumping. Few years later, when I got to high school, I heard some of the older kids playing the same song, asked what it was, and ended up falling down the punk rabbit hole on YouTube. Jimbo leaned forward. Yeah? What did you find? Started with the classics, The Clash, Generation X, Sex Pistols, but then I branched out, found bands like Minor Threat, Rancid, NoFX, Discharge, Operation Ivy, Jawbreaker, Fugazi. I must have spent hours every night discovering new songs, reading up on punk history and culture. He shook his head. It was like realizing there was this whole underground subculture existing right under my nose. Blew my mind wide open. I'll bet, Layla said, finding something you're that passionate about so early, it sticks with you. It really does. Tommy nodded. Those were formative years for me. Learned to play guitar trying to mimic those songs. Put together my first crappy band. Punk gave me an identity, you know? Mickey laughed. We all get you, man. It's like finding your long-lost family. Exactly. The music, the ethos, the energy. It just resonated with me on some deep level. Tommy glanced at each of them and found himself grinning. And now here we are, all these years later. Band of punk misfits roaming the wasteland. Jimbo lifted his fist, united in our love of sticking it to the man, be he living or undead. Yeah, man, Mickey bumped his fist. Jimbo turned to Layla. What about you? Layla's eyes lit up. That would be AFI. They were my everything back when I was a moody teenager. She reached around and pulled down the back of her shirt, revealing a tattoo of AFI's signature black rabbit logo on her upper back. What is it about them that drew you in? So many reasons, Layla said. I love how they blend different styles, punk, goth, hardcore. The lyrics are so poetic, but also deep and emotional. She ticked off her fingers as she talked. Their live shows are insane. Davey Havoc has this intense manic energy on stage, and they've managed to evolve their sound so much over the years without losing that distinct AFI essence, you know? Tommy nodded along. They've got a real strong visual aesthetic too, very punk meets goth. Exactly, Layla said. The visuals pair perfectly with the music, and the community is so passionate. We all feel this deep connection to the band and each other. But more than anything, I respect how they've stayed true to their artistic vision after all these years. The integrity and authenticity really comes through in the music. Huh, Jimbo said. I always thought they sucked. Mickey burst out laughing while Layla swatted Jimbo's arm in mock outrage. You take that back. She wagged a finger at Jimbo. Admit it, they've got some damn good tunes. Jimbo held up his hands, chuckling. All right, maybe they're not so bad, but there's still no black flag in my book. Tommy glanced over at Jimbo. What about you then? Jimbo smirked. Funny enough, I've got my mom to thank for that one. Layla raised her eyebrows. Your mom? She's a punk? Ha, hardly. She's about as unpunk as you can get, total Karen, on the school board and everything. Jimbo shook his head, grinning. No, this was back when I was just a kid. He leaned back and smiled. She went and bought Siren Song of the Counterculture, said she wanted it for that one acoustic song. Swing Life Away, Tommy said. That's the one. Jimbo snapped his fingers. Anyway, Mom pops the CD into the car stereo, all ready for her light rock tunes. Mickey frowned. We're talking Rise Against here, right? Yeah. That's not what I'd call light rock. Right? Not what she was expecting at all. She gets through the first few seconds of the first few tracks, hitting skip every time. State of the Union, skip. First drop, skip. He mimed his mom frantically stabbing the skip button as they all laughed. She barely lasts 15 seconds into Dancing for Rain before moving on. Finally breathes a sigh of relief when Swing Life Away starts playing. Oh man, she must have been so confused, Mickey said, shaking with laughter. Jimbo nodded. Mom pops the CD out after that one song and never listened to it again. But I happily took it off her hands and just played it on repeat. I still get goosebumps thinking about that album. It really opened the door to punk for me. He sat back with a sigh. So yeah, never thought my mainstream mummy would be the one to set me on this path. But hey, life's funny like that sometimes. Chapter 20. Tommy glimpsed the Welcome to Reno sign up ahead. He raised his arm and signaled to the other vans to slow down. The streets, which should have been teeming with life, were silent. Each casino they passed a darkened shell. It was as if Lady Luck herself had abandoned ship, leaving behind nothing but shadows and silence. Reno, the graveyard of dreams, Tommy muttered. Must have been one hell of a party, Jimbo said from the back seat. More like a funeral, Layla shot back, her fingers drumming on the dashboard. Tommy glanced back at Mickey, curled up and shivering on the back seat, his clothes soaked through with sweat. Keep your eyes open, everyone. Tommy scanned the streets ahead, gripping the steering wheel tighter. We can't afford any surprises. Surprises are overrated anyway, Layla said. Let's just grab what we need and get the hell out of here. Preach, sister. With Mickey's worsening condition and the unsettling quiet of the city, there was no time to waste. They needed something to ease Mickey's withdrawal, and soon. As they navigated the lifeless streets, Tommy couldn't help but feel a lingering sense of unease. The looming casino seemed to mock them, as if daring them to enter and face the horrors within. But he had no choice. He needed to get back to Neve and Sean. And if that meant taking risks and swallowing his doubts, then so be it. Tommy sped up, driving deeper into the city. They passed more casinos, their once bright lights now extinguished. Boarded-up shops lined the streets, their windows dark and lifeless. Dude, this place is deader than disco, Jimbo said. We'll be in and out before you can say anarchy in the U.S. Ha, good one, Tommy. Mickey coughed out a laugh. All right, Tommy said. Keep an eye out for a pharmacy or a hospital, anywhere with medical supplies. Do you think we'll make it out of this alive? Layla asked. Of course we will. He forced a grin. We're punks, remember? We've been defying the odds our whole lives. Damn straight, Jimbo said. Let's just make sure we don't end up like Kim. Tommy shuddered at the thought, his grip on the steering wheel tightening. Mickey thrashed on the back seat for a few seconds, then stopped. Layla leaned over to check on him, her brow furrowed with concern. He's looking worse. That's why we're here. Tommy pulled the van into an empty parking lot outside one of the larger casinos. He put the vehicle in park and turned to Mickey, who was still passed out on the back seat. Mick, hey Mickey. Tommy gently shook his friend's shoulder. Mickey's eyes fluttered open, and he let out a pained groan. What? Where are we? We're in Reno. Just stopped to check things out and scavenge supplies. How you holding up, man? Mickey sat up straighter, wincing. I've felt better. But don't worry about me. I'll manage. Tommy frowned. They needed to find something for the withdrawal and fast. All right, just hang in there a bit longer. We'll find what we need. He gave Mickey's shoulder a reassuring pat before stepping out of the van. The other two vans pulled up on either side. As Roxy and Zero stepped out, the hot desert wind whipped around Tommy, carrying with it the faint stench of decay. He tensed, scanning the area. The streets appeared empty, but anything could be lurking just out of sight. He gripped his bat tight, the worn leather handle familiar in his palm. The area was devoid of both the living and the undead. The only movement a fast food wrapper skittering across the asphalt. Tommy strained his ears for any sound, a groan, a shuffle, a cry, but was met with silence. It set his teeth on edge. Doesn't seem to be any zombies around. For now, at least, Roxy said. Her bored tone didn't match her darting eyes. Zero nodded, his expression unreadable behind his sunglasses. Let's move quickly and quietly. Grab medical supplies, food, water, gas, the basics. No unnecessary risks. Tommy's skin prickled. The stillness felt unnatural, like the desert was holding its breath, waiting. He glanced back at the van where Mickey lay. They were running out of time. Roxy shifted her weight from foot to foot. Well, what are we waiting for? This place gives me the creeps. Keep it together, Rox, Tommy said under his breath. But he felt it too. The longer they stood exposed out here, the more his gut twisted. With a final scan of the streets, Tommy gestured to the others. Zero, Rox, you guys ready to move? Right behind you, Tommy, Zero said, his tone cool and collected. Stay close, Tommy said, his voice tense. I've got a feeling we're not alone here. Since when did we let feelings dictate our plans? Zero said. Roxy laughed. It's just his version of punk intuition. Hey, don't knock the punk intuition, Tommy said, managing a smirk. It's gotten us this far, hasn't it? Zero sniffed. Debatable. Just stay focused, all right? Always do. Layla, Jimbo, and Mickey climbed from the van. Spike, Dee, and Nix joined them. On Zero's signal, they crossed quickly to the casino's side entrance, eyes and ears alert for any signs of movement. Gripping his bat tighter, Tommy steeled himself for whatever they might face inside. The darkness seemed to press down on them, masking potential threats. He focused on the tap of his boots on the floor, the familiar weight of the bat, pushing back the tension. Zero's flashlight cut through the gloom. Tommy squinted to adjust to the dimness after being out in the glaring sun. The cavernous space stood silent, the once bright and noisy slot machines now cold and dead. Tommy gestured ahead. Let's find a pharmacy or medical room or something. Roxy shuffled close, her eyes scanning the shadows. Maybe back that way, where the offices are. They moved cautiously through the casino, flashlights dancing across the walls and booths. Tommy's heart pounded as his light revealed dark smears that may have been blood. Someone had fought here, lost here. He quickened his pace. A raspy groan echoed suddenly to their left. Zero swung his light towards the sound as Roxy raised her machete, but the beam only illuminated a flickering slot machine. Tommy released a shaky breath. Come on, stay focused. They reached a hallway labeled staff only that led to the administrative offices. Roxy put her shoulder into a stubborn door, cursing under her breath as it reluctantly opened. Beyond was a medical office, cabinets raided and supplies strewn about. Tommy's heart sank, but he rummaged through the remnants, desperate to find anything useful. In a toppled drawer, he spotted some packets of antibiotics and basic medical supplies. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Let's grab what we can find and get out of here, Tommy said. Roxy shoved packets and bottles into her pack as Zero kept watch. As they gathered the medical supplies, Tommy noticed a locked metal cabinet on the wall. He jiggled the handle, but it didn't budge. There's got to be more stuff behind here. He tried kicking at the lock, but only succeeded in bruising his foot. Damn it, this thing won't open. Layla shoved past him, tire iron in hand. She wedged the tire iron into the cabinet lock and pried with all her strength, letting out a string of curses. But the lock refused to give. No good. This thing is solid. Layla panted, wiping her brow. Zero stepped forward, rifle in hand. He took careful aim at the lock and fired off a single shot. The lock exploded in a shower of metal and the cabinet swung open. Jackpot, Layla grinned. Now we're talking. Tommy let out a shaky laugh. Nice shooting, Zero. Zero nodded, eyes scanning the room for any more threats. Let's load up and get out of here. What do we have here? Layla rifled through the cabinet. Bandages, gauze, surgical tools, gloves. Roxy picked up a few labeled bottles, reading the names aloud. Oxycodone, morphine, hydrocodone. These could really help Mickey. Methadone, dilaudid. Grab all of those, Tommy said. The stronger meds, too. We just need to ration them to Mickey. Layla squinted at more bottles. Amoxicillin, azithromycin, doxycycline. These should cover us for infections. We need to get him started on the methadone right away, Tommy said. Roxy shoved the bottles into her pack, then searched through more of the cabinet. Medical marijuana. Not sure if that'll help, but I'll take it. Ooh, Xanax. Layla laughed. Focus, Rox. Tommy breathed a sigh of relief. Grab it all. Let's move. Working quickly, Layla and Roxy loaded up their packs. Tommy stood guard by the door, bat at the ready, as Zero kept watch in the hall. Layla and Roxy gave a nod and gestured towards Mickey. Mickey stood leaning against the doorframe, his breathing ragged, his eyes unfocused. Tommy opened the methadone, helping Mickey take some. Zero stepped up, a stern look on his face. You really think giving a junkie more drugs is the solution here? Tommy faced Zero. It'll help with the withdrawal. Right now, that's good enough. He's a liability, Tommy. His condition puts us all at risk. We need to think about the group. A tense silence filled the room. Then we'll help him kick it after this. But for now, let's just focus on surviving. Mickey closed his eyes and pressed his back against the wall. Thanks, man. You're a lifesaver. Tommy placed a hand on his shoulder. I want you to promise me something. Promise me you'll kick this habit for good, or at least try. Sure thing, boss. Mickey offered a weak thumbs up. Good man. He turned to the others. Let's get the hell out of here. Zero shook his head. I think we should keep looking around. But Zero fixed Tommy with a glare. This isn't a discussion. We've got what we came for. And I came here to find food. How are your supplies looking? Tommy shrugged. Whatever, man. You win. Episode 10. Chapter 21. Back outside, Tommy surveyed the available options, squinting at the decaying casinos that lined the streets like tombstones. One casino, less damaged than the others, caught his eye. Let's try this one. The sign above its entrance still read Jackpot in garish letters, though some of the bulbs were shattered. All right, everyone, let's go. And remember, we're here for food and medicine. Keep your eyes open and stick together. Oh, so you're still on your captain's trip, eh? Roxy said. Tommy locked eyes with her, jaw clenched. Got any better ideas? We just get what we need and go, Zero cut in. This isn't the time or place for a showdown. Tommy nodded. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the heavy glass doors of the casino. They creaked loudly, echoing in the empty atrium. As the group entered, their eyes darted around the room, scanning for any potential threats. The casino's interior was dark, save for the glow of a few surviving neon signs. Its gaudy decor now covered in layers of dust and grime. Slot machines stood silent with their screens cracked. Poker tables lay strewn with scattered chips and playing cards. Tommy approached the bar, its shelves empty save for shattered glass and dried stains. He instinctively scanned for liquor, but caught himself. Instead, he rummaged through the cabinets beneath the bar, tossing aside rusty corkscrews and broken shot glasses. Damn, not even a moldy peanut. Wow, this place looks like a ghost town, Dee said. Jimbo snorted. More like a grave for gamblers' dreams. Tommy stopped and studied the layout of tables and machines. Hey, Zero. Zero glanced back, narrowing his eyes. I don't have time. It's not that. He gestured to the tables. Look. Zero inclined his head. What am I supposed to be seeing here, Tommy? The layout. It's almost strategic. It's like someone's trying to funnel people in a certain direction. Zero pushed out his bottom lip. I think you might be right. He turned to the others. Everyone. Let's be extra careful. I think this place might be a trap. Tommy leaned in close to Zero. Way to scare everyone. We need to be vigilant, Tommy. I make no apologies for that. It could be from when the outbreak first happened. You don't know if it's a trap or not. Exactly, we don't know. Jimbo slapped a hand on Zero's shoulder. Well, we always said we wanted to play in Reno. Didn't think it'd be Russian roulette. Man, this place is creepier than a Misfits album. Nix muttered, gripping his guitar-turned battle axe. Anyone else feel like they're being watched? Dee said. It's like we're at some twisted gig, waiting for the crowd to go wild. Focus, Tommy said. We're here for food and medicine. Tommy's right, Zero said. Stay sharp. Zero over there, Roxy said, pointing to a sign that read cafeteria in flickering neon letters. They might have some food left in the stores. As the group approached the door, it was clear that someone had forced it open before them. The metal frame was twisted and bent, its edges sharp enough to slice skin. Tommy hesitated, his instincts screaming at him to turn back. He pushed the door open, wincing at the screech of metal. Inside, tables were overturned, food containers lay smashed on the floor, and the stench of decay hung heavy in the air. Tommy moved cautiously, avoiding the pools of congealed blood and gore that stained the floor tiles. Check the cabinets and fridges for anything still good, Zero said. Look for more first aid supplies too, Tommy said. Tommy, over here. Layla motioned him towards a small storage room tucked in the corner. I think I've found something. Tommy and Roxy entered the storage room together, his eyes slowly adjusting to the dim light. Dusty air filled his lungs, causing him both to cough and sputter. Roxy screwed up her nose and reeled back. What the hell? Crude drawings and scribbled notes covered the walls, depicting things like maps of the casino layout, escape routes, and areas to avoid. Spent bullet casings littered the floor, along with discarded food wrappers and a ratty old sleeping bag tucked into the corner. A small pile of bones lay in the opposite corner. Tommy didn't want to examine them too closely, but he was certain they were human. What the hell happened here? Roxy whispered, her voice quivering. Tommy shook his head, his throat dry. Let's get out of here. I've got a bad feeling about this place. A sudden noise stopped him in his tracks. Wait. Shh. Tommy strained his ears to pinpoint the sound. It was faint, but unmistakable. The low, guttural moans of zombies. Crap, Roxy said. What do we do? Tommy tilted his head. They're outside. Roxy's eyes widened. They're surrounding us. What do we do? Stay calm, Zero said. We grab what we can and get out fast. No heroics, got it? Right. Layla nodded. Let's do this. As they filled their bags with supplies, the moans faded. Tommy strained to hear. Sounds like they've passed. I think we're good, Zero said. Let's keep looking around, see what we can find. Tommy led the way back out of the cafeteria, his bat at the ready. He slipped around a toppled roulette table, its wheel frozen mid-spin. A crash came from across the casino. Tommy whirled, his eyes meeting Roxy's. She stood at a poker table, a cabinet half open, chips scattering around her boots. She glared at Tommy. If you've got something to say it. Just try and keep it down, yeah? Fine. Roxy slammed the cabinet shut. Tommy raised a hand. Settle down. He moved towards her. What's up? You don't want to know what's up. Is it Kim? She glowered at him. It's not Kim. Look. Tommy's voice softened. We're all feeling. I don't think you should be leading us. Tommy froze. Okay. You're making it up as you go along. Tommy's jaw clenched. They were all stumbling their way through this nightmare, trying to keep it together and stay alive. Maybe I am making it up as I go along, but so is everyone else in this godforsaken place. Someone needs to make decisions. If you think you can do better, you should step up. Roxy hesitated, her gaze sweeping over the others' faces. Silence hung heavy in the air. Finally, Zero stepped forward, his face a mixture of annoyance and determination. Fighting amongst ourselves isn't going to help. Tommy, keep leading. But Roxy, keep questioning, that's how we stay balanced. For a moment, Tommy considered arguing, but he knew Zero was right. They needed balance in this chaotic world, and Roxy's questioning kept them grounded. With a curt nod, he accepted Zero's words. Fine, Roxy said, her eyes never leaving Tommy. But I'm keeping my eye on you. Wouldn't have it any other way, Tommy said, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Oi, Tommy, Spike called out from across the room, holding up a dusty bottle of whiskey. Found something that'll take the edge off. Thanks, but no thanks. I'll stick to sorting out our little punk rock family drama, if you don't mind. Suit yourself. Spike shrugged, taking a swig straight from the bottle. But don't say I didn't offer. As the group resumed their scavenging, Tommy couldn't help but dwell on the precarious nature of their alliance. Hey, Tommy, heads up. Jimbo tossed a can of beans towards him. Looks like we're eating like kings tonight. Tommy caught the can deftly in one hand. Huh, nothing says punk rock, quite like canned beans. Very post-apoc, dude. Let's load up the vans and hit the road. We'll find a safe place to hole up and regroup. Sounds like a plan, Zero said. As they moved towards the doors, Layla sidled up to Tommy. For what it's worth, I'm still on your side, Tommy. Mickey, too. Thanks, that means more than you know. Her mouth twitched. Tommy stopped. What is it? You've been doing your best, and we all appreciate what you've been doing, but do you think Roxy has a point about your leadership? You too, Layla. Even you think I'm not cut out for this? I didn't say that. I asked if you think she has a point. There's a difference. He let his gaze wander around the decaying casino, taking in the other band members as they sorted through their scavenged loot. Maybe she does. Maybe I'm not the best person for this, but who is? He made a brisk nod towards Zero. Him? Layla touched his arm. We've survived this long under your lead. You must be doing something right. All right. Let's see what the others are doing. He narrowed his eyes at the others huddled together. Not sure I like them whispering about me. You don't know that. Tommy cocked an eyebrow. You sure about that? Layla gave a shrug and marched ahead. Tommy joined the others as they gathered around a blackjack table, its green felt now a makeshift inventory space. Roxy sorted through more medical supplies. She glanced at Tommy, then looked away. What did we get? Tommy asked. We got water, Jimbo said. Whiskey, chips, chocolate. Tommy clapped him on the back. Good work. He turned to Mickey. How you feeling, man? That stuff kicked in yet? Yeah, I'm feeling it. Feel like I'm gonna puke all over this goddamn table, though. Please don't, Layla said, rolling her eyes. I've had enough of cleaning up after you guys. Hey, I clean up my own messes. Mickey gave a weak smirk. Most of the time, anyway. Tommy shook his head, trying to hide his concern behind a mask of stoicism. He swallowed the lump in his throat and turned to face the group. We've been through hell together, fought tooth and nail to survive. There's been some questions raised about some of my decisions. But I'm trying to get us through this in one piece. I can't promise we'll make it. But I swear, I'll do everything I can to keep us alive. Touching speech, Roxy said. But actions speak louder than words, and so far your actions haven't exactly inspired confidence. None of us asked for this, Roxy, Layla said, her voice soft but firm. Tommy's been doing his best, just like the rest of us. All right, enough, Zero snapped, slamming a fist onto the blackjack table. The sound echoed through the casino, followed by a tense silence. We don't have time for this crap. Let's get these supplies loaded and get the hell out of here. Zero took charge, directing the band members to gather their scavenged items as efficiently as possible. Tommy, Layla whispered as she approached him, her expression unreadable. Just be careful, okay? Always am. He forced a grin that felt more like a grimace. A sudden bang echoed from deep within the casino, followed by a chorus of guttural moans. "We need to leave," Zero said, hefting his pack and grabbing his rifle. Tommy spun towards the source of the commotion. Shuffling figures lurched out of the shadows, too many to count at a glance. Oh crap. Chapter 22. Groans crescendoed as the undead burst through the casino doors, a grotesque symphony of growling and gnashing teeth. "Positions, everyone!" Tommy snatched a casino chip rake from a nearby craps table, gripping it in his left hand as he tested its weight. The makeshift weapon felt surprisingly comfortable in his hand. Ready for some crowd control? Layla took a defensive stance beside him, her grip tight on her tire iron. "Let's show these rotting bastards what punk's all about." "Got it, Tommy," Roxy called back, her knuckles white as she gripped a slot machine lever like a club. "Never thought I'd be graced with such a captive audience," Dee said, brandishing a guitar like a battle axe. "They're dying to hear our latest single." "Less talking, more smashing," Nick said, flipping a poker table on its side to shield himself from the advancing zombies. "All right, let's do this," Tommy muttered under his breath, steeling himself. As the undead drew nearer, he tightened his grip on the chip rake and bat. He signaled Mickey to grab a cocktail tray nearby. Mickey spotted the tray and nodded. He hurled the glasses like lethal frisbees, shattering against the heads of the encroaching zombies. "Take that, you undead assholes." Tommy wielded the chip rake like an ancient spear, driving it through a zombie's head before yanking it back out. With a sickening squelch, he tossed the lifeless corpse aside. "Playtime's over, you rotting bastards." He swung his bat and chip rake with deadly precision. "We're taking back the night." Layla dashed to a roulette table, spun the wheel, and used it to scalp a zombie that leaned too close. "Red 13. Watch your left, Layla." Tommy extended the rake to push another zombie into her path, setting her up for another kill. Dee hurled a cup filled with dice at a zombie. "Yahtzee!" "Keep it up," Tommy said, his heart pounding like a frenzied drumbeat. "We've got this." "Damn right we do," Dee said. Tommy ducked under a zombie's lunge, sweeping its legs with the rake, bringing it down for Jimbo. Jimbo slammed a poker table down on the zombie, crushing its skull. "All in." "Roxy, incoming." Roxy spun at Tommy's warning and slammed the zombie's head into a machine. "Fade to black," Zero whispered, unraveling a guitar string and using it as a garrote to behead a zombie from behind. Another wave of zombies crashed in from a side door. Tommy's heart raced as he assessed the room. They needed an escape plan, and fast. Spotting the confetti cannon near the stage, he yelled to Mickey, "Use that cannon now." Mickey snatched it up and pulled the lever. It blasted confetti, startling the zombies and buying them crucial seconds. "Party's over, lads." The smell of blood and stale beer filled the air as Tommy ducked under a lunging zombie, its rotten teeth snapping inches from his face. He swept the chip rake across its legs, bringing the creature down with a sickening crunch. "Jimbo, this one's all yours." "Thanks, dude." Jimbo snatched up a handful of poker chips from a nearby table. He shoved them into the fallen zombie's mouth with a smirk. "All in." The creature choked and gurgled, flailing helplessly before falling still. Tommy scanned the room, searching for any signs of weakness among their undead assailants. With a guttural yell, he used the rake to trip another zombie, sending it sprawling towards Roxy. "Roxy, heads up." Roxy slammed the zombie's head into the side of a slot machine before slamming down with her lever. "Guess we hit the jackpot, huh?" "Damn right," Tommy said, taking a moment to catch his breath. "Watch out!" he shouted, as another zombie lunged at Spike. Spike ducked and drove his drumsticks into the creature's eyes. He turned to Tommy with a wicked grin. "I always hit my mark." "Nice one, Spike." Spike nodded and began striking at more zombies' eyes, using his drumsticks like deadly skewers. The creature stumbled and fell, blinded and thrashing. Tommy impaled another zombie on the end of his chip rake and tossed it aside. "Stay focused, everyone." He knew the odds were stacked against them, but he'd be damned if he didn't try to keep his friends alive. Failure wasn't an option. Not when Neve and Sean depended on him to get back home. "Any bright ideas on how we can get out of this mess, Tommy?" Mickey asked between labored breaths, gripping a cocktail tray like a makeshift shield. "Working on it." Tommy scanned the room, searching for a way out. As his heart pounded in his chest, he knew that their makeshift weapons would only hold the creatures at bay for so long. They needed an escape route, and fast. "Follow me." Tommy leapt onto a blackjack table, chip rake held high above his head. He glanced around, quickly calculating the steps he needed to take to reach safety. With adrenaline fueling his every move, Tommy used the chip rake to vault from one table to another, creating a precarious path through the sea of undead. His bandmates followed suit as they made their way towards the exit. Roxy swung a bar stool like a club, while Dee sliced through the air with a razor-sharp card shoe. "Damn, these things are relentless," Layla said, her breath ragged. "Welcome to Reno, baby," Nick said, slamming a pipe into a zombie's skull. "Let's just hope we get out of here without losing our shirts," Mickey said. Tommy vaulted over another table, feeling the strain in his muscles as he pushed himself to the limit. He knew that making it out alive was a gamble, but he wasn't about to fold. "Keep moving." Tommy ran at full speed, finally reaching the exit. He turned back, eyes blazing. "Come on!" As the other sprinted towards the doors, Tommy burst out of the casino. Cold night air hit his sweat-soaked skin. "What did I tell ya?" he panted, leaning against the wall as he tried to catch his breath. "The house always wins." "Good call on the exit, Tommy," Mickey said, wiping at his forehead with the back of his hand. His eyes were bloodshot, and his hands trembled. "I owe you one. We all do. Save it for the next round. We're not out of the woods yet." "Speaking of which," Layla said, casting a wary glance back towards the casino doors. "Where exactly are we going?" "There's got to be some place we can hide out until morning," Nick said. Jimbo nodded. "Somewhere those deadheads won't crash the party." "All right then," Tommy said. "Let's find somewhere to stay." "Lead the way," Roxy said. He met her gaze and gave a slight nod before turning to the others. "All right, but stay close and keep an eye out for those undead bastards." Episode 11, Chapter 23. Tommy glanced back at the zombies still trapped inside the casino, their hands clawing at the glass doors. "Would you look at that?" Jimbo said, moving back towards the doors and tapping on the glass. "Those deadheads can't even figure out how to open a damn door." The rest of the group laughed as they watched the creatures smack against the glass. The doors held firm, keeping them at bay. "Ha, guess they only have half a brain after all," Layla said. She gave one last weary smile before her face hardened again. "But we can't stay out here laughing all night. We need to get the hell out of this city now." Tommy nodded. "No arguments here. Let's grab what we've scavenged already and—" "Wait just a minute," Zero said, holding up a hand. "We can't leave yet. We've barely found any supplies at all. We need to keep searching while we have the chance." Tommy scowled. "Are you completely insane? We barely made it out of there alive. It's too risky to stay in this place." He gestured back towards the moaning horde still pounding on the casino doors. "We need to leave." "Tommy's right," Mickey said. "Can't we find supplies somewhere else?" Roxy stepped forward, shaking her head. "Zero has a point, though. We're desperately low on food and water." "There's got to be a grocery store or something a few miles up the road," Tommy said. "We can stock up there." "And all the small towns nearby have probably already been picked clean," Zero said. Roxy crossed her arms, fixing Tommy with a stare. "Where exactly do you expect we'll find supplies if we just blindly drive off into the sunset?" Tommy shrugged. "What about hitting up some houses in the suburbs?" Spike said, lighting up a cigarette he dug from his pocket. "Could find some tinned goods or something in people's pantries." Layla pushed out her bottom lip. "Hey, yeah. Maybe we get lucky and find one of those doomsday prepper types with a loaded cellar." Zero scoffed. "While we're wasting time and fuel searching random houses, some of the stores here still have shelves full of essentials, guaranteed." He waved a hand back towards the darkened cityscape behind them. "The risk is worth the reward if we plan this right. We get in, load up on supplies, get out. Simple." Tommy bristled, about to argue back when Jimbo stepped between them. "All right, dudes. Let's chill before this turns ugly. Let's set out our stalls and put it up to a vote." When no one objected, Jimbo nodded. "Right then. Go on and make your case, Tommy boy. Let's put it to a vote." Tommy took a deep breath. "I just think staying is an unnecessary risk with minimal guarantee of reward. For all we know, the place has been stripped bare already anyway. And if we get trapped again, We're zombie food. He looked to Mickey and then the others. Mickey clearly needs rest, ASAP. And I know supplies are low, but we can ration what little we've found already while we search for a safer place to resupply. There's gotta be smaller towns, gas stations, something within a few hours' drive that'll have what we need. Roxy rolled her eyes. Rox? Jimbo held up a hand. You got something to add? Yeah, there's no guarantee anywhere will be safer or have anything left. Here, we've got more options, more potential untouched stores. You really want to gamble on some wild goose chase instead of grabbing what we know is available right now. Tommy clenched his jaw, but Jimbo stepped in again before he could bite back. Fair points both ways, Jimbo said, casting his gaze across everyone's faces. Anyone else? Zero's mouth twitched, but he remained silent. Layla shook her head. Let's put it to a vote then. All in favor of getting our punk asses out of Dodge as Tommy suggests. Tommy raised his hand, looking around expectantly. Only Mickey weakly lifted his hand to vote with him. The rest abstained or voted against. Well, that settles that then, Jimbo said. We're staying in Reno to resupply first. Tommy cursed under his breath. Zero inclined his head. You got something to say, Tommy? This is bull. We all nearly died in there. He gestured to the casino behind them. You really want to risk getting swarmed and trapped again? For what? Some goddamn cereal and bottled water? Enough, Tommy. Zero spoke in a firm, low voice. It's been decided. We're staying. Tommy bit his tongue before he could retort. He had no choice but to go along with the plan, but that didn't mean he had to like it, and he sure as hell wasn't going to let them go in blind and complacent again. You all want to stay and scavenge? Fine. But this time we do it smart and careful. No more going in unprepared and getting trapped like idiots, you hear me? We hear you, Layla said. So what do you suggest? First step is reconnaissance. We send scouts to get the lay of the land, figure out where supplies might still be stocked. Someplace with multiple exits. He glanced around at the deserted streets and darkened buildings surrounding them. There's bound to be a grocery store we can hit quickly. Zero nodded. That's actually a good strategy. We'll split up, scavenge supplies in teams. The others murmured agreement, but Tommy still didn't like the risk. But short of chaining himself to the van in protest, he was out of options for swaying them. He forced himself to nod. All right, fine, but no unnecessary risks out there. In and out, quick and quiet. And at the first sign of swarming zombies, you haul ass back here. No exceptions, no heroics. Understood? Everyone nodded. We should have a distraction, Nick said. Draw the deadheads away so the others can search easier. Good idea, said Layla. She nudged Mickey beside her. How about you put that cocky mouth to use for once? Stand on a rooftop yelling insults with that big mouth of yours. Lure them away. Mickey managed a weak chuckle. Tempting. But in my state, I'd probably pass out and become zombie bait. I'll handle the distraction. Jimbo turned to Zero. Van keys, dude. Zero fished the keys from his pocket and tossed them to Jimbo. Me and Nix can lead a merry zombie chase while you lot grab the goods. Good plan, Tommy said. Just keep the heroics to a minimum, all right? Stay close and don't take chances. We got this, boss dude, Jimbo said with an exaggerated salute. Leave the grunt work to us professionals. Professionals my ass, Spike muttered. Jimbo just laughed as he and Nix headed for Anarchy's child's van. Come on, Nixie boy, let's go lure us some groupies. The engine roared to life, blasting the refused the shape of punk to come through the speakers. Jimbo cranked up the volume before peeling out into the street. As Tommy watched the van speed off, he still didn't like splitting up. But he had to admit, having a noisy distraction to draw the dead away from them was a smart strategy. Maybe, just maybe, they could pull this off without anyone dying after all. But glancing back at the bloodthirsty horde still pounding the casino doors behind them, Tommy knew the odds were always stacked against them now. He turned to Zero. Where to first? Zero scanned each building along the street. There, he finally said, pointing. Chapter 24. Tommy led the rest of the group down the block in search of supplies. Layla, Mickey, and Dee walked just behind him, with Zero, Spike, and Roxy bringing up the rear. Tommy gripped his baseball bat tightly as he scanned their surroundings. The dark, debris-strewn streets were still for now, the only movement coming from bits of trash skittering along the sidewalk. Jimbo's music echoed through the empty city, leading the zombies on a chase away from their location. "Let's check some of these shops as we go," Tommy said, "but stay alert and ready to bolt." The others murmured quiet agreement. Weapons at the ready, they began methodically trying doors as they passed, but every business was locked up tight. Tommy's frustration grew with each rattle of handles and peer through grimy glass. Were they wasting precious time on a futile errand? "This is pointless," Mickey said as they reached yet another locked door. "Every place is boarded up or looted already. We're just wasting time we could be using to get the hell out of here." Tommy placed a hand on Mickey's shoulder. "Let's just keep looking, man. Check around the next corner up here. There's bound to be some place we can slip into." Mickey gave a listless nod. "All right." After trying a couple more fruitless doors, they finally spotted a small grocery store nestled between a liquor shop and laundromat. Tommy waved everyone to gather round. "All right, this could be our ticket for supplies. Looks like the front door is chained, but we might be able to slip in through the loading bay around back." Weapons ready, they crept to the rear of the building. The metal door stood half lifted, allowing just enough room to duck underneath into a small office at the shop's rear. "Let's load up," Tommy said, nodding towards the store interior. "Grab anything non-perishable. Canned food, cereal, nuts." Roxy glared at him. "We know what food to get, Tommy." "Whatever, Rox, just thinking out loud." They ventured out onto the sales floor. Zero and Tommy clicked on their flashlights, beams slicing between the pitch-black aisles. Tommy swept his torch along the empty shelves to his right, illuminating surfaces covered in dust and rat droppings. Dee said. "When's the last time they had a health inspection?" "Probably around the same time the outbreak started," Spike said. "Damn, this place has been cleared out already," Roxy said. "There's gotta be something left." "Check the lower shelves," Tommy said. "Anyone fancy some artichoke hearts?" Layla said, holding up a dented can and laughing. Dee made a face. "Blah, I'll pass on those." "Ooh, look, marshmallows," Spike said. "Best food group right here." "Keep looking, there's bound to be more." Tommy leaned around a corner. "Jackpot, canned soup and veggies." He shone the flashlight over rows of dusty soup cans. "Nice," Roxy said. "Send some of those bad boys my way." Tommy grabbed armloads and distributed cans out to the others. As they packed away the meager supplies, Mick's phone light flashed over brightly colored bags lined up on a low shelf. He leaned closer to read the label and barked out a sudden laugh. Layla sidled over next to him. "What's so funny? Find something good?" "Oh, I found something all right." Still chuckling, Mickey held up the bag in his beam. "Vegetarian bacon bits." Layla peered closer. "Shut up. Who would stockpile something so useless?" "What's the joke?" Roxy asked. Mickey waved the bag. "We hit the jackpot with these precious non-baconated bacon bits. We'll be eating like kings now." Roxy snatched the bag. "Hey, if you don't want to eat them, maybe we could use them to barter," Tommy said. "Some survivor out there is probably jonesing hard for fake bacon." A loud crash sounded from deeper inside the store, followed by movement in the peripheral darkness. The group fell silent. Tommy spun, his bat raised and flashlight beam darting wildly to identify the noise. When the noise came again, the shuffling movement sounded wrong. Too light. Too erratic. Squinting into the darkness, he lowered the bat, his pulse still racing. Zero cocked his rifle at the hidden movement. After a long moment, he swore and lowered his rifle with a huff. "Stand down. It's just a stupid cat." Tommy swung his beam around to illuminate the area just as a large gray cat darted out from its hiding spot. He caught the panicked glint of its eyes as it streaked past them, disappearing into the shadows. "Scared me half to death," Layla said, placing a hand to her chest. "Damn thing nearly gave me a heart attack." Zero scowled. "We can't afford mistakes like that. Stay focused." As the others stuffed their packs with supplies, Tommy lingered a moment, brow still furrowed. He swept his light over the shelves and floor where the cat had emerged. An idea struck him. "I'll be right back." Without waiting for a response, Tommy hurried down the aisle, pushing through the door the cat had appeared from. It led into a smaller stocking area lined with shelves still loaded with canned goods and boxes. "Guys, get in here." The others crowded into the doorway. Even Roxy looked impressed. "That damn cat was trying to hide its stash," Lila said. The others dived in, filling packs and boxes. 10 minutes later, laden with as much as they could carry between them, they headed back outside. Tommy did a mental tally of their take. Assorted canned veg and beans, canned fruit, soups, tuna, cereal, peanut butter. Not a feast, but enough to keep the whole crew fed for at least a week. A sudden blaring car horn shattered the quiet night. Tommy jolted, his head snapping around towards the sound. Careening around the corner came Anarchy's child's van. Jimbo pulled a handbrake turn, fishtailing to a stop in front of them. He leaned from the driver's window, one hand on the wheel while the other slapped the horn over and over. Get in, get in. We gotta bounce. Now." Chapter 25. Tommy rushed forward. "What happened? Are you guys okay?" Jimbo's eyes were wild, his grin bordering on manic. "We're fine, but our distracting might have worked a little too well. We got company incoming. A lot of company." He cranked a thumb over his shoulder. Guttural moans echoed from the surrounding streets, growing steadily louder. The blood drained from Tommy's face. The plan had backfired. "Everyone in. Now," Tommy said. The crew scrambled to load their scavenged bounty, while the shuffles and moans of approaching zombies carried on the wind. Too many to fight. With everything crammed in back, Zero leapt onto the front seat, next to Nix, while the rest of the crew wedged together on makeshift benches, or piles of kit. Tommy dove in last, barely getting his door latched before Jimbo stomped the gas. Tires squealed as they raced off down the street. Heart hammering against his ribs, Tommy craned around to stare out the back window. Zombies emerged from every side road and alley, pouring onto Main Street in staggering pursuit. "Yeah, ain't she a sight?" Jimbo said, weaving around an abandoned car. "Turns out blasting punk at full volume draws those corpses out like bees to honey. Who knew?" "Guess subtlety isn't really your strong suit, Jimbo," said Roxy. He laughed, swerving hard around a corner. Tommy braced against the doors as boxes and bodies slammed sideways. "But we got the job done and then some." Jimbo turned hard again, narrowly missing another vehicle. "Hate to tell you dudes, but we got a lot of company between us and the other vans." The streets around them swarmed with the shambling dead now, the van's wild trajectory barely keeping them ahead of the grasping hordes. "There's so many of them," Layla said. Jimbo made a sudden turn back onto Main Street. "There's too many swamping the main route," Zero said. "Take the next right, I've got an idea." Jimbo jerked the wheel at the intersection. Their bodies slammed hard sideways again amid shouted curses and protests. "Where to?" "Head for the buildings back behind Circus. There's a maintenance area for the parking garages back there. Service elevators. We can get to the top floors and scout an escape route from higher ground." As Jimbo spun them off the main drag, Tommy locked eyes with each crew member in turn. "I know today hasn't gone as planned, but we can still get out of this in one piece if we work together. Just gotta stay smart and stay brave a little while longer." He gave Layla's hand a squeeze where she clung to her seat. "We'll make it through this." She managed a jerky nod, squeezing his hand back. Bouncing violently as Jimbo clipped a light pole, the van screeched up to the garage's bay doors. The crew flung themselves against the doors until a gap opened wide enough for the van to slip inside. They wedged through with mere inches to spare, ripping a side mirror off in their haste. Inside the vast concrete structure, Jimbo drove up 3 levels and pulled the van to a stop and opened his door. Everyone froze. Tommy held his breath and listened. The engine's ticking filled the silence as everyone piled out. "What's the plan?" Roxy asked. Tommy shrugged. "Ask Zero." Zero rubbed his chin. "We stay here until those things have moved on. If those things are as dumb as I think they are, we should be safe up here." Tommy frowned. "Stay here? We have supplies." He patted the van. "And for what it's worth, we have shelter." "Yeah, dude," Jimbo said. "If the tunes drew them out, something else will draw them away." Tommy's nostrils flared. "We don't know that." Zero squared up to him. This isn't a discussion, Tommy. We stay here until we can get back to the vans. He shrugged one shoulder. Of course, you're welcome to make your own way if you'd like. Tommy held his tongue. You're right. We could all do with some rest anyway. Today's been intense, Zero said. Yeah, but we're alive. And you're right. We've got food. We've got water. I'm sure we can all wait it out up here for a while. Zero gave a half smile. I'm glad we're in agreement. Tommy sucked in his bottom lip and gave a slight nod. Episode 12. Chapter 26. An uneasy silence descended on the parking garage. The crew sat huddled in the back of the van, seeking shelter and warmth as the temperature dropped. Tommy rubbed his hands together, trying to generate some heat friction. His breath misted in the air. Wish we'd grabbed some blankets or something while scavenging, Spike said, shoving his hands deep into his jacket pockets with a scowl. Come here. Layla wrapped an arm around Spike's shoulders, pulling him against her side. Spike grumbled but didn't pull away. The others shuffled closer together too, shoulders touching, clinging to any heat they could generate in numbers. Tommy watched his crew huddle tighter as the cold sank deeper into their bones. They were running on fumes, physically and mentally. Come on, we've survived worse than this. Tommy forced some false cheer into his voice. Remember that week snowed in at that anarchist collective in Minneapolis? No power, no heat. All of us crammed in that tiny-ass living room burned everything we could find just to thaw fingers and toes. I never thought I'd be so happy to see a bunch of smelly crust punks in my life, Mickey said. We would have frozen solid if they hadn't taken pity and let our sorry asses camp on their floor. Ugh, don't remind me, Layla said. They didn't even have a shower. She rubbed her palms together as if trying to scrub away the memory. I don't think I smelled right for a month after. A ripple of laughter loosened some of the tension. Yeah, but we survived it together, said Tommy. Just like we survived that hellscape gig in that Portland hipster joint. We'll get through this night and get back to Philly same as always. All of us together. Dee managed a jerky nod, though his eyes stayed haunted. Sure hope things work out. An uneasy silence fell again. Zero slipped back into the van from his patrol and cleared his throat. Streets are still thick with zombies out there, but once daylight hits, I think our path will open up. He eased down against the wheel well with a barely suppressed groan. Tommy studied Zero's face, noting the deepening lines etched around his mouth and eyes. We've just got to hang tight a little longer, Zero said. Conserve our energy. Tommy shivered. Anyone hungry? He dragged his pack onto his lap and rummaged inside. We've got a gourmet selection of tinned mystery meat or... He grinned and dragged out the packet. Funky baconated soy bits? Tommy passed around one of the vegetarian bacon packets, insisting everyone take a handful. The crunchy bits providing a welcome distraction. He chewed and smiled. These don't taste that bad. Nothing close to real bacon, but they're actually edible. Jimbo grimaced. No, Tommy boy, they're disgusting. Zero glanced around the van before shifting closer. Doesn't it seem odd to you? A disaster this huge, and we've barely encountered another living survivor for hundreds of miles. Tommy hesitated, then gave a non-committal grunt through his mouthful of bacon-tinged soy. I'm telling you, there's something more at play here. Jimbo smacked his head back against the van. Kill me now. No, no. Zero's voice softened. Hear me out. He looked to the others. There's no way this outbreak was some freak isolated event. It's too widespread, too calculating. Tommy swallowed and shot Layla an eye roll. It's Agenda 21, man. The globalists are behind this whole thing to thin population and undermine civil liberties. Layla snorted. You know the globalist thing is just some old anti-Semitic crap, repackaged for a less Nazi-fied audience, right? Zero nodded. That's what they want you to think. Jimbo groaned. Zero. Just can it, yeah? No one wants to hear your Alex Jones crap. Alex Jones is controlled opposition. No. It's clear to me that the globalists wanted an excuse to declare martial law and force citizens into FEMA camps by the millions. A convenient zombie crisis provides perfect cover for their human rights takeover. Seriously, Zero? Roxy said. You think anyone would come up with a plan like that? That's quite a leap. I'm serious. It all fits too neatly. Engineered disease to enact medical tyranny just like Bill Gates always warned. Layla buried her head in her hands. Oh my God. Zero held up a finger. First wave of outbreak takes hold, decimates majority of population. Second wave, they roll out a miracle vaccine, which actually further mutates the virus. Suddenly you've got phase 3, zombification contagion. He smacked a fist into his palm. And that's how they do it. Jimbo stroked his stubble. Huh, that actually makes a demented sort of sense. He grinned. What if the zombie virus was engineered by the lizard people, though? Unleashed it through the plexiglass shields around their Antarctic bases so it would spread globally. He waggled his eyebrows at Zero. Maybe this whole bloody mess is just fallout from an unauthorized penguin feast by their starving troops. A round of sputtered laughter went through the van, but Zero himself sat stone-faced. Nix leaned over and nudged Zero with his elbow. Oh, come on, lighten up. Nothing wrong with cracking wise to ease the tension, yeah? When Zero's door expression remained unmoved, Nix reached behind the bench seat and retrieved a glass bottle of amber liquid. How about the universal language of booze instead? Kept this baby back specially for dull occasions. He took a generous swig himself before passing the whiskey bottle towards Zero. Warm your parts, Agent Mulder. Zero eyed the bottle a moment. He took a sip and passed it along with a grunt. As the whiskey made the rounds, Tommy waved it off. I'm good. Thanks. Mickey cocked an eyebrow. You sure, Tommy? We could all use something to take the edge off tonight. He shook his head, lips pressed to a firm line. Not for me. I'm straight edge, remember? Need to stay sharp. Mickey sighed but didn't argue further. Tommy watched the whiskey continue circulating instead, each person taking longer pulls to fight the creeping chill. After a while, Tommy leaned close to Mickey. How you holding up, man? Mickey managed a jerky shrug. I'm coping. Starting to feel a bit more clear-headed, actually. He exhaled hard. Still feel like microwaved crap, though. Tommy silently cursed himself for pushing onwards to Reno, instead of seeing to Mickey's health sooner. The methadone was a band-aid over a gaping wound. It would do for now, but he needed treatment. He gripped Mickey's shoulder. You're tougher than you look, you know. We'll get you sorted proper when we get back home. I promise. Mickey blinked before offering a weak smile. Might hold you to that, Tommy. My own detox dungeon in isolation, yeah? You got it, man. Tommy smiled back. Anything you need. Jimbo waved the near-empty bottle. Oi, Tommy, catch. Tommy grabbed at the flung bottle. Amber liquid sloshed over his hands. Whoa, careful. Jimbo guffawed. Take some medicine like the rest of us, dude. Tommy grimaced at the whiskey dripping through his fingers. The sharp scent stirred temptation. Memories of numbing his anxieties and grief with liquor over the years. Was abstaining just delaying the inevitable? I'm good. Tommy shrugged, avoiding Jimbo's look, and handed the bottle to Lila. How long could he keep his own hope kindled before despair, and drink claimed him too? Aw, dude, since you declined to drink... Jimbo looked around the van as if searching for inspiration. He grabbed the discarded bag of bacon bits and gave it a shake. Punk code requires you have second helpings of these gourmet zombie apocalypse delicacies instead. It's the rules, Spike said with mock solemnity. The tension diffused as Tommy made a show of munching more imitation bacon to the group's amusement. A pained cry rang through the van. Dee scrubbed at his cheeks as tears welled in his eyes. Lila reached over to wrap her arms around his heaving shoulders. Dee, you doing okay? He shook his head, choking back a sob. It's just all so messed up, you know? His voice cracked. We barely made it out back there. Again. And now we're trapped here instead. Hey, it's not so bad. I mean, what's the goddamn point anymore? We can't keep running and hiding like this forever. Sooner or later, those things are gonna run us down for good. He sniffed and wiped his face. Might as well be tonight. We're all gonna die anyway, right? Just like everyone else already has. A long silence met his words. Tommy found himself reaching for the discarded whiskey bottle. What harm would a few soothing gulps do, really? Take the sharpest bite off fear and despair. Layla's hand closed firmly over his wrist. Her eyes pleaded with him to stop. Jaw tightening, Tommy forced his hand back down. I know it feels hopeless now, Dee, Layla said, but we can't give up yet. Dee shook his head. Come on, even if it is just us against the world, we still have each other. If we stick together, I know we can make it back home. The bands are family. Back home to what, though? Dee said. We don't even know if there's anything left back there either. The whole East Coast's probably all walking corpses by now, too. He dragged a sleeve roughly across his eyes, his voice dropping low. You'll see. We'll make it back there eventually, and it'll be empty. Everyone we ever knew just gone. We might as well all be dead already anyway. Tommy stared down at his grubby palms. What were the chances Neve, Sean, and everyone else back in Philly had somehow avoided the outbreak? Maybe Dee was right. Maybe raising his son in this graveyard world was a futile hope. That's enough, Jimbo's voice rang out. I don't want to hear any more moaning from you lot, you hear me? He glared around the group. We're fighters, survivors. So the world's gone to hell around us. We'll keep fighting our way through hell then. Jimbo jabbed a finger towards Dee and Tommy. It ain't over till the fat deadhead sings. We're getting back home, and we're gonna find people still alive there too. Count on it. Dee blinked up at the ceiling. What, like Kim? She won't be there, will she? It's like she never existed. We just left her there without a second thought. A tense silence descended on the group. Zero's jaw tightened. There was no choice to make. She was already dead from the bite. All we could do was keep moving forward. Dee whipped around to face Zero, fresh tears trailing his cheeks. That's bullcrap. We could have done something, tried to help her somehow, but you just... His voice cracked as he made a gun gesture with shaking fingers. The infection was too far gone. She had turned. There was nothing left of who she was. He gave a small shake of his head. I neutralized an active threat before it could spread further or attack the rest of us. Hard decisions had to be made for the good of the group. Yeah, but you didn't even hesitate. You loved it, didn't you? You freaking gun nut weirdo. You blew her away like it was nothing. Zero bristled at that. You think it was easy for me? The person she was had already died. That thing wearing her face wasn't Kim anymore. Dee opened his mouth to respond, but Roxy cut him off. That's enough. She held up a hand, her expression pained. I know emotions are high, but turning on each other won't help. She reached over to rub Dee's shoulder. I miss Kim, too. Every damn day. It's just not the same without her. Yeah, well, Dee said. Just seems so messed up how fast everyone moves on, you know? We lost someone we cared about. She deserves better than to be just forgotten. No one's forgetting her, Dee. But we can't dwell on ghosts either. Kim would want us to keep fighting. She grabbed the near-empty whiskey bottle and took another long swig. Her eyes turned distant. God, it seems like another lifetime when we first met. We were playing some hole-in-the-wall club. Her band opened for mine. She let out a quiet laugh. First thing I noticed was her pink-tipped mohawk sticking up over the crowd. Then when she jumped up on stage, bass slung low, just oozing punk rock attitude. Roxy trailed off, shaking her head with a sad smile. We hit it off right away. We hooked up, ended up talking for hours after the show about bands and songs and life. She idly picked at a fraying thread on her shirt. She just got me, you know? She understood the high I get creating music, bearing my soul to the strings, connected with that passion in a way most people don't. Layla shifted closer, looping an arm through Roxy's. You two did always vibe so well together, she said. Roxy's expression turned wistful. We were kind of perfect for each other in some ways, but the timing was always off. Other relationships getting in the way and crap. The romance angle just fizzled out. She stroked a thumb over the bottle's worn label. The friendship stayed strong, though. Bond like that don't break easy. We'd get together and jam sometimes between tour stops. She'd noodle these bass lines that just changed the whole feeling of my songs. Roxy smiled sadly. She just understood how to take the random chords in my head and ground them into something bigger, you know. Lock it all together into a sound no one else could have imagined. She shook her head. Kim could wail some sick notes, but her songwriting was even more killer. She had these heavy lyrics ripped straight from the heart, just laid herself wide open without fear. She held Dee's gaze. Point is, there was nobody else like her. She left one hell of a void in all our lives. Her eyes softened. I know you looked up to her too. First big tour and all. Dee rubbed at the lingering wetness on his face. Yeah, she kinda took me under her wing, you know. Told me war stories about the punk life. Taught me how to keep guitars tuned. He choked out a weak laugh. Hell, she even slipped me my first beer at that rest stop in Iowa. Said if I was man enough to live on the road with her crew of degenerates, I was man enough to drink pisswater beer too. Laughter rippled through the group. Definitely sounds like Kim, Layla said. She was one of a kind, Spike said. Roxy raised the bottle. Here's to you, Kim, keeping it punk as hell to the end. She took one last swig and passed the bottle to Dee in offering. We carry her spirit with us in our music now. Dee accepted the bottle. He stared down into its near-empty depths for a long moment before taking a shaky sip. We won't let her be forgotten, Layla said. Dee managed a jerky nod as he handed the bottle off. One by one, they each took a sip. The bottle reached Tommy and he raised it before passing it on. An uneasy quiet fell over the group again. Tommy cleared his throat. Tell you what, soon as we get back home, we should do something together. Work up the sickest tribute to Kim. Roxy dabbed her eyes and nodded. Damn right, she'll be looking down ready to heckle our sorry asses if we don't come up with something worthy. She scooped up Dee's hand, giving it a squeeze. But we won't let her down, right guys? Roxy cast her gaze around their huddled circle. We carry on rocking twice as hard and loud to make up for the empty spot she's left. Keep fighting the good fight, because it's what Kim would have wanted. Yeah, okay, Dee said. She'd definitely want us out there kicking zombie ass and taking names. For Kim. For Kim, the rest echoed. Zero rubbed the back of his neck. I regret what happened with Kim. My focus was solely on necessities for group survival rather than personal connection. I didn't know her like you did. Zero cast his gaze down. Perhaps certain choices could have been handled more delicately. If I've come across as cold and clinical, I apologize. Zero glanced between Roxy and Dee's surprised faces. You both speak truth. Her memory carries on in the family she left behind. And perhaps I acted hastily. He opened his hands. But I swear it was not out of malice. Dee's mouth gaped and he shook his head. I don't know what to say, thanks man. Tommy rubbed his eyes and caught Layla swiping her own stray tears. She reached over and embraced him in a tight hug. Zero slipped out as the others lay down to sleep. Tommy closed his eyes and pictured Neve and Sean. He hated not knowing where they were or whether they were still alive. After a while, Zero returned. Good news. The zombie activity out there is finally dying down. If we're making a break for it, I say we go now while the coast is clear. You heard the man. Tommy sat up and shook away the tiredness. Let's get the hell out of here. Roxy shook her head. No, Tommy. We need rest. Yeah, Jimbo said. And half of us are drunk. All right. Tommy glanced up at Zero. That good with you, man? I will take first watch. He stepped back outside and slammed the door shut. Night, everyone, Jimbo said. Hope you don't mind Nick snoring. Episode 13, Chapter 27. Tommy stirred with the first gray hints of dawn, his back protesting from a night cramped in the van. He shifted Jimbo's foot from his face and winced as sore muscles and chilled bones made themselves known. The short hours of restless sleep hadn't been nearly enough after the emotional and physical strains of recent days. But daylight also brought harsh reality back. They were still trapped in this concrete tomb surrounded by the living dead. The parking garage hadn't provided true sanctuary, just an uneasy reprieve. He scrubbed a rough hand down his face and sat up. Most of the others appeared still asleep, though fitfully judging by the grimaces and muffled groans. Only Zero was already up and alert, peering vigilantly out the driver's side window. What's the view look like out there? Tommy asked, his voice croaky. He crawled forward between slumbering bodies towards the front. Zero cast a glance back at Tommy. Still overrun, but movement has thinned overnight at least. I estimate a 40% reduced threat since yesterday. Tommy settled into the passenger seat, wincing again as his spine realigned. He opened the door and stepped outside, his breath misting in the air. Hugging himself against the chill, He ventured towards the parapet and glanced down at the surrounding streets. Dozens of zombies still shambled around, but the morning light was still too gray and diffuse to reveal the true scope of their predicament. He turned at Zero's approach. Why are they still lingering down there? Thought zombies tended to lose interest without active prey. They should have wandered off by now. Zero gave a shrug. Instinct perhaps still draws them to our location if they caught scent of living flesh nearby. Who knows how those things truly operate? Perhaps on some dim collective memory that food source is near. Tommy frowned. Or maybe they just sensed a bunch of juicy punk rock snacks holed up in the van. We're like babies in a shark tank. Zero slid a sidelong look over at Tommy, one eyebrow arched. Your cynical metaphors illustrate nothing beyond fatalistic thinking, which is rarely productive. He raised his chin and gazed across the city. Mental resilience now is key if we have any hope of fighting free. Tommy bit back further remarks, conceding Zero's point with a grunt. Tommy let the quiet stretch while studying the undead's movements more closely. The passenger door creaking open made both men start. Layla dropped from the van and gave a tired half-smile before joining them. Morning. Hey. Tommy turned back to watching the zombies. What you doing? Layla asked. Tommy shrugged a shoulder. Just trying to work out how we'll get out of this place. Layla leaned over the side. Maybe if we threw stuff to draw them away, created a distraction. She trailed off. I don't know. There's so damn many still. Too many variables and uncertainty about how they would react anyway, Zero said. His eyes remained locked on the milling hordes. Miscalculation risks compromising our one secure stronghold here. There's got to be some way of thinning them out, though, she said. Some tactic or trick we haven't thought of yet. Tommy racked his brain, but his mind was a fog. A scuff and metallic crunch had all three twisting sharply. But it was Roxy kicking at a discarded soda can near the van's rear bumper. We're screwed here. She marched over to join them. If we let much more time go by, they could swarm us completely. Then we're just canned meals on wheels. She glared at Zero. We need a solid escape plan because I'm not dying, trapped cowering in this friggin' parking garage. You feel me? Zero flinched. Then his face became hard. It's funny how the biggest critics never provide answers of their own. Getting each other's hackles up won't solve this, guys, Layla said. Let's keep the brainstorming productive, yeah? She looked between Roxy and Zero before gesturing for the rest of the crew to join them. Maybe with all our brains combined, we can MacGyver our way the hell out of Dodge. The others shuffled over, bleary-eyed. Even Jimbo seemed subdued as he crossed his arms and glowered down at the oil-stained concrete. Tommy dropped his hands from massaging his throbbing temples. All right. The simple fact is we can't stay here. The zombies are thinning out, so I say we get back to the vans as soon as possible. He cast a glance at Jimbo. Zero. I say you should drive us this time. Get back to where we're parked and hit the road. Zero shook his head. That doesn't work for me. All right. Jimbo? You... No, Zero said. Tommy glared. All right. What's your brilliant plan then? Factoring in current levels of undead, we cannot safely eliminate enough to carve passage for the vehicles yet. He raised a hand to stifle Tommy's protests. However, on foot, a small group could plausibly loop a few blocks around towards where we left the other vans. Tommy shook his head. On foot? When we have a perfectly good van? Which also happens to be our only van at the moment. Our only means of transport. Our only protection against those things. Zero eyed each of the bandmates in turn. Tommy ground his teeth. But as much as it galled him, Zero was right. He sucked a sharp breath and met Layla's eyes. Around them, the others shifted on feet or cracked knuckles. Right then, Tommy clapped his hands. Let's do this thing. We don't all need to go, Zero said. I suggest no more than 4. Tommy tossed his van keys in the air. I'm going. Me too, Layla said. Roxy shrugged. I'd best go too. No one knows that van as well as I do. Tommy looked around at the others. Anyone else? Dee stepped forward and raised a hand. Yeah. Why the hell not? Tommy nodded. Let's go raise some hell. Chapter 28. Tommy gripped his bat, his palm clammy on its worn handle. He met each crew member's eyes as they stood tensed and listening. Tommy ushered the others single file down towards the parking garage's ground floor. He strained every sense, tracking the faint raspy undertones of the dead outside, while sweeping alert eyes through the vast concrete. The faintest scrape of dragging footsteps echoed from deeper in the structure. Tommy whipped towards the sound, holding his breath, bat poised. A lone zombie rounded a concrete support pillar ahead, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Tommy used subtle hand motions to direct the crew into concealing alcoves behind the pillar rows. He spotted a promising fire door off the main vehicle bay and risked a subtle shoulder tap to urge the crew onward again. Slowly, warily, Tommy crept from cover, the others following close behind. Each soft scuff of the concrete came like a slap to the face. But step by step, holding his breath, Tommy inched along, drawn by the beckoning side exit just ahead. A sharp crack split the air. Lila gestured down in dismay at the can lying crushed under her boot. The noise grabbed the zombie's attention. Shoulders hunching, it wavered unsteadily around to face the frozen group with milky eyes. Lila bolted. In 3 quick strides, she snatched up a brick fragment and hurled it at a nearby car, cracking its windshield. The zombie swiveled towards the new sound, limbs tangling in its abrupt change of course. Go, go, Tommy signaled for them to move. Keeping low, he led the others ahead. They plunged through the fire door, slamming it shut behind them, and into gloomy concrete service halls. Rounding a corner, he stopped at the sight of 3 zombies wandering vaguely up ahead. Dee collided with his back. Damn it, Tommy, warn a guy next time. Tommy raised his hand and glared at Dee before gesturing to the zombies. We can't go back. Dee's expression dropped. Oh, crap. Tommy pressed himself against the concrete wall, not daring to breathe, his pulse roaring in his ears. After waiting in frozen silence, the last wavering footsteps faded around the next hall bend. Tommy gulped a steadying breath, gesturing for the group to follow again. The outside door came into view past a short loading dock. Tommy motioned the others ahead. Safely through, he eased the door closed a metallic scrape, then leapt down to the alley below. His crew stood slump-shouldered along the alley's opposite wall. Groans and grasping hands grew nearer. Go, go! Other way! Tommy's feet pounded on the asphalt as he sprinted forward, his bat swatting away the encroaching dead. Skidding around another blind corner, the group pulled up, their escape cut off again by a couple more zombies, blocking the alley mouth ahead. Tommy spun back, but the original zombie mob stumbled into view. We're surrounded! Roxy darted forward, frantically flashing a broken bit of mirror out in front of the new zombies. The bright, waggling reflection through the alley shadows seized both deadheads' attention. Lurching towards its bobbing light, they shuffled after it. Brilliant, Layla said. This way, hurry! Roxy gestured the crew through the gap and tossed her flashing lure down a side passage, diverting the small mob further. Tommy waved the others forward, his lungs heaving. New shapes peeled from the shadows ahead, staggering corpses blocking their way. No, Tommy skidded to a halt. He pressed back against the brick wall, clutching his bat with nowhere left to run. The fresh wave slouched closer, trapping them. Tommy snarled in desperate fury. A small, scuffed sound next to him made Tommy glance over to Dee. A silent exchange passed between them as Dee gave a resolute nod. Before Tommy could ask what he meant, Dee broke from the defensive huddle towards the mob ahead. Snatching up a nearby bottle, he began banging it hard against a metal dumpster. Hey, yeah, over here, you ugly skin sacks. Tommy stared. Dee, what are you doing? Go. But, just go. I've got this, Tommy. Dee turned back to the zombies. That's it, come get a taste. The zombies wavered and moved towards Dee. Still smashing his noisy distraction, Dee backed away from Tommy and the others, clearing an escape route. Dee, no! Tommy lunged forward, but Layla grabbed his arm, holding him back. Don't, she said. You can't help him now. Sick understanding crushed Tommy's chest. Dee was buying life for his friends with his own. Bile rose in Tommy's throat as he stood frozen. Tommy, we gotta go. Roxy yanked his numb body back towards their cleared escape route. Tommy tore his eyes away from Dee as the undead tide closed in on him alone. Staggering into movement, Tommy fled with the others away from both the encroaching swarm and Dee's screams fading behind them. Tommy stumbled into the dingy sunlight outside, his vision blurred by tears. He turned back once more as Dee disappeared beneath the churning mass of zombies. The screaming stopped. "We need to go," Layla said. Tommy forced himself to keep moving. The group ran on a few more blocks in silence before slumping against an abandoned storefront to regroup. No words existed. Dee was gone. Tommy roused himself enough to lean over and place his arms around Layla and Roxy, tears streaking their faces. "Come on," he managed. "We've got to keep moving." Layla nodded. Wordlessly, Roxy threaded her fingers through Tommy's own for several moments as they walked before loosening her grip again. Chapter 29. "We're still a way off from the casino," Tommy said, "but I think I spotted a route to slip closer." Roxy and Layla moved in silence, dipping between parked cars and doorways. "Alleys seem clearer for now, and we can maybe climb over that low roof ahead too, stay off the street for a block or so." Layla and Roxy both nodded. "We should maybe find ways to distract and pull more zombies off the main drag too if we get desperate. Noise traps in empty buildings to thin resistance ahead of time." Urgency fueled Tommy's thinking, despite the risks involved. "Let's do this smart and fast." He pointed towards the beckoning rooftop access ladder nearby. "If our luck turns, we can barricade choke points behind us at least, control the field where possible." "You sound like Zero," Layla muttered. "Just trying to keep us focused. It's either that or—" He climbed the ladder with gritted teeth, the muscles in his arms burning. Up on the low rooftop, Tommy made a cautious circuit, checking the roof was clear. He spied the casinos just a few blocks over. With a run-up, Tommy leapt across a narrow alleyway to the next building. A sudden scrabbling on the tar paper roof made Tommy spin, his bat raised and ready. But it was just pigeons startled from their nesting. Layla smothered a choked laugh next to him. Roxy grinned, giving Layla's shoulder a little shove. "Bunch of twitchy chickens we are," Tommy said. "Speak for yourself," Roxy said. Edging past skylights and sagging antenna lines, they drew closer to the casino block. Tommy stopped at the roof's edge and almost wept at the sight of his and Roxy's vans parked half a block away. Opting for speed over stealth, Tommy slipped down a rusty drainpipe. Eyes sweeping their immediate area, he signaled for Layla and Roxy to remain still. Squinting towards the familiar vehicles, no zombies stood between them. "How's it looking?" Tommy started at Roxy's voice. "Clear as far as I can tell." "You sure there's nothing hiding nearby?" Tommy shook his head. "Nope." As they edged towards the vans, Layla gasped and gestured to a trio of zombies shambling past the vehicles. Using hand signals, Tommy directed Layla and Roxy in a wide arc around the zombies. Crouched behind a car, Tommy tightened his grip on his bat. As the zombies drew closer, Tommy gave the nod. He lunged forward, striking hard at the nearest zombie, sending it sprawling. Layla smashed her tire iron against a zombie's face as Roxy darted in with her machete, taking them down by the knees. Two corpses collapsed, hamstrung in a shrieking heap. Channeling all the rage and fear of the last few days, Tommy swung wild blows with his bat, again and again until there was only wreckage left and his lungs burned. Roxy and Layla stared at him, their mouths gaping. "Come on." He pointed his blood-smeared bat towards the vans. "Let's not hang around, eh?" He raced over to his van, keys shaking in his hand. "Do you want me to do that?" Layla asked. Tommy nodded and jogged around the passenger side and leapt onto the seat, slamming the door behind him. Layla started the engine and waved at Roxy, pulling away from the casino. She let out a shaky breath. "Let's get back to the others." Tommy stared from the window, his jaw tight, images of Dee's last moments etched in his mind. "You all right, Tommy?" Tommy's nostrils flared. Never been better. Episode 14, Chapter 29. Exhaustion hit Tommy as he stared from the passenger window. Layla steered through the debris-strewn city, her watery eyes fixed on the road ahead. Tommy shook images of Dee's last moments from his mind, trying to bury them, along with everything else since Berkeley. The parking garage loomed ahead, concrete and shadows concealing whatever remained inside. He hoped Mickey and the others were okay, that the zombies hadn't managed to find their way up to Zero's van. Lila eased their van beside the garage entrance. Squinting towards the upper levels, she let out a sigh. "What's up?" Tommy asked. "I don't want to go back into that place. Could still be zombies wandering the lower floors." Tommy's mouth twitched. "Signal them." Layla punched the van's horn, startling Tommy as the sharp blare cut through the morning gloom outside. Seconds crawled by with no hints of response. Layla hit the horn again, and another blast came from Roxy's van. "Come on, give me a sign here," Layla muttered under her breath. She leaned on the horn once more. A shape emerged from the upper deck. Zero shouted something. Getting only confused looks, he made exaggerated ambling motions, then pointed off down the street. "I think he wants us to draw the zombies away," Tommy said. "We'll pull a Pied Piper, lead the deadheads away with noise, then double back quiet." "Like Jimbo did? It worked, didn't it?" Layla sniffed. "Too well." "If we can draw them away from our way out." "Fine." She restarted the engine and pulled away from the garage, making her way along the street. "Just hold off the horn for now." As Layla drove at a crawling speed, Tommy watched the side mirror for shambling shapes. A couple of zombies staggered into view, listlessly wandering without aim. "Take that next left and slow down more when you can," Tommy said. "No need bolting away quite yet. We want to give Zero and the others a clear opening, not lead more of those things to block their way." Layla grunted. Tommy followed her worried glance towards slumped Rex. "Let's make sure we don't get barricaded in, yeah?" Layla whirled on him with a glare. "I know what I'm doing, Tommy." He raised his hands. "Sorry, I'm sorry." "No, I shouldn't have snapped at you." Tommy sniffed. "Things are tense. I can take it if you need to let off steam." He forced a smile. "We're cool, right?" Layla nodded. "Always." She gestured to the horn. "What do you reckon?" "Do it." Layla honked the horn and rolled the van forward. She honked again, and again. New zombie clusters wandered onto the street ahead, cutting off an easy detour. Lila muffled a sharp curse, braking hard. "Go faster," Tommy said. Layla slammed her foot down on the gas and hurtled forward. The van clipped a couple of zombies, hurling them to the sidewalk with a resounding crack. "Good one," Tommy said. Layla smacked the horn again and slowed down, drawing out more zombies before speeding forward again. She took another turn, and the parking garage came into view. "They're not there." Tommy gazed up at the garage, looking for any signs of Zero's van. "Damn it." "What should we do?" "We keep moving, keep drawing those things away. How the hell are we going to avoid being circled in if Zero's crew gets stuck in there?" Tommy winced at the thought. "We just keep tight loops circulating best we can, buy them a chance to get through." Layla made another loop around the city, blasting her horn and drawing out more zombies. They passed the parking garage again. Layla frowned. Where the hell are they? They must be trying to get out. What if they've already left? What if they're already out of Reno? We'd have seen them surely. We don't know that. Tommy sighed and glanced at the garage in the side mirror. You're right. We'll give them a bit longer. We can't abandon Mickey. We're not abandoning anyone. If Mickey's with them, he'll be safe. Layla sniffed. Yeah, right, he's withdrawing. And I don't think Zero's going to help out when things get bad. We got him methadone. No, you've got his methadone. And if he doesn't get another dose soon, he'll start spiraling again. Silence stretched out between them before Layla spoke. That's 2 full revolutions since Zero's signal. She turned the corner and smacked the horn again. More zombies filled the streets, and Layla hit the gas. She swung them around towards the garage again. Zero's van burst from the garage and raced off down the street. Gun it. Layla followed in Zero's wake, Roxy's van close behind. Tommy heaved sideways as Layla swerved to avoid a cluster of zombies. Block by block, they pushed onward. Tommy finally breathed deep as Reno faded behind them. They were clear. I think we're past the worst, Tommy said. Don't say that, don't tempt fate. Tommy turned to her. We'll get through this, you know? She kept her eyes on the road. I hope you're right. Chapter 30. Tommy stared at nothing as Layla guided the van back onto the open highway. The rural road unfurled under the late morning sun, a more welcome sight than sagging power lines and boarded shop fronts. A heavy silence still choked the van's interior. Lingering exhaustion, and grief resting like a shroud. When the first gas station appeared, Zero pulled off the road. "Looks like we're taking a break," Tommy said. "Thanks, Captain Obvious." Layla pulled their van to rest beside the aging fuel pumps. As the others piled out, Tommy stuck the nozzle in their tank, then leaned heavily upon the van grill, the worn store sign creaking in the breeze. He took slow, steadying breaths as the others began migrating towards him. Jimbo gave Tommy a broad grin and embraced him in a hug. "You missed out on Shea asphyxiation, dude, where windows stayed shut and any fart lingered for 50 miles. It's good to see you, Jimbo. You too, squeezed legroom I can deal with, but let's just say certain comrades kept stinking the place up." He nodded towards Mickey, staggering closer. Tommy chuckled. "You good, Mickey?" Without answering, Mickey came in for a tight hug, slapping a hand on Tommy's back before stepping back, his forehead coated with sweat. "I'm gonna need some of that medicine, man." "We'll get you sorted, Mickey. Don't worry." He shook his head and smiled. "Can't tell you how good it is seeing your ugly face again." Mickey blinked back. "That was pretty intense back there, huh? Was starting to wonder if my number got called back there. One of those dead bastards nearly made me its bitch." "You coming back with us?" "Of course, man. If I hear another thing about the New World Order, I swear to God I'm gonna start ripping my hair out." "That's good, man." He clapped Mickey on the shoulder. "Glad to have you back. And we've got enough of that stuff to help you get back on your feet." Mickey looked past him and gestured to the Minx van. "What's Roxy doing?" Tommy followed his gaze. Roxy remained in the driver's seat, staring into the distance. He shrugged one shoulder. "Been an intense few days." "Yeah, you think she's all right?" "We'll keep an eye on her, make sure she is." Her gaze remained locked unseeing on the middle distance, her hands still tight on the steering wheel. Tommy jerked a thumb towards her. "I'll go speak to her." Before he had chance to move, Zero arrived stone-faced before him. He clasped Tommy's shoulder. "Was starting to worry you were a goner back there." He released his grip. "I'm glad you made it." "You too, man." Zero gestured to the Minx van. "Roxy and Dee are still in there. Think they've had a falling out or something." Tommy bit down on his bottom lip. "Dee didn't make it." "Wait, what?" His fists clenched. "Why didn't you say anything?" "I am saying something." Jimbo tapped Tommy's shoulder. "Did you just say Dee's dead?" Hating himself, Tommy turned to face him and gave a weak nod. "There was an ambush we couldn't outrun in the city. Dee saved us so the rest could escape. He went out hard, taking more with him." Jimbo just stared, mouth working silently. Spike joined Tommy's side, his hands fumbling to light a cigarette. "You sure?" His voice wavered. Tommy closed his eyes. "Yeah." Spike turned and punched the van, his face contorting with pain. "Hey," Tommy said. "What you doing, man? He saved us. If it wasn't for Dee, we'd all be dead. He saved us all." Spike glanced down at his knuckles with detached blankness. Tommy shifted his weight. He was a hero. This is your fault, Tommy." He took a step forward and jabbed Tommy's chest. "He'd still be here if it wasn't for you and your stupid plan." Roxy's door slammed, and she marched over to Spike. She took his wrist and turned his hand, examining the knuckles with a clinical eye. She released her grip and glared at him. "Hurting yourself won't ease the loss, and blaming Tommy is a douchebag move." "But, no. He did the best he could back there. We all did. Dee sacrificed himself so we could all live. It was his choice, his call. He went down how he wanted to. Don't you dare take that away, and don't you dare put that on Tommy." Spike looked between Roxy and Tommy, tears rolling down his cheeks. Zero stood nearby, his eyes fixed on Tommy. Tommy took a breath. "You should blame me. It should have been just me and Roxy. We didn't need 4 of us. Probably made things more risky." "Again with the guilt savior complex, Tommy." Roxy glowered at him. "Stop trying to shoulder blame that's not yours." Zero grunted. "The issue isn't Tommy playing leader. It's him making unilateral calls based on ego. I wonder if there's more to this." "Oh, that is such crap, Zero," Roxy said. "Don't pretend you've got some moral high ground judging calls you never had to make. Tommy tried saving everyone, but Dee's the one who actually did it. And correct me if I'm wrong, but you're the one who wanted to stay back guarding the van. It was a tactical decision. The road to hell, blah blah yeah. Spike shoved between them with an eye roll. How's about we don't all go savaging each other when there's zombies happy to handle that for us? He gestured around the group. We've lost 2 of our own, 2 from our band. Can't even call ourselves that anymore. He dropped his cigarette and stamped it into the asphalt. We've all done what we've had to survive. Ain't our place throwing stones about right or wrong choices. D did what he thought was right. Tommy did what he thought was right. He narrowed his eyes at Zero. So screw you and the horse you rode in on. Nix drifted up beside Spike, wrapping one slim arm round his lean waist. A heavy silence draped the group again. A sudden nudge against Tommy's shoulder made him glance left. Roxy eyed him levelly, her expression unreadable. She searched his face a moment longer, then shook her head. You can't own the blame for group decisions, Tommy. It's wasted energy that just hurts more in the end. She took his hand and squeezed. Trust me on that. Too numb to respond, Tommy managed a grateful nod. Roxy maintained a firm grip for a few wordless moments before releasing his hand. We should say a few words, Spike said, swaying in place, his eyes fixed on the mottled concrete. Another bandmate. He shrugged. I mean, what can I say, man? D was solid, great friend, great guitarist. He gazed up at the sky. I'm gonna miss you, man. Amen, Layla said. D knew how to rock. He was a freaking hero. Saved me, Tommy, and Rox. The fact we're here now is thanks to him. I'll never forget that. Yeah, Tommy said. We can never repay that debt. We can, Zero said. We repay it by getting through this. Exactly, Roxy said. He died on his terms. The best way we can pay tribute is to make what he did mean something. Zero dipped his head. I didn't know him long, but what he did for us speaks volumes. Proxy turned to Spike. Remember that festival spot D scored us in Richmond? Yeah. Spike laughed. Barely into our first tune before Thunderstorm of the Century opened up. Lightning turned the stage boards into an electric chair. It was insane. Both musicians cackled while the others looked on. Right, Roxy said. He was so chuffed scoring that spot. I don't think a wild grizzly could have torn him off that stage once the amps started blaring. Yeah, and I remember him chewing out that promoter, trying to get us to stop. Raw nerve, that one. I swear that promoter nearly pissed himself getting away from D's glare. When the laughter faded, Mickey stepped forward. D saved us all, man. He went out like a goddamn hero. Spike nodded. D was family, but he didn't deserve to go like that. Layla placed a gentle hand on Spike's shoulder. None of us do, but his sacrifice means we have a chance to keep living. Zero sighed. All we can do is keep moving forward together. Nick squeezed Spike's hand. D would want us to remember him with smiles, not tears. Roxy nodded. Nix is right. D loved life on the road. The best way to honor him is by sticking together. Jimbo approached Tommy. No one blames you, man. We all know you did your best back there. He pulled Tommy into a bear hug. Tommy hugged him back, finding comfort in the embrace. When they parted, he turned to the group. Let's not let D's gift go to waste, yeah? Spike wiped his eyes and glanced up at the clouds. Rest in peace, man. Rest in peace, everyone echoed. Spike straightened up and gestured to the vans. We should get back on the road. Still got a long ways to go. Zero unfolded a map across the hood of his van, the group crowding round. He traced a line with his finger. If we take this route here, we can reach Salt Lake City tomorrow. Jimbo wandered over to Tommy's van, glancing between the open side door and Zero's map. Hey, mind if I ride with you guys again? Could use a change of scenery. Before Tommy could respond, Zero looked up from the map. Why aren't you riding in your own van? Sorry, dude. Jimbo hauled himself inside. Seats are comfier over here. Now hold on a... Jimbo slammed the van door shut. Tommy glanced at Jimbo, then back at Zero. Guess that's settled then. He climbed into the driver's seat as Mickey and Layla piled in, doors closing behind them. Tommy turned the ignition. The engine rumbled to life and they pulled away from the pumps back onto the open highway. The van setting off in convoy once more. Chapter 31. Tommy drove on through the deserted landscape, everyone in the van seemingly lost in their own thoughts. Despite the bright blue sky overhead, A darkness still hung over them after Dee's sacrifice. Tommy eased up, squinting at the barricade blocking the highway ahead. He could make out figures emerging from two vehicles. Even at a distance, the sunlight glinted off unmistakable weapons. "You think it's National Guard?" Layla said. "They don't look like soldiers." "Could be road pirates," Jimbo said. Tommy eyed the nearest one's military uniform and shook his head. "It looks official." Jimbo leaned between the seats. "Ram through, dude." Tommy glared back at him. "I'm not ramming anything." He pulled up slowly, the other vans coming to a halt behind him. He lowered the window as a bearded man wearing camouflage and wielding a shotgun swaggered over. "Well, howdy, folks. Hate to trouble you, but me and my crew are gonna need all your supplies before we let you through." Tommy tightened his grip on the steering wheel, hiding his shaking hands. "We've got sick people with us. How about we share some medicine and food? That would help us both." The man took a half step back and inclined his head. "When you say sick..." "Withdrawal," Mickey said. The man grinned. "Oh, well, in that case, we'll be taking it all. Unless you want to taste buckshot." Tommy chewed his lip. They were blocked with no room to turn around. "We're not giving up all our supplies. You lot traveling together?" "Yeah, we're just trying to get home, man." "You look like good kids. Here's what I'll do. I'll save you the effort of unloading your supplies. Instead, you'll be getting out of the van and handing over the key." He shrugged a shoulder. "And because I'm feeling in a charitable kind of mood, you can take the rest of your convoy and go." The man aimed the shotgun at Tommy. "What's it to be? Make the smart choice now. Leave your van, then be on your way." "Best give the dude what he wants," Jimbo said. Layla nodded and unclipped her seatbelt. "All right," Tommy said, raising his hands. Mickey slammed his fist against the window. "We can't just let them take our stuff." Tommy glared at him. "You got a better idea that don't involve getting shot?" "There's more of us than them," Mickey said. "If we rush them, then we all die," Layla cut in. She turned to Tommy, her eyes pleading. "We gotta give them what they want, Tommy. Whatever it takes to save our skins." Tommy nodded. He eased open the door. "Stay here. I'm gonna talk with them." Ignoring the protests behind him, he approached the leader, hands raised. The man eyed him as Tommy stopped a few feet away. "I reckon we got off on the wrong foot." He held out a hand. "Name's Tommy." The man lowered his shotgun a fraction. "You think I give a crap?" "We're trying to get to Salt Lake City. You're right, though, we do have extra food and meds, but we can't give up the van. What if we split it 50-50 with you? Help each other out?" The man smirked. "And if we just take it all?" Tommy nodded. "You could, but we'll fight you for every damn can, and some of your boys might not walk away from that." The man eyed Tommy a moment before barking out a laugh. "Well, damn, look at you, bargaining like your ass isn't on the line." He raised his shotgun. "Now, I'm not here to negotiate. Toss the keys and get your people." A gunshot cracked. Blood sprayed from the man's head and he dropped to the ground. The other robbers moved. Another gunshot rang out. And another. Tommy whirled as Zero lowered his rifle, a cold look in his eyes. "What the hell, Zero?" Zero stared back, stone-faced. "You were wasting time. We need to keep moving." He turned away, ejecting the spent shell casings as the rest of the group emerged cautiously from their vehicles. Tommy grabbed Zero's shoulder. "We could have talked our way through. You didn't need to kill them." Zero scoffed. "Keep dreaming that hippie liberal bullcrap. We do what we need to survive out here, or we die." He yanked his shoulder free and walked off. Fists clenched, Tommy started after him, but Layla pulled him back. "Forget it, Tommy, let's just see what we can find." The group spread out to search the roadblock, an uneasy silence hanging over them. Tommy couldn't get the image of Zero coldly gunning down those men out of his head. Killing the undead was one thing, but killing the living seemed a step too far. They moved among the makeshift barricade of battered vehicles parked across the highway. The fenced-in area beyond appeared to serve as the robbers' compound. Tommy spotted a small concrete shelter just inside the perimeter, likely where they slept. A stockpile of fuel cans stood lined up by a rusty tanker truck. Crates of preserved food, medicine, tools, and weapons were stacked around the shelter. "Jackpot, baby." Jimbo whooped, opening a large footlocker spilling over with guns and ammo. Looks like these psychos were loaded for war. Tommy grimaced as Zero began distributing the weapons and ammo from the stash. The ends would help them survive, perhaps, but the cold execution still gnawed at him. Layla appeared at his side. Try not to let it eat you up. I don't like his methods either, but Zero's mind is set on survival, above all else. Doesn't make it right. We're supposed to be the good guys here. Layla gave his arm a comforting squeeze. Come on, let's see if we can find anything useful in these vehicles. They searched the parked trucks and vans, recovering tools, tarps, camping gear, and other supplies. But Tommy couldn't shake his disgust over profiting from Zero's handiwork. The man's capacity for violence deeply unsettled him, despite understanding its necessity out here, and where it might ultimately lead them, if left unchecked. There's no way we're fitting all this in the vans, Tommy said. Zero shook his head and began lugging amps from the back of his van. We need this. Amps and guitars just waste space. Roxy bristled. Our instruments are part of who we are. Tommy held up a hand. Nobody's leaving instruments, but Zero's right. Survival is priority now over music. Nick stared down at a guitar case covered in stickers. Far as I see it, we won't be playing nothing if we're dead. He kicked the guitar case. Wake up, man. Ain't no damn music careers until this thing's over. A tense silence passed. Layla stepped up and removed her bass from the vehicle. He's right. We'll find new gear, but we can't replace each other if we don't get moving. One by one, the others handed over their instruments with muted resignation. Tommy swallowed hard as he passed his treasured guitar to Jimbo. Roxy lingered a moment longer, before finally adding Dee's guitar to the pile. They redistributed the weight in the back of the vans, and the others crammed inside. Tommy gazed down at the dead men, and wondered whether they would rise as zombies. But they stared blankly at the sky. What should we do with them? Zero strode past and picked through the men's jackets. We take what we can and get back on the road. I meant about burying them, or something. Zero looked up over his shoulder and shook his head. He retrieved radios from the men's belts and rose to his feet. The radio let out a static hiss. Zero tested one and mumbled something. A voice crackled through the speaker. Zero scanned the area, narrowing his eyes. We need to leave. Tommy stared at the gaping hole in the bearded man's forehead. I can't believe you shot them. I did what needed doing, Tommy. You can thank me later. He marched back towards his van. Tommy met Layla's eyes and shook his head. Tommy, Zero called back. I said, we need to leave. Now. Episode 15. Chapter 33. The van rumbled down the empty highway as Tommy drove on in brooding silence. Mickey lay curled up in the back in fitful sleep, while Layla and Jimbo stared from the window. Tommy kept replaying Zero gunning down those men, their bodies hitting the asphalt, the bullet wounds in their head. The cold brutality of it gnawed at him. He'd come to terms with taking down zombies. That was necessary. It was life against death. But this felt different, as if pieces of their humanity had been ripped away. That was intense back there. Layla's voice cut through the silence. With Zero, I mean. Tommy's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. Intense? He straight up executed those men in cold blood. He shook his head, the muscles around his jaw tight. It was murder, plain and simple. I agree it was extreme. Layla placed a hand on Tommy's arm. But without him taking action the way he did, we might have lost our supplies and be a van down. Or worse. But what have we lost instead? From the back seat, Jimbo scoffed. Oh, come on. Zero's always been into guns. I ain't shocked he iced those dudes soon as an excuse presented. He leaned forward. Way back, we played some real craphole biker bar outside Austin. Show went south fast and a riot kicked off. Bodies and bottles flying everywhere. But Zero whips out this freaking hand cannon from the van. Shut that riot down real quick so we could all get clear. Jimbo chuckled. Tommy just stared stonily ahead. Not saying I always dig his methods, Jimbo said. Just that he's never been shy about using force when pushed. Great, Tommy said. So we've got a psycho to worry about as well as zombies and bandits. Layla let out a sigh. What Zero did was extreme, but I'm sure his conviction comes from past trauma too. We all have our demons, Tommy. Maybe they just manifest in different ways. I know, but it still doesn't sit right, him being judge, jury, and executioner. It's messed up, you know? We're supposed to have laws. Laws? Layla laughed bitterly. It's the Wild West out there. There's no laws. Jimbo nodded. She's right, dude. What the world was ain't what the world is. Things have shifted, you know? I get that. Obviously, I get that. It's just... Tommy couldn't find the words. It's just different, Jimbo said. This time last week, we were on the road trying to pick up some new guitar strings. Yeah, Tommy shook his head. And now our guitars are lying with those bodies. He raised a finger. You know, if the police investigate, they're going to find our DNA all over that crime scene. Layla sniffed. If being the operative word there. Tommy, Jimbo's right. What things were like isn't how things are now. Things have changed. Maybe things will get back to how they were, but until they do, we need to focus on survival. Tommy jerked a thumb towards the shotgun now riding in the back. You want to talk about survival? Don't you think it's dangerous having all these weapons around? What if Mickey has a freak out? What if one of us loses our cool? Or the thing goes off by accident? Or one of us gets hit by friendly fire during a skirmish? Layla nodded. So we keep each other in check. Make sure desperation doesn't turn us into monsters, too. Dude, a deep frown etched Jimbo's features. We keep the weapons. It's a bad idea taking them into a zombie fight. But if the living start messing with us, we've got an answer. Tommy's nostrils flared. Right. What is it Zero always says? An armed society's a polite society. Yeah, try telling that to the parents of school shooting victims. Jimbo shook his head. Tommy, you're thinking about this all wrong. That world doesn't exist anymore. You think there's schools right now? We've got more urgent things to worry about. Maybe once this zombie crap is dealt with, we can get back to debating this stuff. But for now, dude, things are what they are. Still, I think we can try talking first. You're right, Layla said. But those men weren't exactly being peaceful. Tommy glared at her. But Zero just killed them. He did, but frankly, his skills may keep us alive out here, as much as they unsettle us. Tommy slowly exhaled, the weight of responsibility pressing down. We can't have members deciding unilaterally who lives and who dies. He's a pragmatist, Layla said. We didn't have time for debate and he made a decision. He's got to live with that as much as the rest of us. Jimbo looked between them. Yeah, but we're still here. And they're not. A soft groan emerged from the back, and Mickey slowly sat up, rubbing his eyes. What are you all talking about? Jimbo glanced at him. Hey man, you okay? Yeah, just a headache. He leaned back on his seat. But we're alive, thanks to Zero. Air whistled through Tommy's nose. He shot them, Mickey. Killed them. Mickey seemed to ponder this for a moment. He saved us, Tommy. Layla nodded. Yes, he did. Zero the hero. Mickey grinned. Hey, that rhymes. He's no hero, Tommy said. What do you mean? He protected us when we needed it most, man. He's a hero in my books. Tommy sighed. I guess. I can see why you'd think that. It's just hard to reconcile, you know? Tommy, my dude, Jimbo said. I think what you're struggling with is the idea that our world has changed. It's not black and white anymore. It's about survival now. Tommy glanced at Jimbo, his shoulders slumping. Maybe you're right. I worry about what we're becoming in the process of surviving. I don't know about you, but I don't want to end up being an asshole, surviving with a bunch of assholes. Jimbo grinned. Hey, I used to be in a hardcore band called A Bunch of Assholes. Mickey snorted out a laugh. No, you didn't. I know. Funny, though. Layla placed a hand on Tommy's shoulder. We'll find our way through this together. We'll make sure we don't lose ourselves in the process. The van fell into silence, each person lost in their thoughts. The road stretched ahead, endless and uncertain. But for now, they had each other, and in a world turned to crap, that was something to hold on to. Chapter 34. The open Nevada highway unfurled under the late afternoon sun, an endless road of cracked blacktop dotted only by sagebrush. Layla drove now, freeing Tommy to brood and Mickey to snore. Jimbo leaned between their seats, his running travelogue helping to pass the time. "Whoa, check that weird circle of cars out there." He pointed to the right. Tommy followed his gaze to several dozen vehicles, parked tightly in concentric rings just off-road. Many had doors flung open, traces of long-abandoned occupants. In the circle's center sat a pyre of ash and blackened bones. "Bet it was a quarantine zone or something," Jimbo said. "Round everyone up infected, torch the middle. Cold man." Tommy suppressed a shudder. They passed ransacked cars, drifts of belongings spilled across the asphalt, corpses in various states of decay, marks of a society unraveling at speed. By late afternoon, the Nevada landscape stretched out in front of them, a desolate expanse of dust and shadow. "Looks like we're coming up on Winnemucca," Tommy said, breaking the silence. He glanced at the others, their faces lit by the fading light. "About damn time," Mickey muttered, shifting in his seat. "Check it out," Jimbo pointed ahead. "What's that?" Tommy squinted at the horizon. A large, fenced-off camp sprawled across the dusty terrain, its outlines hazy in the gathering dusk. Details emerged as they neared. Guard towers, military vehicles, throngs of people in lines, and a large sign spelling out Camp Hope. "Looks like a FEMA camp," Layla said. "Never thought I'd be so happy to see one." Jimbo snorted. "Wouldn't let Zero hear you say that." "No," Tommy said. "Layla's right. This is a good sign, don't you see? It means the government's got this." "Explains why everywhere's been so quiet," Layla said. "We've been on the road. Must have missed the announcements and stuff." Crackling static cut in. He took the radio from Layla as Roxy's voice filtered through. "You see that up ahead? What's the plan?" Tommy keyed the mic. "Looks official. Maybe National Guard. Layla thinks it's a FEMA camp. We're gonna check it out." "Bad call, man." Zero's voice broke in. "I warned you before about getting sucked into government camps. Once they process you in, we'll never leave. That's what FEMA wants. Over." "But we might be able to shelter and regroup," Tommy said. "Get some real rest, fresh supplies. I don't know about you, but I'm done with eating all this processed crap. I could murder a carrot." "No, Tommy," Zero said. "As soon as you step inside, you become a ward of the state. The globalist plan is unfolding just like I was telling you. Disarm citizens, making us dependent, then impose Agenda 21. Tommy squeezed his eyes shut as Zero ranted on. He was too drained for another conspiracy clash. Layla took back the radio. "We're beat and starving. Got no choice but to try our luck here." The radio went silent as they approached the barrier blocking the highway. Beyond the fences, the camp bustled with purpose and energy so long absent elsewhere. Medical tents, mess halls, and endless rows of huts extended for what seemed like miles, with soldiers standing vigilant guard. Despite his unease, Tommy felt drawn to the simple promise of hot food, solid walls, and news from Philly. They crept forward until finally pulling up at the barrier. Tommy lowered his window as a young guard in a mask approached. "Morning, folks. Welcome to Camp Hope. We're advising everyone to seek shelter in the camp here for safety. You know it really isn't safe out there?" Tommy nodded. "Yeah, my friends and I have been traveling a while. Anything you got would help." The guard nodded. "We can get you registered, meals, and a place to sleep. What are your names?" Before Tommy could answer, Zero marched past, his rifle slung over his shoulder. "We don't need charity handouts or registration numbers, comrade." He turned to Tommy's window. "This is exactly what they want. Make us tadpoles in their system. Wake up, Tommy, I told you this was coming." The young guard backed up a step, hand raised. "Whoa, buddy. Let's stay calm, huh? We're just trying to provide aid to citizens, not threaten." "Save your globalist lies," Zero said. "You ain't locking us in your grid like good little slaves." Tommy jumped out to intervene before things escalated further. "Zero, man, let's take it easy, yeah?" Holding up his hands, he stepped over to steer Zero away from the nervous guards. "Look, man, we're beat and need the help. Let's just cooperate, but insist we retain the right to leave later, okay?" Zero wrenched his shoulder away, his eyes blazing. "You all go right ahead then, but I warned you every step what they've been planning for decades." Tommy turned to the guards with a weak shrug. "Sorry about my friend here. We've just had some rough times lately. About that registration." The guard nodded. I get it, rough times for everyone. Let me call my superior. We'll sort this out. As he spoke into his radio, Nick stepped out of the van, his voice calm but firm. Zero, you're making a scene. You're scaring people. We're all on edge, but this isn't helping. Zero cocked an eyebrow. You don't see it, Nix. They're controlling us, taking away our freedom under the guise of protection. I told you this would happen, didn't I? Yes. He rolled his eyes. In great detail. Exactly. And now it's happening right before your very eyes and you still can't see it. How much of a red pill do you people need? Nix took a step closer, his voice low. I hear you, Zero. But right now, we need food and a safe place to sleep. Jimbo, now out of the van, placed a hand on Nix's shoulder. Come on, dude. We're all tired. Let's just rest and reassess in the morning. Zero looked from face to face and shook his head. Go ahead. But if you think I'm stepping 1 foot inside a FEMA camp, you're more stupid than I thought. I understand there's been some concern of internet rumors, a guard said. But let me assure you, our sole purpose is to provide aid and shelter to those in need. It's too dangerous out there. We advise you to stay in the camp for your safety. Like hell we will, Zero said, his eyes narrowing. What are you hiding, huh? You've got everyone locked up like cattle in there. Death squad's not arrived yet. Sir, please can you not raise your voice? Tell me this isn't your plan all along. Hey man, let's just relax, Tommy said. Stay out of this. Zero slipped his rifle from his shoulder. Nix reached for Zero's arm. Zero, don't. Look, we just want to reach our families, Tommy said. We need to keep moving. Fine, the guard said. But you've been warned. It's dangerous out there. We know, Tommy said. Thanks. He turned to Zero. Let's just focus on getting back home, yeah? Zero pursed his lips and backed away towards his van. Tommy turned back to the guard. I'm trying to get to Philadelphia to find my family. Any news? The guard's expression softened. Philadelphia. I have family there too. We don't have much in terms of communication with the East Coast. Oh well. Tell you what I can do. We still have a duty of care to the public. If you need any water or food, I'd be happy to send some your way. Tommy smiled. That would be amazing. The guard spoke into his radio. Any chance you can tell us what the situation is like up ahead? Can't say much. The guard glanced over his shoulder. All I know is that the outbreak isn't showing signs of getting better. You'd be safer in here. We understand the risk. The guard nodded, and soon a group of FEMA employees wheeled out a pallet loaded with water bottles and boxes of dried foods. Tommy, Layla, Roxy, and Spike moved quickly to load their vans with the supplies. Zero stood a little apart, his arms crossed, watching the scene with a deep frown etched on his face. Mickey, standing next to the van, kept glancing between Zero and the others. As Nix moved forward to help with the supplies, Zero grabbed his arm, pulling him back. Don't bother, Nix. I'm not trusting any of that stuff in my van. It's just food and water. We need this. Zero shook his head. No, you don't see it, do you? They could be tracking us with this, or worse. I'm not taking any chances. Tommy glared at Zero. Listen, man, we need these supplies. We've got a long road ahead, and we can't afford to be picky. Zero stared at Tommy. Fine, take their handouts. But I'm keeping my van clean of their control. As the loading finished, the guard opened the barriers for them to leave. Watch your backs, the guard said, his voice grave. There's no telling what you'll run into out there. Thanks for the heads up. Tommy climbed into the passenger seat of their van, his mind a swirl of thoughts, concern for his family, the uncertainty of the road ahead, and the constant tension within their group. Layla took the driver's seat, her expression serious but focused. The van rolled through the barrier, leaving Camp Hope behind. Chapter 35. The sun dipped low, casting a blood-red smear across the sky. Damn, Mickey said. That was too close back there. Too damn close, Tommy said. Lucky you were there to talk those FEMA dudes around. Jimbo said. Yeah, Layla said. You did good back there. Thanks, Tommy said. Zero's a loose cannon, but you got us through, Mickey said. Didn't have much choice. Tommy clenched and unclenched his fists, feeling the familiar itch of his straight-edge tattoos. We can't let Zero's paranoia jeopardize our safety, Layla said. What if next time it's not just a standoff? Yeah, man, Mickey said. We gotta keep a tighter leash on him. Tommy clenched his jaw, his gaze fixed on the endless stretch of road before them. We've all got our demons, but we're family. We can't turn on each other now. We'll talk to Zero. Get him to see reason. Good luck with that, Jimbo said. Let's keep moving, Tommy said. That's all we can do. Man, I don't know, Mickey said. He damn near got us killed back there. Can't say I blame him for being paranoid, Layla said. Those people, they're trapped. Trapped? Mickey scoffed. They're safe. That's more than we can say for ourselves. Is it, though? Layla glanced back at him. You think that's what safety looks like? Better than being zombie chow. Look, we're all shaken up, Tommy said, trying to keep his voice steady. But we need to stick together. If we turn on each other, we're as good as dead. Tommy's right, Jimbo said. We gotta watch our backs. If Zero's losing it, we need to help him, not abandon him. Fine, Mickey said. But if he goes off the rails again, it's on all of us. Agreed, Layla said, her eyes meeting Tommy's. We should find somewhere to rest for the night, Tommy said. I'm sure we'll figure things out after a good night's sleep. Maybe we should keep a closer eye on him, just in case. Agreed, Tommy said. He thinks we're all blind to the truth, that we can't see what's really going on. I don't want him to feel like he's alone. None of us do, Layla said. We'll keep an eye on him, make sure he knows we're all in this together. Good idea. Tommy flipped the map open on the dashboard. We should find somewhere to camp near Elko, then head out to Salt Lake City first thing. From there, we'll figure out our next steps, but for now we just keep moving, keep surviving. Sounds like a plan, Layla said, her grip on the wheel relaxing slightly as she fixed her gaze on the road ahead. The van continued to trudge along the deserted Nevada highway, the last light of day slowly fading into dusk. Tommy reached for the radio, his voice steady, but tinged with fatigue. Roxy, Zero. We're going to look for a place to stay for the night somewhere between here and Elko. Let's stay alert and stick close. The radio crackled to life as Roxy responded, her voice clear. Got it, Tommy. We'll keep our eyes peeled for a good spot. Zero's voice came next. Understood. We'll follow your lead. Over. Tommy hesitated for a moment before speaking again. Zero. About back at Camp Hope. I know things got heated, but we need to keep looking ahead. Stay united. There was a brief silence and an unfamiliar voice cut through the static of the radio. You think you can just kill our crew and get away with it? Tommy and Layla exchanged a look, the atmosphere turning tense. When we find you, you're dead. The transmission ended abruptly, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. Tommy gripped the radio tighter, his mind racing. Tommy. Layla's voice trembled. Who was that? Tommy shook his head, his eyes scanning the darkening horizon. I don't know, but it sounds like we've got more than just zombies to worry about. Jimbo gripped Tommy's and Layla's headrests. You think they're serious? There's no telling, Tommy said. But we can't take any chances. We need to be more vigilant than ever. What should we do? Layla asked. What else can we do? He glanced at the side mirror, checking the road behind them. We keep moving. Episode 16, Chapter 36. Tommy's hand trembled as he gripped the radio tight. Best floor it, yeah? Layla slammed the accelerator down. The van fishtailed before rocketing forward, the landscape blurring past. Tommy clung to his seat as they tore into the gathering dusk. What the hell was that about? Jimbo said. Someone got an axe to grind over Zero blasting those road pirates? Sure sounded that way. Tommy craned his neck to scan the road behind them, his thoughts racing. He needed to speak to the other bands. But with open radio channels, that was a risky move. He stared down at the radio, expecting that voice to cut through at any moment. But the handset remained silent. Beside him, Layla struggled wrestling the wheel as the van hit potholes at dangerous speeds. They needed to rally and form a plan. "We can't just keep fleeing blindly," Layla said through gritted teeth. "They'll run us into the ground." "If we halt, though, it gives away our location," Tommy said. "Might have to risk it, though." From the back, Jimbo leaned forward. "Bust a U-turn. We outnumber those dudes. We can set up an ambush, take them down before they know what's hit them." Mickey shook his head. "Don't be crazy, man. You're just assuming there's more of us. We don't know nothing about who those guys are. Could just make us easier targets." "So, what? We gonna drive all night hoping to lose mystery psychos threatening to murder us? We're sitting ducks on these roads, dude. We need to make a stand." Tommy held up a hand. "We need a strategy, not panic." He took a deep breath. "I'm pulling us off-road. We need to figure out our next step face-to-face. We can't use those radios for now." Layla slowed the van as Tommy signaled Roxy and Zero to pull over. They bounced onto the roadside gravel. The sudden swerving and loss of speed sent Mickey and Jimbo lurching sideways with muttered curses. Rattling into the brush, Layla parked them behind scraggly bushes and cut the engine. The other vans followed suit. In the abrupt silence, Tommy let out a slow breath. "Everyone out for a quick meet. We gotta make a battle plan now." The other band members filed out to huddle by Tommy's grill, the engine clicking as it cooled. Dusk painted everything in muted grays as the sky continued darkening. Tommy raised his hands before complaints started, his voice low and urgent. I know. Pulling over opens us to attack, but we need a strategy beyond just running down the highway." He swept his gaze across the group. "If they want payback for earlier, seems we gotta stand firm and face them head on." Jimbo nodded. "Damn straight. We make our stand right here. Let those road pirates roll up for an ass-kicking." A few voices rumbled in agreement, but Nick shook his head. "Hold up. We know zilch about who these people are. Could be 2 guys, could be a whole damn platoon. We need intel." Roxy drifted over next to Zero, her jacket pulled tight against the encroaching night chill. "Nix is right. Roadside ambush might just make us easy pickings. We need to scout the situation before charging in blind." "There's no time for that," Mickey said. "While we sit here chatting it up, scary voice dude is coming to carve us up." "Okay, look, both sides have fair points," Tommy said. "We're exposed out here, so we need to keep moving." He gestured down the shadowy road behind them. "But an unknown enemy is just as dangerous if we react blindly without more details." Exhaling slowly, he met their eyes one by one, feeling his responsibility for each. "We need proper reconnaissance first. 2 volunteers to double back stealthily, gather what intel they can on terrain, numbers, weapons, then race back with a report." He glanced around the tight circle of faces. "I wouldn't ask if the stakes weren't high for all of us." Spike flipped his cigarette butt and stepped forward. "Ah, hell, I never been called stealthy but can try playing spy if needed." Beside him, Layla also raised her hand. "I can help." "Okay then. Spike and Layla will scout back, learn what you can, then return fast as able. We'll shelter in place awaiting your report." Zero shook his head. "Let's not rush into things, yeah? Let's hear some more ideas before you start splitting us up on a dime." Mickey nodded. "We could camp out here. We take all precautions. Kill lights, hunker down and watch each other's backs for the night. Let them pass." Zero rubbed his chin. "Maybe. Could leave us open to attack if they find us, though." Roxy nodded. "We can't sit here hoping things will work out." Tommy glanced her way, his brow furrowed. "What did you have in mind?" "Before everything went to crap, I did this drive a dozen times. I know the back road's pretty solid. Could get us on those roads if we want to vanish a while. Throw them off our scent." "You really want to risk these dirt paths in the middle of the damn night?" Spike said. "One puncture out in the wastes and we'd be zombie food by dawn." Roxy cocked an eyebrow. "You got a better idea?" "I say we double back to that FEMA camp instead. Strength in numbers and shelter to boot." Zero scoffed. "Right. Good idea putting our fates in the hands of military imprisonment. Hey, why not just ship ourselves off to Gitmo? At least we know that place will be secure." "Stow it with the propaganda," Roxy snapped, glaring over at him. "Last thing we need is you frothing up more chaos." "It's not about chaos. It's about avoiding their traps." Okay, we're going down this road again, huh? Zero rolled his eyes. I think it's clear what we need to do. No. Tommy crossed his arms. No offense, man, but we're not looking for excuses to shoot our way out. Zero held up a hand. Just hear me out. We use those radios to run some deception tactics, broadcast a false position to misdirect them. Tommy blinked. Could definitely work in theory. Cloak and dagger stuff while we ghost towards Elko. Bait and switch, baby, Jimbo chuckled. Make them mugs chase their tails trying to pin us down. All right, unless anyone objects, we try it Zero's way. Tommy began to pace. Broadcast we're doubling back to Camp Hope, while we carry on for Elko. Should buy us enough lead time to lose any tails. He pointed at Zero. But no hero stuff, got it? We steer clear of confrontation. Zero returned a mocking half-salute. Sure thing, boss man. We do it your way. His smile didn't reach his eyes. The bands dispersed to prepare. As the vehicles rumbled to life, Tommy glimpsed Zero regarding him sidelong. Back in the van, Tommy stared down at the radio as the last light faded. He took a steadying breath and keyed the mic. All right, folks, we gotta make tracks back towards Camp Hope if we're gonna plead our case. Here's hoping they'll let us in after dark, Roxy responded. But we might need your sweet talk skills again getting us past the gate. Maybe if I bake them some cookies too, they'll take pity, Tommy said, trying to sound relaxed despite the pulse pounding in his skull. He kept one eye glued to the highway, half expecting headlights to come screaming out of the darkness in pursuit. If cookies don't work, maybe we can bribe them with a private concert, Zero said. Though if Tommy's singing, they might just lock us out faster. A few strained chuckles answered before Roxy keyed in. As tempting as Tommy's siren call might be, perhaps we offer watch duty shifts instead. It's settled then, Tommy said. We'll offer up our questionable music talents and our first batch of burned cookies as tribute. Sounds good, Roxy said. It's worth a shot, Zero said. Tommy set the radio down and waited for a response or taunt or any hint that their pursuers had heard their message. He watched the road. Dead silence. Tommy resisted the urge to hail Roxy and Zero again. Layla reached over to squeeze his wrist. It was a smart play. Have faith. They sat immobile for agonizing minutes, but no vehicles rode along the highway. He thought of Neve and Sean again, the need to carry on for them, eclipsing every other drive now. What should we do? Layla asked. Tommy glanced down at the radio. I don't know. Maybe I could mention going to Camp Hope again or something. Layla shook her head. Bad idea. They might have heard the previous messages. Yeah, and they might not. He puffed out a breath. I hate not knowing. Finally, he clicked the mic again. I can see Camp Hope ahead. We sure this is the right play? Yep, Roxy said. I see it now, Zero said. Let's hope they've got some spare beds. My back is killing. Not the only thing that's killing, Tommy muttered. He turned to Layla. We should get moving. The engine rumbled to life and Layla pulled the van back onto the highway. Tommy held the radio tight, scanning for threats in the darkness. And with each mile closer toward Elko, the knots in his gut twisted tighter. The first buildings glimmered past a rise. Elko, and hopefully reprieve from pursuit. Chapter 37. As the band's vehicles approached, Elko's outskirts emerged from the darkness dotted with floodlights, illuminating a towering barricade. Layla eased up, squinting. Guard towers loomed over the perimeter, with figures patrolling catwalks armed with rifles. Unease rippled through the van. Layla blew out a slow breath. Looks like some kind of military facility. Maybe we should double back, find a way around. Jimbo scoffed. And go where? Dopes back there probably still chasing their tails. He leaned between the front seats, nodding towards the barricade. I say we nose on in. Clearly these dudes ain't messing around. Safety in numbers. Might be able to help us out. Tommy hesitated, weighing options. He toggled the radio. Roxy, Zero, you seeing this up ahead? Yep, clear as day, Zero replied. Camp Hope, looking good. Tommy clicked the mic again. I say we proceed in carefully. If the scene feels off, we just politely retreat. But we need rest and shelter tonight pretty badly. Agreed, Roxy said. We case the scene at least. Gear up in case things go sideways. They approached the reinforced gate slowly. Heavily armed men and women eyed them warily, fingers resting on triggers. A muscular bald man stepped forward as Tommy lowered his window. "Evening, folks. Name's Tommy. My friends and I have had a rough go lately just trying to find safe harbor. What are the chances you might have space to take in some weary travelers for the night?" The guard's stern face cracked slightly with a hint of sympathy, but suspicion still lingered in his stare. "You'll have to pardon our precautions, friend. But plenty of desperate folk would lie, cheat, or kill for the security we worked hard to carve out of this place." His eyes assessed the vehicles critically. "So what's your business passing through these parts exactly?" Tommy licked his lips. "We're in bands. We were on tour back in California. We're trying to get back home to Philly." The guard whistled. "That's a long way." Tommy sniffed. "You're telling us." The guard looked inside. "Any bites, infections? You're not hiding some infected friend in the back or anything?" "We're all clear, man." "Good. Looks like you're pretty stocked up in there. You looking to trade?" "Maybe." "All right. You can come in. Leave any weapons in your vans, and if there's any trouble, you'll have to leave." "Thank you." Layla nodded. "We really are very grateful." The guard waved the vehicles through the gate into a parking area. "All right, folks, everyone out. Weapons stay locked up." His stern face had softened, almost welcoming now. As they exited the vans, Tommy took in more details of the fortifications and layout. The main street bisected a small town that looked halfway converted into a military base. Sandbags and concrete barriers formed checkpoints at major intersections. The bald guard strode over. "Name's Reggie. I'll give you the nickel tour so you know the score around here." He gestured for them to follow, his boots crunching on gravel. When those freaks first came boiling out of the cities, small towns like ours were overwhelmed fast. We barricaded inside the sheriff's office at first, losing good folks left and right trying to maintain order. Layla fell in beside them. "But you managed to rally and take back control, it seems." Reggie nodded. "Most abandoned the area, but some of us refused to quit our home. We scavenged the highway, nearby farms, anywhere to find supplies for fortifying this place. Cleared the streets inch by inch until we carved out this safe zone you see now." "Hell of an achievement," Tommy said. Reggie shrugged. "Maybe so. But we paid a heavy price. Of course, threat still lurks all around, but we handle things best we can." Tommy cleared his throat. "We passed a FEMA camp earlier. Camp Hope. Are you affiliated with that at all?" Reggie's mouth twisted. "You mean those government handout camps with enforced curfews? No interest being herded around like cattle after all the blood we shed claiming this place as our own?" He turned down a side street. "We've seen their buses come through encouraging everyone to board up for proper aid and housing." He snorted. "Just rounding up survivors like livestock to lord over." "Can't say I blame you," Tommy said. "Seems you carved out something good on your own terms here." "It's home. That's what matters." Reggie nodded towards a large communal hall beside a church. "Food line's still open if you folks are hungry. We can talk more inside." Tommy followed him in. After days subsisting on canned beans and protein bars, the smell of cooked food made his mouth water. Long tables filled most of the hall. A melting pot of families, former soldiers, and random survivors, all ate and talked beneath strings of light bulbs. The outpost was a buzz of activity, despite the late hour. Children chased each other laughing, while adults tended tasks like darning clothes or cleaning weapons. The atmosphere felt jarring after endless days among only the band. Reggie found them space at a table before leaving to fetch food. Mickey shook his head. "Man, oh man, forget the food. Just soaking in the normalcy here is worth stopping in." Layla nodded, tension easing from her face for the first time since the radio threat. "It's pretty inspiring seeing what people can accomplish when bonded together." Reggie returned balancing plates of hot stew. "Bonds here run deeper than blood after all we endured together. But we welcome good folks to help keep this place alive." As they ate, Reggie waved a hand towards various people around the hall. "Take Dale over there, for example. He owned the local auto shop before things went belly up. Now he keeps our vehicles running and fortified up with metal plates." Dale looked up from where he sat cleaning a rifle part, raising a grease-stained hand in greeting. And that woman stacking chairs is Teresa. She was a middle school teacher. Now she runs classes for the young uns and helps run the kitchen. Mickey paused eating, his eyes widening. Whoa. Back up. You still have actual school here? With kids learning math and junk? Reggie chuckled. Well, maybe not quadratic equations these days, but we've got a mix of parents and former teachers doing basic reading, writing, some history and such. Nothing fancy grade-wise, but structure and learning matter for giving kids hope beyond just survival. Teresa set a chair down and made her way over, smiling warmly. I don't know how much they're retaining these days, but we make do. Mickey snorted. Man, if I had algebra class in the apocalypse, I would have just pieced out. Oh, I don't know. Layla grinned and elbowed him. Remember how you were the one who handled dividing our gig payouts? Yeah, okay. Mickey laughed. Maybe math matters a little out here. Reggie waved over a muscular, gray-haired woman assembling a rifle. Our fortifications are Kristen's domain. She was a mason before. Now she oversees wall reinforcements. Kristen clicked a rifle piece into place. My crew might not be pretty, but they can brick and mortar with the best of them. Impressive setup, Tommy said, shaking his head. It wasn't easy, Reggie said, but consolidate enough folks together and you can achieve a lot. Having access to hardware shops and resources around town made it possible. Tommy raised his coffee mug. I'll toast to that. What you carved out here goes beyond just surviving day to day. It's living. And that gives hope. We've been lucky we've kept the electricity running and we've still got warm running water. Seriously, you even have steady running water and power? That's huge. He regarded Tommy. The point is, we stuck together and carved this place out through cooperation and elbow grease. No government involvement needed. That's what matters most these days, I'd say. Yep. Tommy swallowed a chunk of beef. It's tough out there. We've Spartan quarters if you folks need a safe place to bunker down a while. And of course, you're welcome to a hot shower. Tommy exhaled. That'd be incredible, thank you. Reggie clasped Tommy on the shoulder. I'll leave you folks to eat in peace. We open up early if you want to resupply or upgrade any gear before heading out. As he moved off, the group dug into the first hot meal they'd enjoyed in weeks. Around mouthfuls, Mickey grinned. Man, I knew small-town folk could be welcoming, but this is above and beyond. Seriously, Tommy said, sopping up the last streaks of gravy with a piece of bread. These people fortified the place through sheer grit. Electricity, running water, defensible walls, it's amazing. They seem to have a good thing going here, Layla said. Zero paused. Yeah, they welcomed us in fast, almost too welcoming. Roxy rolled her eyes. Something on your mind there? He held up his hands. Just saying we shouldn't let our guard down completely, that's all. Here we go, Spike muttered. Zero nodded, pointing his fork at Roxy. We don't ultimately know these people or all their motives yet. Time out, Tommy put his spoon down. I know tensions are still high for all of us, but some faith in humanity wouldn't hurt sometimes. Zero glared over his bowl. Faith won't stop a knife in the back, Tommy boy. Tommy sighed. It's called optimism, man. As the group debated, snippets of conversation from nearby tables cut through. A pair of scavengers had just returned from a supply run to Idaho. They spoke in low tones about skirting the outskirts of Salt Lake City. Can't believe you went so close to that hellhole. Once bandits and raiders moved in, the place was done for. His friend shook his head. Wasn't that bad, actually. The Mormons dug in hard when things first turned ugly. Whole chunks of the city center are still functioning. I heard the exact same thing, an older woman said from the next table. My cousin was holed up there before coming here. Swears it's secured by militia types. The man next to her scoffed. That's horse crap, Diane. Reggie said Salt Lake's been dark for days now. Overrun or full anarchy or some such. All I know for sure is we give that place a wide berth no matter what, the first scavenger said. An icy chill crept down Tommy's spine. He met Layla's equally sobered gaze. Chapter 38. The next morning, Tommy awoke feeling truly rested for the first time since setting off on tour from Philly. The smell of coffee brewing coaxed him from his bed to meet Layla grinning in the communal kitchen. Could get used to this, eh? She topped off 2 mugs. No joke. Tommy inhaled the rich aroma before taking a sip. Let's go check on the others. We should do a supply tally. Take on anything we critically need for the next leg while we have the chance. She looked Tommy up and down. How was the shower? Amazing. I know, right? Felt like I was covered in grit. He chuckled. Yep. I don't know about you, but I feel like a new man. They took a seat with the others as a bowl of boiled eggs made its way down the table. Tommy peeled an egg and set it down to cool. So what's the plan here? Do we hang around here a while or do we keep on toward Philly? Philly's still a long way off, Spike said. Tommy nodded, looking down. Yup, but the longer we hang around, the longer it'll be. I just want to get back to my kid, you know? Zero tilted his head. I get the urgency, Tommy. But we should think this through before charging ahead. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. Parts of Utah sound dicey at best. We could be heading into a war zone. Maybe we scout around first, get concrete intel on what areas are actually stable. Tommy sighed, glancing at Layla and Mickey. I'm torn. I don't want to rush blindly if it puts everyone at risk, but I can't abandon Neve either. Layla put a hand on his shoulder. Whatever we decide, we'll get through this together. Mickey stared into his coffee. I'm with you to the end of the line whenever that may be. Tommy managed a small smile. I appreciate that, Mickey. After a lingering silence, Tommy exhaled. Okay. We gear up the best we can here, then carry on cautious but steady. We all watch each other's backs no matter what we find farther inland. The others murmured agreement and carried on eating. After breakfast, they traded supplies and tracked down Reggie to thank him again for the hospitality. Happy to help out, Reggie said, shaking Tommy's hand. You folks stay sharp out there. Take care of each other. Back in the van, Tommy sat in the driver's seat. As they pulled out of Elko, Layla kept scanning the road behind them. The radio crackled. We're still coming for you, punks, a voice came. You're already dead. Chapter 39. Tommy gripped the steering wheel tight as he drove the lead van eastward towards Salt Lake City. Layla sat tense beside him, her eyes fixed on the side mirror. Mickey leaned between the seats. Maybe it was a joke? Maybe someone's just trying to screw with us. Yeah, Jimbo said. This whole thing could be a big fat nothing burger. Didn't sound like a joke, Tommy said. I guess Zero did kind of kill some of their people, Mickey said. Tommy's eyes flicked to the side mirror, catching sight of the dust clouds billowing behind them in the distance. Crap, I think we might have company. You sure? Jimbo asked. Maybe. Tommy spoke through gritted teeth. But we can't afford to let our guard down. Damn straight, Layla said, her voice firm. Whatever's out there, we'll face it together. Everybody, buckle up. We're about to kick some dust. Tommy slammed on the gas, the van jolting forward as the engine roared. Layla, Mickey, and Jimbo exchanged uneasy glances. Mickey gripped Tommy's headrest. How close are they? Close enough, Tommy said, flicking on the walkie-talkie. Roxy, Zero, you there? We've got a situation. Copy that. Roxy's voice crackled over the line. We see them too. Let's give these bastards a run for their money. Over, Zero said, a hint of excitement seeping into his voice. Stay focused, Tommy said. We need to outrun them. Got it, Zero said. Out. Who the hell are they? Mickey asked. Does it matter? Layla's expression hardened. They want us dead, and that's enough. We see you. A taunting voice came through the walkie-talkie. You lot really think you can escape us? Get bent, Mickey said, grabbing the device from Tommy's hand. Feisty, aren't we? The voice chuckled. But you're only delaying the inevitable. Tommy, look. Layla pointed to the vehicles racing up behind them. They were gaining ground, their engines snarling. Damn it, hold tight, everyone. Tommy swerved the van off the road and onto a narrow dirt path. The other vans followed suit, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. You can't outrun us, the voice said. Keep it together, guys, Roxy said. We've faced worse than this. Mickey sniffed and slammed his head back against the seat. Have we? They're gaining. Tommy smacked the steering wheel as one of the pursuing vehicles sped up. "Come on, Tommy," Layla gripped his shoulder. "We have to make it." Tommy pushed the pedal to the floor, the van juddering along the dirt road. The van screamed around a bend and Tommy slammed on the brakes. He skidded to a halt, followed closely by the other vans in their convoy. A pair of armed men stood at a makeshift roadblock, their pursuers screeching to a stop. Layla's eyes widened. "We're trapped." She turned to Tommy. "What do we do?" "I don't know." Tommy glanced at the shotgun and bit down on his bottom lip. He kept his hand on the ignition, ready for a quick escape if the opportunity arose. 3 men approached, weapons drawn. "Easy now," Tommy muttered under his breath, his eyes locked on the approaching figures. "Get out, all of you." A gun barrel tapped on the windscreen. "And no funny business." Layla gripped her tire iron. All right. Tommy sighed, forcing himself to keep calm even as his pulse raced. "We're not moving." One of the men leered at their vehicles. "Get out." The lead robber glared up at Tommy. "Please, we don't want any trouble. Just let us go and we'll leave you be." "Is that so? Well, maybe you should have thought of that before you killed our men. That wasn't us. We're just trying to survive, same as you. We can work something out, can't we?" The lead robber raised a walkie-talkie to his mouth. "Do you think we're stupid?" His voice filled the van. "You killed our men and took our supplies. It wasn't like that. I'm sure we can work something. Sorry, friend." The robber narrowed his eyes. "Negotiations are over." Tommy's breath caught in his throat. He couldn't die here, not like this. He had people counting on him. Neve, Sean, the band. He had to do something, anything, to stop this. But with 5 armed men circling around, he needed a plan. Zero hopped from his van, rifle slung over his shoulder, his face a mask of determination. "Hold up, let's talk." Tommy watched in tense silence as Zero moved towards the gang. Bold move. The lead robber eyed Zero's rifle. "Put your rifle on the ground." Zero raised a hand. "That won't be necessary." "You think not, huh?" The leader raised his pistol, aiming it at Zero. "I won't ask you again, friend. Put the rifle down." Zero shook his head. "Look, we're just some punk bands trying to get home. We don't want any trouble. I'm sure we've got some supplies we can share. Just let us go, and it'll be a win-win for everyone." "You think this is kindergarten?" The lead robber raised his chin. "We're not here to share. We're willing to give you half our supplies." "Half, huh?" The robber glanced at his comrades. "That's a tempting offer, but I think we'll take our chances with everything." Zero pursed his lips. "I can't let you..." A gunshot rang out and Zero crumpled to the ground. Tommy froze. The lead robber waved his pistol and paced between the vehicles. "Everybody step away from the vans now, or your friend here won't be the only one bleeding out." Tommy hesitated for a split second, torn between his pacifist principles and the need to protect his friends. But as Mickey and Jimbo climbed down from the van, he knew there was no other choice. He grabbed the shotgun and leaned close to Layla. "Cover me." Before she could respond, he crawled into the back and slipped out of Mickey's door. "Hey!" Layla took a step toward the robbers. "You didn't have to shoot him. What kind of sick bastards are you?" "Shut your mouth, girl," one of the robbers growled, grabbing her by the arm. Seizing the moment, Tommy rolled underneath the van. He gripped the shotgun tight. He'd never fired a weapon before, hadn't ever wanted to, but now as his friends' lives hung in the balance, he couldn't afford to hesitate. "Let go of her." Mickey lunged at Layla's captor. "Back off, or you're next," the robber said, shoving Layla away and taking aim at Mickey. Tommy peered out from under the van, his heart racing. With a deep breath, he steeled himself for what had to be done. He lay flat under the van, gravel digging into his skin, and the acrid scent of burning rubber stinging his nostrils. Sweat dripped down his face, cold metal pressed against his clammy palm. As Layla and Mickey argued with the robbers, Tommy inched closer, the barrel of the shotgun scraping against the ground. Every muscle in his body tensed. He could see their legs now. He tried to steady his trembling hands. The whole world seemed to shrink down to this single moment, this one decision that could change everything. Zero lay on the asphalt, blood soaking his clothes. He met Tommy's eyes and gave a nod, He didn't want to be like Zero. He didn't want to kill. Tommy's mind raced, searching for alternatives. The robber's harsh laughter echoed in his ears, drowning out any hope of a peaceful resolution. Tommy closed his eyes, grappling with his principles, the weight of the shotgun heavy in his hands. He took a deep breath and aimed the shotgun at the legs of the nearest robber. He fired, the blast deafening in the still air. The man let out a guttural scream as he dropped to the ground, clutching his mangled leg. "Jesus Christ," another robber shouted. "Get him," Mickey roared and leapt onto the nearest robber's back, clawing at the man's eyes. Jimbo tackled another robber to the ground as Layla followed up with a swing of her tire iron. Roxy and Spike charged towards the remaining robbers, their movements swift and brutal. "Get off me, you punk bitch!" "Make me." Roxy's fist connected with the man's jaw, sending him sprawling onto the cracked asphalt. "Nice one." Spike grabbed the last standing robber in a headlock. The man struggled against his grip, but it was no use. He was going down. "Nix, help Zero," Tommy shouted from under the van, his right ear ringing from the blast. "Already on it." Tommy crawled out and rose to his feet. His heart thudded in his chest. He stared at the shotgun still clutched in his hand, clenched his jaw, and gripped the weapon tighter. "Tommy, you okay?" Layla asked. "Fine." His lip curled at the sight of the incapacitated robbers. "Roxy, Spike, let's tie them up. We need to get moving." Roxy nodded. "Got it. Think there's still some guitar leads in the van. Keep them alive." Tommy breathed heavily. "We're not like them." Zero grinned at Tommy, his face spattered with blood. "Good work, Tommy boy." Tommy shook his head, staring at the carnage around him. "Oi, Tommy," Spike called out. "What about their bloody vehicles?" "Right." Tommy's grip on the shotgun tightened as he stalked towards the pursuers' cars. With swift, calculated movements, he shot into each tire, sending rubber and debris flying. "Grab anything useful." His bandmates nodded, rummaging through the wreckage and salvaging weapons and supplies. As Roxy and Mickey gathered ammunition, Jimbo picked up a machete. "This'll do some damage. Keep it together, yeah?" Tommy held Jimbo's gaze, his voice tight. "Relax, dude." Jimbo tossed the machete from hand to hand, just trying to lighten the mood. "Focus," Tommy snapped, his patience wearing thin. Jimbo rolled his eyes. All right. Let's just get out of here in one piece, okay?" He strode over to Zero and Nix and gazed down at the wound. "How's it looking?" "I've managed to seal it for now," Nix said, "but it's still in there." "The bullet?" Nix nodded. "We need to find a doctor." "Right." Tommy glanced back along the road. "Let's move. We don't know if they've got more friends lurking around." Mickey helped Nix lift Zero into Anarchy's child's van. Roxy sidled up to Tommy and gestured to the bound robbers. That should keep them busy for a while. "Good work, Rox." "So what's the plan?" "Head into Salt Lake City." "Into?" She cocked an eyebrow. "You want to go back into another city after Reno?" "Zero needs a doctor." "And you really think we'll find one?" Tommy shrugged. "We need to try. Can't let that wound go bad. We've got antibiotics and painkillers. We can keep the wound clean with vodka, and I'm sure we've probably got some cleaning stuff that'll do the job." "Nix says the bullet's still in there." Roxy glanced at Zero's van and tugged her lip ring. "All right, I guess we don't have a choice." "Sorry, Rox. You don't have to. We stick together, remember?" "Yeah, I know. We'll get in, ask around, see what we can find. If it's no good, we'll get back on the road, no hanging around." "Okay." She kissed his cheek. "And thanks." "For what?" She gestured to the robber clutching his wounded leg. Tommy frowned. "Can't say I'm happy about it. We're alive. You saved us." She squeezed his arm. "I won't forget that." Tommy didn't have a response. As the band members piled back into their vans, Tommy stepped over to the lead robber. The robber stared up at him, wide-eyed, and strained against the guitar leads binding his wrists and ankles. Tommy reached down and pulled the walkie-talkie from the man's belt. "You got any more of these?" "You bastard punks shot up our rides." Tommy aimed his shotgun at the robber. "Answer the damn question." "No, you've got the others." Tommy nodded. "We see you again. Next time I won't be so forgiving." "Punk bastard." The robber spat on the ground. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you all." Tommy's nostrils flared. "That right, huh?" He pointed the shotgun barrel at the robber and squeezed the trigger. Blood and brains sprayed the asphalt. Tommy stared into the gaping hole that was once the top of the man's head. A high noise rang in his ears. What the hell had he done? Chapter 40. Tommy stared blankly through the windshield as he drove, the weight of the shotgun heavy in his lap. He kept replaying the robber's head exploding, kept seeing those lifeless eyes staring back. He tried to push the images away, tried to understand why he'd pulled the trigger. But every time he grasped something resembling an explanation, the reasoning slipped from his grasp. Mickey leaned forward between the seats. "Hey man, you doing all right? That was intense back there." Tommy stared ahead, his jaw tight. "Hey Tommy, I'm fine, Mickey." "We got your back, T," Jimbo said. "You saved our asses back there. Who knows what they would have done if you hadn't have acted." Tommy shook his head. "Don't, please, I need some quiet right now. Zero's in a bad way, we can't get caught out again." Layla and Mickey exchanged uneasy looks but settled back without another word. After a few miles of tense silence, Layla reached over to rest a hand on Tommy's arm. "That couldn't have been easy for you. I know you were just trying to protect us." Tommy kept staring dead ahead. "I shouldn't have done it. I didn't need to do that." His voice strained as his throat constricted. "What the hell is wrong with me, Lay?" He met her eyes for a brief moment. "That wasn't me back there." "Nothing is wrong with you, Tommy. Anyone would snap in that situation." "Would you, though?" Tommy glared at her. "If you had that shotgun, would you have blown his brains out?" Layla looked down. "I don't know. Probably not, if I'm being honest. But people handle fear differently. You reacted on instinct to eliminate the threat." Tommy slammed a fist against the wheel. "Well, my instinct makes me no better than those bastards." "You can't compare defending your friends to those pricks," Mickey said. "They shot Zero in cold blood. They probably would have killed us too. So that makes it okay for me to execute a man when he's tied up on the ground, unable to fight back?" The others fell silent. Tommy dragged a hand down his face. "I murdered him, and I can never take that back." Layla placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. "What happened doesn't change who you are, Tommy. One mistake made in anger doesn't define you." "Doesn't it?" Tommy's voice cracked. "What if it happens again? What if something's broken inside me? I already killed once. Where does it end?" "You listen to me." Layla's tone turned stern. "We've all got darkness in us, even you, Tommy. But at our core, we're still good people trying to do right. You're not going to suddenly morph into a homicidal maniac." Tommy shook his head and let out a shaky breath. Jimbo leaned forward. "Way I see it, you removed a dangerous threat. Permanently. Saved us having to look over our shoulders for that psycho. I wasn't thinking about protection. I wanted vengeance. Wanted him to suffer for threatening us." He swallowed hard. "It changes you, taking a life." Layla squeezed his arm. "What's done is done, but going forward, just remember we're here for you. Remind you of the goodness still left in this world." Tommy managed a small nod. "I shouldn't have done it. He was tied up, no threat to us. But when I saw Zero bleeding on the ground and then he said he'd find us, something in me just snapped. All I could think about was taking that bastard out." "Any of us would have done the same thing," Mickey said. "But you didn't, it was me." "Tommy, listen to me," Layla said. "You're not a bad person. Maybe not before, but now, after crossing that line, I don't know if I can come back from this." Jimbo sighed. "Dude, you need to go easy on yourself. You did what you had to." "Did I?" Tommy sniffed. "I executed him in cold blood. What does that make me now?" "It makes you human," Layla said. "Flawed, like we all are, but still fundamentally good at your core. One act of violence doesn't change that, no matter how much you're hurting." Tommy blinked back tears, gripping the wheel. "I wish I could believe that. I just keep seeing his face, the blood." He trailed off with a choked sob. "You're going to get through this. We'll help you, however we can. The Tommy I know is still in there. I'm a hypocrite, A goddamn fraud. You're not. No, I am. All those songs about peace, nonviolence, being better than the warring slobs in charge. Tommy let out a hollow laugh. What a joke. When it came down to it, I was no better. Just another angry killer seeking vengeance. Jimbo leaned between the seats. Maybe you should change the lyrics then. Add a footnote about how brutally murdering someone is fine if they piss you off enough. Make sure to carve out that exemption for the zombie apocalypse. Mickey shifted. Hey man, come on. You know that's not true. It was an intense situation. He wasn't doesn't matter. Tommy cut him off. Excuses don't change what I did. I betrayed everything I supposedly stood for in one violent moment. Crossed a line I can never come back from. How can I sing against violence knowing what I'm capable of? I'm no better than the warmongers. Just another hypocrite with blood on his hands. The others fell silent. After a moment, Layla met his eyes. What happened doesn't invalidate the ideals you believe in, Tommy. Your values still matter. Your words still carry weight. Don't let anger and guilt make you give up on who you are. That path leads to the dark side, Jimbo said. Tommy shook his head bitterly and stared back at the road, fingers clenched around the steering wheel. The miles of empty highway stretched on, offering no easy answers. He pulled the van to the dusty shoulder and wrenched open the door. Tommy, Layla called after him. He stumbled out into the gravel, chest heaving. Tommy braced his hands on his knees and stared down at the cracked earth. He had taken a life in cold blood, become his own nightmare made flesh. He was a hypocrite, a fraud. How could he ever face his friends, his family, again? What would he say to Neve and Sean? He clenched his fists, breathing through flaring panic. He couldn't lose them. But keeping this inside would poison their family, rot it from within. Either path spelled ruin. Sobs racked his body as he knelt in the dirt. He didn't know how to come back from this abyss, wasn't sure he deserved to. Layla wrapped her arms around him as his tears soaked the parched ground. He clung to her, overwhelmed by his roiling thoughts, the clash of guilt and grief. How could he face them? How could he explain to Neve what he'd done? She'd see through him, see through the hypocrisy to the killer inside. His chest heaved again, and vomit spewed from his mouth. His shoulders shook with sobs. As Layla held him, trying to offer comfort, Roxy stepped out of her van, her brow furrowed, and put a gentle hand on his shoulder. Tommy? What happened? Her voice was soft. He shook his head, unable to speak. Nix got out of his van and marched over. What's going on here? We don't have time for breakdowns. Zero needs a doctor. Roxy shot him a glare. Back off, Nix. Can't you see Tommy's hurting? Nix gestured back to his van. We're all hurting, but sitting around crying won't help Zero or get us home. Tommy needs to suck it up and focus. Roxy glowered at him. You insensitive jerk. Tommy just went through something traumatic. Show some damn compassion. Mickey stepped between them. Easy guys, this isn't helping. Nix is right, we need to get Zero medical attention. He turned to Tommy. I know you're in a dark place, man, but we need you, brother. Zero needs you. You can get through this, I know you can. Tommy took a shaky breath and wiped his eyes. You're right, we can't lose anyone else. He rocked to his feet and headed back towards the van. Layla shook her head. I'll drive. You need to rest. Before Tommy could respond, Mickey raised a hand. She's right, man, let her take the wheel. Try to sleep if you can. Here. He pulled a flask from his jacket. Have some of this. It'll take the edge off. Tommy pushed it away. No, I need to stay sharp. Can't let my judgment get clouded again. He met Mickey's eyes. I know you mean well, but that's just a crutch. If I give in now, I may never come back. Mickey nodded and squeezed his shoulder. You're right. I'm proud of you for staying strong. We're going to get through this together. Layla slid behind the wheel and started the engine. Tommy slumped into the passenger seat, his head resting against the window, the glass cool against his skin. He focused on steadying his breathing. His spirit was battered and bruised, but he refused to let guilt and self-loathing defeat him. He had to cling to his humanity, summon the resilience to redeem himself somehow. The others were right. Zero needed him focused and steady. As Layla drove on, images flashed through his mind on repeat. Blood spraying, lifeless eyes staring. The shotgun nudged his thigh. He squeezed his eyes shut, fighting another wave of nausea. He had executed a helpless man in cold blood, taken a life in vengeance, betraying everything he stood for. The hypocrisy of it choked him. A gentle hand on his wrist drew Tommy back. He turned to see Layla glancing at him. "Stay with us, Tommy. Don't spiral down into darkness." Her voice was soft but firm. Tommy simply nodded, not trusting his voice. Layla gave his hand a squeeze before returning her eyes to the road. From the back of the van, Mickey spoke up. "We should reach Salt Lake City soon. There's gotta be doctors still holding out there. Even now. Zero will pull through this. I just know it." "Damn straight," Jimbo said. "We're family. We'll get through this." The radio crackled. "So what's the plan?" Nix asked. Tommy took a deep breath and steadied himself as he picked up the walkie-talkie. "We get to Salt Lake City as fast as we can. Head downtown and search for any doctors still practicing or clinics still open. How's he looking?" "He's lost a lot of blood, but he's hanging in there." Layla gunned the engine as they sped along the highway. The mountains rose in the distance, ringing the valley that held Salt Lake City. Tommy gazed out at the landscape, reminded of better times when he had hiked and camped in those peaks with his family. As they drew nearer to the city, buildings came into view. Tommy squinted against the glaring sun, trying to make out any signs of life. Plumes of smoke rose from scattered fires burning unchecked, but otherwise the streets seemed free of the undead. "Doesn't seem like there's much activity down there," Layla said. "Let's hope some medical services are still operating somewhere." "There's got to be something left," Tommy said, trying to sound more hopeful than he felt. "A major city like this can't be completely dead. People have to be hiding out somewhere." Ahead of them, the glass and steel towers of downtown rose up, windows dark and empty. They reached the outskirts and pulled off the freeway onto debris-strewn city streets, the roads littered with trash and abandoned cars. Many of the shops and restaurants had been looted, windows smashed in and contents ransacked. But the core skyscrapers and buildings still stood intact. There had to be some survivors here, somewhere. Chapter 41. The Utah State Capitol stood like a tombstone over the city. "Can't believe this used to be a bustling place," Layla muttered, her eyes glued to the road ahead. "Focus," Jimbo said from the back, his voice strained with urgency. "We need to find help for Zero." "Right," Tommy said, forcing the image of Zero's pale face from his mind. "Damn, look at those barricades," Mickey said, pointing at a cluster of makeshift walls. Zombies clawed at them, desperate to sink their teeth into anything that moved. "Looks like they've got this place locked down," Jimbo said. "Those deadheads are trapped in there." "Least we know where not to go," Layla said, her voice flat. "Rocks," Tommy said through the radio. "Keep your eyes peeled for any signs of life." "Roger that," Roxy said, tinny but clear. "Priority is finding a doctor for Zero. Or someone who knows what they're doing." "Let's just hope they'll help us," Layla said. "Then we make them, damn it." Jimbo punched the back of Tommy's seat. "We don't have time for this crap." "Easy, man," Mickey said, placing a hand on Jimbo's shoulder. "We'll figure it out." "Damn right we will," Tommy said. Layla eased off the accelerator, the van's engine growling in protest. Tommy squinted through the dusty windshield, taking in the makeshift walls and fences that dissected Salt Lake City into a patchwork of safe zones. "Looks like we've got some local militias staking their claims," Layla said, pointing to a group of armed individuals guarding one of the barricades. "Best to steer clear," Tommy said, his hand drifting towards his baseball bat. The last thing they needed was a run-in with territorial nutjobs. Layla swung the van onto a side street, avoiding the barricaded zones. "You know," Mickey said from the back seat, "it's times like these I wish we were playing a charity gig for doctors. Would have been handy to have a few on our side right about now." "Charity gigs don't pay the bills," Tommy said, "and they sure as hell wouldn't have prepared us for this." "Enough," Jimbo snapped. "We need to stay focused. Zero's counting on us." "Right," Tommy said. "Let's not forget why we're here." "Crap," Layla said. "We got company." She pointed at a horde of zombies ambling aimlessly near an abandoned shopping area. "Steady now," Tommy said. Layla shot him a glare and her foot eased off the gas, the van inching forward slowly. Still looking for that last-minute bargain, are they? Mickey said. Tommy picked up the radio. Rox, you see these deadheads? Yep, we see them. What's the plan? We'll need to head deeper into the city. Guess it's worth a shot. Tommy hesitated for a few seconds before responding. We've got to be careful how we approach. They're not exactly rolling out the welcome mat. Better a standoffish ally than a friendly enemy. True enough. Tommy let out a sigh and rifled through the glove box. He pulled out a road map. All right, let's try this route. His finger traced a jagged line on the worn map. It might not be the quickest way, but it looks like we'll have plenty of escape routes if things get... His voice trailed off. Thanks for this, guys. Zero's voice crackled through the radio. I owe you big time. Save the thanks for when we find a doctor, Tommy said, as Layla shifted gears and steered the van onto the new path. As the vans rumbled down the deserted streets, they passed landmarks that once stood proud and bustling. Never thought I'd see the day when a bloody zombie outbreak would turn an entire city into a ghost town, Mickey said. Focus on the mission, yeah? Jimbo said. A doctor could be down any of these streets. Jimbo's right, Layla said. We can't afford any distractions. Look at it this way, Mickey said. At least we don't have to worry about traffic jams anymore. Silver linings, eh? Layla made a tight smile that never reached her eyes. Her fingers tightened around the steering wheel. The vans neared Temple Square, the once grand centerpiece of Salt Lake City, now a fortress. Layla maneuvered the van closer to the barricade, eyeing the guards as they clutched their weapons and watched the approaching convoy with obvious suspicion. This doesn't look promising. Tommy sniffed. Got that right. I think they're Mormons, Jimbo said. Is that a good thing? Layla asked. Jimbo shrugged. Maybe. Aren't they like Christians or something? Could work in our favor. Tommy frowned. I thought you said they were Mormons. Yeah, but... Jimbo waved a hand. I don't know. Maybe they're charitable. Tommy eyed the guards, the weapons, and shook his head. Maybe, Layla muttered under her breath, slowing the van to a crawl. Hey, Mickey said. At least they haven't shot us yet, yeah? Tommy clicked the radio. All right, everyone. Let's see if we can parlay with these. Jimbo says they're Mormons. They've got to have some sympathy for Zero's situation. Or they'll shoot us on sight, Zero said. Cheers for the vote of confidence. Tommy rolled his eyes. But deep down, he knew Zero had a point. As they approached, one of the guards raised a hand, signaling for them to stop. Layla obliged, bringing the van to a standstill several meters from the barricade. The other vans followed suit, their engines idling. Here goes nothing. Good luck, Layla said, giving him a nod. Tommy formed a tight smile. He stepped out of the van, hands raised above his head to show he was unarmed. Hey, we need medical help. One of the guards, a burly man with a thick beard, narrowed his eyes, maintaining a cautious distance, his rifle aimed squarely at Tommy's chest. What's your faith? Faith? Tommy hesitated, caught off guard by the question. He licked his dry lips, weighing his options. Not Mormon, if that's what you're asking. Non-Mormons aren't welcome in our safe zone, the guard said, his voice firm and unwavering. Quorum policy. Please, Roxy called from behind Tommy, stepping forward. Our friend's been shot. He's dying. We just need help. The guard shook his head. Sorry, miss, them's the rules. You'll have to try your luck elsewhere. Elsewhere? Tommy's nostrils flared. Where elsewhere? I don't know if you've noticed, but the world's gone to crap out there. I really am sorry. Tommy went to speak, then stopped himself. Arguing would be futile. Instead, he swallowed the hot surge of anger that threatened to overwhelm him, his jaw clenched tight. All right, then. He spat on the ground. Go screw yourself. Roxy glowered at the man. Asshole. You watch your language, miss. You hear? Go to hell. She spun on her heels and stormed off. Tommy marched back to the van, heaving himself inside. Let's get moving. What happened? Layla asked. They only helped their own. Selfish pricks, Jimbo said. Yep, but what can we do? The van slowly turned around under the watchful eyes of the guards. Can you believe those bastards? Roxy said through the radio. They'd let someone die just because they're not bloody Mormons. Roxy, Tommy said. Getting pissed ain't gonna help Zero. We'll find another way. Jimbo snorted. Another way? In case you haven't noticed, it's slim pickings out here. Have a little faith, Layla said, fixing her gaze on the road ahead. Jimbo let out a bitter laugh. Don't talk to me about faith, dude. Their faith's what might kill Zero. No, Tommy said. We've made it this far, haven't we? We'll find someone, we have to. Damn right, we will, Mickey said. A part of Tommy wanted to scream, to rage against the cold apathy that had taken root in their fellow survivors. But instead, he focused on the task at hand, scanning the buildings for any signs of a doctor's office, a hospital, damn, even a veterinarian. There's gotta be somewhere else we can try. Maybe we should head back towards those less fortified parts, Jimbo said, peering over Layla's shoulder. Could be riskier, but we don't have much choice. Tommy hesitated, his gaze flitting between the map and the road ahead. Sweat soaked his brow as he weighed the options. Agreed. We're not leaving this place without help for Zero. Hey, Nix's voice came through the radio. Zero's in a bad way, we need a doctor now. Got it, Tommy said, we're trying. The vans lurched forward, engines growling as they wound their way through Salt Lake City's abandoned streets. Turn left up here, Tommy gestured ahead. Hope it's not crawling with deadheads, Mickey said. Or trigger-happy robbers, Jimbo said. At least the undead don't shoot back. The buildings around them bore scars of struggle and decay, with broken windows and abandoned cars lining the streets. Tommy's thoughts strayed to Neve and Sean, back in Philadelphia. He wished he could be there now, keeping them safe. The Salt Lake Public Library came into view. Remember when we used to skip school and hang out at Parkway Library? Layla said. Feels like a lifetime ago. Yeah, Tommy said. What was that series you were into? Which one? I don't know. Some massive fantasy books you could use to squash small animals with. Layla smiled. You'll have to be more specific. I tore through a ton of fantasy in those days. Wheel of Time, Belgariad, Wizard of Earthsea. I need to start reading again when we get back to Philly. Could do with some escapism. Watch that pothole, Mickey said. Thanks. She pulled up to the intersection. Which way? Stick to the back streets, Tommy said. The van veered down the narrow alleyway. Every groan of the suspension and distant rattle sent shivers across Tommy's flesh. The walkie-talkie crackled to life. A pained groan from Zero seeped through the static, tightening Tommy's chest. Here, gimme that, Mickey said, snatching the radio from Tommy's grasp. Hey, Zero man, we'll find help soon, yeah? Just hang in there. Tommy's eyes darted left and right, scanning for any signs of a medical facility, for robbers, for the undead. A loud pop came from behind them. Roxy's van screeched, lurching to the roadside. Layla slowed the van and glanced in the rearview mirror. Zero needs help, Mickey said, clutching the walkie-talkie. We can't afford delays. All right, let's just keep it together, Tommy said, trying to steady his racing thoughts. He took the radio from Mickey's hand. Rox, you all right? I've got a flat. You got a spare? I think so. Hang tight, we'll sort this out. Thanks, Tommy. Let's make this quick, yeah? Mickey said. It took all Tommy had not to glare at Mickey. He considered the shotgun and then his baseball bat, opting for the bat. He stepped from the van and scanned his surroundings. The desolate streets seemed to close in on them, their decaying buildings casting long shadows along the asphalt. Tommy. Layla joined him outside and inclined her head. We need to hurry. There could be zombies around the next corner. Right, Tommy nodded. Let's get the spare on and get moving. Keep watch while we change it. Got it. Tommy strode over to the Minx van as Roxy moved the jack into position and began to lift the wheel. You need help with that? Roxy blinked at him. You think I don't know how to change a tire? Tommy raised a hand. Just offering to help. I can do it myself. She knelt at the wheel with a wrench. I know you can. You need us to keep watch. She nodded. Thanks. Tommy stood guard, sweat beading on his forehead as he kept an eye on the surrounding streets. Time slowed to a crawl, each second stretching as Roxy fought to replace the tire. They couldn't afford to lose any more ground. Come on, Tommy gritted his teeth. You've got this. With one final grunt, Roxy secured the spare into place and hefted the old tire back into the van. All right, Roxy wiped her hands. Let's go. Agreed. Tommy climbed back into the passenger seat. The engine roared to life and they continued their desperate search. Layla glanced at him. Which way? Keep going straight. The low groans of the undead echoed around them, mingling with the muted sound of the engines. Left here. Tommy pointed as they approached a crossroads. He wasn't sure if they were heading in the right direction, but they couldn't afford to sit still. Layla swerved hard, narrowly avoiding a ragged zombie that stumbled into their path. That was close. Too close. Tommy watched the figure retreat through the side mirror. Wait, Mickey said, leaning forward. I think I saw something. Where? Tommy asked. Back there, looked like, I don't know, a medical sign or something. Layla threw the van into reverse and backed up. As they approached the crumbling building, Tommy squinted at the faded letters on the sign. Dr. Marlowe. What do you reckon? Layla asked. It says it's a doctor's, Mickey said. Looks more like a fortress, Layla said. Tommy looked the building up and down. We should check it out. You think they're still there? Only one way to find out. Taking a deep breath, he got out. He strode over to the main entrance and rapped on the door. A metallic clang echoed from within, followed by the creak of heavy bolts. Roxy and Nix joined Tommy's side as the door swung open, revealing a gaunt figure with wild hair and a stained lab coat, a pistol in his right hand. What do you want? Help, Tommy gestured behind him. Our friend's been shot. Shot, you say? You think you can help? Depends on his condition. I don't think it's too serious yet, but the bullet's still in there. Let me see him. Tommy led the man over to Anarchy's child's van and opened the door. The man clambered inside and closed himself in with Zero. What's he doing? Nix asked. Examining him, I hope. After a few minutes, the door opened and the man stepped down. What's the verdict, Doc? Nix asked. I can treat him. Nix sighed. Oh, thanks, man. The man's eyes flicked over the group, his gaze lingering on their battered vans. I'll need something in return. Name your price, Nix said. The man rubbed his chin. One of your vans. Are you mad? Roxy said. We need those to survive. The man shrugged. Take it or leave it. Roxy frowned. We don't even know if he's a real doctor. The man raised his chin. I can assure you I am. Zero's life is on the line, Nix said. If we need to trade a van, we need to trade a van. He'd do the same for you. How about something else? Tommy asked. We've got food, medical supplies, water, weapons. Plenty of that. The man cut him off with a dismissive wave. No, it's the van or nothing. Zero doesn't stand a chance without help, Nix said. Tommy sighed, running a hand through his matted hair. Fine. He turned back to the man. You'll have your van. Roxy whirled on him. No, we can't. Sorry, Rox. Tommy met her gaze. There's no other way. He can have ours. Nix handed over the keys. Just take care of her. She's been through a lot. One condition, Tommy said. The man tilted his head. Looks to me like we've already made an agreement. No, if you back out or Zero doesn't make it, we're taking the van back. I can assure you I have no plans on backing out, but there's always a risk with any surgical procedure. The man shrugged and tossed the keys back to Nix. But you're welcome to try your luck elsewhere. Nix looked down at the keys and handed them back. You need to help him. Is that so? The man glanced up and down the street and moved back toward his door. Fine, we'll do it. Deal. He caught the keys in midair. But if you try any funny business, I'll rip your bloody head off myself. Charming. Now if we're done with the pleasantries, I have a patient to attend to. Chapter 42. The sterile smell of antiseptic hung heavy in the air. Tommy leaned against the wall next to the others, watching as the doctor worked on Zero. The doctor's hands moved deftly, his eyes hidden behind thick-rimmed glasses. He prodded the gunshot wound, causing Zero to groan in pain. Tommy clenched his fists. He knew he had little choice but to trust this man, but that didn't make it any easier. How long's this going to take, Doc? We want to be out of the city before dark. Patience, my boy. Good things come to those who wait. He turned his attention back to Zero. Got it. The doctor held up the blood-stained bullet between his gloved fingers and grinned. I dare say our friend here is quite lucky. Can I keep that? Zero asked, his face pale and sweaty. I don't see why not. The doctor placed the bullet onto Zero's outstretched palm. Consider it a souvenir. Thanks. Get some rest, the doctor said, stepping back from the operating table. You'll need your strength for the days ahead. Days? Roxy asked. How long do you think he'll be laid up? Hard to say. The doctor snapped off his gloves and wiped his hands clean. But a gunshot wound isn't something to take lightly. Right. Tommy sighed, running a hand through his hair. We'll deal with it. We always do. Chapter 43. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a muted glow over the city. Tommy climbed into the driver's seat and flexed his fingers. All right, let's get moving. As Layla, Mickey, and Jimbo piled into the van, Roxy helped Zero into hers. Tommy, Roxy called out from the Minx van. You sure about this? Didn't have much of a choice, did we? He gripped the steering wheel tight. Zero needed help. Right. Her gaze lingered on him for a moment longer before she disappeared into the van. As they pulled away from the clinic, the sense of vulnerability gnawed at Tommy. They were down a van, making them easier targets in an unforgiving world. Never thought I'd miss that rusty death trap, Jimbo sighed, glancing back at where their former van now sat as payment. Listen, guys, Tommy wound up the window, his voice strained. We had to do what was best for everyone. I know it's hard, but... Tommy, Layla cut in. We get it, you and Nix did what you thought was right. Let's hope it doesn't bite us in the ass. He slammed his hands on the steering wheel. And it should have been Roxy's van. Layla frowned. I don't understand. They don't have a spare tire now. Still better than letting Zero die, Mickey said. Damn straight, Jimbo said. Philly's still a long way off, Tommy said, his eyes scanning the road ahead. We'll have to be smart about this. No more deals with shady doctors. Hey, Mickey said, and Zero's alive, isn't he? Let's focus on that for now. Right. Tommy took a deep breath. One day at a time. Chapter 44. The setting sun cast a blood-red glow on the asphalt. Tommy steered the van off the main highway. Mickey leaned between the seats. Where are we heading now? Somewhere to lay low for the night, Tommy said, eyeing Roxy's van in the side mirror. Layla stared ahead, her expression taut, her gaze fixed on something in the distance. Over there, dude. Jimbo pointed to a thicket of trees just off the road. Tommy eased the van into the shadows, branches scraping against the sides. As they came to a stop, a hush fell over them. All right, let's get set up. Tommy clambered out of the driver's seat and surveyed their makeshift campsite. The others followed suit, stretching cramped limbs and stifling yawns. We need to keep quiet tonight, Tommy said. No more drama, yeah? Tommy nodded towards the darkening woods. There's no telling what's lurking out there. Or who, Mickey said with a shaky voice. Tommy eyed him for a long moment. You all right, man? I'm running low. He rubbed the back of his neck. Methadone's all but gone. Damn. He'd promised to look out for Mickey, but their supplies had been left in the van they traded. We'll find something. Promise. Better hope so, Mickey muttered, stalking away to help Roxy. Tommy watched him go, a heavy weight settling on his chest. He knew Mickey's addiction threatened not just the band, but their very survival. Yet he couldn't bring himself to abandon his friend, even as the world crumbled around them. Tommy, Spike said, pulling him from his thoughts. Help me with Zero. Course. He forced a smile and, together, they eased Zero onto a makeshift bed of blankets and jackets. Spike dragged a sleeve across his brow and gazed up at the encroaching night. Thanks. You look exhausted. Spike snorted. I feel it. Then get some rest. But, he gestured to Zero. We can take turns looking out for him. At least he's past the worst. Spike nodded. You're right, can't think properly when I'm like this. He clapped Tommy on the shoulder. Thanks, man. Don't mention it. As Spike clambered back inside, Tommy surveyed their makeshift campsite, the two vans parked in a crescent formation. He glanced at Zero. His pallid face was etched with pain. How you feeling? Been better, but I'll survive. Damn right you will, Roxy said, draping a blanket around his shoulders. We'll make sure of it. Thanks, Zero whispered. Tommy watched as each bandmate took turns checking on Zero over the next few hours, ensuring his comfort and offering words of encouragement. In the end, they were more than just a group of musicians. They were family. Done. Nix grinned up as the flames took hold at the campfire. Good job, Tommy said. Now let's get some grub sorted, yeah? Sounds like a plan, Nix said, rummaging through their supplies. Oi, I found some tinned beans. Anyone fancy a gourmet dinner? Roxy laughed. Oh, look at you with your 5-star cuisine. Such a sellout. Nix set to work cooking the beans as the others took their seats around the fire. Don't look into the flames, Zero said from his place propped against the van. It'll screw with your night vision. Good point, Mickey said, turning his back to the flames. Tommy's eyes lingered on Layla as she stared into the night. He longed to reach out, to offer solace and understanding. But in the end, he knew that each of them was locked in their own private battles, struggling to find a way forward amidst the wreckage of their lives. Food's ready, Nix said. Bon appetit. Roxy flashed a wry smile before digging into her meal. Here's to another day alive, Spike said, raising his plate in mock salute. Cheers to that, dude, Jimbo said. Beside him, Zero winced as he shifted. Tommy found himself wondering how long they could keep going like this. Tomorrow, he said, forcing the words past the lump in his throat. We should head east through the Rockies. Keep away from the main roads for a while. Sounds like a plan, Roxy said. Better than nothing. Tommy added wood to the fire, his thoughts drifting to Neve and Sean. The embers of the fire glowed, casting flickering shadows on the solemn faces huddled around it. Tommy stared into the flames, their hypnotic dance a stark contrast to the cold reality that loomed over them all. Can't say I ever thought I'd see the world go to crap like this, Spike said, his voice barely audible above the crackle of burning wood. None of us did, Tommy said. Hey, Roxy said. At least we're still kicking, right? Right. Roxy, you sure about watching tonight? Zero asked. You look knackered. Roxy looked around. Who doesn't? Fair point. I've got it covered, she said. I'll keep an ear out for any trouble. Zero smiled. Appreciate it. It'll be fine, it's just rocks and trees out there. Yeah, Jimbo said. Better than hordes of rotting corpses. Or dodgy doctors, Mickey said. Give it a rest, Mick, Tommy snapped. Dude, seriously. Jimbo placed a hand on Tommy's shoulder. We're all just trying to get through this. Tommy puffed out a breath. I know, man, sorry. It's cool, we've just got to keep focused. Are we gonna make it? Mickey asked. Damn right we will, Tommy said, forcing conviction into his voice. We've come this far, haven't we? The fire flickered, casting a warm glow over the group. Roxy rose from her seat, stretching her arms above her head as she surveyed the surrounding trees. I'll take the first watch. Mind if I join you? Tommy asked, pushing himself to his feet. Suit yourself. She grabbed her machete from the van and strode towards a nearby rock that offered a vantage point. As they settled into their positions, the night air hummed with the distant moans of the undead. Keeping off the main roads, huh? Roxy's lips quirked. You really think that's a good idea? I don't know anymore. Tommy picked around the handle of his baseball bat. All I know is we can't keep doing what we've been doing. We can't lose anyone else. This whole thing's so screwed up. Guess you're right. She sighed, her fingers absently tracing patterns on the rock. Just getting tired of running, you know? Me too, we've lost too much already. Damn straight. Roxy turned to him, their eyes meeting in the firelight. In that moment, Tommy felt the pull, an undeniable connection forged in blood and loss. Rox, Tommy began, hesitating as he searched for the right words. We'll find a way through this. Promise? Promise. He gave a determined nod, willing himself to believe it. Do you mind if I ask you something? Tommy shrugged. Shoot. Does Layla have a problem with me? Layla? A deep crease furrowed Tommy's brow. No. Why? She completely ignored me when I tried speaking to her earlier. Has she said something? Tommy shook his head. It's not you, I don't know. She's been quiet with all of us. I guess she's been through a lot. We all have. Roxy tugged her lip ring and nodded. I guess. Trust me, you've not done anything wrong. It's like she's gone into herself. I'm worried about her. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Tommy turned to her and cocked an eyebrow. Roxy held up her hands. I didn't mean it like that. I'm just glad I've not done anything. I know I can come across as a bitch sometimes, but I'm really not. We're all dealing with stuff. It's fine. He placed his hand on hers and forced a smile. I get it. Roxy looked down at his hand for several seconds before he withdrew. I'm sure therapist will be rolling in it once this zombie crap's done with. Tommy chuckled. Yeah, it's like... A rustling in the nearby bushes cut off his words. Tommy leapt to his feet, scanning the darkness for any sign of the undead. Beside him, Roxy brandished her machete, her eyes narrowed. Everybody stay sharp. Tommy's heart pounded in his ears. Mickey emerged from the van wielding the shotgun. Thought we were safe here. Safe? Tommy sniffed. We're never truly safe, not anymore. Tommy's right, Roxy said, her voice low and steady. We can't trust anything or anyone in this world. As the seconds ticked by, the tension grew thicker. Tommy swallowed hard, praying that whatever was lurking out there would reveal itself soon. Show yourself, he shouted into the darkness, his voice echoing off the surrounding trees. The warm handle pressed into Tommy's palm, its weight a reassuring anchor in the face of an uncertain threat. Eyes scanning the darkness, he could sense his bandmates bracing for whatever might emerge from the shadows. Spread out, he whispered, taking a tentative step forward. But stay close and watch where you're pointing that thing. Got it, Mickey said, his jaw set with determination. Tommy strained to listen. He searched the darkness for any sign of movement, half expecting a horde of zombies to burst forth at any moment. But there was nothing. Only silence, thick and heavy. Maybe it was just the wind, Roxy said. Or maybe not, Mickey said. Shh. Tommy fixed his gaze on a patch of shadows near the tree line. There! A small squirrel darted into view, scampering across the forest floor before disappearing back into the underbrush. Jesus, Mickey let out a laugh, sagging with relief. It's just a bloody squirrel. Better a squirrel than a deadhead, Tommy said, allowing himself a small, shaky laugh. Or worse, Roxy said. At least we know it wasn't one of those bastards. True, but let's not let our guard down. Never do, Mickey said as he strode back towards the van. Tommy and Roxy settled back into their lookout positions. Could have sworn I heard something bigger, Tommy said, peering out into the woods. Me too. Roxy's grip on her machete tightened. Let's just hope it was only that squirrel. Tommy scanned the tree line, watching for any signs of movement. The minutes crawled by at an agonizing pace. Somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted, its lonesome cry echoing through the night. Tommy shivered, only partly from the chill air. How much longer till dawn? Roxy checked her watch, tilting it to catch the firelight. Couple more hours at least. Tommy suppressed a groan. He blinked hard, trying to banish the lingering firelight from his vision. He couldn't afford to lose focus. Not now. Beside him, Roxy shifted on the rock. Though fatigue lined her face, her eyes remained alert, darting ceaselessly over their surroundings. You should get some rest. I'll take the next watch. Roxy shook her head. I'm good. You sure? I've survived this long, haven't I? All right. They lapsed back into silence. Tommy's eyelids grew heavy. He pinched his arm, using the pain to anchor himself in wakefulness. A branch snapped. Tommy jolted upright, gripping his bat. Beside him, Roxy's eyes locked on his. You hear that? She gave a terse nod. Tommy crept towards the tree line, Roxy close behind, weapons poised to strike. He squinted into the woods, searching for the source of the noise. Another crack echoed through the trees, louder this time. Closer. He exchanged a glance with Roxy. She tilted her head towards the woods, brows lifted in question. Tommy nodded. Together they slipped between the trees, moving silently. Shadows engulfed them. Tommy struggled to see even a few feet ahead. He stuck close to Roxy, relying on her footsteps as a guide. She slowed to a stop, holding up a hand. Tommy froze. He peered past her shoulder, barely making out a shape lumbering through the trees. He met Roxy's gaze. She nodded towards the shape, then tapped her machete. They flanked the thing, keeping ample distance between them. Tommy could hear its heavy footfalls and guttural grunts. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, faintly illuminating the shape's rotted flesh and tattered clothes. Tommy's breath caught, A zombie. More shapes shuffled behind it, at least a dozen strong. Roxy backed away, eyes wide. She waved a hand, signaling retreat. Tommy turned to run, only to find more zombies staggering from the trees, cutting off their escape. He had to warn the others. Tommy bolted back towards camp as stealthily as he could, Roxy on his heels. Bursting into the clearing, Tommy ran straight for the van, throwing open the back doors. "Wake up." He shook Jimbo's shoulder. "We've got to move, now." Everyone jolted awake, confusion clouding their faces. "There's a horde, we need to move." Spike jumped out of the van. "Where is it?" "No time to chat," Roxy cut in. "Let's get the hell out of here." Tommy and Roxy piled into their vans. The engines roared to life as growls filtered through the trees. Tommy stomped down on the gas, peeling onto the road just as the first zombies emerged from the woods. He pressed the pedal to the floor. The van shot forward into the unknown, leaving the horde behind. But for how long? Chapter 45. Tommy gripped the steering wheel, eyes fixed on the road ahead as the van sped into the night. Beside him, Layla stared silently out the window. "We can't keep doing this," Jimbo said, his voice strained. "I mean, how long can we stay on the run? We've barely slept in days, we're running low on supplies. At this rate, we'll be zombie chow before we ever make it back home." "Come on, man," Mickey said. "Don't talk like that. We've made it this far, haven't we?" Jimbo snorted. "Barely, we were nearly overrun back there. Face it, we're screwed." He dropped his head in his hands. Kim, what almost happened with Zero? This whole thing is so messed up. I just want to go home. I just want things back to how they were." "I know, man," Mickey said. "We all do. But we've got to keep hope alive. Right, Tommy?" Tommy's gaze remained fixed ahead. "Yeah, we'll make it through this." But the words felt hollow, even to him. Beside him, Layla shifted in her seat. Tommy glanced at her. "What do you think, Lay? We'll get back to Philly eventually, right?" Layla remained silent for a moment. "I don't know." She bit down on her bottom lip. "Jimbo has a point. At this rate, our luck's going to run out sooner rather than later." Tommy's grip tightened. "Come on, you can't think like that. We knew this wasn't going to be easy, but we've survived this long for a reason." "Why, though?" Layla turned to him. "What's the point?" Tommy went to answer, but Layla him off. "Face it, we're just delaying the inevitable. This whole drive back to Philly is pointless. There's nothing left for us there. We don't know what's there when we get back. Everyone might already be dead. This whole thing could be a complete waste of time." "You don't know that," Tommy said. "Our families could still be alive." "Yeah? And then what? We all hole up while the dead roam outside?" She gave a bitter laugh. "Give me a break. When we hit the Rockies, you should drive this thing off a ravine and do us all a favor." A tense silence fell over the van. Tommy stared ahead, anger and exhaustion churning inside him. He understood Layla's cynicism, but he refused to abandon hope. Not yet. There had to be something left worth surviving for. "Come on, Layla," Mickey said. "Don't say stuff like that. We can't give up hope." Layla turned on him and sneered. "Why not? What's the point of hope in a world like this? We're dead either way, Mickey. The only difference is how long it takes." "That's not true." "Yes, it is. This whole trip is just delaying the inevitable. We should have stayed back at that FEMA camp. At least we'd have a roof over our heads." "Until the horde arrived," Tommy said. Layla laughed bitterly. "Again, what's the difference? Out here we've got no shelter, hardly any weapons or ammo left. Every moment brings us closer to a gruesome death. Admit it, Tommy, we're all screwed." Tommy gritted his teeth. Part of him wanted to lash out, to tell Layla she was wrong. But the doubts needled at him, the bleakness of their situation inescapable. "She's got a point," Jimbo said. "This whole thing's been for nothing. We're just biding time at this point." "Guys, come on," Mickey said. "We can't give up hope now. We've got to keep fighting." "Fighting for what?" Layla shook her head. "Don't you get it, Mickey? It's over. There's nothing left to fight for." She slumped back in her seat. Silence fell over the van once more. "I know it seems hopeless," Tommy said. "Believe me, there are moments I wonder if we'll make it too. But we have to try. We owe it to ourselves, and everyone back home still fighting to keep going." He glanced at Layla. "You asked what's the point of hope? I'll tell you. It's Neve and Sean. As long as I believe they might still be out there, I can't give up. I need that hope to keep me putting one foot in front of the other every day in this hell." Layla held his gaze for a moment before looking away. "I get why you all feel beaten down," Tommy said. "God knows I do too sometimes. But we stick together, watch each other's backs, keep each other sane. That's what keeps me going." He looked to Jimbo and Mickey. "I know it feels pointless, but we owe it to the people we've lost to keep surviving somehow, for their memory, if nothing else." Jimbo stared down at his hands, saying nothing. Mickey managed a weak smile. Yeah, you're right, man." Tommy nodded, some of the tension in his shoulders easing. "It's gonna be tough going through the Rockies. More isolated, harder too. Scavenge supplies and fuel. But we'll manage, we'll take it 1 mile at a time if we have to." He glanced at Layla. "I know everything seems dark right now, but I need you guys to keep faith with me. Keep hope alive a little longer. We'll make it through the mountains and get back home. Back to our families." Layla looked up, meeting his eyes once more. Something in her expression shifted. The coldness behind her eyes retreated by a fraction. "All right, but when we clear the Rockies, if there's still no sign of life out east?" Her voice trailed off. Tommy gave a terse nod in response. "Let's just focus on getting out of the mountains first." Tommy drove on in silence, the dark highway stretching endlessly ahead. Exhaustion weighed heavy on him, making his eyelids droop. But every time he blinked, he saw the robber's face, his brain splattered across the asphalt. Revulsion twisted Tommy's gut. He told himself the man gave him no choice, that it was kill or be killed. But that didn't erase the feel of the shotgun in his hands, the life snuffed out. Would he ever be free of that moment? Or would it stalk his nightmares forever? Shuddering, Tommy glanced at Layla's silhouette in the passenger seat. At least she hadn't judged him for what he'd done. He couldn't bear the thought of her looking at him differently. But then maybe she did. Maybe her withdrawal was because of him. His act the last straw in a world gone to chaos. In the side mirror, Tommy caught a glimpse of the Minx van on the road behind him. The van's headlights cut a feeble swath through the darkness. Layla shifted in her seat, head nodding as she slipped into a fitful doze. In the back, Mickey and Jimbo's soft snores mingled with the rumble of the tires. Exhaustion weighed heavy on Tommy's shoulders. How long since he last slept? 36 hours? 48? The days and nights had blurred together in an endless forced march to outrun the dead. His leaden eyelids drooped, shadows danced at the edge of his vision. More than once he jerked awake, the van swerving as he realized he'd drifted off. He lowered the window, letting the rush of cold night air splash his face. Anything to keep from falling asleep. The road signs grew sparse, the exits dwindling. Would they ever find an end to this hopeless flight, or simply run themselves into the ground? Layla mumbled something, her head lolling against the window. Tommy thought of waking her to talk, just to hear another human voice. Anything to distract from the claws of sleep dragging him down. But she needed rest. They all did. His eyelids grew heavy. He blinked hard, trying to stay focused as the dark road blurred before him. The van swerved, and he jerked the wheel to correct it. "Whoa, you all right?" Mickey asked. "I'm fine," Tommy said. Layla turned to him, suddenly awake. "You sure about that? You look dead on your feet." "I said I'm fine," he snapped. The van swerved again. Layla lunged across him and grabbed the wheel. "Jesus, Tommy, you trying to kill us?" Tommy hit the brakes and guided the van to the side of the road. The Minx van pulled up behind them. Tommy let out a long sigh. "What the hell was that?" Layla asked. Tommy scrubbed a hand down his face. "Nothing, I just got distracted." Layla crossed her arms. "You almost took us into that ditch. You're in no shape to keep driving." "I'm telling you I'm fine." "No, you're not. You're about to pass out at the wheel." Layla reached for his arm. "Come on, let me drive for a while." "What, so you can take us off a cliff?" Layla's mouth dropped open. "I wouldn't." "No?" Tommy glared at her. "How could you say that?" "I could ask you the same. I'm not the one who was talking about driving this thing into a ravine." "I wasn't saying I would, She slammed her hand on the dashboard and turned to him. "I'm driving." Tommy shook her off. "I said I'm fine, I don't need you to babysit me." In the back, Jimbo leaned forward. "Dude, she's got a point. We can't afford to take any more chances here." Mickey nodded. Let her take over, man. Catch some rest while you can. Tommy sat rigid for a moment before his shoulders slumped in defeat. Yeah, all right. But just for a bit. Then you wake me up. Deal, Layla said. They swapped seats and Layla slid behind the wheel. Tommy reclined the passenger seat with a weary sigh. Within moments, the steady vibration of the road lulled him into a heavy sleep. Chapter 46. Tommy awoke slowly, the soft dawn light filtering through the van's windows. For a moment, he forgot where he was, expecting to open his eyes to the familiar surroundings of home. Then reality crashed back in, the cramped interior of the van, the constant uncertainty gnawing at his gut. With a sigh, he sat up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. The others still slumbered around him, Mickey's snores mingling with the gentle snuffles of Jimbo's breathing. Careful not to wake them, he eased open the door and slipped outside. He found himself staring across a small rest area tucked back from the highway. Trees ringed the parking lot, helping hide it from casual view. In the center, Roxy tended a small campfire. The scent of cooking food made Tommy's mouth water. He spotted Nix and Spike rummaging through boxes in the back of the Minx van. Layla sat a little apart, on top of a picnic table, back to the others as she gazed off into the trees. He strode towards the fire, drawn to the warmth. Morning, Sleeping Beauty, Roxy smirked at him, spatula in hand. Hungry? Starving. What's on the menu? Tinned ham courtesy of our resident chef. Apparently Nix and Spike found a stash in the rest stop storage. Despite everything, Tommy felt himself smiling back at her. Well, don't let me keep you from your cooking duties. He leaned against the Minx van, watching Roxy work. The mundane activity calmed his thoughts for a while. The hint of a smile still ghosted her lips. Mickey crawled from the van, his hair sticking up at odd angles. He nodded a silent greeting to Tommy, taking a long pull from a bottle of methadone. A twig snapped in the tree line and Tommy spun. Just another damn squirrel. He turned back to find Roxy watching him, eyebrows raised. A little jumpy this morning, huh? He gave a tense chuckle, pulse slowly calming. Maybe a bit. I don't think any of us can afford to fully let our guard down anymore. Too right. She scooped a serving of ham onto a dented metal plate and offered it to him. Here, get that into you. We've got a long road ahead still. He accepted it with a smile. As he ate, Tommy found his gaze drifting once more to Layla. She gave no indication of joining them. He sat down by the fire and began eating. The tinned ham was salty and tough, but it was hot and that's what mattered. As he ate, Jimbo emerged from the van, no doubt drawn by the smell of food. Soon they were all gathered around the fire, plates perched on knees as they ate. All except Layla, who remained apart on the picnic table, her back to them. Remember that time the transmission blew outside Vegas? Jimbo said suddenly. We were stranded there for a week trying to scrape together the cash to fix it. Nix chuckled. I remember. We played every seedy club that would take us, trying to earn repair money. I think we survived on peanut shells and well whiskey that whole week. Wasn't all bad though, Zero said. We met that magician with the white tigers. What was his name? Antonio Valentino, Jimbo said, snapping his fingers. Man, that guy was insane. He let us hang with the tigers and everything. Said we had artistic souls. Laughter rippled through the group at the memory. How about the Great Salt Lake show? Nick said. We drove straight from Portland, only to get there and realize the venue had double booked. Nearly came to blows with that hardcore band. More chuckles. Tommy found himself smiling too. We've had some wild rides in that old girl, Nick said, gaze distant. She got us through a lot. Murmurs of agreement followed. Just another sacrifice to the globalist agenda, Zero said. Mickey frowned. Wait, that doctor was a globalist? Zero rolled his eyes. No, but it was their plan that put us in this position. Roxy smirked. Not this again, no one planned this. So naive. At least Zero seems like he's getting better, Mickey said. Tommy and Jimbo laughed. Zero shrugged. Laugh it up, but when it turns out I was right all along. We won't hold our breath, Roxy said. They rose and began packing up supplies, preparing to head out. Tommy consulted the map with Roxy, tracing a route through the mountains. Should be able to avoid major hordes if we take the back roads through the Rockies. You sure that's the best idea? Tommy shrugged a shoulder. I don't know what the best idea is anymore. All I know is that I want us all to get back in one piece. Roxy nodded and went to speak to Spike and Nix. Tommy returned to his van and checked his shotgun. I can show you how to clean that properly if you'd like, Zero said. Tommy tensed and looked away. I'm good, thanks. Zero met his gaze. What you did saved us, Tommy. Don't forget that. Tommy's jaw clenched, the image of the robber's final moments flashing through his mind. He remained silent, turning away from Zero's earnest gaze. One by one, they loaded into the van. Layla climbed in last, avoiding Tommy's eyes as she slid past him. The engine rumbled to life, and Tommy pulled back onto the highway, mountains looming ahead through the dusty windshield. Chapter 47. The jagged peaks of the Rockies jutted above them, the narrow winding road barely visible against the sheer mountainsides. Tommy squinted out through the dusty windshield, hands clenched tight on the wheel as he navigated a cliffside turn. Layla shifted beside him, one hand pressed against the dashboard as she peered from the window. You sure this route was the best call? We could topple into a ravine and no one would ever find us. Yeah, it's risky, Tommy said, but we gotta take the back ways to avoid the worst of the deadheads. Jimbo snorted from the back seat. Fat lot of good that does us if we plunge to our deaths instead. Static crackled over the walkie-talkie. T, you read me? Tommy grabbed for the radio. Loud and clear, Nix. What's up, man? We need to pull over. Zero says we need to reassess our route. The terrain's worse than we thought. We keep burning fuel at this pace. We'll be walking before Idaho. Tommy chewed his lip. All right. Next clearing, we'll stop to talk strategy. He caught Layla side-eyeing him. We don't have time for this. We need to be past this before dark. I know. Tommy sighed. But we gotta be smart. No use getting stranded up here. Easy pickings for the first horde that wanders by. Up ahead, the road widened into a small turnout nestled against the mountains. Tommy pulled in and killed the engine. The others gathered as he spread his worn map over the hood. Roxy joined him and jabbed at the tangle of back roads. If we keep on this route through the high passes, we'll burn through our fuel. We should backtrack, take the interstate. Tommy shook his head. Too risky. I don't fancy running into any more robbers on I-70. We'd be sitting ducks. So what, we just drive off a cliff instead? Layla threw up her hands. There's got to be another way, Nick said. Mickey peered over Tommy's shoulder, tracing possible routes with his finger. What about this road here? Cuts through the valley. Looks mostly flat, could shave time off too. Tommy considered it. All right, let's give it a try. But we got no room for error. Everyone stays sharp. Murmurs of assent all around. They piled back into the vans. Tommy revved the engine, casting a wary glance at the darkening sky. The winds had picked up, carrying a biting chill that seeped into the van. As they set off again, following the new route Mickey had suggested, the first flakes of snow began to fall, swirling all around them. The road ahead was less treacherous but no less daunting, snaking through the valley. The snowfall thickened, blanketing the landscape in a silent, ghostly white. Layla pulled her coat tighter around her. I hate snow, she muttered, her breath fogging the glass. The radio crackled again, Zero's voice barely audible over the static. Visibility's getting bad. We should consider stopping until this lets up. Tommy's grip tightened on the wheel. If we stop now, we lose precious time. We push on. The snowfall grew into a blizzard, the world outside reduced to a blur of white. Tommy strained to see the road. As they drove, wind shrieked around them, lashing the vans as they crawled along the mountain pass. Tommy clenched the wheel, tension etched into every line of his body. Squinting into the blizzard, he struggled to keep them on the precarious road. Layla leaned forward. We can't keep going like this, Tommy. She snatched up the radio. Guys, we need to find shelter till the storm breaks. Copy that, Nick said through the radio. See any place we can hole up ahead? Tommy scanned the snow-swept slopes and shook his head. There's nothing. Down there. Layla pointed to a road just visible through the snow. He turned them down the narrow drive. The Minx van crawled in behind. Killing the engine, Tommy stared at the swirling flakes. All right, let's hustle, Jimbo said, tugging his collar up against the chill. Storm's only getting worse. Tommy's gaze lifted to the surrounding peaks, obscured behind veils of snow. Somewhere out there, he knew the dead still roamed. "Remember that blizzard outside Fargo?" Mickey said. "Never thought I'd be caught up in snowbanks again." Layla scowled into her scarf. "Let's just pray this one doesn't trap us here." The wind screamed through the pass, kicking up a blinding swirl of snow. Tommy could barely make out the dim outline of the other van pulled up beside them. "Well, I guess we're stuck here for a while," Mickey said, breaking the silence. "I hate this," Layla said. "Trapped God knows where while a blizzard rages outside." "We shouldn't have stopped," Tommy muttered. "We need to keep pushing east." Layla shook her head. "Not in this visibility. We'd drive right off a damn cliff." Tommy stared out at the featureless white beyond the windshield. Somewhere in its depths, faint moans echoed between gusts of wind. Layla tensed. "You hear that?" "Just the wind playing tricks on us," Tommy said. They sat listening to the storm whirling around them. The minutes crawled by at a glacial pace. Mickey rummaged under his seat and emerged with a bottle of whiskey. "Might as well settle in," he said, taking a swig. "Could be here a while." "We can't afford a while," Layla snapped. "We're burning precious fuel just sitting here. Every minute is a minute we don't make it through these damn mountains." The storm showed no signs of letting up, but their idling vans became more vulnerable by the minute. "Let's play a game," Jimbo said. "I spy with my little eye something beginning with S." "Snow," Mickey said, not even bothering to look up from his hunched position. "Damn, you got me." Jimbo chuckled, but the laughter died in the cold air. They shared a can of cold beans, eating more out of necessity than hunger. The silence was heavy, punctuated only by the sound of the wind howling outside and the occasional crackle of the radio. Jimbo took the can from Mickey and downed the rest of the beans before tossing the can into the back. "At least if we freeze to death, we won't have to worry about the deadheads anymore, eh?" Layla sighed deeply. "We should have stayed on the main roads." Tommy shook his head, his voice low. "No, that would have been a death sentence of another kind. This is just bad luck." He traced the snowflakes as they slammed against the glass, a relentless, hypnotic dance. As the hours dragged on, the storm showed no signs of abating. Fuel was running low, and the cold was seeping in, no matter how tightly they wrapped themselves in their coats and blankets. Outside, the world was a blur of white, the storm a seemingly endless onslaught. A sudden scream cut through the radio. "Zombies heading right for us." Tommy grabbed his bat and threw open the door, the frigid wind biting through his jacket. He leapt out into knee-deep snow as the first zombies lurched through the blizzard. Rotten faces turned toward him, gnashing teeth stained red. He swung his bat in a wide arc, crushing the first zombie's skull with a sickening crunch. "One down. 20 more to go." Layla was beside him in a flash, tire iron whistling through the air. She clubbed one clean off its feet, sending it flailing backwards into the snow. More zombies descended, a shambling horde emerging from the swirling veil of white. Roxy, Nix, and Spike charged in, weapons at the ready. Mickey cracked a zombie across the jaw with a crowbar, knocking its head clean off in a spray of gore. The headless body staggered forward, arms grasping blindly. "Strike one, deadhead." Another swing sent it crumpling. Layla brained two at once, then stomped one's head into the snow. "Come on, you dead freaks." Tommy swung wildly, taking out zombies left and right. Behind the horde, he spied the snow-laden pines fringing the turnout. "Layla, the trees. Help me drive them that way." Together, they battered the zombies back toward the woods. Roxy caught on and joined them, wielding her machete. "Timber," Jimbo shouted as he shoulder-checked a zombie right into a pine trunk. It toppled backwards into the snow and lay still. "Strike three, you dead lugnut," Mickey bludgeoned one, then turned and walloped another. "You're out." They pushed the horde further back until the trees hemmed them in, then Tommy and Layla moved in sync, clubbing the zombies from both sides. The snow-heavy branches crashed down, crushing flailing bodies. Soon, at least 20 more bodies lay motionless. The blizzard swirled around them, coating everything in a fresh layer of powdery white. Layla dusted the snow off her gore-spattered jacket. Mickey leaned against a tree trunk, catching his breath. Nix trudged through the trampled snow. "Everyone still breathing?" "I think we're good." Spike spat a wad of blood and wiped his split lip. "Remind me not to get on your bad side," Jimbo said to Roxy, as she shook brain matter off her machete. Tommy did a quick head count. By some miracle, they'd all survived more or less intact. Around them, the storm continued to rage. I guess that's one way to get warm. And here I thought the dead didn't like the cold, Mickey said. Roxy, Nix, and Spike trudged back through the snow toward their van. They were halfway to the van when Spike stopped, raising a hand. You hear that? Faint on the wind came the sound of guttural moans. Roxy tensed, gripping her machete tighter. More of them, and sounds like a lot more this time. Forms appeared through the veils of snow, first a few, then a dozen, then what looked like an entire horde emerging from the trees. Tommy gripped his bat tighter. All right, everyone, looks like we're not done yet. Form a line and get ready. He took position at the center of their makeshift battle line in the snow, with Layla and Jimbo flanking him on either side. Mickey stood beyond Jimbo, crowbar at the ready. The zombies shambled toward them, some in ripped ski jackets and snow boots. Steady now, Tommy said as the creatures drew nearer. He eyed the closest one, a male zombie in a torn puffer jacket. When it came within reach, Tommy swung his bat, feeling the crunch of breaking bone as the zombie's head exploded in a spray of blood and brain matter. Layla cheered as she bashed in the next one's skull. Mickey and Jimbo joined the fray, crushing and smashing the rotting horde with focused intensity. They just keep coming, Mickey yelled over the snarls and howls of the horde. More emerged from the swirling snow, tripping over the piling corpses of their broken brethren. Tommy grimaced as fetid blood and gore splattered his jacket. Take them two at a time if you have to. Just keep swinging. The horde pressed in around them. Adrenaline fueled Tommy's blows as he felled one zombie after another in quick succession. Beside him, Layla screamed in fury, cracking her tire iron through a zombie's jaw with savage force. This is like the world's worst snowball fight. Dude, you're a genius. Jimbo grabbed handfuls of snow, packing them into tight balls. Hey deadheads, think fast! He pelted two zombies in their faces. The snow exploded in puffs of white, momentarily blinding them. Good thinking, Tommy called. Use the snow, distract them. Jimbo, Spike, Mickey, and Nick set to work bombarding the zombies with volleys of snowballs while dodging grasping arms. The zombies snarled and flailed, decayed hands swiping at empty air. Seizing the opening, Tommy and Layla moved in with their weapons swinging. Layla smashed her tire iron through one zombie's skull, while Tommy crushed another with a cracking blow. Roxy joined in, alternating between slicing zombies with her machete and nailing them in the face with snowballs. The snow flew as the group tag-teamed the remaining zombies. Snowballs pelted rotting flesh just before bats and tire irons came crashing down. Finish them off. Tommy smashed his bat across the temple of the nearest one, while Layla brained the second to last with a final swing of her tire iron. Spike wound up and hurled one last snowball right between the eyes of the final walker. It teetered back before toppling face first into the blood-speckled snow. Roxy slashed her machete through its skull for good measure. Strike. That's the game, bitches. Tommy wiped his bat on the snow, a small grin on his face. Well, that was invigorating. Layla nodded. Nothing like a bit of exercise to warm you up. Mickey brushed the snow from his coat. Let's hope they don't have more friends nearby. Nick shook his head. I'm just glad everyone's still standing. For a minute there, I thought we were goners. Jimbo clapped Tommy on the back. The snow had finally stopped falling, only occasional gusts of wind swirling the white powder now. Tommy lowered his bat, surveying the scene. Bodies lay strewn about, the snow stained red in places. I think that's the last of them. Layla let her tire iron drop into the snow. About time. My arms are killing me. Mickey stretched his back. You said it, I'm gonna be sore for days after that workout. Roxy glanced around. A grin crossed her face. She scooped up a handful of snow, packed it tight, and let it fly, nailing Tommy on the forehead. Oh, you think that's funny, huh? Tommy grabbed his own handful of snow and lobbed it at Roxy, catching her shoulder. She retaliated, pelting him again. Snowball fight! Jimbo joined in the barrage against Tommy. Snowballs flew in all directions amidst laughter and shouts. Layla got off a perfect shot that exploded against Mickey's chest. Bullseye! Eat snow, Mickey! Spike slipped and face-planted into the snow, coming up with a mask of white. Through cackling laughter, Nix lobbed snowballs rapid fire, his throws going wide more often than not. I never was much good at this. Tommy dashed behind a tree to avoid being hit again. All right, I give up. No more. But the snowballs kept coming. After a few more freezing volleys, the snowball flurry finally died down. They were all dusted in white, breathless, flushed, and laughing. "Haven't done that since I was a kid," Layla said, brushing snow from her hair. From the van door, Zero gave a shout. "Hey kids, storm's blown over. We should hit the road before any more deadheads show up." His words were met with a fresh barrage of snowballs from all sides. "Oh no you don't," Jimbo charged towards him. "You can't escape." Zero retreated into the van, one hand raised. "Seriously, children, we need to move out." Their laughter echoed off the mountainsides now that the winds had calmed. For a moment, it felt just like old times. Tommy clasped Jimbo's shoulder, their breath fogging the air. "Come on, let's get moving. Zero's right, we shouldn't linger." They clambered back into their respective vans, peeling off snow-soaked layers. Layla shivered as she wrung melted snow out of her hair. "I hate blizzards. And I hate zombies. Put 'em together, and you get a slushie of fun," Jimbo said. Over the radio, Nix's voice cut through. "I've checked the scores, and it looks like Roxy won the snowball fight. She gets the prize." "What's the prize?" Tommy asked. "Honor, of course. You think we've got trophies to give out?" Tommy smiled. "Well done, Rox. And good work, everyone. We showed those dead bastards who not to mess with." "Damn straight," Jimbo said. "And I haven't had that much fun since the world went to crap." Tommy keyed the radio. "All right, gang, let's blow this popsicle stand." "You got it, T," Nick said. Tommy started the engine, allowing it a minute to warm up before shifting into drive. Beside him, Layla pulled her scarf up over her nose, eyes gazing out at the snowy landscape ahead. "Let's hope the road stays clear," she said. "I've had enough snowstorms and zombies to last me a lifetime. You and me both." Chapter 47. Tommy eased them back onto the winding mountain road. In the side mirror, he could see the others following behind. Sheer cliffs dropped away on one side, the rising peaks of the Rockies sloping up on the other. The road twisted and turned, barely wide enough for both vans. One slip, and they'd be tumbling down the mountainside. Tommy took the hairpin turn slow and steady, hyper-aware of every bump and slide the vans made on the icy road. Beside him, Layla braced one hand against the dashboard, her eyes fixed straight ahead. "This is insane, Tommy," she said through gritted teeth. "We're one patch of black ice away from careening off this damn road." "I know, but it's our only option." He white-knuckled the wheel as they crawled around another blind turn. "Just a few more miles through these high passes. We'll make it." He wasn't sure if he was reassuring Layla or himself more. Static crackled from the radio. "How's it looking up there, T?" Nix asked. Tommy keyed the radio. "Slow going. No room for error with these drop-offs. Take it real easy on the turns." "You got it." They inched along, the only sound the laboring engines and occasional scrape of metal when they hugged the rock face too close. The van's headlights cut feeble swaths through the encroaching mist. Rounding a steep bend, Tommy slammed the brakes. Tires skidded on the icy road as a zombie shambled out in front of them. More ragged silhouettes lurched from the fog. "Damn it, hold on!" Tommy threw the van in reverse, then cranked the wheel, narrowly averting a plunge off the cliffside as they skidded to a stop. The zombies descended toward them. Tommy snatched his bat from the back seat. "Out now. Let's deal with these deadheads before they swarm us." They burst from the vans, outfitted with an array of makeshift melee weapons. Layla, Jimbo, and Mickey fanned out, while Roxy and the others emerged from the Minx van. Layla hefted her tire iron, her eyes darting between the zombies closing in on both sides. "Don't let them surround us. Stay tight." Tommy swung his bat in an arc, crushing the first zombie's skull. Dark blood splattered the snow. More followed behind it, choking the narrow pass. Jimbo smashed his wrench across a zombie's face, knocking it into the mountainside. "There's too many. We're gonna get mobbed." "We can do this, just stay together." Roxy's machete carved into rubbery flesh. She kicked the zombie back over the cliff edge, its wails fading as it plummeted. Tommy battered zombies back while scanning the slopes. "Up there," he pointed with his bat. "This way, come on." They battled up the incline, weapons ringing off bone. Step by step, they gained elevation until reaching the rocky outcropping. Tommy smashed another zombie off the ledge. Below, the horde clawed at the steep rock face. "We can pick them off from up here," Tommy said, chest heaving. Layla peered over the edge, shoving a heavy rock. "Happy landings, deadheads." The rock dropped down, crushing a zombie's skull. One by one, they bombarded the horde from above, bludgeoning and smashing. Tommy peeked over the ledge, scanning the road below. The zombie bodies lay still, their rotted brains dashed against the asphalt. "All clear," he said. "Let's get back to the vans before more show up." They hurried down the incline, boots crunching on gravel and snow. Rounding the bend, Tommy slowed. At least 24 zombies surrounded the Minx van, pounding and clawing at the metal sides. Tommy's heart seized. Zero was still inside. He sprinted ahead, baseball bat at the ready. The others charged behind him, brandishing their weapons. Tommy crashed into the mob, swinging wildly. His bat caved in the first zombie's head in a spray of dark blood. Another grabbed his jacket. He smashed its hand away and kicked it back as Roxy took it down with her machete. All around, his companions battled the horde. Tire irons crunched bone, machetes slashed rotten flesh. But more zombies emerged from the crags, no doubt drawn by the noise. "There's too many," Jimbo yelled, his wrench glancing off a zombie with a hollow thunk. Tommy bashed his way toward the Minx van. Inside, he could see Zero's terrified face pressed against the window. Mickey and Layla fought back to back. Nix grabbed a zombie in a headlock, wrestling it away from the van's side door. Roxy's blade flashed, lopping off outstretched hands. "I'll draw them off," Spike said. "Then get the vans ready to move." Tommy grabbed his arm. "Like hell you're taking them all on alone." Spike met his stare. "It's called a distraction. Just trust me." He wrenched free and banged on the side of Tommy's van. "Hey, deadheads, over here." He turned to Tommy. "As soon as they start following, get back to the vans." "Good luck, man." Spike danced around, waving his arms. "Hey, you pussbags, look alive, it's snack time." The zombies snarled, their milky eyes fixing on him. Spike backed up the road, beckoning them. "Come on, uglies, let's dance." He broke into a run. The horde lurched after him in pursuit. "Now," Spike called over his shoulder. "I'll circle back, be ready." Tommy and the others piled into the vans. He watched Spike sprint up the road, the horde of zombies shambling after him in mindless pursuit. "That crazy son of a bitch," Layla muttered. Mickey craned his neck, tracking Spike's progress. "He's really drawing them off. He knows what he's doing." Tommy chewed his lip, hands clenching the wheel as he waited for the signal. The seconds crawled by at an agonizing pace. Come on," he leaned out the window and called to Spike. "Get in now." Spike motioned something and kept running. "Damn it, Spike." Spike sprinted and wove, guiding the mob further from the vans. As he ran, the road narrowed, the mountain's rocky face looming closer. His boots scrabbling for purchase, Spike half climbed, half hurled himself up onto a ledge. He spun to face the horde below, shouting and waving. The zombies clawed at the wall, snapping their jaws, but the outcropping was out of reach. Spike peered over the ledge, pointing and laughing. More zombies emerged from crevasses in the rocks. Spike leapt down and charged towards the edge of a cliff, the wind tangling his hair. The ground crumbled beneath his feet, but still, he pushed forward, drawing the zombies away. His foot slipped on a patch of ice, sending him tumbling over the edge of the precipice. As he plummeted downward, the zombies followed, their twisted forms disappearing into the void below. "Spike!" Tommy leapt from the van, but there was nothing he could do. Chapter 48. Tommy stood at the edge of the precipice, gazing down into the endless void where Spike had disappeared. Icy wind whipped at his face. Behind him, Nix paced back and forth, fists clenched. "This is on you, Tommy. If you hadn't insisted on taking this damn road." Tommy rounded on him. "You think I don't know that?" His voice cracked. "Every choice I make out here risks lives, but we had no choice. We always have a choice, and you chose wrong." He spat at Tommy's feet. "Now Spike's gone because of you." I thought it was safer." Tommy shook his head. "Less chance of robbers, more chance of making it through alive." "Safer?" Nix barked a bitter laugh. "Tell that to Spike." Layla stepped between them, hands raised. "Stop this. Arguing won't bring Spike back." Nix shoved past her. "Stay out of it, Layla. He needs to own up to what he did." Tommy scrubbed a hand down his face. "You're right. I messed up. I made a bad call and Spike paid the price. But we can't stay here waiting to join him." "Is that your idea of honoring his memory?" Nix sneered. "Just forget about him and carry on?" "Of course not," Tommy snapped. "But what else can we do, Nix? We're stuck in these mountains, surrounded by death. We have to keep going if we want any chance of survival. That's what Spike died for. Nick scoffed. Keep moving, keep risking lives with your reckless choices. Admit it, Tommy. You've got no clue what you're doing out here. I can't keep following someone I don't trust. He stormed off toward the vans before Tommy had chance to respond. The others shifted uncomfortably, not meeting his eyes. He doesn't mean it, Layla said. He's just lashing out. Tommy wasn't so sure. The hatred in Nick's eyes had been real. Squaring his shoulders, Tommy addressed the group. I know you're shaken by what happened. So am I. But staying here puts us all at risk. We have to keep pushing on while we still have daylight. He caught Jimbo's eye. After a moment, Jimbo stepped forward and squeezed Tommy's shoulder. I still trust you, dude. Nix'll come round. He always does. Let's get back on the road. The others voiced muted agreement and headed for the vans. Only Roxy remained with Tommy. They stood at the edge of the precipice, staring down into the void where Spike had fallen. His broken form bent between two rocks. Behind them, the vans rumbled to life as the group prepared to move on. Never thought I'd be going solo this way, Roxy said. Kim, Dee, now Spike. Her voice caught. I'm the last mink standing. Tommy shook his head fiercely. I won't let anything happen to you, Rox. I promise. Don't make promises you can't keep. Seems like I'm next on the chopping block. Don't say that. She wiped her eyes, voice hardening. But I'll be damned if I go easy. Can't let the deadheads take me too. You won't. We'll make it through this. Roxy managed a sad smile. Wish I had your faith. She brushed a wind-whipped lock of hair from her face, gazing out at the mountains. Tommy saw the tension in her shoulders, the uncertainty behind the brave front. Tommy looked down at his hands. I should have been more careful. Spike's death is on me. You were just doing what you thought was best to keep everyone safe. And I failed him. Tommy's voice broke. If I could trade places with him now, I'd do it in a heartbeat. Roxy placed a hand on his arm. I know you would, but survivor's regret helps no one. That's what he would say. She managed a sad smile. Always did love his cheesy lines. Tommy met her eyes. You don't blame me for his death? It was Spike's choice. He was his own man. Reckless bravado was his way, for better or worse. She blinked back tears. We just have to keep going, for his sake, if nothing else. Tommy gestured vaguely towards Spike's body. What should we do about, Roxy stared for several seconds before drawing her eyes away. He's gone. One of us will get hurt if we try to climb down there. We just need to leave him. Her body shook with sobs. He's gone. She let out a shuddering breath. Tommy, he's gone. Tommy pulled her into a fierce hug. I'm so sorry. She clung to him for a long moment before pulling away. Thank you for trying to protect him. But now you have to lead the living. Tommy dragged a hand down his face. I just don't know if I can, not after this. You're the only one holding us together. They'll follow you if you rebuild the trust. Tommy nodded slowly. I'll do better, I swear it. Roxy squeezed his hand. In her eyes he saw warmth and understanding that he desperately needed. Tommy held Roxy close, feeling her body trembling against his. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as if the chasm before them had disappeared, and all that existed was this embrace. Then Roxy lifted her face to his. Her eyes brimmed with grief and longing that mirrored his own. Slowly, she brought her lips to meet his. Tommy froze, then found himself returning the kiss. The taste of her mouth, the feel of her fingers tangling in his hair, ignited a flame inside him. One hand slid to the small of her back, pulling her tighter. With a gasp, Tommy wrenched himself back. Rox, I can't. Shame flooded through him. What was he doing? Roxy's eyes widened. God, Tommy, I'm so sorry. She took a step away from the precipice, from him. It was a mistake, nothing more. She arched an eyebrow. We should get back. He turned abruptly from the void's edge. The others are waiting. Tommy, wait. He quickened his pace, not looking back. As he wrenched the van door open, Layla glanced over, her brow furrowed. You okay? I'm fine. He slid into the driver's seat and slammed the door. Layla inclined her head. Really? I said I'm fine, Tommy snapped. Layla held up her hands. Okay, I'm just concerned. Tommy stared straight ahead. After a few tense moments, he let out a breath. I'm sorry, but we need to go now. Layla nodded. You're right. Zero's voice crackled over the radio. We're ready to roll when you are. Over. Got it, let's get the hell out of these mountains. He turned the ignition and put the van in gear. As they rumbled forward, Layla glanced at him again. Want me to take over driving for a bit? No, I need to do this. Tommy flexed his grip. I just want to get us all out of here safely. Layla squeezed his shoulder. Up ahead, the winding mountain road stretched onward. After some time, Layla turned to him. I know tensions are high right now, but we'll make it. Tommy managed a nod, keeping his eyes fixed ahead. What happened back there with you and Roxy? A lump formed in Tommy's throat. Nothing. Spike's dead, we were talking, that's all. Just talking, huh? Tommy glared. Just talking, nothing happened. Okay, so long as you're sure. His jaw tightened. I am. Good to hear, but if you ever do want to talk more about anything, I'm here. Thanks. He cleared his throat. I appreciate it. For now, let's just focus on the road. Layla shrugged. You're the boss. Tommy's lip curled. Yeah, right. Chapter 50. Layla sat in the passenger seat, her body tense, gaze fixed on some point far in the distance. She hadn't spoken for over an hour. Tommy almost preferred her silence to the alternative. Questions he didn't want to answer, or conversations he wasn't ready to have. The radio crackled. How you holding up, T? Nix asked. Tommy grabbed the radio. I'm fine, just focused on getting us out of these damn mountains. No doubt, man. This road is insane. Feel like we're one wrong turn from plunging off a freaking cliff. Just take it real slow around the bends. I'll let you know if I see trouble ahead. 10-4, boss man. Tommy cleared his throat. How's Zero holding up? I'm good, Zero said. I'll be right in a day or two. Good to hear. And how about you, Rox? You all right? A burst of static. She's pretty shaken up about Spike still, Nick said. Been quiet since we got back on the road. Can't say I blame her. They were tight. Tommy chewed his lip, unsure how to respond. Yeah, they were... He trailed off, the words dying in his throat. It's messed up, dude, Jimbo said from the back seat. 1 minute we're all fine. The next? He sighed. Never know which of us will be next to go. This whole thing sucks. Tommy's chest clenched. No one else is dying on my watch. We'll get through this. Tommy caught Layla looking at him and frowned. What? She held his gaze a moment before looking away. Nothing. Just glad we have you leading the way is all. Tommy swallowed hard and turned his attention back to the road. Compliments, concern. It was all too much right now. The layers of guilt and doubt weighed so heavy that even her kindness felt smothering. His grip on the wheel tightened as he maneuvered a hairpin turn, tires spitting up gravel. In the side mirror, he could see the Minx van crawling along behind at a cautious distance. They drove on in silence for some time, the mountains looming around them. The road's narrow curves demanding Tommy's full concentration. His shoulders ached from tension, and his eyes strained to cut through the mist gathering between the peaks. Layla shifted in her seat. Do you want me to take over driving for a bit? I'm good. You sure? I said I'm fine. Layla shrugged and turned to gaze out the window once more. So what's the plan when we get out of these mountains? Mickey asked. Figured we'd head for Denver, scavenge for more supplies. Denver, huh? Reckon that's our best bet to find meds. Yeah, we'll look for methadone for you. Appreciate it, man. I'm down to just a few doses left. I know, we'll find more, I promise. Even as Tommy said the words, he wasn't sure he could keep that promise. Mickey needed the methadone to keep his old heroin cravings at bay. I can't slip back to what I was. You gotta help make sure I stay clean. I will, I swear it. Tommy raked a hand through his hair. The mountains pressed closer, suffocating. So many lives depending on him. So many ways to fail. Layla pointed ahead. Tommy, watch out. A zombie staggered into the road. Tires screeched as he yanked the wheel hard, swerving around the creature. Their back end slid on the icy asphalt, hurtling toward the sheer drop just feet away. Hold on! Tommy fought for control, turning into the skid. The van careened wildly, all momentum carrying them nearer the cliff's edge. With a final wrench of the wheel, Tommy brought them skidding to a stop sideways across the road, rear bumper hanging out over empty space. The van teetered, metal groaning. Heart hammering against his ribs, Tommy threw it into park. "Everyone okay?" Layla peeled her fingers from the dashboard. "Yeah, I'm good." Holy crap, that was close. Nix's shaky voice came through the radio's static. "You guys all right?" Tommy keyed back. "We're okay, just a little shaken up. Zombie in the road, but I got us stopped in time." He twisted to peer out the window at the precipice yawning behind them. "Barely." "No kidding. My butt's still clenched from watching you almost drive off that damn cliff." Nix blew out a breath across the line. "Got to be more of those dead freaks lurking around here. We better move before they swarm us." "You got that right." Tommy shifted back into drive and eased them forward at a crawl, giving the cliff's edge a wide berth. Adrenaline still surged through his veins. As the rocky peaks closed in around them once more, Tommy clenched his jaw. Tommy squinted through the mist, scanning the craggy mountain horizon. In the distance, beyond a thick copse of evergreens, he could just make out what looked like buildings tucked against the towering rock face. Even from here, he could see the high wooden palisade surrounding the structures. Tommy grabbed the radio. "You guys seeing what I'm seeing up ahead?" "Looks like some kind of settlement," Nick said. "See the walls and roofs poking up past those trees?" "Yeah, I see it. What do you think? Should we check it out?" "Hell yeah, we should. If they're friendly, maybe we can resupply, grab a hot meal and some real beds to sleep in." "And why should we trust them?" Zero cut in. "For all we know, they'll rob us the second we step through those gates." "Maybe," Tommy said. "But they might also give us a hot meal and a chance to rest up somewhere secure. Even a hot shower. It's got to be better than spending another night out in the cold, right?" "I think we should do it, T," Nick said. "Scope it out at least. We're exhausted. Half our crew is gone. If we can hole up somewhere safe for a night, get our strength back, I say it's worth the risk." Tommy exchanged a glance with Layla, who nodded. "All right, we'll check this place out. Stay close behind me." "You got it, boss man. Here's hoping this haven isn't a trap." "Haven?" "Yeah, there's a big hand-painted sign over there that says Haven. Looks like this place has power too, lights on behind the walls." As they rumbled closer, Tommy could now make out the sign himself. Letters daubed in bold black paint over the fortress-like entrance. They passed the last stretch of forest and pulled up before the imposing gates. Tommy cut the engine and stepped out, hands raised. Roxy and Nix followed suit, forming up beside him. "Hello?" Tommy called out. "We're just travelers looking for shelter and safety. We come in peace." Nix sniggered. "You sound like you're off Star Trek. Take me to your leader." Tommy grinned and shook his head. For several heartbeats, only silence answered. Tommy exchanged tense looks with the others. A figure stepped out, face obscured by a riot helmet. The stranger had an assault rifle slung casually over one shoulder. "What do you want?" The guard's voice was muffled by his face shield. Tommy cleared his throat. "Like I said, we're peaceful folks just hoping for a place to rest up a bit. Maybe resupply if you're willing to trade. We can work too, help out however you need." "You clean?" Tommy nodded. "No bites, scratches?" "No." "Any skin tone changes?" "Honestly, we're all good." "You got weapons?" "Some." "They stay in the vehicles. If I see any of you armed, even with a pocket knife." He patted his rifle. Tommy opened his palms. "We're not looking for trouble." "Which way you headed?" "East." "Where from?" "We set off from Berkeley, headed to Philly." The guard snorted a laugh. "You expect me to believe that?" "It's true," Nick said. "We were on tour when everything went down." The guard nodded. "What are you, some rock band or something?" "Yeah," Tommy said, "just trying to get back to my family." The guard considered them for a moment, then beckoned them forward. "Come on in, but try anything suspect and you won't make it 2 feet inside these gates." Tommy raised his palms again. "You have my word. No trouble from us." He gestured for the others to follow. The guard led Tommy and the others through the compound, weaving between buildings and parked vehicles. People stopped to stare as they passed, whispering to each other. Tommy kept his hands visible, careful not to make any sudden moves. "So what's your deal here? Seems like you've got a nice setup." The guard grunted. "We were here before the uprising. We grow our own food, got some solar panels hooked up for power, even our own well. Place used to be a summer camp before we moved in. But the lady really whipped us into shape, got us organized. She knew something like this was coming. The lady? You'll meet her soon enough. Her name's Eleanor. She's the reason any of us are still breathing. This place would have torn itself apart if not for her. Tommy raised his eyebrows. She's in charge around here then. You could say that, but it's more than that. The guard hesitated. All I know is we were lucky we found her. He led them to a small chapel nestled against the rear palisade. Wait here while I let Eleanor know you've arrived. The guard disappeared inside while Tommy and the others milled about. From within came the murmur of voices and soft music. After a few minutes, the guard returned and ushered them inside. Tommy's eyes adjusted to the dim interior, lit only by candles. At the front of the chapel, a woman sat upon a carved wooden throne. Her long black hair fell around her in soft waves. She watched them enter with blue eyes that seemed to see directly into Tommy's soul. People sat cross-legged around her. The music swelled, played on stringed instruments by two women in white robes. The woman who could only be Eleanor smiled. Welcome, travelers. Please come in. Her voice was melodic and commanding. My name is Eleanor, and your name? Tommy met the woman's intense gaze. I'm Tommy. We're grateful for any shelter you can offer. And shelter we shall provide. Eleanor studied each of them in turn. You all look very weary. Our community is a place of healing, safety, and purpose. Rest here as long as you need. Tommy shifted his weight. We appreciate that, Your Holiness. Eleanor laughed. I'm no holy woman, just someone who wants to spread a little light in this dark world. Now come, let's get you settled. She led them from the chapel to a long bunkhouse and gestured to the rows of cots within. Please rest and recover your strength. Jared here will explain the community rules and work schedules. Her intense blue gaze lingered on Zero. For you, only rest. The soul's wounds often take longest to heal. Zero flushed and managed a mumbled thanks. With a final smile, Eleanor glided away, trailed by two robed assistants. The guard, Jared, cleared his throat. All right, here's how things work around here. Meal times are breakfast after sunrise, lunch at noon, dinner just before sundown. No exceptions. He ticked the rules off on his fingers. Everyone contributes through work unless injured. We rotate jobs daily, and no going outside the walls unless cleared by myself or Eleanor. He eyed Tommy. Got all that? Yeah, seems straightforward enough. We're happy to pitch in however you need. Jared nodded, seeming satisfied for now. I'll come get you for your work assignment. Until then, make yourselves at home. After he left, Zero turned to the group. We can't stay here. Did you see how those people were looking at that Eleanor lady? Like she's some kind of savior? It's a cult, I'm telling you. Roxy rolled her eyes. Oh, hush up with your paranoia. These people helped us out. Gave us a safe place to crash. Not everything is a damn conspiracy. It's just a meditation retreat, Nick said. I went to one of these after our second album. Needed the headspace. I think we bounce after one night here, though, Mickey said. This place seems weird. Layla nodded. It does have kind of a strange vibe, but I'm exhausted, and right now I'm just grateful for a real bed. Me too. I could sleep for a year in an actual bed instead of the van floor, Jimbo said. Zero looked to Tommy. Come on, you can't tell me you don't find this place creepy as hell. Tommy met Zero's gaze. I think we should play it cool for now. Help out, get a good night's rest, then head out first thing in the morning. It's just one night. Zero frowned. I don't know, Tommy boy, I've got a bad feeling. Okay, look, let's take a quick vote. Tommy surveyed the group. All in favor of staying the night? Every hand went up except for Zero's. Tommy clapped a hand on his good shoulder. It'll be okay. We'll stay sharp. But this is an opportunity we can't easily pass up. Zero sighed. Okay, we do it your way. But tomorrow we're gone whether these people like it or not. Chapter 51. After some time, Jared returned to the bunkhouse and clapped his hands. All right, folks. Time for work assignments. We've got a long list of tasks that need doing before sundown. He peered at his clipboard, then pointed to Tommy and Roxy. You two go with Harvey to the east woodlot. We need more firewood chopped before dark. Tommy and Roxy followed the robed man to a fenced-off section of the woods. Trees had already been felled here and cut into chopping blocks. Tommy hefted one of the axes, testing its weight. The tool felt clumsy and unfamiliar in his hands, its weight different to his baseball bat. He eyed the chopping block, a thick cut of oak at least 2 feet across. Gripping the axe in both hands, he took a swing. The blade glanced off the wood with a hollow thunk. Harvey shook his head. You must put some force behind it, friend. Swing from high up. Use the weight of the axe head, like this. He stepped up to a block, hoisted his axe overhead, then brought it down. The log split cleanly down the middle. Tommy tried again, raising the axe higher before swinging down. This time it bit deeper, but became lodged in the wood, refusing to split all the way through. Harvey helped him tug it free. Better, but you must follow through. One smooth motion, don't stop halfway. Tommy repositioned himself, focusing on the block. He visualized the swing, picturing the axe slicing all the way through. With a grunt of effort, he swung with his full strength. The metal flashed in the late afternoon sun, splitting the log in two. Harvey nodded. Now you're getting it. Keep practicing just like that. As Tommy worked on perfecting his swing, Roxy was already making quick progress through her pile of blocks. She moved with easy confidence, her strikes coming in rapid succession. Tommy couldn't help but pause to watch her. She made it look effortless. Noticing him staring, Roxy flashed a grin. What, never used an axe before? Tommy gave a chuckle. Not really something that comes up much in the city. Here, hold it like this. Roxy adjusted his grip. You'll get more power if you choke up a bit. Her hands were rough but warm as they positioned his on the handle. Their faces were only inches apart. Clearing his throat, Tommy took a step back and hoisted the axe again. As sunset approached, he and Roxy worked up a good sweat. They made sporadic small talk about nothing consequential. The weather, the compound, anything to fill the uncomfortable silences. Finally, Roxy planted her axe in a stump and wiped her brow. So are we going to talk about it or just keep avoiding the elephant in the room? Tommy froze, his axe poised above a chopping block. Talk about what? Don't play dumb, you know what? Roxy folded her arms. That kiss, back on the mountain. He turned back to the block of wood and split it with more force than necessary. Nothing to talk about. We were both emotional after Spike. Wasn't thinking straight. Roxy sighed. Tommy, I like you, and not just as a friend. She met his eyes. I know the timing was crazy. Spike had just died. We both had adrenaline pumping. But I wanted to kiss you. I don't regret it. Tommy searched for the words, his throat tightening. Rox, I've got Neve, Sean. I'm easy with that. But I'm not, and with everything going on, you don't have to explain. Roxy gave a sad smile. I'm not asking for anything from you, and I'm sorry if I made things awkward. She scuffed her boot in the dirt. It's just hard, you know. Everything that's happened since Berkeley, watching my friends die one by one. Her voice caught. You've been one of the only rocks I have left, and maybe I got overwhelmed. Tommy's shoulders slumped and he turned to her. You have nothing to apologize for. We're all handling this thing in our own messed up way. He hesitated. I care about you, Rox, but I don't know if I can be what you need. I just need a friend, Tommy. He smiled and rubbed the back of his neck. Friends, then. Roxy blinked rapidly before meeting his gaze again. And hey, if I can't lean on you, who can I lean on? She attempted a laugh, but it came out hollow. After a moment, she stepped forward and pulled Tommy into a hug. I'm glad we can still be friends. Her voice was muffled against his shoulder. I don't want it to be weird between us. You're one of the few good things left. Tommy hugged her back, inhaling the scent of her hair mixed with wood smoke. For a long moment, they stood there, taking comfort in each other. The setting sun cast the woods in a red-gold glow. When they finally pulled apart, Tommy met her eyes. We'll get each other through this, I promise. Roxy managed a small smile. Then her eyes dipped briefly to Tommy's mouth before she glanced away. Tommy's pulse quickened. A bell rang out across the compound, signaling the end of the workday. Tommy exhaled, grateful for the interruption. Guess that's quitting time. Roxy nodded. Let's head back and see how the others fared. They gathered the chopped wood and tools to return to camp. As they walked back, Tommy replayed the day's events in his mind. He had hoped things with Roxy could go back to normal, but now a new tension thrummed between them. He could not betray his family. Not again. Chapter 52. Jared led Tommy and the others to the dining hall, a rustic log cabin structure at the back of the compound. Inside, long wooden tables with benches filled the space. People milled about, finding seats while a handful of women in pale robes carried steaming dishes from the kitchen. Eleanor sat at the head table and rose with fluid grace to greet them. "Welcome, friends. Please come in. We're so pleased to share this meal with you." Tommy and the others shuffled forward. "Smells great," Nick said. "Can't beat a proper home-cooked meal." Tommy's group found seats at one of the long tables. Layla edged in close beside him. Mickey sat drumming his fingers on the table. Eleanor lifted her hands and the hall fell silent. "Let us give thanks to creation for this meal, and for new friends joining our community." She threw her head back, her eyes squeezed shut. The other Haven members followed suit, heads back, eyes closed. Tommy wasn't sure where to look. "Please eat." Eleanor gestured to the spread of root vegetables and stewed greens. Jimbo wasted no time piling his plate high. Tommy and the others followed suit with more restraint. The residents ate in a slow manner, chewing each bite thoroughly with eyes closed. Across from Tommy, Jimbo scooped up a potato and stuffed it in his mouth. Now that's the good stuff. A few Haven members shot him irritated glances. Jimbo gulped his food and chuckled. "You people need to lighten up a little." When no one cracked a smile, Jimbo shook his head. Come on, don't leave me hanging. Hey, why don't zombies eat ghosts?" He paused. "'Cause they taste like sheet. Get it?" Again, only stony silence answered. "What, too soon?" Across the table, Mickey put his head in his hands with a groan. "In Haven, we do not make light of the fallen," Eleanor said. "Death is never a joking matter." "Got it, boss dude." Jimbo shoveled more food into his mouth. After the meal, Eleanor rose again for a speech. "My friends, let us give thanks again for this meal and this community." Her followers gazed up in silent reverence. "As I prophesied, our world may be shattered, but Haven endures." Her voice swelled with conviction. "There is still hope, still light within each of us, if we stand united as one." Murmurs of assent rippled around the room. Tommy shifted awkwardly on his seat. "We must nurture that light, tend to it, and with creation's blessings we keep it burning bright." Eleanor's intensity increased. "The darkness will try to smother it, but together we are strong. Creation is strong." A few residents nodded and slapped their hands down on the tables. "United we will prevail. Take strength from those around you. Draw comfort from—" A crash cut her off as someone at a nearby table knocked over a pitcher of water. Liquid ran across the floorboards. The man froze, face draining of color, and held up his hands. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Eleanor's expression hardened for a moment before shifting back to calm assurance. "It's all right. Just an accident." She gestured for someone to clean up the spill. The man kept apologizing. A neighbor laid a hand on his shoulder, steering him back to his seat. Tommy met Layla's eyes, seeing his own unease reflected there. He noticed Nick's engaged in hushed conversation with the people at the next table, while Zero eyed the other Haven members. Jimbo broke the silence. "So hey, crazy speech and all, but you got to admit, this place has kind of a real join our cult vibe going on. I mean, the robes, the candles, the devotion to Eleanor." Stunned silence, then outraged murmurs. Eleanor's piercing eyes fixed Jimbo. Jimbo gave a weak chuckle. "What, too far?" "I believe it is time for our guests to retire for the evening. Jared, please show them to their quarters." Tommy and the others rose amidst scornful looks from the Haven members. "Way to go, man. First your dumb jokes, now this." Nix nudged Jimbo's ribs as they made for the exit. "Read the room." "Sorry, dude. I just get real twitchy when people start with the religious crap." "Freaking idiots, both of you." Roxy quickened her pace as they left the hall. Layla grabbed Tommy's arm, leaning in close. "This place is seriously messed up. We need to get out of here." "Don't worry, we're leaving at first light." Tommy picked up speed. "I hate to say it, but I think Zero was right." Chapter 53. Tommy sank down on an empty bed and sighed. The others filed into the bunk room after him. "Holy crap," Jimbo said. "And here I thought my family reunions were awkward." Mickey paced back and forth. "This place is all kinds of wrong. We've got to ditch this scene tonight." "For once I agree with the junkie." Zero kept his voice low. These Haven freaks mean business. Nix nodded. I know I said we should give this place a chance, but it's clear now that was a bad call. He turned to Tommy. What do you think, T? Slip out once everyone's asleep? Tommy raked a hand through his hair, mind racing. Every instinct screamed at him to flee. I don't think we can risk carrying on through the mountains in the dark. Our best bet is to wait it out until first light. He met each of their eyes in turn. We grab what supplies we can carry, then make our way to the vehicles and go. With luck, no one will notice until we're already on the road. And if our luck sucks and they do notice? Jimbo asked. Tommy's jaw set. We make sure it doesn't come to that. Roxy crossed her arms. I don't know, Tommy. These people are hardcore. What if they try to stop us? Why would they? I'm sure they'll be glad to see the back of us, especially Jimbo. Jimbo grinned, but Roxy shook her head. Something Eleanor said concerns me. Tommy sniffed. A lot of what she said concerns me. No, remember when she was doing that prayer thing? Yeah, so? Remember when she said about new friends joining our community? Zero sniffed, joining being the operative word. I'm sure she didn't mean join. I'm sure she meant join like, I don't know, join me on stage for a song, or something. Zero and Roxy glared at him. So naive, Tommy boy. Zero shook his head. Roxy's right, they want us for their cult. That's ridiculous, Tommy said. You saw how they reacted to Jimbo. You really think they'd want a bunch of punks hanging around killing the vibe here? As servants? Why not? Zero smirked. You ever hear of mind control? MK Ultra? Tommy squeezed the bridge of his nose. Fine. We get what we need quietly, then get back to the vans. Grab supplies. No confrontation. Mickey ceased his pacing. Okay, so we sneak out at sunrise then. What do we need? Food and water, Roxy said. Maybe meds or ammo if we can find it. I can grab some tools, Nick said. Might prove handy on the road. Tommy shook his head. Not sure about that. Let's keep it light. Grab only essentials. We'll be quicker that way. He glanced outside at the blackness enshrouding the compound. Night had fallen swiftly in the mountains, swallowing up the last traces of dusk. Everyone try to get some rest while you can. We'll make our move before dawn. The others murmured agreement, moving to claim beds. The day's stresses had exhausted them. One by one, they settled onto the thin mattresses. Soon, the sounds of soft breathing filled the room as they slipped into restless slumber. Tommy remained seated on the edge of his cot, every muscle taut. Sleep eluded him. He sat hunched in the darkness, thoughts racing as he mentally retraced their journey since the Gilman. The horrors they had endured flickered through his mind. Kim's gruesome transformation, Dee's sacrifice, Spike. Then there were thoughts of Neve and Sean. Were they even still alive? Gripped by dread, Tommy pictured returning to find them gone. Just 2 more casualties in this nightmarish new world. The not knowing, the guilt. It was a weight that at any moment could be too much to bear. Can't sleep either, huh? He started at Roxy's voice. This place gives me the creeps, she said. That weirdness at dinner didn't help. I'm thinking we should start making a move. What time is it? Tommy shrugged. Early, late, depends who you ask, I guess. Come with me? Okay, but let's keep this between us. No need to wake the others yet. Tommy nodded and pulled on his jacket. All right, let's see what we can find. Tommy and Roxy slipped out of the dormitory into the moonlit night. Where do we start? Roxy asked. The less used areas. We know they've got food and weapons. Let's just try not to get ourselves caught. Hugging the timber walls, Tommy and Roxy crept through the compound. They paused as a robed sentry passed, gripping his rifle. At the edge of the compound, they came across a small hut hidden in the shadows. Tommy noted the heavy bolt securing the door from the outside. He gestured for Roxy to keep watch, then shifted the bolt and eased the door open. The stench hit him first, putrid and cloying. Gagging, he covered his nose and peered inside. Shadowy figures lay on bare mattresses in the gloom. Some were deathly still, while others shifted fitfully, their breathing wet and ragged. The sickly sweet reek of disease hung thick in the air. Tommy reeled back, bile rising in his throat. What's wrong? Roxy leaned past to look, then recoiled with a choked gasp. Oh, Jesus, are they? Tommy squinted and shook his head. I don't think so. I think they've just been left here to die. Roxy grabbed his arm. We have to tell the others. Steeling himself, Tommy eased open the door once more. The full force of the stench hit him, so strong his eyes watered. Suppressing the urge to retch, he scanned the gloom. One skeletal figure crawled towards them, rags hanging off his emaciated frame. Water. Please. I'm so sorry, we'll come back for you. We have to go now. Roxy yanked him back. Shouts sounded outside. Tommy fled into the night on Roxy's heels. They didn't stop running until they reached the dormitory. Roxy stared down at her shaking hands. Those poor people, just left to die. Her voice quavered. What kind of leader does that? Tommy shook his head. I'm going to find her. Tommy, no. Stay here, I'll be back soon. Before Roxy could protest, Tommy raced into the shadowy compound. Jaw clenched, he searched for any sign of Eleanor, peeking into dark buildings and scanning the moonlit paths. At last, he spotted a faint glow coming from the dining hall. He approached the window and peered inside. Eleanor sat alone at a table, embroidering by candlelight. He shoved open the doors, storming up to her table. How could you just abandon those people to die? Eleanor regarded him for several seconds, before placing her embroidery down. Sometimes difficult choices must be made for the greater good. Letting people suffer alone, that's for the greater good? Eleanor's eyes narrowed. Our resources are limited. As leader, I must protect the strong. Tommy shook his head. You're no leader, you're a monster. We're leaving tonight and we're taking anyone who wants to join us. You know nothing of the world out there. Remain here or you will not survive. We'll take that risk. Chapter 54. Tommy turned and ran. He had to warn the others. Racing through the compound, he burst into the dormitory. The others jerked awake, confusion morphing to alarm as Tommy explained what he and Roxy had seen. It's true, Roxy said. She left them to die. Eleanor claims it's necessary to protect resources. Tommy paced back and forth. We need to get out of here now. That's barbaric, Layla said. I knew this place was messed up. Zero got to his feet. How many times do I need to warn you, Tommy boy, before you start listening? Not now, dude. Jimbo patted Zero's back. Let's grab our stuff and bounce. As the others hastily packed, Tommy met Roxy's eyes. Nix hoisted his bag. So what's the plan, T? Storm out guns blazing? No, we move fast and quiet. Within minutes, they were assembled by the door. Tommy took a deep breath. Stay close. We're getting out of this hellhole. Without glancing back, Tommy slipped into the night. Stay together. Get to the vans quickly and quietly. The group made it to the edge of Haven unseen. Their van sat waiting beyond the gates. We should get those people, Tommy said. No, Zero said. There's no room and we need to leave. But let's not make this an argument, eh, Tommy boy? They hurried to the towering iron gates securing the compound's perimeter. Tommy gripped the cold bars and rattled them, but the gates held fast. It's locked tight, we'll have to climb over. Allow me. Jimbo cracked his knuckles. He hoisted himself up and was starting to scale the gate when shouts rang out behind them. Tommy whirled to see Eleanor striding towards them, flanked by armed guards. His heart sank. Leaving so soon? Eleanor said. We want no part of this place, Tommy said. I cannot allow you to expose what you have witnessed here. Eleanor nodded to her guards. Get them out of my sight. The guards advanced, weapons raised. Tommy shrank back, trapped against the gates. Nick stepped forward, eyes blazing. You can't keep the truth buried forever. Eleanor's eyes narrowed. I cannot allow anyone to expose what they have seen here. Her enforcer seized Nix before anyone could react, twisting his arm behind his back. Nix cried out in pain. Get off him, Layla said. This man poses a threat to our community. Eleanor nodded at the nearest guard. Do it. A gunshot rang out, and Nix crumpled lifeless to the ground. A gaping hole in the back of his head oozed blood onto the dirt. For a moment, no one moved. Then Layla let out a primal scream and lunged for the guard who had fired. She clawed at his face and eyes. Caught off guard, he staggered back with a yelp. The others charged the remaining guards in a frenzy. Jimbo barreled into one, knocking him flat on his back. Roxy grabbed the rifle off the fallen guard and bashed another across the head, sending him sprawling. Zero wrestled a rifle away from a guard and swung the stock hard, catching the man's jaw with a crack. Teeth and blood flew as the guard collapsed. Tommy grappled hand-to-hand with a burly guard, trading punches before getting the upper hand and slamming the man's head against the gatepost. The guard slumped over, out cold. In the chaos, Mickey slipped behind Eleanor and pressed his fingers to her back, feigning a pistol. "Call them off or you die." "Do as they say, stand down." "Weapons on the ground now." Zero aimed the rifle at Eleanor's head. The guards lowered their firearms and kicked them away. Tommy swept his gaze over the disarmed men. "Which one of you can open the gate?" The one he recognized as Jared raised a trembling hand. Eleanor gave him a curt nod, and he moved to the gates, fumbling with the keys. The heavy gates creaked open. "Come on, let's go," Roxy said. She turned to run, but Zero grabbed her arm. "We're taking Nix with us." His jaw was set, eyes hard. Roxy blinked. "But Nix is—" "I know damn well he's dead," Zero snapped. "But we're not leaving him here." Tommy and Jimbo exchanged a nod. They hurried to Nix's body and lifted him with some effort, straining under the dead weight. They loaded him into the back of the Minx van, while Zero and Roxy covered them. Tommy's throat tightened as he took one last look at Nix's lifeless face before shutting the doors. Roxy handed her rifle to Layla and jumped into the driver's seat of her van, cranking the ignition. Zero backed towards the open gate, keeping Eleanor and her guards pinned down at gunpoint. Tommy leapt into his own van, the engine rumbling to life. In the passenger seat, Layla kept the door half open, rifle aimed at their enemies. "Go! Go!" Tires squealing, Tommy floored the gas and tore into the night. Chapter 55. Tommy guided the van through the darkness, the narrow beams of the headlights casting fleeting illumination on the winding mountain road ahead. The night pressed in around them, suffocating in its absolute stillness. Images flickered through Tommy's mind. Nix's body crumpling to the ground, that gaping wound in the back of his skull. The guards advancing, the crack of gunfire and Layla's scream as she charged them. Tommy blinked, trying to fight back the stinging in his eyes. The silence stretched on until Tommy could bear it no longer. "You all right, Lay?" She didn't so much as twitch, her stare fixed on some distant point. As Tommy went to nudge her, she shook her head. "Just processing, you know." Her voice was little more than a whisper. "Nix." Tommy squeezed her arm but had no words. "How are you two holding up back there?" Silence answered him, thick and oppressive. "Jimbo? Mick?" Still nothing. A heavy sigh left Tommy as he focused his full attention back to the road. What else was there to say? Hollow platitudes and reassurances that would ring hollow. Screw that. Layla's hand found his in the darkness, gripping it with surprising strength. No words were necessary. How much more could they endure before their fractured spirits shattered for good? Tommy gripped her hand, taking what solace and strength he could from the contact. He would never stop fighting, never surrender to the creeping void of despair and defeat. "We should pull over somewhere safe to sleep," Layla said. Tommy nodded. "Good idea, I feel like I'm running on fumes." Mickey leaned between the seats. "We can't stop, they could be right behind us." "Damn it, you're right." He slammed down on the gas, the van's engine growling as they hurtled through the night. "Where are we headed?" Layla asked. "Denver," Tommy said. "We'll regroup with the others there, try and get fuel and supplies." Mickey shook his head. "No way, man. You really want to roll up on another city right now?" "He's got a point," Layla said. "Last thing we need is to stumble into another populated area unprepared." Mickey and Layla were right. "All right." He eased off the gas slightly. "We'll skirt around Denver for now, find somewhere secure to hole up and regroup." Mickey slumped in his seat, then shot back up. "Just remembered, my stash is running low." "How much you got left?" 2-3 doses maybe." Mickey's voice took on a desperate edge. "You know how this goes down if I run out completely." Layla turned in her seat. "You're joking, right? After everything that just went down, that's what you're worried about." "You don't understand withdrawal," Mickey snapped. "That stuff gets bad like puke your guts out, wanna die bad. I need to re-up soon or I'm completely screwed. That stuff's helped me hold it together. You don't need me dragging us all down." "We'll think of something." He cast a sidelong glance at Layla. "We're there for you, Mickey. You know that." A tense silence descended over the van. "We can't risk going into Denver until we know what we're dealing with." He glanced back at Mickey. "But I promise." As soon as we've had a chance to rest and regroup, getting you sorted is the priority. Mickey opened his mouth to protest, but seemed to think better of it, slouching back with a muttered curse. The silence stretched on, the rumble of the engine the only sound as they pressed onwards, putting as much distance between themselves and Haven as possible. The pale light of dawn cut through the van's windshield as Tommy guided them into the outskirts of a small mountain town. Boarded-up storefronts and abandoned vehicles lined the streets. Rather than heading straight for the gas station on the edge of town, Tommy slowed to a crawl and began navigating a cautious circuit of the main roads. His eyes roved, scanning every shadowy alleyway and darkened doorway for any signs of threat or movement. Satisfied the town appeared free of zombies, he edged back towards the gas station and killed the engine alongside the pumps. Across the street, a hardware store caught his eye, its windows intact. A few seconds later, Roxy pulled up beside them. "Looks clear," Tommy said. "I'm going to top up the tank before we shove off again. I'll take another look around the perimeter, just to be safe." Tommy watched her slip from the driver's seat, rifle in hand, and begin a slow patrol of the surrounding area. Only once she'd circled the gas station without incident did he grab a fuel nozzle and set about refilling their tank. A flicker of movement in his peripheral vision made him start, his head whipping around to find the source. It was only Layla emerging from the van, scanning their surroundings with the same guarded alertness. "How are we looking?" she asked. "Quiet for now." He risked another look around as the fuel nozzle clunked and hissed. "Once we're done here, I'm thinking we push on and try to find somewhere more defensible to regroup." "Makes sense. What about Zero and the others?" "Others, there's only him and Rox now." Roxy reappeared at that moment, slinging the rifle over her shoulder as she made her way over to them. Dark circles surrounded her eyes, her movements stiff. "All clear over that way. What's the plan?" "Tommy thinks we should push on," Layla said. "Try to find somewhere more secure to hole up and figure out our next move." "Sounds like our best play." "You get through to Zero yet?" Tommy asked. "Not yet. How's Jimbo holding up?" "About as well as can be expected." He raked a hand through his lank hair. Haven really did a number on him. Roxy's brows knitted together. "Yeah, I think Zero's taking it hard too. We've all lost a lot." "Damn right." They lapsed into a heavy quiet. She broke the silence with a sigh. "I should gas up, then we should try and get our bearings. Any idea which way we should head from here?" "We'll want to skirt the Denver metro area, at least for now. Get back on the highways." Roxy grunted, already moving to the pumps. Tommy stared at nothing, the weight of everything pressing down on his skull. How much more death would they have to deal with? How much more could they take? "Hey," Roxy's voice cut through his spiraling thoughts. "We're still here. That's what counts for now, right?" He gave a tight nod. "One step at a time, that's all we can do." Zero emerged from the Minx van, his movements stiff and labored. "How are you holding up, man?" Zero-eyed Tommy, his hand drifting up to prod around where he'd been shot. "Been worse. I'll live." Tommy watched him for a moment, searching for the right words. "I meant about what happened back there." The muscle in Zero's jaw twitched, his gaze slid away, fixating on something in the middle distance. He gestured towards the darkened storefronts lining the opposite side of the street. "That hardware store. We should take a look." "Are you sure?" "Over here," Zero called, already heading towards the store. "We'll need shovels." Tommy frowned. "Shovels? What for?" Zero fixed him with a glare. "For Nick's, dumbass. We're not just leaving his body out in the open like some piece of trash." A lump formed in Tommy's throat. "You're right. Let's do it properly." He fell into step behind Zero, casting a glance back towards their vans. Roxy had finished refueling and was making her way over, Layla close on her heels. The plate glass windows were unshattered, but coated in a thick veneer of dust and grime. As they drew closer, Lila slowed her pace. "You sure this is a good idea? We've got no idea what's in there." "Only one way to find out," Zero said, dropping into a crouch to peer through the window. "How's it looking?" Roxy asked. "Can't see much from out here." He adjusted the rifle slung across his back. "But I didn't spot any signs of movement or anything out of the ordinary." The others converged around the window, taking turns to peer inside. Layla lingered back, circling the perimeter with her tire iron at the ready, standing, watchful guard. "Looks clear to me," Roxy said. Let's check it out, Tommy said. Stay alert. Roxy gripped the door's handle. It was unlocked, and they filed inside, the dim interior smelling of sawdust and machine oil. A hand-painted sign hung haphazardly from one shelf's edge. WWG1, WWGA scrawled across it. What's that supposed to say? Zero grinned. Well, I'll be damned. Layla shot Tommy a questioning look, but he could only offer a wordless shake of his head. Zero traced his fingers along the improvised sign. This sad sack really drank from the QAnon Kool-Aid all the way until the bitter end, huh? I thought you were into all that stuff, Roxy said. That psyop? Zero scoffed. Trust the plan, my ass. Sit back, sheeple. Nothing to see here. Do I look like some lazy boy general to you? Baking crumbs left by the deep state to keep us docile. You're right. I mean, I've absolutely no idea what you're talking about, but I'll just nod along. Zero shook his head. The world's gone to hell and you're still asleep. I wish I could be you, I really do. He grabbed shovels from a rack, distributing them among the group. A creak from the back room made them all freeze. Who's there? You kids better not be thinking of looting my store. A broad man with gray hair and a thick beard stepped out from the gloom, a battered shotgun cradled in his arms. Tommy held up his hands. Easy there, friend, we're not here to cause any trouble. He gestured to the shovels. We just need to bury one of our own, that's all. The man's eyes narrowed as he appraised them. After a tense moment, he gave a curt nod. I got no quarrel with giving a body a proper send-off, but those shovels ain't free. Zero stepped forward, digging out his wallet. How much do we owe you? Money's no good. I need supplies, canned food, medicine, ammo, essentials. Zero nodded slowly. I hear you, these are trying times. He slipped his wallet back into his pocket. Way I see it, what's happening out there ain't no random disease outbreak. This is a planned culling by the elite. He gestured around the store. You and me, we're the folks who've seen past the lies and cover stories. The man's grip tightened on his shotgun. You saying the globalists are behind this zombie mess? Got it in one. The New World Order has been telegraphing their plans for years with Agenda 21, the Georgia Guidestones, all that garbage. Now it's finally going down. Depopulation through biological warfare to clear the way for their technocratic, transhuman utopia. The store owner stroked his beard. You might be onto something. Zero clapped him on the shoulder. We're both travelers on the path of awakening, my friend. The Illuminati Globalist Alliance wants us, distracted, fighting amongst ourselves while they reshape the world as they see fit. He raised an eyebrow at the WWG1WWGA sign. Where we go one, where we go all, am I right? The man's face broke into a broad grin. Well, I'll be damned, son. I was starting to think there weren't any other pilled folks left. He extended a hand to Zero. Tell you what, you can have those shovels free of charge. Just promise me you'll keep fighting the good fight, you hear? Zero dipped his head. You have my word, brother. We won't go quiet into that endless night the Cabal has planned. He turned back to the others. Let's get our people taken care of. There's still a war to win. The store owner gave them a crisp salute as they headed back outside. Give 'em hell for the rest of us. Chapter 56. Tommy and Layla headed back towards their van, shovels in hand, while Zero and Roxy made for the other vehicle. A few minutes later, they pulled back out onto the road, leaving the small mountain town behind. Can you believe Zero back there? Layla said. Who would have thought his conspiracy ramblings would actually help us out for once? I don't know. Tommy shrugged. Maybe Zero's onto something. Maybe this whole zombie outbreak isn't just some freak thing. What if it really is all part of some bigger plan? Layla rolled her eyes. Please don't tell me you're buying into that New World Order crap now, too. We have enough real problems without going down rabbit holes. Tommy opened his mouth to respond, but Zero's voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. Yo, Tommy boy, we're pulling off up ahead. Looks like there's a cemetery coming up on the right. Probably our best bet. Copy that. He followed the Minx van through an arched set of gates into the parking lot. Layla grimaced as she surveyed their surroundings. Well, I guess this is as good a place as any. Tommy killed the engine and twisted around to face the others. Wake up, guys. Mickey stirred and rubbed his eyes. What's happening? We're going to put Nix to rest. Jimbo sat up and stared outside. Tommy took in a breath, his gaze fixed on the rows of headstones. We say goodbye, then get back on the move. We all good? Let's do this then, Layla said. Taking the shovels, they followed Zero down a narrow trail that opened up into a small, grassy clearing, the morning sun filtering through the budding trees. Zero surveyed the area with a nod of approval. Perfect. Peaceful. The rest of them stood in heavy silence for a long moment before Layla stepped forward. Let's get to it then. Jimbo took the lead, picking a spot beneath a gnarled oak tree, and began to dig without a word. The others joined in, the soft thunk of metal on dirt the only sound as they worked. Roxy's breath grew labored after a while, the dark circles becoming even more pronounced beneath her eyes. But she didn't pause or complain. Zero attacked the earth with the same relentless intensity, his powerful swings sending clods of dirt flying despite his injured shoulder. Tommy found his mind drifting as he dug, thoughts turning to Neve and Sean back in Philly. He shook his head, trying to focus on the task at hand. There would be time enough to reunite with his family, or grieve their loss later. For now, their duty was to Nix. All too soon, the grave was ready. Moving as one, they gently lifted Nix's body from the van and lowered it into the earthen trench. Zero took his place at the head of the grave. Nix, you crazy son of a bitch, you were the realest of the real ones, you know that? The heart and soul of our band. He blinked and stared down into the pit. Remember when we found your scrawny ass busking on that street corner in Pittsburgh, just wailing away on that beat-up bass like it owed you money? He shook his head. You were so damn green. But you had passion, and you had heart. More than enough to make up for your lack of skill back then. A quiet chuckle escaped Jimbo, the first real reaction any of them had gotten since Haven. When our former bassist quit like a little bitch mid-tour, we knew we had to scoop you up before anyone else did. Best decision we ever made, letting your scruffy ass into our van and onto our stage. For a moment, Zero's stoic facade cracked, his voice wavering. You were the glue that held this whole freak show together, especially during that last album. Always knew just what dumb joke to bust out to break the tension. A small grin broke across Jimbo's features. He always used to call me the Phil Collins of punk. That startled a laugh from Roxy, followed by a sniffle. Tommy found himself smiling despite the tears welling in his eyes. Used to tell him if I ever left, I'd do it by fax. Really channel that Phil Collins energy. As their laughter tapered off, a reverent hush fell over the group once more. Zero swallowed hard, looking down at Nix's still form. We'll miss you, brother. The road won't be the same without your dumb jokes and worse haircuts. His voice cracked, and he stepped back. Jimbo moved to stand beside him, his arm looping around Zero's shoulders. One by one, they began taking handfuls of earth and scattering them into the grave in silence. A final send-off. When the last mound of soil had been patted into place, they lingered for a few moments. Come on, Tommy said. Let's get moving like Nix would want. We've got a long road ahead. As they prepared to leave the clearing, he couldn't help but steal one last glance over his shoulder at the freshly turned earth. Chapter 57. A heavy silence hung over the group as they made their way back towards the vans. Tommy walked slightly apart from the others, his jaw clenched as he wrestled with the grief and fatigue churning within him. How much more could they endure before the relentless onslaught of this new reality crushed them? A snarl split the air, shattering the calm. Tommy froze, every muscle tensing as a zombie shambled into view at the edge of the tree line, milky eyes locked onto them with mindless hunger. Tommy's shoulders sagged. Not again. The others registered the threat, raising their shovels defensively. More rotting forms emerged from the brush, the air filling with their growls. Stay close, Tommy said, brandishing his own shovel as the first wave of undead converged on them. Back to the vans, quickly. He swung with all his might, the shovel's edge crunching into the skull of the lead walker. Bone and viscera sprayed as the creature crumpled, but its brethren surged forward. Moving as one, the group formed a tight defensive phalanx, shovels flashing in the late morning light as they battered the dead back. Tommy grunted, his arms burning as he swung to carve a clear path. All around him, his friends fought with the same ferocity. Even Jimbo had roused from his shell-shocked state, a roar tearing from his throat as his shovel decapitated another zombie. The dead fell in twitching heaps around them, but the mindless horde seemed inexhaustible, more of the things clawing their way forward. Tommy shattered the skull of another zombie. Fall back. They fell into a fighting retreat, desperation fueling wild swings. Roxy screamed and fell back, hitting the ground hard. Tommy shot between her and a zombie. caved in its skull with a bone-jarring strike, and hauled Roxy back to her feet. Layla dashed towards the van, fumbling to yank the driver's side door open. Tommy swept in, batting the zombies aside with a flurry of shovel strikes to give her an opening. "Get it started." Layla hauled herself into the driver's seat as Tommy whirled back towards the melee, his heaving breath sawing in his throat. Mickey reached the van next, his eyes wild as he clambered into the back and slammed the door shut behind him. Jimbo joined him a heartbeat later, drenched in sweat and worse. Zero grabbed Roxy's hand and together they fought towards the second van, their shovels clearing a narrow path with every desperate swing. Behind them, Tommy brought up the rear, swiveling to bat aside the encroaching dead. Zero and Roxy piled into the Minx van, as Tommy whirled for a final, gasping glance around the chaotic scene. Fresh waves of undead continued pouring forth from the tree line. Tommy's arms felt like lead weights, each shovel strike a monumental effort. How many more battles like this awaited them? How many more friends would they be forced to bury along this endless, blood-soaked road? A sudden impact against his back sent him staggering, shovel falling from numbed fingers. He twisted to see a zombie reaching for him, its breath rancid as it pressed him back against the van. He grappled desperately, trying to keep those jaws at bay, his strength waning. A deafening crack rang out and the zombie's head snapped back in a welter of splintered bone and brain matter. Layla stood in the open van doorway, rifle still raised to her shoulder. "Get in the van, Tommy. You drive." Flinging himself away from the twitching corpse, he hurled himself through the open door as Layla swung the rifle's muzzle back towards the seething press of undead. She kept up a blistering rate of fire, carving a window through which Tommy could slam the van's side shut. He threw the locks just as a wave of fetid bodies banged against the metal, howling and clawing at the doors. For a frozen instant, the world shrank down to those rattling walls. Then the engine thundered to life, and they hurtled forward. Tommy's chest heaved as he watched Roxy and Zero's van swerve in tight pursuit. His breaths came harsh and ragged, adrenaline slowly leaching from his limbs to be replaced by soul-deep exhaustion. Mickey let out a shuddering breath. "I don't know how much longer I can keep doing this, man." "Me neither," Tommy said. "But we don't have a choice, not anymore." Chapter 58. Tommy squinted against the glare of the late afternoon sun as he guided the van towards the outskirts of Denver. "We're not going into the city, are we?" Layla asked. Tommy shook his head. "Too risky without knowing what we're rolling into. We'll skirt around the outer suburbs, try to find somewhere defensible to hole up for the night." Mickey leaned forward from the back seat. "Are you kidding me? We need a pharmacy. We have to go in and scavenge." "Dude's got a point," Jimbo said. "Food's getting real slim, too." "You want to wander into an unknown city, just us against God knows what's waiting?" Layla glared back at him. "After what happened in Reno, I'd rather take my chances out here." Mickey drummed his hands on the back of Tommy's seat. "I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm fresh out of methadone. Like as of 10 minutes ago, my last dose just ran out." "I get it," Tommy said. "We'll find you some more as soon as we're set up somewhere relatively secure." "Oh yeah, and how long do you think I have before the cold sweats and vomiting kick in? You know what kind of state I'll be in if we wait too long." "Withdrawal's a bitch," Jimbo said. "He needs help, dude." Tommy blew out a breath. "I said I get it, all right? Believe me, helping you is a priority. But think about it. We're all barely keeping it together after burying Nix. You think any of us can manage another fight right now?" "We don't need to fight," Mickey said. "We can do it quick." "Damn it, Mickey, for all our sakes, we need to find somewhere secure first before pushing into Denver proper. Get some rest, some food, get our wits about us. Then we'll make getting your medicine job one, I swear it." "Rest? You think I'll be able to rest going through the hell of withdrawal? You haven't seen me really sick, man. It makes zombies look like a bunch of freaking kindergartners." "Haven't I?" Tommy's nostrils flared. "We've been there for you. We both have." "Yeah, doesn't seem that way." Layla twisted around to face him. "Would you keep it down? You're going to draw every zombie within a 5-mile radius." "Oh, don't give me that," Mickey said, like you've never raised your voice. "Hey, that's enough," Tommy snapped. Silence filled the van. "I get you're going through it, I do, but we're all struggling to keep our heads above water here. I spent half this morning digging a grave and saying goodbye to a friend. Then we had to run for our lives again." "Tommy's right. We've been running nonstop since, damn, I don't know when. I think we all need a chance to process and recharge." "Process?" Mickey let out a bitter laugh. "You've got to be kidding me. Have you taken a good look around lately? This whole world has gone to hell. There's nothing left to process except doing whatever it takes to keep breathing. That doesn't give you an excuse to fly off the handle. We're part of a team here, whether you like it or not. Mickey huffed. Real team of the year material you lot have turned out to be. Going to abandon your friend to the hell of withdrawals the second things get tough. That is not what's happening here, and you know it. Tommy spoke through gritted teeth. The beginnings of a pounding tension headache was building between his eyes. Well, from where I'm sitting, it sure as hell seems that way. Just like with Haven. Led us right into that nightmare because you couldn't be bothered to listen to reason. Jimbo punched the door beside him. All right, shut it, both of you. He shoved between the seats, yanked the walkie-talkie from the dash and thumbed it on. Roxy? Zero? You reading me? A brief crackle of static answered. We're here, Roxy said. What's going on over there? Pull over up ahead wherever's good, okay? I need to ditch this clown car for a while. Copy that. See you soon. Jimbo sat back in his seat and folded his arms. You need to pull it together, dude. Tommy pinched the bridge of his nose. I've got it together. Sure you do. Jimbo turned his glare on Mickey and Layla. You two better as well. The other van pulled over onto the shoulder up ahead. Tommy pulled in behind them. They idled in tense silence as Jimbo slung his pack over his shoulder and exited without another word. Tommy watched as Jimbo let himself into the Minx van. You see that? Mickey said once they'd started moving again. That's on you, Tommy. Before Tommy could argue, Roxy's voice cut across the radio. Listen up, dillholes. It's been a hell of a day for all of us, so why don't we stop the posturing, eh? Mick's hurting. I get that. But so are the rest of us. What Tommy's saying about finding somewhere secure, catching our breath, makes sense to me. Tommy keyed the radio. What's the plan, Rox? Soon as we've got a defensible spot, we'll go on a supply run. Prioritize medications. Sound good? A low grumble came from the back seat, but Mickey said nothing else. Tommy cleared his throat. Sounds like a plan, thanks, Rox. Don't mention it, let's just get somewhere out of the open, then we'll reassess. Got it. Through the windshield, downtown Denver's skyline receded into the distance, fading into the haze of late afternoon. Gathering his willpower, Tommy forced himself to stay alert and focused on the road ahead, ignoring his body's pleas for sleep. Tommy's grip tightened on the steering wheel as Mickey kept up a steady stream of bitter muttering from the back seat. You see any places to hole up around here, or are we just driving in circles till my brain leaks out my ears? For the last time, keep your voice down, Layla said over her shoulder. You want to announce our position to every freak out there? Oh, what? Like they can't already hear this bucket full of bolts rumbling down the road? The crackle of the walkie-talkie was almost a relief. Tommy, you copy? What's up, Zero? Looks like there's an industrial area up ahead according to my map. Factories and warehouses right off the interstate. Looked pretty self-contained. Might make for a good place to bunker down for a while if it's clear. Over. I don't know, Tommy said. Might be a lot of choke points in a place like that. Could get overrun too easily. He's got a point, though, Layla said. None of us are exactly firing on all cylinders right now. A contemptuous snort came from the back seat. Understatement of the freaking year. And whose fault is that? Layla wheeled on Mickey. Zero's voice cut across them. Bickering's how good people end up dead. I'm making an executive decision here. Is that so? You got a better plan, Tommy boy? I'm all ears. Tommy opened his mouth but realized he didn't have a counteroffer. He was too damn tired to even think straight. That's what I thought, Zero said. Tired people get stupid, start making mistakes. Then people get dead. As much as Tommy hated to admit it, Zero had a point. He could feel the bone-deep weariness clouding his mind, sapping his energy and focus. All right, fine. We'll check out this industrial place of yours. But if it passes muster, we're sealing it up tight and catching at least a few hours sleep before anything else. Roger that. Just keep an eye out for the turnoff up ahead. Over. A few miles later, Tommy spotted the sign for an industrial park tucked in among the suburban sprawl. Windowless gray buildings squatted amid a maze of service roads and crisscrossing rail spurs. I guess this is the place, Tommy said, turning off. Stay alert. Could be squatters or deadheads holed up in any of these places. He slowed to a crawl as they eased through the industrial park. Most of the buildings were unmarked slabs of concrete or rusting metal siding. The Minx van pulled ahead, taking the lead. Tommy kept a few car lengths back, scanning every shadowed doorway and blind corner as they went. Brake lights flashed up ahead, and the Minx van came to a stop in front of a low-slung building bracketed by a pair of rolling steel doors, large enough to admit a trailer truck. Tommy thumbed the radio. "You getting a look?" "Way ahead of you, Tommy boy." Zero's silhouette appeared ahead, rifle in hand as he slipped through the cracked open personnel door. "Give me a minute to check the place out. If I give the signal, be ready to move. Over." Tommy forced his weary eyes to remain vigilant. One advantage of the place: no exterior windows to attract unwanted attention, but also no easy sightlines or avenues of escape if things went sideways. He started as Mickey leaned up between the front seats, one hand rubbing his temples. "Man, I don't know how much longer I can keep it together. I'm barely hanging on here." Tommy fixed him with a sidelong look, taking in Mickey's pale complexion and the sheen of sweat beading across his brow. "We'll get you sorted, Mickey. I promise. But we need to get some rest first." "All clear from what I can see," Zero said through the radio. "This place should do us for some shut-eye at least. Over." "You're sure? Relax, just a bunch of old office junk and shelving units in here. Over." Tommy blew out a long breath. "Thanks, man." The shutters rolled up, revealing Zero turning a handle in the dusty gloom. "Bring the vans in. Over." "Got it." Tommy rolled the van into the warehouse, Roxy coming in behind. The warehouse's interior was gloomy and still, heavy with the scents of dust, machine oil, and stale cigarette smoke. Zero stood just inside, closing the shutters. Tommy hopped down from the van and stretched his legs. "Good find, man." Zero gestured deep into the building. "Let's get those doors sealed, then we can shove anything we need out of the way and bunk down." Tommy and Zero moved through the warehouse into an office area, checking for weak points. Abandoned coffee mugs and half-eaten snacks sat atop cluttered desks. Filing cabinets stood half open. After making a quick sweep of the perimeter, they set about barring the warehouse's entrances with anything substantial enough to serve as makeshift barricades. Several heavy metal shelving units came crashing over to block the main bay doors. Layla stood guard by the personnel door, her face set in grim determination. Once they'd secured the building, Roxy led the way in distributing sleeping bags and blankets, staking out a rough circle in the center of the open bay. "May not be the Ritz, but it'll do for some shut-eye at least," she said, dropping her machete beside her bedroll. Her leather jacket slipped from her shoulders as she flopped down onto her back with an audible groan. "Damn right," Zero said, checking the action on his rifle before leaning it against one of the shelving units bracketing their makeshift camp. "I'll take first watch." Mickey let out a strangled moan from where he'd collapsed beside his own blankets. He screwed his eyes shut, breath coming in harsh pants. "I swear, if no one helps me soon, I'm not gonna make it." A muscle twitched in Zero's jaw, his eyes narrowing. For a terrifying moment, Tommy thought he might lash out. Then the moment passed and Zero shook his head. "For the last time, get some rest while you can, Mick. No one's helping your ass if we're too burned out to hold a gun straight. Got it?" He turned to make eye contact with each of them in turn. "Same goes for the rest of you. We bunk down, catch a few winks." Tommy wanted to protest, but his heavy limbs and fuzzy mind wouldn't cooperate. Sleep, blessed sleep, was within reach at last. "Just a couple hours," Zero said. "We'll all cycle through watch, stay vigilant." He squinted at the grimy face of his wristwatch. "Call it 4 hours, 8 for the drivers. That'll give us all a chance to recharge, then we're right back to it." Tommy gave a slow nod. "You got it, man." Zero disappeared and returned a few minutes later, pulling out a battered armchair and dragging it towards the sealed entrance. "You just concentrate on sleep." Tommy didn't need telling twice. Exhaustion crashed over him in waves as he settled into his blankets beside Layla. Within minutes, his eyes drifted shut, no longer able to resist the pull of oblivion. Chapter 59. Tommy jolted awake, his heart pounding. For a moment, his mind couldn't make sense of the cavernous shadows surrounding him. Then the harsh, ragged pants and muffled cries penetrated the fog. He squinted into the darkness, making out Zero's silhouette looming over a writhing form on the floor. Mickey, in the throes of withdrawal, trapped in a private hell no one else could fully comprehend. "Get off him!" Tommy scrambled from his bedroll as broken pleas tore from Mickey's throat. He charged over, bare feet slapping against the cold concrete. In the gloom, he could just make out Zero straddling Mickey's spasming body, one forearm pinning the back of his friend's neck to the floor. I said, get off him. Can't let him up yet. Zero kept Mickey restrained as he twisted and thrashed. He needs to chill out before I can let him go. Mickey, look at me. Tommy dropped to his knees as he clasped Mickey's sweat-slick hand. The clammy skin burned with fever, tendons standing out in harsh relief as Mickey's fingers involuntarily seized in spasms. His unfocused eyes bored straight through Tommy, glazed and wild. Mickey groaned as he writhed and strained against Zero's restraint. What's going on over there? Layla appeared beside them, clutching her rifle. It started, Tommy said. The withdrawals kicked in full force. He dragged his gaze back to Mickey, his oldest friend, a man he'd seen through the darkest depths of his own rock-bottom lows more times than he could count. He reached out to lay a calming hand on Mickey's heaving ribs. I've got this, Zero. I know how to handle him through this, okay? Just get off him and let me take over. Zero gave a brusque nod and rose to his feet, relinquishing his grip on Mickey. Tommy didn't hesitate. He positioned himself over Mickey's shuddering form, shifting until he could pin his friend's shoulders against the bare concrete with his full weight. Mickey bucked and twisted, tremors racking his slight frame with enough force that Tommy had to grit his teeth. Easy now. You're all right, man. You're not alone, you hear me? I'm right here with you. Tommy stroked Mickey's damp hairline in what he hoped was a grounding caress. Gradually, the wild thrashing subsided. Tommy? The word was little more than a cracked whisper, almost inaudible. Yeah, buddy, I've got you. Just try to breathe, okay? He demonstrated with a few slow, exaggerated inhales and exhales of his own. Breathe with me, nice and easy. For several minutes, the only sounds were Mickey's shallow, gasping breaths. Tommy kept up the murmured litany, one hand splayed across Mickey's chest while the other cradled his head. He lost all sense of time, the rest of the world narrowing until it contained just the two of them, locked in this private struggle against the ravages of Mickey's cravings. It could have been seconds or hours before Mickey's eyes found a semblance of focus. What time? Layla crouched down beside them. Tommy shot her a look over his shoulder. Zero? What time is it now? Going on midnight. Tommy ground his teeth. Part of him ached to make good on his promise to Mickey right then and there. He could round up Zero and Roxy and sneak them into the heart of Denver. Fewer prying eyes, maybe less chance of getting pinned down by a horde, but they were all still beyond tired. They'd all be as good as dead. Did you get that, man? Tommy asked, refocusing on Mickey's ashen face. It's midnight. Just need to wait it out until sunup, then I swear to you we'll try to get what you need. A shudder rippled through Mickey, a glassy sheen of sweat beading on his pallid skin. Don't know if... His eyes fluttered as a violent tremor seized him. I don't know if I can last. Yes, you can. Tommy cradled Mickey's face between his palms. Mickey, look at me. You're gonna make it through this night. I'm not going anywhere, you hear me? We're in this together, same as always. I'm done, man. I've got your back, Mickey. No matter how bad it gets, I'll keep you anchored. Just like you've done for me more damn times than I can count. We're gonna weather this storm. I swear it. Fresh shudders racked Mickey's frame. Tommy held him close and cast a glance at the shadows cloaking the vast warehouse interior, silently willing Dawn to hurry. He met Layla's eyes and nodded. They would find a way to help their brother survive this, no matter what. Chapter 60. The dull scrape of a metal fork against an emptied can signaled the end of another joyless meal. Tommy tossed the stained utensil aside and leaned back against the van's fender with a weary sigh. Across the loading bay, Zero shoveled the last few bites of cold-baked beans into his mouth, his brow furrowed as he worked his jaw. He set his bowl down and cracked his knuckles. We doing this supply run into Denver today or what? An uneasy silence fell over the group. Tommy cleared his throat. Way I see it, we've got two choices here. We can poke our heads out and go looking for more trouble, or we sit on our asses and rot, Zero said. Tommy sighed, rubbing weariness from his eyes. There'd been no rest for Mickey through the night, only wave after wave of searing delirium, until exhaustion claimed him sometime before dawn. We've got to help Mickey. The words felt more like an appeal than a statement of intent as Tommy scanned the haggard faces of his fellow survivors. Jimbo shrugged, wringing his hands together. I ain't saying we shouldn't. Just, well, maybe we ought to kick this particular brand of trouble down the road a bit, yeah? Zero grunted. Can't have another night like that one. Layla raised her head, which is why we need to help him. Roxy nodded. None of you sad sacks seemed to get much shut-eye last night, did you? Zero laughed. That's an understatement if ever I've heard one. Jimbo pushed himself upright with obvious effort. And you think traipsing out into a zombie-infested city with our whole merry band is gonna fix that? How exactly? Because while we're sat here spitting at one another, our boy in there's only slipping deeper down that black hole. Roxy glowered at him. Once the seizures hit, things start getting real bad. She turned to Tommy. I don't know about you, but I sure as hell don't want to see another friend. She shook her head. Not if I can do something about it. Zero simply nodded. Tommy exhaled. His head swam with the same weary doubts as the others. The need to press on versus the abject exhaustion wearing each of them down. We're either with Mickey till the end or we're not. Question is, what kind of people do we want to be when it's all said and done? He met Zero's gaze. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm not letting him face this hell alone. Roxy gave a stiff nod. Good, then we're all squared on getting into Denver and finding some meds for Mickey. She glanced around their ragged circle. Question is, who wants off the hook for babysitting duty? She jabbed a thumb towards Mickey curled on his side. Gonna need at least one set of eyes here, to mind Mickey and probably another to stand watch. Layla's shoulders slumped. I can stay. Jimbo drew a breath. I'll hang back with Mickey. Keep him stable till you lot make it back. Maybe bring back some cake, or cookies. Tommy made to protest. Thanks, man. Then let's quit flapping our gums and get kitted up, yeah? Roxy stood and brushed off her grimy jeans. In a flurry of muted activity, the others gathered their things. Zero pulled his rifle from the van and began checking the action. Tommy watched as Zero arched an eyebrow at his own bedraggled shotgun leaning nearby. You might want me to look over that piece before you load her up, Zero said. Wouldn't want any nasty surprises, do we? Tommy frowned. I don't intend to use it, and anyway, I checked it last night. Zero grinned. Last night, huh? Was that during your friend's sweaty freakout, or after? It's fine. No, Tommy boy, it's not. There ain't nothing worse than a dirty weapon when things go down. One clogged barrel and you go from being in control to being a goddamn liability to everyone around you. It won't come to that, and stop calling me Tommy boy. Zero gave a half smile. Just let me take a quick look, all right? That way I can rest easy knowing everyone's packing a smooth shooter and you can do the same. All right, Tommy threw up his hands. Do what you need to. Thank you, Tommy, appreciate that. Tommy knew next to nothing about proper gun maintenance. But seeing Zero dismantling the shotgun into its component pieces, examining and cleaning each one in turn, made him want to learn. Swallowing his pride, he asked for help, and Zero obliged without comment. Zero coached him through brushing out the grit and carbon fouling the breech and firing chamber. He couldn't remember the last time someone had taken such care to pass along this kind of basic knowledge, or when he'd last felt anything other than pure exhaustion and existential dread. Zero gave Tommy's shoulder a firm squeeze as they reassembled the refurbished shotgun. You're gonna be okay out there. With a faint nod, Tommy thumbed a few shells into the shotgun. Thanks. Really, man, I owe you one. Don't mention it. Zero's faint smile vanished as quickly as it appeared. Just watch my back out there and we'll call it even. A ragged cough echoed behind him. Mickey was stirring. Tommy shouldered his shotgun and moved to check on his friend. We'd best get rolling here soon, Roxy said. Yeah, time to go earn our pay, people. Zero leveled his rifle, taking point as they moved towards the vans. Stay safe, yeah? Layla said. Tommy nodded. I will. Jimbo came over and embraced him in a hug. See you soon, dude. I'll keep an eye on Mickey. Thanks, man. Roxy honked her horn and leaned from the window. Jimbo, you're on the shutters. Tommy, we need to leave. Got you. He glanced at Mickey and took a deep breath. Be back soon, man. Chapter 61. The Minx van rumbled through the deserted streets of downtown Denver, its tires crunching over scattered debris and broken glass. Tommy kept his shotgun braced across his knees, eyes straining against the gloomy shadows outside. Every few blocks revealed more burned-out husks of vehicles, toppled newsstands, and the occasional shambling silhouette that made his finger tighten around the trigger guard. Up front, Zero leaned over the dashboard, scrutinizing an unfolded map. I'm thinking our best bets are going to be around here. He traced a calloused fingertip along a cluster of blocks near the heart of the city's core. Department stores, strip malls, maybe even one of the big chain pharmacies left standing if we're lucky. Roxy grunted as she weaved them through a fresh spill of rubble choking the intersection ahead. You know, I used to love those old zombie flicks back in the day. Zero snorted a brief laugh. You're kidding, right? Those old Romero movies were practically a public service. Don't get me wrong, I loved every second of Night and Dawn, but he had nothing on Fulci when it came to pure, uncut Euro trash. Zero shook his head and grinned. Such a hipster. At least old George had a point to make with all the satire stuff, Tommy said. Yeah, and a right heavy hand he used to bludgeon us with it too, Roxy said. Zero gave a weary chuckle. Can't lie though, I loved every over-the-top second of those flicks as a kid. All the blood, guts, and bad mustaches you could ever want. For me, Zombieland will always be a modern classic, Roxy said. Took the piss out of the genre while still delivering some truly brilliant zombie kills. I'll give you that, Zero said. Always had me in stitches any time Woody showed up. Roxy barked out a laugh. You just like the bit with the Ghostbusters stubby. Zero sniffed. Whatever. You ever see Bio-Zombie? Nah. Me neither, Tommy said. Criminally underrated, kind of like Dawn of the Dead meets Mallrats in Hong Kong. Zero craned his neck around, checking the side roads. Let me guess, combination of splat-stick violence and juvenile humor? That's pretty much the pitch right there. She raised a finger. Just make sure you watch the original with subs. Trust me, the English dubbing's so bad, everyone sounds like they learned to speak from Bill and Ted. Subtitles, huh? Zero grinned and shook his head. Such a hipster. Roxy and Tommy both laughed. Zero jabbed a meaty finger at the map once more. Speaking of Dawn, might not be a bad place to poke around here. Shopping mall in the middle of the city, bound to have one of those big chain pharmacy counters on the premises. Tommy frowned, cocking an eyebrow at the semi-demolished facade sliding by outside. Could be exactly what we need to kit Mickey up and still get our asses back on the road. Zero pointed ahead. Keep going. If I'm reading this right, should run us smack into that big outdoor shopping promenade off 16th Street. He glanced up. From there, we might have better luck avoiding potential choke points and finding what we need without getting hemmed in. Roxy gave a curt nod, hanging a hard right at the next intersection. You know, sometimes I can't help but wonder if all those zombie flicks weren't some kind of predictive programming all along, Zero said. Tommy furrowed his brow. What do you mean, like the movies were trying to prepare us for all this? In a manner of speaking. Zero twisted around in the passenger seat to fix Tommy with an intense stare. The way I figure it, the globalists have always buried their plans in plain sight for the sheeple to sleepwalk right into. Make folks numb and accepting to even the most nightmarish ideas, simply by normalizing them through entertainment and media. Roxy snorted out a laugh. What? Like the World Economic Forum commissioned a bunch of drive-in schlock flicks about the great zombie uprising just to soften us all up. Have you completely lost it? I'm serious, Zero said. Why else would they have green-lighted movie after movie about the same scenario we're living right now, eh? Seems a bit more than coincidental if you ask me. Oh, I don't know. Could just be that quality original ideas are awfully hard to come by in the dream factory these days. Roxy snickered, dodging a rusted sedan corpse half buried in rubble up ahead. Fair point that. Reckon they were probably just chuffed to bits over having another easy way to shoehorn fistfuls of cheap gore into the multiplexes. Makes sense, Tommy said. You know what we should do after we put this latest zombie crap behind us? We should write our own undead epic. Zero rolled his eyes. Oh yeah, I'm sure that's just what everybody will be clamoring for once the dust settles. Another bloody zombie road trip across the apocalypse. I'm on about a big bloody showstopper, maybe a musical even. Tommy scratched at the bristly growth of beard along his jawline. Yeah, we open with a group of punk bands drifting from squat to squat, scamming every open mic for a bit of petty cash to keep them going till their next gig. Naturally, Roxy said. Right, so they're on the road scouting their big break, looking to put their mark on the musical map and finally get that dream gig. But, Tommy paused. Just when things are coming up aces for the first time in forever, some shadowy big pharma conglomerate leaks its latest bioweapon on the world. Shades of Romero there. I'm liking where you're headed with this, Zero said. And just like that, everywhere these poor punks turn, they're dodging drooling hordes of zombies chewing their way across the blasted hellscape our worlds become. They fight, they struggle, maybe lose one or two along the way as they scrounge for enough firepower to keep the deadheads at bay. Big sweeping action sequences scored to some punk bangers, Roxy said, gunning them through an intersection strewn with wreckage. All building to the final confrontation at some seedy dive where they make their heroic stand, once and for all. Title it up in big bloody neon lights, why don't you? Zero said. Tommy grinned. I can see it now, punks versus zombies. A little on the nose, ain't it? It's got all the subtlety. Hollywood's good for these days and then some, Roxy said. Besides, don't try and tell me you wouldn't plunk down your last tin of baked beans to see our boys on the big screen. Zero exhaled a weary sigh, shaking his head. You two really think anyone will have much stomach left for zombie schlock once all's said and done here, though. Seems like after living the nightmare for real, the last thing anyone would want is watching a replay on the big screen. Roxy pursed her lips. I don't know about that. It could be a safe outlet to work through the trauma. Look at all the war movies. Why should our go at the dying Earth be any different, eh? Think she's got a point there, Tommy said. Even after being in the darkest trenches, part of us still craves a bit of catharsis, you know? Like being able to look our worst nightmares right in the eye once it's over, and still give the bastards a great big middle finger. Could be you're onto something, Zero said. A small strip mall complex crested up ahead. A few shambling figures lurched through the rubble-strewn parking lots. Tommy felt his chuckles die in his throat, the familiar weight of reality settling back over all of them once more. Roxy's lips set as she wrestled the steering wheel, bearing them forward. The mall complex loomed ahead, a jumbled ruin of burnt-out storefronts and shattered glass. Hold up. Tommy leaned forward, squinting through the smeared windshield at the battered metal signpost jutting up from the debris field. 16th Street Mall. This must be the place. Roxy drew them to a stop just short of the barricade sealing off the pedestrian-only promenade. Looks like the only way in will be on foot from here on out. All right, Zero said. We all set here? Let's do this. Roxy slid from the van, shouldering her machete. Zero followed suit, slamming the door shut and marching on ahead. Roxy and Tommy walked behind him, weapons in hand. Keep your eyes open, Zero said. Let's get what we need and get the hell out of here. No heroics, yeah? Got it, Tommy said. Chapter 62. The shattered storefronts of the 16th Street Mall yawned before them. Shards of glass and twisted metal crunched underfoot as Tommy stepped inside. Zero cut through the shadows with his flashlight, his rifle at the ready. Could be squatters holed up in any one of these shops just waiting to jump our asses. Roxy gestured with her machete to the shredded awnings and knocked over planters flanking the closest storefront. Well, if they are, looks like they've already picked this place clean. Along the arcade of shops and cafes, metal grates and security doors hung mangled from their tracks, many torn open from the inside as much as the exterior. Upended shelving units and display cases lay strewn amid the rubble. Tommy peeked through one of the gaping doorways, shotgun at the ready. Inside, the floor was a minefield of shattered glass, rags, and blood. He pulled back, grimacing. Roxy moved to check the next storefront. Her blade gleamed dully where the muted daylight slanted in through periodic breaks in the overhead skylights. Don't get too comfortable, Rox, Zero said. We don't know who's hiding in here. Or what? Tommy said. Roxy smirked. Don't be so dramatic, Tommy. It's either going to be people or deadheads. Tommy shrugged. Could be feral dogs. Or super mutants, Zero said. Roxy sighed. A dull patter like rainfall echoed up ahead, pinging off the detritus scattered across the broken tiles. Tommy tensed until he realized it was a trickle of water seeping from a burst pipe somewhere above, dripping onto the heaps of plaster and splintered wood. He caught himself craning his neck to peer deeper into the vaulted shadows encircling the cavernous space. Another furtive scurrying sounded nearby, cutting through the ambiance of dripping water and creaking infrastructure. Tommy wheeled as he tried to pinpoint the threat's location, but his search came up empty. Easy there, Tiger, Roxy said, pausing just long enough for Zero to catch up before forging ahead once more. Probably just a bloody rat is all. Place like this, you're bound to find them looking to scrounge whatever scraps they can. Zero grunted as his heavy boots crunched through the rubble. Tommy swallowed hard, the sickly tang of mildew clinging to the inside of his throat, the cloying silence amplifying every stray sound. He flinched as Roxy's machete slashed through a taut canvas awning, strung across the next storefront. The brittle material collapsed inward, revealing yet another stretch of shattered glass and overturned shelving inside. I keep expecting a biker gang to turn up and cause havoc, Roxy said. Tommy shrugged. Maybe there's a helicopter on the roof. Zero shook his head. You joke, but we need to keep our eyes and ears open. You never know what's around the next corner. Maybe we should turn around. Not scared, are we, Tommy boy? Maybe, but this place is stripped and we need to find meds for Mickey. He stopped and met their eyes. And I don't know about the rest of you, but another night like last night is liable to finish pushing me over the edge. Damn it, Tommy, Zero said. We're not going until we've made a full sweep. Tommy glanced over his shoulder. You sure that's the best idea? We're pressing on. Tommy managed a terse nod and fell into step behind Zero. They marched onward, their footfalls sloughing through layers of decaying refuse and structural debris. The once pristine storefronts continued yielding nothing. Gutted mannequins in poses of frozen hysteria, tattered sale banners sagging across shredded clothing racks and checkout counters. Tommy tried not to dwell on the bloodstains painting the concrete floors, nor the drag marks and scuff patterns. The shadows seemed to swell and subside in waves as they ventured deeper. Roxy halted, jutting out a hand as Tommy nearly plowed into her back. Hold up! You hear that? Zero tilted his head. Tommy heard it, a faint scuffling somewhere off in the shadows far ahead. We've wasted enough time here already, Roxy said. Zero sighed. You're not wrong about that, Rox. I'd suggest we bug out. Zero hoisted his rifle higher, every movement measured and precise as he headed in the direction of the main intersection. Tommy fell into step behind him, any pretense of stealth now abandoned in favor of getting back to the van. They pressed on at a quickened pace, desperate to leave them all behind. Relief washed over Tommy as the outer facade came into view. He picked up his pace, eager to be back under the open sky. A sharp bang echoed from somewhere in the distance, making them all flinch. What the hell was that? Roxy said under her breath. Zero shook his head, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the shadows. Could have been anything from a car backfiring to a gunshot. Or something worse, Tommy said, his shotgun suddenly feeling inadequate. We're almost out. Zero waved them forward with his rifle. Let's not linger to find out. They hurried out into the open-air plaza fronting the mall, greeted by hazy morning light and a gentle breeze. Tommy took a deep breath, filling his lungs to dispel the stale, moldering stench. Ugh, what a damn waste of time, Roxy said, not even so much as a bottle of aspirin. Zero grunted in agreement as he surveyed the area, eventually settling his gaze on the Minx van. So what now? Roxy asked as they strode towards the van. We gonna head back or keep pressing on? We need to find something for Mickey, Tommy said. Poor bastard's going through hell. Zero sighed. Tommy glared at him. Got something to say? Just that you reap what you sow. What's that supposed to mean? It means we shouldn't be the ones out here risking our asses because a drummer got himself tangled in plez. Whatever, man. We head back to the others, Zero said. Get back on the road, there's still a long way to go. I can't do that. I said I'd help him. And you tried, we all did. But unless you can magic some of that stuff out your ass, we're done here. Maybe we just do a couple more sweeps nearby, Roxy said. There's bound to be something. Zero gave a nod. All right, but we keep it quick. We'll take a look around. But if we don't find anything in the next hour, we're leaving. Tommy held out a hand. Deal. Chapter 63. They piled back into the van, Roxy taking the wheel again. She nudged the vehicle back out onto the semi-cleared streets. Through the streaked windshield, Tommy watched the remains of downtown Denver drifting past in a blur. The van rolled through an intersection, the gentle swaying of a tattered banner hanging from a light pole, the only sign of movement. What the hell happened here? Tommy said. Zero glanced back at him. The globalists happened. This is their doing. All of it. It's just so quiet. Yeah? Maybe they came in, stripped the place of the dead, shipped the living off to FEMA camps? Why, though? If this is a conspiracy, I don't understand the motivation. Zero sighed. Depopulation, Tommy boy. The elites want a world of 500 million. That means less than 1 in 16 get to live. That still doesn't explain why. Don't encourage him, Roxy said. He's already tried to tell me this crap at length. She smirked and lowered her voice. Oh, you're so naive. You're such a slave. You need to take the red pill. Whatever, man. Zero leaned back and smirked. Tommy's starting to open his eyes, aren't you, Tommy? I don't know. Seems a bit far-fetched. You really think there's some plan for a global government? Damn, they can't even get local government right. That's because there are too many of us to enslave, or at least there were. Tommy leaned towards the window, a vaulted facade rising in the near distance. What is that place? Looks like a train station or something. Union Station, Zero said. We should head there, might be worth checking out. Roxy peered through the streaked windshield, arching an eyebrow. You thinking they could have had a pharmacy inside or something? Tommy gave a shrug. Makes sense to me. Could be worth a look, Zero said. Big place like that was probably overrun in the initial wave. Lots of folks looking to bail on the city. If it hasn't already been picked clean, Roxy said. Zero nodded. And if it has, no great loss except for the time searching it. She steered them around the roadblocks and detours, eventually guiding the van up along the edifice's approach. The street opened into a grand pedestrian plaza encircling the station entrance, accented by ornate stonework and decorative planters. Even in its present state, the station's elaborate archways and intricate brickwork still managed to exude a sense of grandeur. Roxy killed the engine. This is our stop. Grab what you need. With weapons at the ready, they climbed down from the van and approached the shadowed entrance with caution. Zero swept his rifle over their surroundings, in a slow arc, as they pressed forward, checking the nooks and crannies around the entrance. Clear so far, but keep sharp, people. Tommy's boots scuffed over the shattered glass littering the ground as they entered the terminal's main lobby. A light haze of chalky miasma hung in the air. He edged forward cautiously, the barrel of his shotgun swinging from side to side as he strained to detect any movement or sound. His boots kicked through a scattering of abandoned luggage and debris, half-crushed satchels, crumpled paperbacks, and random articles of clothing that had seemingly been shed in haste. Silence pressed in from all sides, the only sounds being the thud of their footfalls and their own panting breaths. Damn, Roxy said, her machete sweeping aside a pile of office chairs. Looks like this place got the worst of whatever went down. Keep it tight, Rox, Zero said, slinking forward with his rifle raised. They could still be lurkers hunkered down somewhere in here. Tommy winced at the prospect, his gaze washing over the balconies and alcoves ringing the lobby's upper level. Distant thumps and pattering sounds filtered through the stillness, disorienting him as his head whipped around, unable to locate their source. Gripping his shotgun tighter, he forced himself to scan methodically, sweeping from left to right, waiting, watching, listening. Roxy's gaze met Tommy's, a silent exchange passing between them as a tight, humorless smile creased the corner of her mouth. Tommy ventured forward, Roxy in the lead with Zero sweeping behind, covering their rear. Well, Roxy said, if there were any meds in this place, I'd wager they're long gone by now. Keep it moving, Zero said. We check the premises thoroughly, then get the hell out. Tommy couldn't shake the feeling they were being watched. His finger tensed around the trigger guard as his eyes strained through the shadows for any hint of danger. He jumped as a flurry of movement exploded out from a dark alcove nearby, just disturbed birds bursting forth from their roost. Tommy held his breath until the frantic flapping subsided and silence reigned once more. Zero raised his rifle, peering through his scope. You see anything? Tommy asked. Zero gave a shake of his head before gesturing towards the far end of the concourse. Shipping and receiving area up ahead. My money's on that being our best shot at finding anything useful left. Tommy adjusted his grip as they crossed the atrium towards a set of double doors, or what was left of them. The metal frames were mangled outward, evidence of a mass exodus in a state of panic. The pockmarked tiles surrounding the shattered doorway only fueled Tommy's grim imaginings of the sheer mayhem that must have unfolded here. Behind them, Roxy's boots scuffed to a halt. Hold up. She raised an arm, machete leveled forward as she strained to make out whatever had caught her eye. Tommy froze in place, watching as she made a series of hand signals he didn't understand. Zero responded with quick gestures of his own before taking a knee next to Tommy and waving him down as well. "What's up?" "People," Roxy said. "We should speak to them, maybe." "No, we're leaving. Now." Before Tommy could protest, a crash echoed from the shipping area. Roxy bolted back the way they'd come with Zero close behind. Tommy sprinted after them. More noises, grunts, shuffling feet, indistinct shouts. Metal clanged against metal. Roxy led them in a zigzag pattern through the debris field of the main lobby, using overturned furniture and shattered pillars for cover. Shots ricocheted off the stone floor nearby, spurring them into an even faster retreat. "There," Zero said. "Head for the side exit." Tommy lengthened his stride, ignoring the burning in his lungs. More gunfire, whip cracks of noise that sent plumes of masonry blasting skyward all around them. He tucked his head as they sprinted for the exit. Roxy flung the door open, and they tumbled outside, slamming it shut behind them. She began piling debris in front of it, while Zero and Tommy took up defensive positions, weapons trained on the entrance. "They went out the side door," a loud voice said. "Let's go, go." Roxy finished reinforcing the door just as it shuddered from the first impacts on the other side. "Here they come. Get ready." Tommy braced himself, shotgun leveled at the fracturing wooden frame. His finger tensed on the trigger as one of the steel kickplates started to bend inward. "Wait for it." Zero lined up his sight. "Let them commit, then open up." But the banging stopped. The door remained still. "What are they doing?" Zero narrowed his eyes. "Wait." "Over there." Roxy pointed to another doorway. "Move, move." Zero pushed Tommy towards an alcove along the building's side, returning fire as armed men surged through. Roxy sprinted ahead, using her machete to cut a path through a tangle of waist-high debris fencing them in. Tommy followed in her wake, with Zero covering their retreat. They vaulted over the barricade, bullets kicking up dust around them. Ahead loomed a trash-strewn alleyway bracketed by the looming facades of office towers. "This way." They pounded down the alley, leaping over refuse and broken glass. An intersection opened up ahead, but a high chain-link fence blocked their exit. "Boost me up," Roxy said. Zero obliged, using his shoulders to vault her up and over the top in one smooth motion. Roxy landed in a crouch on the other side, machete at the ready as she scanned for threats. "All clear over here, but we've got to move, people." Tommy scrambled over next with Zero's help. Zero hauled himself up right behind, slinging his rifle over the top and dropping gracelessly on the other side. "Come on, this way." Roxy took off at a lurching sprint through another alley. Around the next corner, a ground-level loading dock offered a shallow channel of cover. Roxy slid down into it belly first, swinging her machete in a tight arc as she led them on. Gunshots cracked behind them, pockmarking the concrete a few feet to Tommy's right. He flinched, hunching lower and quickening his pace. "We're not going to be able to keep this up," Tommy shouted over Zero's return fire. "They know the terrain better than us." "Head for the next intersection," Roxy said without breaking stride. "Proper street on the other side. We can double back towards the van." A thunderous boom shook the ground beneath them as something detonated. Tommy covered his head, feeling the concussive force of impacts all around him. "Look out!" Zero shoved Tommy aside as a bullet ricocheted off the brickwork next to him. Tommy blinked away grit, squinting towards the intersection Roxy had mentioned. Roxy was already scaling the barricade, using the wrecked remains of an overturned dumpster as a makeshift ladder. Tommy and Zero scrambled up behind her, clawing their way over the other side to find a mercifully clear street, waiting beyond. "Let's lose these assholes and get back to the van." Tommy's lungs burned as they sprinted down the empty street towards their van. He risked a glance over his shoulder, no sign of their pursuers. Tommy willed his aching legs faster, Zero and Roxy flanking him. A piercing crack split the air, followed by a whip crack of bullets zinging off the asphalt around them. "Down!" Zero pushed Tommy to the sidewalk, as more shots peppered a parked car further up the street. Zero rolled for cover behind its engine block, returning fire with controlled bursts. Tommy scrambled behind a dumpster, chest heaving as he peered over the rim. He couldn't see the shooters, but the gunfire's origin seemed to be coming from a rooftop somewhere above them. Zero shifted his aim and let off more shots. Brick shattered and glass exploded in a shower that sent the rooftop shooters scrambling. "Go, go, go!" Zero waved them forward in short rushes from one piece of cover to the next. A searing graze scratched along his calf as Tommy launched himself behind an abandoned newspaper box. He grunted, adrenaline numbing the pain as he hugged the sidewalk and crawled, Roxy right behind him. Tommy blinked away smoke, the acrid stench of smoldering debris clawing at his throat. Bullets whipped past overhead as he scrambled on his belly. "We're sitting ducks out here," Roxy shouted from a nearby doorway. She motioned towards a fire escape crisscrossing the building's brickwork above them. "Up there, we can get to the rooftops." Zero blind fired a few more suppressing bursts before giving a terse nod. "Do it. Tommy, get your ass in gear." Tommy hauled himself to his feet and sprinted for the rusted metal ladder, Zero providing cover fire to keep their pursuers pinned down. He scrambled up the fire escape's rungs, pulling himself over the railed platform above and crouching behind the bulwark. Roxy came next, shimmying up with her machete tucked under one arm. Then Zero dashed for the ladder himself. "Hurry it up," Roxy said. With a grunt, Zero heaved himself over the railing, panting hard. "Let's move." They scrambled higher, circling up another level until reaching the roof access door. Tommy barreled through, shotgun leading into the open-aired maze of vents and piping snaking across the rooftop. Roxy came through next, followed by Zero. Tommy scanned their surroundings, squinting against the hazy daylight. A wide alley separated them from the next row of buildings. Roxy came through next, followed by Zero. Tommy forced his legs into motion, charging headlong across the roof and leaping the gap. He landed hard, the impact shooting up through his knees as he stumbled to keep his footing. Zero joined them a split second later, wheezing from the exertion, but showing no sign of slowing down. Tommy didn't dare look back as he raced after Roxy, who was already vaulting a piping bundle and angling towards a lower tier of rooftops beyond. More pops and cracks split the air around them as bullets zipped past, their pursuers having caught up and found a fresh angle of attack. "This way," Roxy banked hard, scrabbling down a slanting section of roof and sliding to a stop next to a gaping ventilation shaft. Tommy followed her down into the dark hole, the thin metal grating clattering under his boots as he landed in a crouch. Zero hit the floor behind them, letting out a wheezing rasp as he covered the breach with his rifle. Roxy pointed down the vent tunnel, then took off in a crouched run. Tommy fell in behind her, barrel raised and every muscle tensed. The vent shaft corkscrewed and branched off in multiple directions, their path illuminated by occasional slits. Tommy focused on keeping Roxy's heels in his sights, the dull clang of their footfalls echoing in the constricted space. Part of the vent caved in just ahead of him, fresh daylight spilling in, along with a hail of rubble and debris. Roxy hit the brakes, hunkering down and waving Tommy and Zero back as dented ductwork cratered in front of them. They backtracked to where a cross-vention allowed them to exit via a horizontal vent slat opening onto another roof. One by one, they emerged blinking against the afternoon glare. They were now several blocks west of Union Station, back in the shadow of the high-rises closing in on all sides. "That should have bought us some distance," Roxy said between labored breaths. "But they'll pick up our trail again soon enough. We need to get off the high ground if we're to make it back to the van." Zero surveyed their new surroundings before giving a nod. "She's right. Let's use that alley over there, stick to the side streets and double back under cover. With any luck, we can shake those assholes for good." Tommy's thigh muscles burned from their endless sprinting, but the thought of collapsing into the van spurred him forward as they headed for the alley at a jog. They wove through a labyrinth of crumbling side streets. Piles of rubble and tangled debris barred their path at every turn. They slowed only long enough to carefully pick their way through before continuing their advance. At last, the hulking archways of Union Station came into view ahead. Tommy's chest burned as they neared their destination, senses on high alert. Weapons raised, they crept the final stretch in a half-crouch, swiveling to scan every doorway and alley mouth for any sign of another ambush. But the ravaged street remained still, the quiet broken only by their ragged breathing. Tommy skidded to a halt, his mouth dropping open. The van stood smoldering in ruin, a blackened, gutted carcass. Shattered glass and twisted metal, movement flickered from deep inside, shadows dancing across the smoke-belching interior, as flames consumed the van from within. "You have got to be kidding me." Chapter 63. The smoldering wreckage of the van hit Tommy like a sledgehammer to the gut. His eyes tracked the tendrils of oily smoke unfurling into the air as the acrid stench of melted plastic and scorched metal assaulted his senses. Roxy's cry cut through the stillness, her machete clattering to the ground as she crumpled to her knees. Roxy, we can't stay here. Tommy scanned the buildings around them. They could still be around. Zero swept his rifle in controlled arcs. He's right, we need to move. Now. But Roxy remained frozen, shoulders slumped. What's the point? It's over. Tommy crouched beside her. Don't talk like that. We know the way we came in. We just need to head back out of the city on foot. She shook her head, eyes glistening. It'll take us hours, maybe more. Then we better get started. Zero's terse command cut between them. Zero's right. Together, they hauled Roxy to her feet, supporting her weight as she swayed unsteadily. Distant voices rode the breeze. We can't stay here, Tommy said. With effort, he guided Roxy forward, one faltering step at a time, putting distance between themselves and the van's remains. Roxy's haunted gaze remained fixed over her shoulder. Tommy understood her anguish on a visceral level. The van was more than just a vehicle to her. It was a tangible link to everything she'd lost. Her former life, her bandmates, her dreams. He blinked, forcing himself to look ahead as they retraced their path back through the city. Every shadow seemed to conceal a fresh threat, every distant rumble raising the hairs on the back of his neck. Without the van, they were exposed. We've lost so much, Zero said. Supplies, ammo, meds, tools, maps. At least we still have Layla's van, Tommy said. We can regroup with them, come up with a plan to resupply. As they pressed on, the shadows began to lengthen. Tommy's calves burned with every step, the weight of his exertions crashing over him in waves. The staccato blast of Zero's rifle broke the silence. Tommy's head whipped around, following Zero's line of fire to the twitching deadhead now lying inert on the sidewalk. Tommy gestured toward a mangled heap of metal that might once have been a vehicle. Let's take a breather, just for a minute. He sank to the ground, grateful for even this small respite as he leaned back against the rusted frame. At the first telltale scuff of boots on pavement, every muscle in his body tensed. They're still on our trail, Zero said. Tommy's pulse thundered in his ears as he hauled himself upright once more, fingers clenched around his shotgun. They had to keep moving, or be consumed by the darkness closing in all around them. The road stretched before them, each plodding step through the debris-strewn streets sapping what little strength Tommy had left. The faint groan reached his ears. He tensed, shotgun raised, eyes sweeping their surroundings for the source of the sound. A shambling figure emerged from a shattered storefront. It meandered aimlessly, head lolling from side to side. Looks like we've got company. You up for dealing with it, Rox? Zero patted his rifle. I need to conserve ammo. Roxy snorted. Leave it be. Things just wandering around like it ain't got a clue. For now, maybe. Tommy watched the vacant creature. In its aimless shambling, it seemed so pathetic, a hollow mockery of the living. His throat constricted, mouth dry. When was the last time he'd had a drink? Better take care of it, Zero said, gesturing toward the ghoul. Before it gets any big ideas. I'm not wasting the effort, just leave it. Can't risk it drawing more, Tommy said. Zero leveled his rifle, the barrel tracking the ghoul's path. I'll do it then. No sense wasting ammo when... The creature's head whipped around, milky eyes locking onto Tommy. An inarticulate snarl escaped its jaws. For a moment, Roxy balked, her machete clutched loosely at her side. But then her expression hardened. She met the creature head-on, sidestepping its grasping hands before sweeping her blade in a brutal arc. The edge sank deep, cleaving through withered flesh with a wet crunch. Its head tumbled free, as its body pitched forward to sprawl at Roxy's feet. She glared at the twitching remains for a long moment before turning back to Zero, her expression unreadable. Happy now? More groans reached Tommy's ears. His gaze tracked over Roxy's shoulder toward their source. Several more zombies had emerged from the surrounding wreckage, no doubt roused by the disturbance. Let's move, Tommy said. Roxy broke into a jog. Zero flanked them, keeping his rifle raised and ready as the first wave lurched into pursuit. This way ain't looking so good, Zero said. We should cut off road, lose them quick while we still can. Screw that, Roxy said. You really want to get turned around in that maze? We've got enough problems without getting lost. Tommy's lungs burned from the exertion, but he couldn't argue with Roxy's point. At least on the road, they knew which way they'd come. She's right, we stay the course. Zero's jaw tightened, but he gave a curt nod. You're the boss. Tommy moved in a half-jog. Sweat clung to his forehead, trickling down the back of his neck. Churning legs, burning lungs. It was only a matter of time before those things caught up. But they couldn't stop, couldn't slow down. Ahead stood a row of squat buildings, their facades pitted and streaked, a convenience store and drugstore. There, he gestured toward the storefronts with the barrel of his shotgun. We should check them out. Roxy's pace faltered as her gaze followed his. Forget it, Zero said, pausing only long enough to swing his rifle in a tight arc. Every second we slow down is another we're giving those deadheads a chance to catch up. I'm with T, Roxy said. That's why we came in here, remember? For meds for Mickey. Fine, let's do it, but be quick about it. Thanks, man, Tommy said. You hang back, cover the entrance. We'll sweep through, grab whatever we can carry, and get moving. Zero glanced back up the road and nodded. The convenience store's dim interior spread out before them, a labyrinth of shadowed aisles and overturned shelving. Shafts of pallid daylight filtered through grimy stretches of window, casting stark beams amidst the gloom. Hands slick around his shotgun, Tommy advanced along the first aisle as Roxy angled off in the opposite direction. Skittering noises reverberated all around them as they probed deeper into the store's interior. Tommy swept his weapon in short arcs with each fresh sound, straining to pierce the pervasive gloom. A muffled thump echoed from somewhere in the bowels of the store. Tommy stood, his ears straining to listen. Only silence answered. Tommy pivoted toward the rear of the storeroom, or perhaps an outdoor loading bay. Roxy reappeared as he approached, shaking her head. The twist of her lips told him everything he needed to know. Not so much as a crumb remained. Tommy gestured onward, toward the next set of swinging doors leading further back. Roxy fell in behind him as he nudged one open, its hinges protesting with a shrill squeal. They emerged into a spacious loading area, ringed by towering shelving units and stacked pallets of rotted boxes. A rancid stench hung in the still air. Stifling the need to gag, his gaze landed on a towering shelving unit, its lowest tier filled with several distended plastic bundles. He edged closer, taking in their bulging forms, the unmistakable shapes of several loaves of packaged bread. Tommy stooped, seizing one of the rock-hard loaves, its crusts mottled in black. Roxy placed a hand on his. They're moldy. I know, I was just checking. Roxy shrugged, already turning on her heel and heading back the way they'd come. He followed Roxy out, squeezing back through the screeching doors. When they stepped out, Zero turned to them. Any luck? Nothing, Roxy said. She marched past him toward the adjoining facade bearing the pharmacy's signage. Tommy hurried to catch up with her, easing through the shattered interior in a half-crouch with his shotgun before him. The drugstore's shelves and displays had been thoroughly ransacked. Glass crunched underfoot as Tommy swept his gaze over the debris-strewn floor in search of anything overlooked. Countless emptied pill jars and plastic bottles lay scattered everywhere. God damn it, Roxy smacked her hand down on the counter. Hey, we tried, right? That's not nothing. She rushed past him, heading to a closed door. She shoved the door open. The ratcheting of the pharmacy's rusted spigot reached Tommy's ears. He followed the sound to the cramped staff bathroom, finding Roxy hunched over the porcelain sink as water spluttered forth in a trickle. She straightened as he hovered in the doorway, already pivoting to make room for him as he sluiced double handfuls of the water into his mouth. I'll get Zero in here, Roxy said. We should fill up whatever we can find. She pushed past him out the door. Zero arrived and drank. Once he'd had his fill, Tommy rummaged through the surrounding wreckage, piecing together a collection of baby bottles. Fill 'em up, Tommy boy. Tommy set about filling the bottles. His mind drifted to Sean, and he shook the thought away before it could fester. With the bottles filled, Tommy re-emerged to find Zero crouched behind an overturned stack of milk crates. We've got to move. What's up? Roxy asked. Saw some movement down the street a bit ago. Don't think they've pinged us yet, but it's only a matter of time before... His words choked off as a shambling group of zombies lurched around the mouth of the alleyway. Zero raised his rifle, sighting down the barrel in a blur of motion. Roxy caught his elbow before he could squeeze the trigger. See what they do. Ammo. Remember? Zero nodded, his gaze fixed on the lumbering creatures. It wasn't until the horde had moved on that Zero spoke. "We're burning daylight." He gestured towards the open street before them. "Let's move, before any more show up." Tommy hoisted his shotgun and fell in behind Roxy as she took the lead once more. Her boots scuffed in an unsteady rhythm ahead of him, her shoulders slumped. Zero's wheezing breaths echoed from the rear. Tommy glanced back at him. "You okay, man?" "Can't stop," Zero said. "If we stop now." The implication remained unspoken. "We're not gonna make it," Roxy said, hugging herself. "We're gonna get lost. We're gonna die out here. Never should have left the warehouse." "Rox," Tommy said, "it'll be fine." "No, Tommy, it won't. It'll be dark soon. We're never getting out before nightfall." A ragged chorus of fresh groans seemed to swell. Tommy followed her gaze over his shoulder as zombies flooded into the street ahead. What had begun as scattered pursuit was now nothing short of a gathering tide in their wake. Wave after wave of desiccated bodies propelling themselves forward on ruined limbs and raw hunger. Too many for them to outrun. "We've got no choice," Zero said. "Take a stand here and make our play. Cut a path through." Tommy firmed his grip around his shotgun, the weight of the weapon suddenly feeling cumbersome. A pang of regret lanced through him for the simple wooden bat he'd left behind at the warehouse. Squaring his stance, he leveraged the shotgun's haft like a cudgel as Roxy regained her senses, rising to rejoin the fray. Zero's rifle barked out percussive shots as he cleared a path. But still, the zombies came. Tommy swung out with the solid hunk of steel at the first rank. Gore sprayed in a concussive wave, but the blows did little to check the horde's momentum. Roxy's machete swept out, cleaving a zombie in two. Black ichor fountained in its wake as she pivoted, scything down another with brutal finality. The world seemed to narrow to a maelstrom of roiling bodies, gnashing teeth, and indescribable stench. Tommy lost himself to the frenzied rhythm of strike and evade, each impact jarring up through the length of his shotgun's barrel. Bone splintered, viscera ruptured, and still they kept coming. Zero's rifle vented one final shriek before it fell into silence, its payload expended. "I'm out." Seizing the barrel in one hand, he transitioned the weapon into a makeshift bludgeon, swinging out with grunts of exertion to clear their flank. A blunt force caught Tommy's temple in a glancing blow that sent agony stabbing through his skull. He staggered, vision whiting out, only to be sent sprawling as Roxy tackled him. They tumbled in a heap, Tommy losing his weapon as the relentless crush of bodies surged towards them. Tommy gasped for air as he scrabbled backwards. He glimpsed Zero through a gap in the heaving throng, lips peeled back in primal fury as he hurled himself bodily into the breach. Twisting, flailing limbs. The horde closed around him, whipping him from view as if swept up in a riptide. "Get up," Zero roared, swinging the rifle stock in a wide arc, smashing through the seething bodies. For a moment, Tommy saw a gap in the press, an escape route. But the zombie mass flowed around Zero like a river of decay, pulling him back under the ravenous tide. "Zero." Roxy's scream cut through the chaos. Mustering every ounce of strength, Tommy lurched upright, flailing against the groping hands. He caught a glimpse of Zero vanishing beneath the mob. "No!" Tommy threw his weight towards the gap Zero had briefly opened. His boots found purchase against a yielding body, and he pushed. Putrid jaws gaped, yellowed teeth gnashing for a chance to bite into his flesh. Tommy lashed out with fists, pounding his way clear. A fetid hand shot out, latching onto his jacket. Tommy spun, slobber flying from the thing's slack maw as it yanked him off balance. He threw an elbow, felt it crunch into bone. Roxy's machete flashed in the corner of his vision, then kept on rotating in a blur, severing the thing's arm at the elbow. Roxy was beside him then, her face set in a snarl as she carved a path through the teeming chaos. She leapt forward, slashing and chopping as she ducked the clutching hands. Roxy went down with a muffled cry as a tangle of limbs dragged at her legs. She shrieked, kicking out with her free leg to try and dislodge it. Tommy plunged in beside her, crushing the thing's wrist beneath his boot and yanking her back. Gore spilled forth as she ripped the blade free in a gout of stinking ichor. Tommy fended off another with desperate kicks, howling out a barrage of curses as his boot connected again and again. Finally, it slumped away. As they emerged from the throng, they found themselves utterly surrounded. There were hundreds of zombies. an inexorable wave bearing down on them from every direction. Tommy's gaze swept over the seething mass, searching for any sign of Zero or an escape route. A cold, creeping dread sank through his veins as the fading daylight ebbed. Shadows grew longer, darker. Night was falling fast, and with it, the stark realization that they would never make it back to the others before dark. Roxy slumped against him, pain and exhaustion clearly taking their toll. Tommy's eyes strained as he sought somewhere, anywhere, they could try to make a stand. The only alternative was being torn apart. To their left gaped the shattered remains of a clothing store, its dingy windows knocked inwards. The tiled entrance led into a shadowy interior. He gritted his teeth as he angled them in that direction. Tommy's boots crunched over broken glass as he half-carried, half-dragged Roxy through the shattered entrance. For a moment at least, the zombies hadn't noticed. They fell through a gap between a circular rack of tattered shirts and an overturned dresser. Time seemed to bleed away as Tommy hunched there in the broken shadows. His jaw clenched so hard his teeth ached. Distant thuds and muffled groans drifted in from outside. Tommy wanted nothing more than to give in to the weight dragging at his eyelids. To let the darkness take him. But he knew the moment he did, it would be over. Roxy breathed deeply from where she sprawled beside him, her face pale and slick with sweat. "We're going to die, aren't we?" "No, we can do this." "Zero's gone, we're not gonna make it." He shook his head fiercely. "Don't say that, we can do this, Rox." She gave a slight nod. Zero was a goner. They wouldn't be far behind. They couldn't fend the zombies off forever. They were just delaying the inevitable. He stared at the sliver of dying daylight, filtering in from outside. The deep purple of twilight almost swallowed by the encroaching blackness of full night. A faint clattering cut through the drifting groan. Tommy tensed, peering out into the gloom. Roxy went rigid beside him, her hand tightening around her blade's hilt. A shape materialized through the murky shadows, a hunched, shambling silhouette. He braced himself as the form drew closer. "You two look like hell." "Zero." Roxy leapt forward, embracing him. Tommy blinked. "You're alive." Zero slumped against the overturned dresser. Smears of viscera coated his shirt, turned almost black in the low light. "Thought I was a goner back there for sure. Never seen anything like that before." "How?" Roxy shook her head. The ghost of a smirk played over Zero's features. "I managed to roll under a truck, played dead until they moved on, stayed still as a damn corpse." "You son of a bitch," Tommy said. Roxy swiped a forearm across her brow. "Had me thinking you got chewed up back there." Zero waved a hand. "Gonna take more than those rot bags." "Glad you're still kicking, man." Tommy hauled himself upright, favoring his aching ribs. Zero grunted as he wiped blood off his rifle's barrel. "This sucks. Out of ammo." "Dropped my shotgun somewhere." Tommy winced, feeling the heat return to his temple where the glancing blow had caught him. "We can restock once we dig in somewhere," Zero said. "But first we need to move. Put some distance between us and that horde." Tommy nodded. "What's the plan?" "Too risky cutting across the street." Tommy frowned as he followed Zero's line of sight. "Over the rooftops." "Best we've got, let's get moving." Zero sprinted towards a rusty fire escape clanging against the facade of the adjacent building. He leapt, seizing the bottom rung before hauling himself up with a grunt. Tommy eyed the narrow landing at the top as Roxy followed Zero up. "Think you can make it?" he asked. She leveled him with a flat look. "Just get climbing." Tommy planted his foot against the brickwork and pushed off, straining to grasp the bottom rung. Pain swelled through his biceps as his body weight bore down on his freshly extended arms. But he managed to lock his elbows, muscles juddering with the strain as he started to climb. Around them, the chorus of groans echoed along the street. Upon reaching the landing, Zero motioned him on. With Roxy between them, they continued their ascension, muscles screaming with every climbing motion. Metal rattled beneath their boots as they reached the roof access hatch. Zero levered the hatch open, squinting back down the way they'd come. "Move it, people." Tommy squeezed through first, finding himself spilled out onto the soot-streaked rooftop under a canopy of steel girders and vented ductwork. Groans and shuffling steps multiplied in the cramped space between the two buildings as more converged, beady eyes searching. Tommy moved past them, boots crunching across the debris-strewn rooftop as he closed in on the opposite edge. Roxy and Zero followed, moving low and quiet. "Damn it, that's too wide a gap," Roxy said, peering down. The adjoining building stood in darkness, looming just a few feet away across the gap. Zero gauged the distance before turning to face them. No choice. Either we try to clear this, or we turn around and head back into that mess. Tommy stole a glance down to the street. "Don't really like our odds doing that." Zero nodded. "Which is why it's this way or nothing." Roxy squared her shoulders. "Get a running start. Don't pull any stunts." At Zero's signal, they turned and sprinted toward the opposite edge. Tommy hit the opposing rooftop in an ungainly tumble, gravel tearing at his knees and palms as he went skidding across the abrasive surface. He stayed low, tracking Zero and Roxy as they followed. Tommy scrambled to his feet, following Zero along the creaking spine of the building as they ran a zigzagging path between vents and rusting air conditioning units. Stale wind buffeted Tommy's hair as he ran, carrying with it the stench of decay. At last they reached the opposite ledge at the end of the street, Zero lingering at the precipice as he surveyed the 10-foot drop below. He turned, giving a curt nod. "Ready?" When no response came, Tommy risked a look over his shoulder. "Rox," Tommy said, "you all right?" She blinked. Zero sucked in a breath. "We're out of time. Stay behind. You're dead. Both of you." Tommy turned and jumped, knees buckling as he hit the cracked pavement below. Zero was already sprinting, disappearing around a shadowed corner. Roxy joined Tommy's side as they ran. An engine rumbled in the distance. Headlights speared through the darkness, pinning Tommy in place. He lifted a hand to shield his eyes, vision slowly adjusting. The van screeched to a halt. "Get down," Zero aimed his rifle. "I'll keep them back." Tommy squinted at the van and laughed. "It's Layla." He grinned at the others. "Sweet zombie Jesus." Layla opened her window, waving them in with frantic motions. Zero vaulted into the vehicle, cramming himself onto the back seat as Roxy dived in after him. Tommy flung himself into the passenger seat, slamming the door as Layla floored the gas. "What happened?" Layla asked. "Where have you been?" Tommy's chest heaved. "Thank God you found us." Zero cleared his throat. "Anybody got some water? I'm dying over here." Chapter 64. Tires crunched over scattered debris as the van put downtown in the rearview mirror. Tommy sagged against the passenger seat, relief washing over him that they were still alive. But it was quickly replaced by a gnawing frustration. They'd risked everything for nothing. Layla glanced at him in the glow of the dashboard lights. "You all right?" He swallowed hard. "Yeah, I'm good. How's Mickey doing?" Layla's expression tightened. "He's been better. The withdrawal really seemed to hit him hard today." Tommy rubbed his throbbing temple, suddenly aware of the ache blossoming there. "Why'd you come after us?" He held up a hand. "Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful as hell, but we got worried when you didn't come back. Jimbo said you'd only planned on being gone a few hours at most." A mirthless laugh drifted from the back seat, where Roxy sat slumped. "Yeah, well, plans changed real fast." "What happened out there?" Layla asked. "You need me to get back to the other van?" "The van's gone," Roxy said, "burnt to a damn crisp." "Those sons of bitches torched it," Zero said. "Jesus." Layla bit down on her bottom lip. "What the hell happened back there?" Tommy sighed. "We went into the city to look for meds for Mickey. That van was our lifeline," Roxy cut in. "We lost everything, supplies, ammo, meds. They torched our ride and nearly took us out too," Zero said. Whoa, slow down," Layla said, holding up a hand. "One thing at a time. Tommy, what were you saying about finding meds?" "Right, yeah." Tommy nodded. "We hit up that mall downtown first, but it was stripped clean. You should have seen the place lie. Totally ransacked." "Like a war zone," Roxy said. "So much blood, oh, and then we went to check out Union Station next for any pharmacies." Zero shook his head. "Dumbest idea ever. That's where they ambushed us. Came out of nowhere, blazing away, full-on firefight." "You were attacked?" Layla's eyes went wide. "By who?" "No clue," Roxy said. "Just wanted to put some holes in us, that's for sure. Crazy bastards." Tommy leaned back. Had to bolt, man. Took off across the rooftops with those deadheads shambling after us. Thought we were goners for sure. Wait, the zombies had guns? No, the people at the station had guns. Yeah, the deadheads came later, Roxy said. It was intense. Roxy went down for a sec there, Zero said. That blade of hers saved our asses more than once. I can't believe you're all still alive. What about the van? How'd you get separated from it? Tommy shrugged. We'd circled back around after shaking our hunters. The people, I mean. And that's when we saw it, Roxy cut in, her voice cracking. My van, completely torched. Goddamn shame. Zero's jaw clenched. Yeah, whoever those shooters were, they struck while we were getting our asses handed to us. I'm so sorry, you guys, Layla said. Don't be, Tommy said. You showing up when you did, that was a straight-up miracle. Roxy sighed, deflating back against the seat. You're not kidding. Another hour out there and we'd have been done for sure. Damn straight, Zero said, shifting to glance out the window. They lapsed into an exhausted silence as the van barreled down the empty road. Tommy stared out the windshield, replaying the events of the last several hours in his mind. So much had gone wrong so fast. How many more close calls could they endure before their luck ran out completely? A muscle ticked in Tommy's jaw as the hopelessness of their situation threatened to overwhelm him. He sagged back into the seat, wincing as fresh aches made themselves known. His temple throbbed where he'd caught that glancing blow. Hey, you're alive though. Layla's words cut the silence. All of you. A faint smile played at the corners of her mouth. That's what matters most right now, yeah? Damn rig's gonna be awful cozy with all of us packed in, Roxy said. Layla snorted. That's for sure, but we'll make it work. Zero leaned forward, bracing himself against the back of Layla's seat. Speaking of which, what's the plan from here? He paused, rolling a shoulder with a soft grunt. Because I don't know about the rest of you, but I could seriously use a few winks and a chance to get this Walker funk off me. Roxy grimaced down at her gore-splattered shirt and jeans, giving a violent, full-body shudder. Oh, I second that motion, believe me. A fresh change of clothes would be heavenly right about now. Zero sniffed, except our clothes were in the van. Well, ain't that just perfect? Layla kept her gaze focused ahead. I say when we get back, you should all try to grab some rest. Get ourselves sorted out properly when we've had some sleep. Agreed, Tommy said. We'll plan our next steps when we've rested. Roxy went to say something, then nodded. You're right, I'm spent. Zero nodded. Me too. Chapter 65. The warehouse loomed into view. Layla slowed and guided the van towards the shutters. Tommy peered through the windshield, eyes straining to make out the details as they came to a stop. Layla kept the engine idling as Tommy stepped out. His fingers found the catch to the heavy steel shutters, and he hauled them open just enough to slip through. He waved for the others to follow before sealing the warehouse once more. In the dimness, Tommy could just make out Jimbo seated across the way. Tommy swallowed against the tightness in his throat, shoving aside his own bone-deep weariness. He made his way towards the nest of bedrolls and makeshift pallets they'd assembled before leaving. A huddled form shifted in the gloom. Mickey? He cleared his throat. Hey man, it's me, it's Tommy. Mickey stilled for a moment. His eyes found Tommy in the darkness. Tommy crouched and placed a hand on Mickey's forehead. Tommy? He clasped Mickey's shoulder with a firm squeeze. Yeah, buddy. I'm here. The tremors racking his friend's slight frame were unmistakable. How are you holding up? Mickey's features twisted, as if the simple query pained him. His teeth ground together. How do you think? Right, dumb question. Tommy rocked back on his haunches. His gaze found Jimbo. You okay? What happened out there, dude? Tommy huffed out a bitter chuckle. You don't even want to know, believe me. Mickey twisted where he lay. Did you? His voice cracked, tapering off before he could give full voice to the question. Tommy's throat tightened. He shook his head. I'm sorry, Mickey. We didn't find anything. Not this time. His eyes bored into Tommy. What the hell, man? Mickey surged up from his pallet. You said, you promised. Tommy took a step back, hands raised. I know. Just take it easy, okay? You've got to. Mickey was on him before the words could fully form. His bony fists hammered against Tommy's chest and shoulders with surprising force, each percussive blow sending bolts of pain through his already battered body. Tommy grunted, curling inward in a desperate attempt to cover up. "Mickey, stop, just stop." But the onslaught didn't relent. If anything, it only grew more ferocious, more unhinged. Zero streaked across Tommy's vision. One thick forearm whipped around Mickey's throat from behind, the other snaking down to trap his flailing limbs against his chest in a vice-like clinch. "Easy there, druggy boy. We're all on the same team here, remember?" Mickey bucked and twisted, thrashing in Zero's grasp. A litany of guttural snarls and inarticulate shrieks poured from his throat. Tommy could only cower, sheltering his head as the violence slowly bled from Mickey's struggles. He risked peering up to find Zero straddling Mickey, pinning him face down on the ground. "Don't hurt him." Zero gave the barest of nods. "You got it." Mickey's struggles tapered off until only the ragged breathing filled the warehouse. Tommy shifted onto his hip, sweat chilling against his skin. He could taste blood mingling with the salt on his lips. With shaking limbs, he pushed himself fully upright, wincing at each fresh ache. Zero sat back, keeping one knee braced firmly across Mickey's midsection as he worked the smaller man's wrist together with a length of nylon cord. "Just a precaution for now." Tommy nodded. He didn't trust his voice at that moment, didn't trust much of anything as his gaze landed on Mickey's prone form. I didn't mean," Mickey spoke in little more than a cracked whisper. Tommy eased closer, bracing himself on hands and knees so that their faces were mere inches apart. He could smell the sour tang of Mickey's fever, the faint musk of old sweat and sickness. It was a reek he knew all too intimately. "I know, buddy. I know you didn't. We'll get through this. Same as we always have. You and me, right?" Mickey managed a vague nod, his gaze already losing focus once more. "Thirsty?" He gave Mickey's shoulder a squeeze before clambering back to his feet. He made his way over to their supplies and rummaged through until he found a battered canteen. Unscrewing the cap, he crossed back over and knelt down beside Mickey. "Here, drink this slowly." He tilted the canteen to Mickey's cracked lips. Mickey gulped down the water at first, some dribbling down his chin until Tommy pulled it away. "Easy, easy. Take it slow." After Mickey had drained half the canteen, Tommy recapped it and set it aside. He turned his attention to the nylon cords binding Mickey's wrists behind his back. "I'm going to take this off, Mickey. But you need to promise me you're going to be cool, okay?" Mickey nodded. "I swear, man." With a couple of tugs, the cords loosened and fell away. "There you go. Let's get you comfortable. Try and rest." He rolled Mickey onto his back. "Thanks, man. I'm sorry about before." Tommy patted his arm. "Don't even worry about that right now. Just focus on resting up, okay?" "He's right," Layla said, "and he should take his own advice." She crossed over and crouched next to Tommy. "Why don't you go get cleaned up? Jimbo and I can look after Mickey for a while." Tommy opened his mouth to protest, but Layla shook her head. "You need to take a breather too after what you all went through back there. Just a little while, then you can rejoin us." He wanted to argue, to insist on staying by Mickey's side, but the pain and exhaustion couldn't be denied any longer. With a resigned nod, Tommy pulled himself back to his feet and took a couple of stumbling steps back. The weight of everything crashed down on him. Mickey, the outbreak, the deaths. His legs buckled and he crumpled to the ground, hot tears burning tracks down his cheeks. His chest heaved with ragged sobs. "I let him down, Lai. I promised Mickey and I couldn't. I've failed all of you." Gentle hands grasped his shoulder. "You did everything you could, Tommy. No one is faulting you for that. The world out there, it's not built for making or keeping promises anymore. All we can do is keep putting one foot in front of the other and holding on to hope." Tommy squeezed his eyes shut, struggling to regain control over his breathing. How are we supposed to do that? After today, we've got almost nothing left. We've got each other, and sometimes that has to be enough to keep us going, to keep us holding onto that last shred of hope that things can get better. He opened his eyes again, his gaze finding hers. "You really believe that? Even now?" She shrugged one shoulder. "I have to. The alternative is giving up completely. And I'm not ready for that, are you?" A tremor ran through Tommy, but he shook his head. No, No, I'm not. Then we keep moving forward, day by day, hour by hour if we have to. Layla stood and held a hand out to him. Starting by getting you taken care of. You're running on fumes, Tommy. First things first, get cleaned up, change out of those filthy clothes, grab some food and rest. Then we can start figuring out our next moves, all right? With effort, Tommy grasped her hand and allowed her to pull him back up to his feet. You're right. Okay. He drew in a breath, forcing down the tide of despair, trying to resurface. I'm worried about Neve and Sean too, if they're even still. Don't go there, Layla cut him off. Not until we know for sure one way or the other. Until then, you've got to believe they're still out there somewhere waiting for us to find them. That's what will keep you going, Tommy, holding on to that hope. Okay, you've got a point, I hear you. He mustered up an attempt at a smile. A wash does sound pretty amazing right about now. That's the spirit. She pointed towards the far end of the warehouse where a rickety door stood ajar. Through there, you'll find the bathroom we've been using. Surprisingly, the plumbing still works fine. Not hot water, but hey, can't have everything. Thanks, Lai. Tommy yawned and ambled towards the van. He dragged out a towel and fresh clothes and made his way to the bathroom. Stripping out of his filthy, gore-splattered clothes, Tommy piled them in the sink and turned on the taps. He scooped up a handful, rubbing it over his face and through his matted hair, with a relieved groan. While the water ran to gradually fill the basin, Tommy retrieved a tattered washcloth hanging nearby and worked on scrubbing the stubborn stains from his clothes. The cold water helped numb his aching hands as he kneaded and worked the fabric. Once the basin was full enough, he dumped his soaked clothes in to let them soak further, while he scrubbed himself down as best he could. By the time he finished and toweled himself off, his clothes were wet but free of blood or grime. He wrung them out and draped them over the sink to dry while he pulled on the fresh set of clothes. Tommy emerged from the bathroom to find most of the others already settled onto their bedrolls. Only Layla remained awake, keeping watch in the flickering lantern light. She looked up at Tommy's approach and offered him a smile, gesturing towards the vacant pallet. He lowered himself down with a muffled groan, his battered body reminding him of each tumble and impact it had endured throughout the day's trials. Layla's gaze drifted over towards the supplies as Tommy settled onto his pallet with a groan. You should eat something before you try to sleep. She stood and made her way over, rummaging through their dwindling stockpile until she found a couple of protein bars. Returning, she handed them to Tommy with a canteen of water. Not exactly a gourmet meal, but it'll help get your strength back up. Tommy accepted the provisions with a nod of thanks. Appreciate you looking after Mickey. Of course. Layla sat back down cross-legged. That's what we do. Look out for each other. We're family. Her eyes narrowed as she studied Tommy's face. You've got one hell of a mean bruise coming up on your forehead there. Tommy gingerly prodded at the knot with his fingertips, wincing. Yeah, just a little souvenir from our daring escape. He tore open one of the protein bars and took a bite, chewing slowly. How long do you think we should hole up here for? Layla asked. Tommy paused, the half-eaten bar resting on his knee. You want to stay? I don't know. She shrugged. It's the first place that's felt even remotely safe since this whole thing started. Maybe we could take a couple of days, let Mickey recover his strength before we move on again. Tommy shook his head, a weary sigh escaping his lips. I hear what you're saying, but we can't afford to dawdle too long. We're not even halfway across the country yet. Layla regarded him for a long moment. Okay, you're right. I've got the van's tank filled up, so if the others are good to go, we can head towards Kansas in the morning. How far is that? 5 or 6 hours if the roads are clear. Here's hoping. He finished off the protein bar and started on the second. But knowing our luck, we'll probably end up hitting some tornado. But then we might end up in some magical land and meet a talking scarecrow. Could be fun. Yeah, until the singing starts. He pulled up his blankets. I think we deserve a little peace and quiet for once on this trip. Ain't that the truth? Reminds me of that thing Henry Rollins said about the punk life in vans, moving from town to town. Tommy snorted. Yeah, well, after all this, I'm not sure I ever want to hit the road again, assuming there's anything left to tour by the time we're done here. There will be. We can't lose sight of that. Zombie Palooza is still out there, Tommy. It has to be. That's what we're fighting for. A wry grin tugged at the corners of Tommy's mouth. Zombie Palooza. Feels like a lifetime since Lake Tahoe. We'll make it happen. DIY all the way. But for now, you need to get some rest. We've got a big day of driving ahead. He stifled a yawn, polishing off the last of the protein bar. Yeah, you're probably right about that. Resettling himself on the pallet, he closed his eyes with a soft groan. Just a few hours. That's all I need. Chapter 66. As the first light of dawn crept through the warehouse windows, Tommy emerged from his bedroll, muscles aching from the previous day's trials. He watched as the others slowly came to life, stretching and rubbing the sleep from their eyes. Layla was already up, hunched over a map spread out on the van's hood. She looked up as Tommy approached, offering a weary smile. Morning, how are you feeling? Like I've been hit by a damn truck, but I'll live. What's the plan for today? Roxy appeared at his side, her hair tousled from sleep. Well, we still need to find some methadone for Mickey, and after yesterday's fiasco, we're running low on just about everything else, too. Jimbo ambled over, stifling a yawn. Food, fuel, ammo, the holy trinity of the apocalypse. Sounds like we've got our work cut out for us, Tommy said, studying the map. Where do you think we should start, Lai? Layla tapped a finger on the map. We head towards Kansas. Should be able to make it by mid-afternoon. There's towns along the way. Might be our best bet for finding supplies without running into too much trouble. Zero joined them, his rifle slung over his shoulder. We should get moving soon. Daylight's burning. As they began to pack up and load the van, Roxy turned to Jimbo with a grin. You know, I've been thinking about these zombies we've been dealing with. Jimbo raised an eyebrow. Oh yeah? What about them? Well, they're not exactly the sprinty kind, are they? More like the classic Romero shamblers. True that. I guess we should count ourselves lucky. Can you imagine trying to outrun the ones from 28 days later? Roxy shuddered. No thanks. I'll take the slow and steady type any day. Zero paused in his packing, glancing over at them. You ever think about how this whole thing started? I mean, what's causing people to turn into walkers? Gotta be some kind of virus or bacteria, Roxy said, shoving a duffel bag into the back of the van. Something that gets into the blood and rewires the brain. Or maybe it's one of those parasitic fungi that turn ants into zombies, Zero said. I saw a documentary about that once. Tommy furrowed his brow. You know, I haven't seen any zombie animals since this whole thing began. No undead cats or dogs, no birds dropping out of the sky. It seems to be a strictly human problem. Jimbo let out a low whistle. Damn, I never even thought about the possibility of a zombie moose. Thanks for the new nightmare fuel, dude. Laughter rippled through the group. As they finished loading the last of their gear into the van, it became clear that space was going to be tight. They all stared at the vehicle, trying to figure out the best configuration. I can drive for a while, Zero said. Give the rest of you a chance to catch some more shut-eye. Layla hesitated, glancing at Tommy. I don't know. I feel like it should be me or Tommy driving. Zero shook his head. No offense, but you look like you're about to fall asleep on your feet, and Tommy here looks like he could use another 8 hours himself. Tommy wanted to protest, but he couldn't deny the exhaustion tugging at his eyelids. Zero's right. We'll be no good to anyone if we're too tired to think straight. Layla sighed, then nodded. Okay, fine, but wake me up if you need a break, all right? You got it, boss, Zero said, climbing into the driver's seat. The others piled in, arranging themselves as best they could in the cramped space. Tommy found himself wedged between Roxy and the passenger window. Layla and Jimbo sat in the back with Mickey stretched out on the floor at their feet. As Zero guided the van out of the warehouse and onto the open road, Tommy felt his eyelids growing heavy. The gentle rocking motion of the vehicle lulled him into a drowsy state, his head nodding against his chest. Beside him, Roxy had already drifted off, her head resting on his shoulder while Mickey snored softly from his spot on the floor. Chapter 67. Tommy stirred from his slumber, the sound of raised voices pulling him back to wakefulness. He blinked, taking a moment to orient himself. The van was still moving, the scenery outside the windows a blur of endless fields and open sky. In the back of the van, Mickey tossed and turned, his skin slick with sweat. Can you please stop fidgeting so much? Layla snapped. You're driving me crazy. Mickey glared at her, his bloodshot eyes narrowing. Oh, I'm sorry. Is my agonizing withdrawal inconveniencing you? Maybe if Tommy had found me some damn methadone like he promised, I wouldn't be in this situation. Layla bristled. We've all risked our lives out there trying to find you medicine. Zero nearly died. So don't you dare put that on us. Put it on you? Mickey let out a bitter laugh that turned into a hacking cough. I'm the one who feels like my bones are trying to crawl out of my skin. I'm the one emptying my guts out either end every half hour. You have no idea what this is like. You're right, I don't. But I do know that we're all just trying to survive here. And maybe if you hadn't gotten yourself hooked on that junk in the first place. Don't. Mickey's voice dropped to a dangerous growl. Don't you dare judge me. Not when I've been through hell and back with you lot. The van hit a pothole, jostling them all. Jimbo snorted in his sleep but didn't wake. I'm not judging you, Mickey, but your addiction affects all of us now. We can't keep going on like this, with you sick and us constantly at risk trying to score you a fix. So what, you just expect me to ride it out cold turkey? In case it's escaped your notice, the world has gone to hell. Excuse me if I needed something to take the edge off. Mickey shifted again. I know it hurts. I can't imagine how hard this must be for you. But Mickey, we need you. We need you clear-headed and strong if we're going to make it through this. I don't know if I'm strong enough, Lay. I don't know if I can do this. Layla reached across the small space between them and gripped his hand. You can. We'll help you through this, okay? We'll find a way. Mickey hung his head, taking a shuddering breath. All right, I'll try. For you lot, if nothing else. Or we could let him out here, Zero said. Ungrateful twat can walk his ass back to Philly on his own. Tommy sighed, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Hey guys, maybe we could all just try to get along for a little while longer, at least until we find a place to stop and stretch our legs? Layla sighed. Where are we anyway? Just coming up on Burlington, Zero said. Shouldn't be too much longer now. Jimbo perked up. Hey, isn't that where the Kit Carson County Fairground is? Man, I've always wanted to check that place out. Roxy groaned. Are you serious right now? We're in the middle of a zombie apocalypse and you want to go to a fairground? Have you not seen Zombieland? Jimbo grinned. Come on, it could be fun. Plus think of all the supplies we might find there. Cotton candy, funnel cakes, maybe even some Twinkies. Yeah, because that's exactly what we need right now. A sugar rush and a case of salmonella. Zero cleared his throat. Actually, I've got a better idea. He turned the wheel, guiding the van off the main road and onto a narrower side street. Tommy leaned forward, trying to get a better look at their surroundings. Where are we going? Prairie Pines Golf Course, Zero said. A golf course? Why? Thinking of taking in a few rounds? Think about it, Tommy boy. There's bound to be a clubhouse, which means shelter and maybe even some supplies. Plus, with all that open space, we'll be able to see any zombies coming from a mile away. Roxy nodded slowly. And I can't imagine a golf course being high on the list of priorities for any raiders or looters. Exactly, Zero said. All right, Tommy said, let's do it. Jimbo huffed. Aw, I wanted to go on the carousel. Chapter 68. As the van pulled into the golf course parking lot, Tommy glanced over at Mickey, his face pale and slick with sweat. Hey Mick, we're gonna head inside, see if we can find some supplies, maybe even a place to rest for a bit. You want to stay here in the van? Mickey shook his head, his jaw clenched tight. No, I'm coming with you. Are you sure that's a good idea? Layla said. You should really try to rest. I'm fine, I need to move around a bit, get some fresh air. Tommy exchanged a glance with Zero, who shrugged. All right, man, but you stick close to us, okay? And if you start feeling worse, you let us know right away. Mickey nodded, already reaching for the door handle. Yeah, Tommy, I got it. As the group piled out of the van, stretching their cramped muscles and blinking in the bright sunlight, Tommy couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled in the pit of his stomach. Mickey was in bad shape. He couldn't help but wonder if bringing him along was a mistake. He shouldered his backpack and swung his bat, scanning the horizon for any signs of trouble. All right, guys, let's do this. Jimbo clapped him on the back, a grin splitting his face. Lead the way, dude. Just keep your balls protected. Grow up, Jimbo, Roxy said. Jimbo held up his hands. What did I do? We're at a golf club. There's golf balls. We don't want them rolling around for someone to step on. I bet they keep them in a sack. A huge ball sack. Roxy rolled her eyes, but there was a hint of a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. You're an idiot, you know that? Yeah, but I'm your idiot. Tommy approached the clubhouse first, baseball bat at the ready, but as they drew closer, it became clear that the building was deserted. No signs of life, human or otherwise. Looks like we might be in luck. Let's head inside and see what we can find. Zero took point, pushing open the heavy wooden doors and scanning the interior for any potential threats. He still carried his rifle, not that it would do him much good without ammo. A spacious lobby spread out before them, complete with plush armchairs and a large stone fireplace. Whoa, Jimbo said. Fancy digs. Roxy snorted. Yeah, because nothing says post-apocalyptic chic like a bunch of rich people's leftovers. Tommy chuckled. All right, guys, let's split up and start searching. Holler if you find anything useful. The group dispersed, each heading off in a different direction. Tommy found himself in what appeared to be a small dining area, complete with tables and chairs. He rummaged through the cabinets, finding a few cans of soup and some crackers. Jackpot, Jimbo's voice echoed from somewhere down the hall. Guys, come check this out. Tommy hurried towards the sound, the others close behind. They found Jimbo standing in the middle of a large room lined with shelves and display cases. Is that? Layla said, her eyes widening. A pro shop, Zero said. Looks like we hit the mother lode. The group spread out, each grabbing whatever caught their eye. Tommy snagged a few golf clubs, testing their weight and balance. Hey, Tommy, Roxy called out. She had donned a brightly colored golf hat, the brim pulled low over her eyes. What do you think? Is this my new look? Tommy laughed. Oh, definitely very punk. Hey guys, Jimbo's voice rang out from outside. Come check this out. The group rushed to the window, peering out to see Jimbo sitting behind the wheel of a golf cart, a huge grin on his face. No way, Roxy said, shaking her head. Jimbo revved the engine, the cart lurching forward across the grass. Woohoo. Woohoo, this is awesome, Zero chuckled. Hate to break it to you, Jimbo, but there's no way we're fitting that thing in the van. Jimbo shrugged. That's okay. I'll just drive it alongside you guys. It'll be like having my own personal escort. As the others continued to explore the pro shop, Tommy wandered off in search of anything else that might prove useful. He found himself in a small room lined with cabinets and a large metal table. Guys, in here. The others filed in as Tommy took in the supplies scattered across the table and shelves. Bandages, painkillers, antiseptic. Layla snatched bottles, stuffing them into her pack. This is great. Tommy glanced over at Mickey, rifling through the cabinets with desperate intensity. You all right, man? Mickey slammed a cabinet shut, his face contorted. It's not here, the methadone. I thought maybe. He placed a hand on Mickey's shoulder. I'm sorry, man. But we'll keep looking, okay? We're not giving up. Mickey nodded, his jaw clenched tight. As the group gathered up their haul and prepared to head back to the van, Mickey grabbed one of the bottles of whiskey they had found behind the bar. It's not methadone, he said, twisting off the cap and taking a long swig. But it'll do for now. Tommy watched his friend with a mix of concern and understanding. He knew all too well the desperation that came with addiction, the overwhelming need to quiet the screaming in your head by any means necessary. The old Tommy might have stopped him, would have tried to talk him down, but now he'd take anything for an easier life. Zero paused to sort through the various clubs they had collected. We should stick with the irons, he said, setting aside the woods. They're less likely to break when we're bashing in zombie skulls. Roxy raised an eyebrow. And how exactly do you know so much about golf clubs, Mr. Tough Guy? Zero shrugged. Let's just say I used to play a lot of Mario Golf back in the day. Jimbo laughed, clapping Zero on the back. No way, dude. I love that game. We should totally have a tournament sometime. Yeah, because that's exactly what we need right now, Roxy said. A bunch of grown men playing video games while the world ends around us. Dude, that's exactly what we need. Remember when we used to have fun? Roxy shrugged. Maybe. It's hard to have fun when all your bandmates are dead. As they rounded the corner of the building, Tommy's heart sank. The van was surrounded by a sea of zombies. Tommy did a quick head count. There had to be at least 30 of the undead bastards, with more shambling their way across the golf course. Okay, nobody panic. We just need to... Need to what? Mickey snapped. There's too many of them. We're screwed. Zero stepped forward, his jaw set. No, we're not. We can do this. Tommy nodded. Zero's right. We just need to be smart about this. Spread out, use the terrain to our advantage. Roxy adjusted her golf cap. Let's tee off. The group fanned out, each grabbing whatever makeshift weapons they could find. Tommy grabbed a club and a bucket of golf balls. What are you going to do with those? Roxy asked. Tommy grinned. Improvise. He stuffed his baseball bat into his pack and took off running towards the nearest green. Zombies turned to follow him. The others copied his lead, their shouts and taunts echoing across the course. Tommy reached the green and spun around, golf balls at the ready. The first zombie lurched towards him, its rotting arms outstretched. Tommy took aim and let fly, the ball hitting the creature square between the eyes. It stumbled backwards, momentarily stunned. Ha! Tommy shouted. Hole in one, baby! He turned to see Layla and Mickey nearby, both armed with golf clubs. They swung with wild abandon, each blow connecting with a sickening crunch. I think I'm getting the hang of this, Layla called. Mickey looked like he was about to be sick. I can't believe I'm using a 9-iron to bash in zombie brains. Across the course, Roxy had climbed atop a golf cart and was using it as a makeshift sniper's nest. She had found a bucket of range balls and was launching them at the approaching horde. 4! She shouted, as another ball found its mark. Jimbo screeched past in another golf cart, using it to ram into the zombies, sending them flying like undead bowling pins. But for every zombie they took down, 2 more seemed to take its place. They were being slowly but surely overwhelmed, the horde pressing in from all sides. Tommy gripped his golf club tighter as more closed in. The stench of decay hung in the air, mingling with the scent of grass and pine. Layla swung her club, the sickening crunch of metal against bone ringing out as she caved in a zombie's skull. A scream tore through the air. Tommy spun around to see Jimbo, his golf cart overrun by a swarm of the undead. They clawed at him, their rotten fingers grasping at his clothes, trying to drag him down. Jimbo! Tommy sprinted forward, dodging the outstretched arms of the zombies in his path. He reached the cart just as Jimbo managed to kick free, sending a severed hand flying through the air. Dude, that was way too close. Jimbo panted hard, his face pale beneath his mop of sweat-soaked hair. Tommy hauled him to his feet, scanning the area for a way out. His gaze landed on the nearby sand trap, its steep walls offering a potential refuge. Come on, I've got an idea. He dragged Jimbo towards the bunker, shouting for the others to follow. They tumbled down the sandy slope, the zombies close on their heels. What now, genius? Roxy snapped, her golf hat askew and her new polo shirt already splattered with gore. We're trapped like rats down here. His eyes fell on the nearby flag marking the hole, its bright red fabric fluttering in the breeze. Mickey, give me your shirt, he said, already stripping off his own. Mickey blinked at him. What? Why? Just do it. Mickey peeled off his sweat-soaked t-shirt and tossed it to Tommy. Tommy snatched up the flag, tying the shirts to the end to create a makeshift banner. He turned to the others. Right. Here's the plan. Zero, Jimbo, you're with me. We're going to wave this thing around, get their attention, then leg it across the course. Layla, Roxy, Mickey, you lot make a break for the van as soon as they're distracted. Got it? This is never going to work, Zero said. Sure it will, Tommy said. It's just like being on stage, man. We've just got to give them a show they won't forget. With a whoop, he vaulted out of the sand trap, waving the banner high above his head. Oi, you rotten bastards, come get some. The zombies turned as one, their milky eyes locking onto the fluttering banner. They began to stumble towards him, their movements sluggish but relentless. That's it, come on. Tommy backed away slowly. Follow the pretty flag, you brain-dead freaks. Zero and Jimbo hurled their own insults, drawing even more of the horde away from the others. The zombies shambled after them, leaving a clear path to the van. Tommy risked a glance over his shoulder and saw Layla, Roxy, and Mickey making a run for it, their golf clubs abandoned in favor of speed. Tommy leapt over a bench, rotting fingers grazing his boots. He swung the flag like a matador's cape, taunting them, drawing them ever further away. Beside him, Zero and Jimbo joined in, their shouts and jeers mingling with the groans. They wove between the trees, ducking and dodging the zombies' grasping hands. We need to get back to the van. Tommy threw the banner down and swung his club at another zombie, braining it against a tree. Zero nodded. Jimbo, bring that cart over here. Jimbo sprinted back towards the golf cart, hopped inside, and hurtled towards them. All aboard the Zombie Express. Tommy and Zero clambered onto the back of the cart, using it as a makeshift battle platform. They clung to the roof as Jimbo floored it, the cart's electric motor whining in protest. They plowed through the horde, golf clubs swinging and bodies flying. Jimbo came to a stop 20 or so meters from the van. Roxy, Layla, and Mickey joined them. There's too many by the van still, Roxy said. We're not driving out of here until those deadheads move. The clubhouse. Tommy pointed back towards the building. If we can lure them inside, we might be able to slip past and make a run for the van. It's worth a shot. They turned the cart around, Jimbo laying on the horn to get the zombies' attention. The horde turned as one, their milky eyes fixating on the new target. Come on, you ugly bastards, Jimbo waved his arms. Come and get us, you dead freaks. Jimbo led the zombies back along the green, weaving in and out of the sand traps and water hazards. Layla and Mickey followed close behind. When they reached the clubhouse, Tommy and Zero leaped from the cart, sprinting towards the doors. Inside now. Tommy waved the others forward. They piled through the doors, slamming them shut behind them. The zombies pressed up against the glass, their moans muffled by the thick panes. That's not going to hold them for long, Roxy said, her chest heaving. Tommy nodded. We need to move. They raced through the building, bursting out the back entrance. But a second horde shambled towards them from the opposite direction, cutting off their escape. Oh, come on, Mickey groaned. Give us a damn break. Tommy's grip tightened on his golf club, his mind racing. There! He pointed across the parking lot. Another cart! The group sprinted towards it. Jimbo leaped into the driver's seat, his fingers scrabbling for the keys. Come on, come on. The engine roared to life. Jimbo let out a whoop as the others piled in behind him. He tore across the parking lot, zombies falling away on either side. Tommy clung to the roof, his heart in his throat as they neared the van. Get ready, Zero said, his voice barely audible over the wind. They leaped from the cart, hitting the ground running. Tommy yanked open the van's side door, practically throwing Mickey inside. The others piled in behind him,